Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Style Guide. Emphasis, italics. Internal thoughts, italics. Telepathy. In-universe text, yet more italics. Great Sage, Raphael, Seal. Words of the World. Dialogue. Skills. Time/scene/perspective change. Author's note, hello readers. This is a three-way collab between myself, Agent T123 and Watcher Magic. Make sure to check out their profiles, as they've got a bunch of great stories, and enjoy. Darkness. Yeah, that's all I can see, aka nothing at all. I tried opening my eyes, and honestly, I can't even tell if I succeeded or not. If I did, it's not like it made any difference. The ground under me is cold, hard, rough. Am I on some kind of stone? What even happened to me? The last thing I remember is Tensura sobbing and that strange voice playing in my head, teasing me about being a virgin. Recalling it irritates me. It's not like I chose that life, okay. I was stabbed, I didn't forget that. I mean, how could I? It was excruciating. Hot, searing pain followed by cold numbness, and now this, cave. I'm not sure, but I can't feel the sun on me. There's gotta be a roof of some sort above my head. Surprisingly, I'm not hot or cold, and isn't it supposed to be cold underground? I mean, it's nice and all, but the lack of visual input is starting to freak me out. Seriously, I'm starting to panic a little here, and that's not like me. Calm, cool, and collected. Those are traits I'm known for, yet I'm having a hard time not going into a frenzy over this. Even worse, it seems like I can't move my arms or legs either. Am I paralyzed? In a coma? Or did they outright chop my limbs off for some reason? No. That doesn't make any sense. Amputation because of getting stabbed isn't a thing, as far as I know. Still, I get the feeling they're gone, not just unable to be moved, and the more I think about it, I'm getting the impression my eyes are in a similar predicament. The same goes for my mouth, too. I don't have any of those anymore, do I? That's what I'm starting to think, which really makes no sense unless. It's been a lingering thought in the back of my head, a concerning idea that I'm starting to believe based on the tactile feedback I've gotten while trying to move my limbs. If I died back there, and got reincarnated or whatever, no, there's no way. But, there's really no way I can deny reality at this point. It's hard to believe, but I think I'm a slime of all things. Yeah, I know, sounds crazy, right? I shouldn't just accept that, right? But, it feels correct to me for some reason, and if that's my reality now, I need to accept it. So I've accepted it, I'm a slime now. I never thought I'd be in a situation like this before, but here I am. It's been who knows how long since I've ended up in this state, and all I've been able to do in the meantime is slide around, eating what I think is grass. Yeah, grass. Exciting. I'm still not sure if I'm underground, but I keep bumping into walls, so I'm at least somewhere confined. So this has been my life since I died, and I still have no clue what I'm going to do to change it to be something less boring. It's mind-numbing and has barely kept me occupied enough to maintain my sanity, and I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out. Sometimes I eat the rocks here just for variety, but I might just go insane if this keeps up. There was one point when that same voice popped into my head, asking me about using some unique skill, but after I told it no, it shut up and hasn't spoken since, leaving me all alone in my thoughts again. Real jerk move, I have to say. I still haven't felt anything cold or hot, haven't heard a sound, tasted a thing, felt any sensation outside of touch, and the feeling of this grass stuff breaking down inside my body. Eat, dissolve, move on, eat, dissolve, move on, eat, dissolve, move on. Over and over and over again. The same monotonous task is repeated endlessly. Maybe I'll run into someone here. Someone who can help me escape this hell. Nah, that won't happen, there's no way. But, I need to keep hopeful, damn it. So, I keep going. Eat, dissolve, move on. Eat, dissolve, move on. Eat, dissolve, move on. Why is there so much of this grass anyway? Why is it everywhere I go? Shouldn't it be all gone by now? I've been eating it for a very long time, I think. I've completely lost track of my sense of time. It's been days, at least, maybe even weeks at this point. I have no way to know. But, does it even really matter anymore? Either way, I'm gonna be doing the same thing over and over again. Eat, dissolve, move on. Can't that voice come back? I really could use a friend right now. It left me in the dark, literally, and I wish it would come back already. What, are you gonna judge me for making friends with a voice in my head? Be a little considerate of the situation I'm in, you asshole. I need some kind of social interaction or I'm gonna lose my marbles. Maybe I've already lost my marbles, would I even realize if I have? I can't take this anymore, I can't take this anymore. I really don't know what to do, there's nothing here to keep my mind busy. Eating this grass and zoning out into my own thoughts is what I've been doing to cope, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Honestly, I'm starting to wish that someone would come along and step on me, popping me like some sort of jelly balloon and ending my suffering. Wait, no, I don't really think that. Still, I should have died in peace back there instead of being jammed into the body of a mindless fantasy monster. It's not fair at all. Is this hell? Is this my punishment for not letting my son become a real man? No, there's no way that's the reason, but I'm half convinced I'm in hell. And here I thought that'd be all fire and brimstone, eternal torture, or whatever, but instead, it's sensory deprivation and total isolation. Who would have figured? I shouldn't have jumped in front of Tensura. If he was the one that died, I'd still have my life. He would be the one in this nightmarish scenario, not me. It's selfish, but I don't care anymore. I don't care. This all happened because he wanted to brag about his soon-to-be wife, rubbing his marital success in the face of a 37-year-old virgin. He knew what he was doing. I bet he smugly smirked after I passed out from blood loss, happy that I died instead of him. I bet he's dancing on my grave, giddy that he survived that instead of me. I bet he didn't even fry my PC for me, that bastard. At least this is something new. I've fallen into some water, I think. Great. I wait a few seconds, thinking that I might drown in here, and nothing. I guess I wasn't breathing to begin with, so drowning isn't something that can happen to me. It feels nice, I guess, but it's even more unstimulating than being out of the water. I'm floating, I believe, depriving me of any sensation of anything solid. I'll lose my mind even faster if I don't get out of here. Then an idea occurs to me, what if I swallow up some of this water in the same way that I ate those herbs and just spit it out? You know, like a water jet of sorts. It's not like I have any better options to take at the moment. This was a mistake. I'm actually glad I can't see right now because I'm pretty sure I'd be terrified out of my mind if I could, and if I had a mouth I'd surely be screaming. My ill-advised idea to suck in and shoot out some water has sent me flying at what I think is a crazy speed, at least from what I can tell from my single intact sense of touch. It's going on a lot longer than I expected to, which just makes it even worse. Suddenly, my momentum comes to a complete halt as I feel myself slam into something, my body flattening against the surface before bouncing off and hitting the ground. I, strangely, feel no pain from this, though. I guess I do remember hearing something called pain nullification when I was in the process of bleeding out, so maybe I just don't feel pain anymore. I did take some damage, but my skills worked in tandem to fix that up in a jiffy. Can you hear me, little one? Ah, what was that? I just heard some masculine voice in my head, completely different from the one I've heard talking about my skills and stuff. Is someone nearby? Do not ignore me, I know you can hear my words. I'm not trying to ignore you, but I don't have a mouth to answer with. Frustrated words fill my thoughts as I scramble to answer the first person to speak with me in this world. I don't count that mysterious skill voice that called itself Great Sage in that list, so this really is my first conversation after a very long time of being alone. So you cannot speak, little one. It seems like he can hear what I'm thinking, so I guess I'll keep talking to him that way. No, I can't see either, so if I'm not looking in your direction while talking with you, that's why. Can't see, you say? Well then, how about I make you an offer? I will teach you a skill, which will allow you to see. I stewed on it for a moment, unsure how I should respond. What's the catch? I asked. There's always a catch with things like these. You must not fear when you see me. The voice boomed in my head. Oh, that's all. I responded immediately, I think I can do that. Good, little one. Kawahahahahahaha. How did you laugh in thought? No, better question. How did you inflect the laugh in thought? Not right now, sight first. Do you feel those little particles floating in the air? Those are magicules, and if you control them, you should be able to see with them. Notice, individual Veldora is attempting to teach you the extra skill, magic sense. Would you like to acquire this skill? Y/N. Yes. I got an immediate headache from the rush of information, but slowly I was able to process it with the help of Great Sage. The creature in front of me became fully visible. A massive, midnight blue dragon, with piercing golden eyes. Ah! Dragon. I internally shouted and started shuddering, shocked by the massive figure looming over me. Hey! Hey! You said you wouldn't be scared. Not like I can hurt you either way. The dragon pouted. Sorry. Sorry. You are the first thing I have seen. The first thing I have even had a conversation with. In months. Haven't even been able to see, I've been sealed here for 300 years myself. The dragon sympathized, sharing his own plight with me. I was stabbed and died, then was just stuck in this cave. All I could do was blindly roll around and eat grass. I shook a bit again as I recounted what I'd gone through since dying. While that is amusing, it doesn't sound any fun to experience. Arguably worse than being stuck here, even. Really? No, but it isn't far off. I truly do sympathize, little one. I have a name you know. It's... No, you don't. Don't say you do, that will hurt you. The dragon got stern for just a moment for some unknown reason. What is that about? Naming a monster is normally dangerous if you aren't much stronger than them, and an attempt to name yourself would likely kill you. Veldora stated and shifted to face me completely to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Oh. Well, that was a close call. I guess there are some pretty strange rules in this world that I need to learn. We were quiet for a minute until Veldora broke out into a boisterous laugh. No matter. He bellowed, it is but a simple matter for I, the mighty storm dragon, to name you. You would? I asked, excited yet skeptical. Didn't you just say it's super dangerous? I didn't want to go around without a name, that would be troublesome. I'd even settle for a new one since I died, but I didn't want my new friend to get hurt by giving me one. Kawahahahaha. Veldora laughed, for a being of my power it is but a trifle. Ooh. I thought excitedly, you're a really good friend. Friend. The dragon recoiled and almost seemed to blush under his scales if that's even possible. We are not friends. He shouted. Do you not want to? I asked quietly, a little intimidated by him. Fool. I didn't say that. The dragon grew belligerent again, I just thought. I, the mighty storm dragon, to be friends with a lowly slime. Others would laugh. So you don't want to? I repeated, drooping a bit. Being called lowly doesn't feel too good, but coming from such an imposing creature, I guess it fits. Don't be foolish. Veldora bellowed. You must simply understand. It is a great honor, little slime. The dragon lifted his claw to the edge of the barrier. If you truly wish to be my friend though, we will need a name to identify us. So others will know. I stewed in my thoughts, then suddenly tried to ram into the barrier again, but just bounced off. What are you doing? The dragon asked curiously. Trying to get you out. I can't let my friend stay trapped. That's the spirit. Though. I doubt you could break this barrier. The hero that sealed me was beauty, I meant powerful. She was incredibly powerful, he defended his pride, trying to cover his little slip-up. Regardless, the skill used to seal me, unlimited imprisonment, seals even my own skills. Unless you have a skill of your own of sufficient strength to overpower it, I doubt you would be able to break through this barrier. Then we just have to work together. If you can't do it alone, and I can't either, I placed my slimy hand on the barrier and attempted to analyze it. Analysis failed. What? How? Is that even fair? How will I figure out how to get Veldora out? It may be possible to analyze unlimited imprisonment with the assistance of gathered information from both within and outside the barrier, with the assistance of the individual Veldora. Are you ignoring me to talk to your skill? Sorry. Mr. Veldora. My skill has a plan to get you out of here. But, I'll need to eat you. The dragon deadpanned for a moment, then raised his head, then opened his mouth wide to breathe in. Finally, a thunderous roaring laughter came out, which shook the entire cave. That is such an interesting idea. For a little slime to eat the mighty storm dragon. It is simply too outlandish to not attempt. My skill says you need to examine the barrier from the inside, while I examine it from within my stomach, and with our combined effort. We should be able to break you out. Brilliant, simply brilliant. I must name you, my friend. No, we will be brothers. Sworn brothers. The dragon stood proudly and stretched out his wings. Be brothers. Yes. Sworn brothers. So we will need a family name for others to recognize us as such. I will allow you to choose this name. For I will choose yours. The dragon waited patiently and stood proudly. Well. He is the storm dragon. Storm. Tempest. That's another word for storm. Yes, Tempest sounds good. Now decided, I popped up off the ground and shouted through our link, Tempest. Our family name could be Tempest. Tempest HM. Veldora Tempest. Tempest, the dragon paused for a few moments to play around with the name before turning back to me, Subarashii. Magnificent. From this day forth, I shall be Veldora Tempest. Yes. Veldora. Veldora Tempest. I repeated his words back, a little lost in his excitement. Now you will, from this day forth, be Rimuru Tempest. The dragon announced it to the world. I felt something deep inside me change, as if that name, Rimuru Tempest, had been engraved into my very soul. My very nature felt different from this change, and along with it came a sudden surge of strength, of unbelievable power. I am Rimuru Tempest. I mirrored the dragon's announcement. Very good, Rimuru. The dragon pressed his claw to the edge of the barrier once more. I reached out with a little slime appendage to meet my brother's claw. We basked in this feeling for several moments. All right, Veldora, are you ready? I asked the moment I was satisfied. Yes, of course. Oh, wait, little one, I do have one more request of you. The forest this cave is deep within, it is my domain and I am its protector. In my absence, please try your best to look after it. So you want me to watch over your place until I'm able to free you? Sure, I will try my best. I readily agreed, not considering the matter too heavily. It's the least I can do for my only friend in this world, really. Is that it then? You're ready now, right? As ready as I can be after 300 years alone. Let us do this. The dragon lowered himself into a resting position. Okay. Predator. Upon activating my skill, my form warped and expanded, encasing the entire barrier before rapidly shrinking it into my stomach. The feeling of loneliness quickly crept back in on me as I rested there for several minutes, with only drips along the walls of the now empty cave to break the silence. Suddenly a small shake spread through my being, and I knew it couldn't be anyone but Veldora. He's still here. He's still here. I hopped along the ground to wherever I'd find myself next, moving on from the chamber that once contained my new friend. I slid along the ground, testing out some of my new skills, and expanding my magic sense range before retracting it again to see in higher detail. Something stood out, a group of humans near the mouth of an entrance to the cave. Humans. I should trail them. I don't want to get attacked though. I'll just stay out of sight. So I hid behind a nearby rock and watched carefully, staying out of sight. The figures got closer, it looked like some big burly guy, a fighter, and a mage. Suddenly the big burly guy used a technique of some kind, and their presence was hidden. Their footprints were still visible on the ground though. Curious, I decided to hop after them, trying my best to stay some distance behind to avoid their detection. I am Elian Grimwald, an elf. Don't tell anyone that though, or my dad would probably send mages to kill you. He's overprotective like that and it's super annoying. I was walking with my party through this spooky cave. A horrific monster is supposed to be sealed there, but the magical presence of the monster has disappeared from the face of the earth. Aaron, why is your light fading? I don't know. Even though Veldora is supposedly gone, I could feel some presence since we entered, a deep foreboding presence. It's a feeling I can't shake, yet I haven't spotted any monsters since we entered. It really does feel like a dragon is here. I mutter, really starting to question the idea that Veldora is truly gone. We're here to investigate that, of course, so nobody's completely sure that the dragon has vanished from existence. We won't know until we reach the end of the cave, where a hero of old apparently sealed that evil. Suddenly, I feel another chill and quickly look behind our group, but I spot nothing. This place is giving me the creeps. I mutter quietly to myself. Oh Aaron, don't be so on edge. We haven't even reached that giant lizard yet. He's a dragon, not a lizard, Cavil. A big lizard, then. He chuckles. I'm tempted to bonk him on the head with my staff for that comment. Really, the storm dragon is no joke. I've heard stories about what that monster has done in the past, so I know. Then I get hit with that weird feeling again and take another look behind us, but still, nothing. I've been tailing this trio of humans as they make their way further into the cave, essentially taking the reverse path that I used to get to the entrance. It seems like they have a better sense of direction than me, as painful as that is to admit. Still, this is a little boring for me since I already killed and ate almost every single monster in the time I've spent in this cave, so they aren't doing anything exciting. It seems like they are almost as bored as I am, even though they still seem on edge, especially that staff-wielding girl. She keeps almost spotting me, acting like she's somehow sensing me, but I have no clue how. I've had to quickly duck behind this and that rock just to avoid her eyes as she looks over her shoulder without warning, but I don't think she's actually seen me. This went on for who knows how long, with them reaching where Veldora was before I ate him, then turning tail and starting their walk back to the entrance of the cave. They seemed disappointed but also relieved when they found his spot empty and immediately turned back, saying stuff about reporting to the guildmaster. Does that mean there are guilds in this world? They do kind of seem like fantasy adventurers. Finally, after lots of backtracking, they reached the entrance to the cave again, meaning that it was time for me to experience the outside of this world for the first time since I was reborn as a slime. Finally, the mage girl named Erin said, turning to face the other two members of her party while she stretched in the sunlight after stepping outside the cave. I, meanwhile, was hiding just around the corner of the massive door these humans opened, watching them with magic sense. They're dawdling, basking in the sunshine, and complaining about how dark the cave was. Get moving already. I fumed to myself, waiting for the trio to leave. I haven't been outside in months. Or ever. I have to wait until these idiots move on before I can continue to tail them, and they're taking their sweet time. Come on, the one called Kaval, their leader I suppose, finally said. We need to report back. Yeah, Jido, the shady-looking guy of the group nodded. I have a feeling things are going to get hectic. As the two men walked away, Erin turned back, clutching her staff with a nervous look in her eyes. Yeah, she agreed, running to catch up. I'm glad we're finally getting out of here, I heard her say as they grew further away. Something about this place just feels off. Well, Veldora was sealed there. Maybe his ghost is haunting us. Kaval laughed, leaning into Erin's face with a spooky voice. I am the great dragon, and I shall have my revenge, he shouts exaggeratedly, flailing his arms around like an idiot for dramatic effect. The other two started yelling at him, but I wasn't listening to their stupid banter. I darted into the grass, keeping a safe distance while I followed the group into the forest. As I moved from the cave entrance to the safety of the bushes, I was bathed in something I hadn't experienced in what felt like years. Sunlight. Oh, it was glorious. Is this what slimes are supposed to eat? I felt so alive. As the energy poured into me I almost cried. Can slimes cry? But I had a mission. I composed myself, and stayed hidden. I can celebrate when I finally get to other humans. As we moved through the forest, way too slow, I might add. Couldn't these guys pick up the pace? I realized someone else was following the adventurers. It was a wolf, and it was looking in my direction. I am Dire Wolf, a loyal member of my pack. I left the others to scout the forest around the Terrible One's cave. The Terrible One has disappeared, and now it is the Dire Wolves who will rule this forest. I want to personally bring back good news to my alpha, then surely he will praise me and I will rise within the pack. As I neared the Terrible One's mountain, I sensed a strong presence radiating through the trees. Its aura was tremendous. Is it possible the Terrible One has escaped? Eagerly I began to run. If the Terrible One truly has returned, I must find it and report it to my pack. I followed the aura's trail past a new hole in the mountain. The old moonstone that previously stood here has been broken, perfectly in two, its pieces laid against the mountain wall. In its place is a gaping hole, an entrance into the mountain. Truly, the owner of this presence has incredible power, but now I do not think it's the Terrible One. Similar, but somehow not the same. I take after it, silent as the night sky over this forest, invisible as its shadow, to find this creature and discover its form for the pack. As I neared the center of the aura I began to stalk, senses alert for what I was sure would be a great beast, tearing through the forest. Instead, I did not find it until it was nearly in front of my nose, a slime. A slime. I thought warily, watching the creature. How was it giving off such a foreboding presence? Slimes are nothing but food. Perhaps this one was lucky enough to absorb the magic aura of the Terrible One's mountain and survive. It is a delicious, tempting meal. Before I can pounce, I hear voices drift through the forest. Humans, trespassers. With a snort, I follow after the sound. These lands are new to my pack, it is only expected that they would have vermin. The pack's territory is expanding rapidly without the presence of the Terrible One, but we will still need to teach the world that this is our land. I will track down the slime later, right now I must defend my pack's land. There are 3 of them, but the armor they wear would tear easily beneath my claws. I stalk around them, keeping to the shadows as I gauge their strength. 2 of them have swords, but they will be simple to dispose of. A good bite through the arm and they will be at my mercy. The third one, though, it is a mage. I recognize the faint magical presence and the long staff in its hand. That is one I will have to be wary of, but not before I show these pathetic interlopers the true meaning of fear. I leap onto the path in front of them, and my mere presence causes the 2 with swords to draw their weapons at me. Good, they should know to fear a dire wolf's strength. With a fearsome howl, I activate my pack's skill, Menace. The humans begin to cower, and I relish their fear. These foolish creatures will suffer before they die. Yet, just as I prepare to pounce and tear these cowards to shreds, a glint of light catches my attention. It comes from the corner of my eye, and as I turn my head I see thread much like spider silk fly from the forest and wrap around my chest. Before I can act, I am yanked off my feet. I let out a howl of fear and the world flies past me as I am pulled deeper into the forest, struggling, but I cannot seem to reach the strange thread which binds me. Then I stop, and in front of me, I see the slime, its aura more intimidating than any dire wolf could hope to be. The shut eyes on its smooth body seem to mock me. I have made a grave mistake, but I will not die quietly. I snarl at the creature, even as it envelopes me. Before my head is submerged I howl a war cry, my skin burning as its power tears me apart, and then everything is gone. Wow. I just got so many cool skills from that wolf. Great Sage, list them to me as I return to the path to follow the humans. Menace, which I saw the wolf using, that was the one I wanted, but now I also have Keen Smell and Thought Communication. Thought Communication, I don't have much use for, but Keen Smell is another story. I immediately activate Keen Smell, and a whole new world opens up to me. Up until now, I've only had 3 senses, touch, and hearing and sight thanks to Magic Sense, technically, Sense Heat Source, as well, but that's basically just an extension of touch. Keen Smell isn't quite as good as tasting again, but the world suddenly feels much more alive. The musty and humid forest floor, the scent of a far-off lake, even the sunshine seems to smell as it falls through the trees. Eating that wolf was so worth it. Not wanting to lose my targets, I return to the trail in short order. Aaron, Kavol, and Jido are still standing there, looking disturbed. Have they even spoken since I left? What was that? Jido asks with a shiver, still clutching his sword. I don't know, Aaron gulped. Did you hear the cry of that wolf? I think it's... She didn't dare finish. I, meanwhile, was waiting for them to get over it and move on. Show's over, people. I thought impatiently as I watched, let's get going. We need to leave this area, Kavol said sternly. Right now. The other 2 nodded in agreement and, to my gratification, they proceeded along at a much faster pace. It took a long time. The adventurers had to stop and rest each night, and occasionally veered the off-trail to refill their water supply. They were serious about getting back to whatever settlement they're from, though, so I bottled up my frustration and waited. During the day I followed a few dozen yards behind the adventurers, and at night I went exploring but found nothing very interesting. After a month of this routine, mapping out my path with Great Sage, the trees began to thin. This was exciting, but I was lucky my slime body was so small. As the undergrowth grew thinner as well, I found myself having to hide in clumps of grass, flattening out to fully obscure myself from sight, or follow even further behind Aaron and the others. Then, all of a sudden, I watched them step onto a road. A road. Well, not much of one, only a dirt trail with tracks for 2 pairs of wheels, weeds growing on the ridge in between, but that still meant we had reached civilization. I had to follow quite far behind at this point, just keeping the 3 in the periphery of my magic sense. Their mood seemed to improve as we passed fields and groves and eventually farmland. One evening I was listening to their conversation. I had discovered there was nothing cool to find in human country. I'm so relieved. Aaron was saying. That creepy feeling is finally getting better. Yeah, Jido agreed as he tossed some vegetables in a skillet over the fire. I was a little worried at first, when it followed us out of the cave. Well, we'll be home soon. Kavol said cheerily, lying on the ground relaxing with a piece of straw in his teeth. I think there's no need to worry at this point. While the others mumbled agreements, I found myself wondering what they had been so worried about. Creepy feeling. I definitely didn't feel anything, in the cave or on the trip here. I wonder what caused it. Around midday a few days later, the adventurer trio of Aaron, Kavol, and Jido arrived at a human city. A city. Well, a town, but it was the first civilization I'd seen since reincarnating here. I was ecstatic. I stayed a ways back, watching as the gate guard let them through. I figured I could slip between the gaps in the portcullis when no one was looking, and nobody would pay attention to a harmless little slime wandering the city, right? So, first making sure that the guards weren't looking at me, I stealthily squeezed my way through one of the holes. It was a bit tight, but I managed to slink my way past it with only a little difficulty. But, as soon as I was on the other side, a strange feeling came across my body, a tingling, almost itchy sensation. Very uncomfortable, but not painful or anything. What is this? Notice, the effects of an anti-monster barrier have been detected. Just then, a blaring alarm went off and the nearby guards were sent into a scramble. Oh no. Just as I realized this is trouble, I was spotted by someone and he immediately made a beeline for me, being joined by some of his companions as they noticed his shouting and pointing at me. The next thing I knew, I had about a dozen guards all slashing at me without an ounce of mercy, with me rapidly bouncing all over the place, desperately trying to avoid getting diced to death. Wait. Wait. I cried, hopping away from the sword that was about to slice me in 2. I'm friendly. I waved 2 little slime arms at them frantically. See? A friendly slime. Some of the attacking men paused, looking at each other in confusion. I could hear them muttering things like, "It talks," and, "What did it say?" Yes. I thought excitedly. See, I'm just a harmless, lovable slime. We could put this misunderstanding behind us, then. Nice try, demon. A grizzled old veteran stepped to the front of the group and leveled his sword at me. You may have changed your appearance, he growled, but you can't hide your nature from me. I will die before I let you close to the people of this city. Whoa, I stared at him, as well as a slime could stare. This guy sounds so serious. Demon. What's he mean by that? But, just as I was about to ask, he let out a battle cry and charged. It was a simple matter to evade him, but I realized this was going to be harder than I thought. No, wait. I tried again, zipping around the swings of his blade. I'm not a demon. I'm just as suddenly he changed tactics and made a feint, a move I was unfamiliar with, and I mistimed my jump. The sharp edge of his sword gashed into me, getting stuck a few inches in. The man lost his grip on it as I fell to the ground, the blade still embedded in my body. Notice, Great Sage, reported, damage sustained is 3.724%. Self-regeneration was already taking care of it, but it would be a bit before I was fully restored. Now that I'd been stabbed, again, I thought it'd be best if I got out of there. My life was in danger at this point and convincing these humans that I'm not hostile seemed hopeless. So, I decided that it wasn't worth it for me to stay and fight or try to talk it out with this group. I managed to slip out of the circle of guards that had formed around me and made a beeline for the gate, squeezing out the same way I slipped in. I made a run for the forest as fast as I could, but behind me, I heard the gate being raised. Crap! I shouted as the guards poured out of the gate, a couple more joining them on horses. I could outrun humans just fine, but horses? The evidence that I couldn't was becoming clear as the two riders streaked ahead of the mob, making to flank me with spears at the ready. Crap! What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I thought in a panic, pushing my slime form across the ground as fast as I could manage. Slimes must not be very fast creatures naturally, I was realizing. When fighting monsters in the cave I could maneuver by jumping around them perfectly fine, but chasing was turning out to be a different story. I tried hopping for a while, but the time it took me to spring for the next jump was too costly, best to just keep moving straight for now. Using a water cannon was out of the question too. I wasn't looking to water gun people to death here, as much as they were trying their hardest to kill me. One of the riders came up beside me and stabbed his spear toward the ground. I veered out of the way, darting under the hooves of the other rider. Yikes. Getting stepped on by one of those would kill me for sure. I was starting to feel very small as my pursuers shook the ground behind me. Uh-oh. The two riders were trying to herd me in the direction of the rest of the guard, and that was not a fight I wanted to enter. I tried to backtrack, rapidly reversing direction. This slime form was turning out to be super agile, and streaked past them, but I was still too far from cover. The riders turned their mounts and caught up in no time. They started using their spears to force me back in the other direction. How am I going to get out of this? I started thinking rapidly. I could outrun most of the guards, but not the two horses, so, get rid of the horses. I was still hesitant to attack the humans, but the horses I didn't care about. I quickly reversed myself again. I could technically attack using any portion of my slime body, but I was still used to using the front. Jumping in the air, I shot two water blades at the horse's feet. My aim was a little shaky and the power level was hard to control while moving this fast, so I couldn't cut them off, but both animals got deep lacerations on their front legs. They went down in a heap, flinging their riders forward, and I took the opportunity to dart away into the forest. Finally out of sight of the human town, and almost back to the true wilds, the fight I just went through replayed in my mind. Why didn't they just listen? I dejectedly asked myself. Not once did I attack them, yet just showing up was enough for them to try to kill me without mercy. Chasing me down and calling me a demon too. It's annoying. It made me mad, my words not being taken seriously. That was my first direct interaction with humans and it went horribly because of those stubborn, narrow-minded guards. It took a few minutes for my frustration to subside somewhat and I started to reflect a little on what just transpired. I'm really not human anymore, am I? I muttered quietly to myself as the reality of my situation sunk in further. I'd accepted that on some level, learning that I'd been reborn as a slime, but it didn't really hit me until this point, or at least not this hard. When it came to those humans, I was seen as a monster, nothing but a threat to their safety. Maybe that was too brash, trying to go through the gate like that without permission. I wouldn't exactly call the approach I took charismatic, but I was just so excited to see what a human town is like in this world. It's definitely a method I won't use again. So for the past few weeks, I've mostly laid low. I did stumble across a few monsters that targeted me, but it didn't take much for me to take them out. None of them seemed as dangerous as what I encountered in the sealed cave, so killing and subsequently eating them wasn't any issue for me. It was mostly just a way of passing the time for me since the group of humans I was watching, were out of reach, still inside the town I have no access to. But, after some time spent hunting beasts in the forest, guess who I happened to come across again? That exact group of adventurers, this time with a +1. Another lady, this one with long, black hair and wearing an interesting-looking white mask with intricate patterns carved into it and a crimson gem in the center. I questioned why they were back in the forest again, but it's not like I can ask them, or can I? No, that's not a good idea. After how my last interaction with humans went, I didn't think approaching them out of nowhere and talking to them would do me any good. So, I took the same approach as before and kept my distance, simply observing the trio, now made quartet, from cover. A few more monsters went after either me or them. It's hard to tell since I didn't wait and see who they were targeting, I just noticed them approaching the area we all were in. But, either way, I think my actions made their travel easier since these four didn't end up having to fight anything along their journey. Honestly, taking beasts out and eating them is kind of fun, as sick as that sounds when I lay it out this clearly, but part of me really does get satisfaction from it. Does this have to do with me being a slime now? I have no idea, but I'll have to be careful not to lose myself to it. I dared to get a little closer to the four adventurers while they were taking a break to eat. Their newest member never bothers to take that mysterious mask off, even eating with it on, somehow. I have no idea how she does it, since it definitely covers her mouth completely, but I guess you can chalk that up to it being magical or something. As soon as I made a move to get a better view of them though, the lady with the mask suddenly turned her head, her still masked face now staring right in my direction. I felt as if her eyes were boring into me even though I had no way of seeing behind with her face covered. I felt another movement inside of me, Veldora again, but I wasn't sure why. Was he reacting to this woman for some reason? I had no way of knowing, but maybe this was a warning that I shouldn't mess with her. Not wanting her to come after me, I backed off, choosing to play it safe this time, and this seemed to calm her down since she went right back to eating right after I did. Shizu? Aaron asked the other woman. Is something wrong? Nothing. She softly replied. I'd been traveling with this group of kids for the past few weeks and things had been going relatively smoothly, but there is something following us. It's a monster, a strong one based on the intensity of its aura, but it hasn't been showing any blatant hostility. I didn't want to use my power since Ifrit is at risk of going out of control, so I'd avoided any direct confrontation with it so far. But, it was really getting tiresome, being on guard about this mystery monster for so long and I'm starting to debate confronting the creature. It really is weird how we haven't stumbled across any magical beasts out here for so long. I'm a little bored, actually. Aaron's voice jolted me out of my thoughts. We were all sitting around a fire, eating some pork miso soup I'd whipped up while clouds scud across the moon. You know, you're right. Kavul agreed, using a stick to prod a smoldering log further into the flame. We definitely had more trouble the last time we came here. I frowned, a possibility coming to mind. I may know why, actually, I said. Oh. Aaron looked at me in surprise. What do you mean, Shizu? There's a monster that's been following us, I explained, better that these kids were aware than getting jumped later. As I spoke I turned my head toward the dark trees, where I could sense it close by, but as soon as I looked in its direction, the presence retreated. It was wary of us, or at least me, for sure. A strong one too. It hasn't displayed any hostile intent, I added, but it's been quite persistent. Kavul looked around nervously at my revelation, and I noticed Jido subtly pull his sword closer from where it had been resting on the ground. Aaron, meanwhile, put a finger to her chin ponderingly. Maybe it's curious. She guessed. I couldn't help but let out a short, sharp laugh at that. These kids, I sighed. They're far too naive and innocent. At least the two men seem to be taking the threat seriously. Don't worry, I added to calm their nerves. I can keep track of it, so I'll know if it comes too close. You three just keep an eye out for anything else strange. We ate quietly for a few minutes before Jido spoke up. So you think its aura has been scaring all the other monsters away? He asked. I paused, mulling it over. Yes, the aura is quite intense, but not more than some of the high-ranked monsters in Jura. It's hard to say, I said at last, and left the matter at that, but the question stayed in my mind. Aura is a sign of territory for monsters, so it's possible our little stalker has been killing anything that comes close. It certainly seemed strong enough to detect any intruders within the effect of its aura. Funny, I snorted to myself. A monster guardian. I better not say that, though, these three look like the type to let their guard down. The mystery monster has been continuing to follow us, keeping at a respectful distance. But, this is starting to grow tiresome at this point, so I need to do something about them. I needed to see what exactly this monster is. Its actions had shown that it is likely sentient and intelligent, but that just made it even more of a threat in my eyes. Stay here. I need to take care of something. What is it, Shizu? Aaron asked, curiously staring at me. That monster is still following us. I believe it's about time I do something about it. Wait, Shizu. Let us help you. No. Stay back and let me take care of this myself. The three grumbled a bit more about my decision, but my resolve was already solidified. I don't want to put any of them in unnecessary danger, so dealing with this monster on my own is the best option. Yes, fighting would be a risk, but based on its actions so far, I'm not convinced that it will come after me without reason. As I approached the monster, sensing the source of the large aura that has been filling the air nearby for the entire time it has been tailing us, again, the monster backed away, remaining unseen. Show yourself, I know you are there. You seem intelligent, so can you speak? I took the risk of attempting to talk with whatever this creature is, going out on a limb, and assuming that it has intelligence. There was a rustling in the nearby brush before something emerged from the cover of the leaves. Small, shiny, and blue in color, a slime inched toward me in an almost sheepish manner. A slime. All this time it was a slime that has been following us. I was dumbfounded. Never would I have imagined this when picturing the monster with such a large aura trailing behind us, but there was no getting around it. This slime is definitely the monster that has been and was still emitting such an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Yes, I can speak. A sudden and extremely loud voice entered my mind. I was left speechless for a moment, stunned by how loud and enthusiastic the voice coming from the slime was. The voice was childish and high-pitched, its gender indiscernible, even cute. The slime seemed happy to be talking to me to the point of being excessively aggressive with its thoughts. But, based on the tone of its words, I didn't think it meant to be that way. That's good to hear, Slime-san, but could you please speak a bit softer? You were quite loud just then. I watched as the slime flattened slightly, possibly from embarrassment. Sorry, I guess haven't quite got the hang of talking yet. It apologized to me in a genuine tone, much quieter than before. I was surprised by this reaction, finding it strange coming from a monster. On top of that, there are other parts of it that I found puzzling. The aura that surrounded this slime was very large, but there was no hostility or ill intent to it. Normally, the aura of a monster is used to scare off enemies and flex their power, but based on what I can sense, that is not the case here. The aura is poorly managed and rough, very unrefined, and seemingly unintentional in its release. This alludes to this slime being very young, possibly, and lends credence to this large aura not being a sign of a threat in this case. Paying a little closer attention to it, I could actually sense the emotions of this slime, which made it easier to surmise its intentions. Nothing but curiosity and friendliness, combined with a hint of nervousness. If I may ask, Slime-san, why have you been following me and my companions? I asked, deciding to probe further about this slime's intentions. I was just curious about you, that's all. I'm not a bad slime, I promise. I let out a small chuckle. What the slime just said reminded me of something my old student Yukuin told me about, but I'm sure that was just a coincidence. The slime seemed to stare at me for a moment, confused by my reaction, but without skipping another beat, it spoke up again. Oh, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Rimuru Tempest, the slime suddenly said, surprising me. Most monsters lack a name, yet this slime has one. I conclude this is part of the source of its strength since the aura it is releasing is anything but normal for a monster of its type. Shizu is my name. I introduced myself, partly doubting my own actions, but the feeling of familiarity I'm getting from this slime is both strange and comforting. I sense that I can trust Rimuru, despite its monstrousness. But, taking care is still a necessity. Nice to meet you, Shizu-san. Rimuru the slime cheerfully said, bouncing happily. Knowing this monster would likely continue following us, it would be best to meet with it several times to make sure he is safe. Then I can bring it back to introduce it to those kids. If worst comes to worst, I can take care of this threat, but I do worry about the trio of adventurers with me. For all that they're a B-rank team, there's no way they'd be allowed to take jobs in the dangerous forest of Jura otherwise, they're quite scatterbrained. Really, I should shoo it off, but I'm hesitant to let a monster this strong wander into some unwitting village and cause havoc. The slime gazed up at me patiently as I lost myself in thought. I'll come to meet you a few times over the next few days, Slime-san. Then after that, I have a few people for you to meet. The slime bobbed excitedly. Sure. I'd love to talk again. Since you are curious about us, I say, you can follow for the time being. I'll come to talk to you again, but you can't enter the camp. There, a solid boundary. If it crosses that, I'll know it's hostile. Oh, really? That would be great. Shizu, the dark-haired woman wearing a beautiful white mask, approached me. She seemed to notice me many times while I watched her group, but now she finally talked to me. I was scared at first, worried that I would have another horrible experience when trying to talk to humans, and I did sort of blow it by getting too excited and talking much too loudly without knowing. Is that how I sounded the first time too? I guess that was probably the case and also contributed to my being seen as hostile. I may have exercised my voice while in the sealed cave, but I had no way to tell exactly how loud I was being until Shizu pointed out my mistake. It was very embarrassing for me, but she was kind enough to break it to me gently. I fixed the issue immediately and told her my name, first making a little reference to a game from Earth, and I may have just imagined it, but she seemed to get my joke. I can't know for sure yet, though, so I guess I'll have to ask her if she's in a similar situation to mine and is from Japan, which I'm suspecting more and more. After a little more talking, and meeting a few more times, one day Shizu told me to follow her into their camp to meet the people she's been traveling with. I was a bit nervous at first, following her along toward the tents. I didn't know how they'd react to me. One thing I definitely wasn't expecting though, was that they were going to be having a long-winded argument over the efficacy of the water skin and whether or not a canteen is better. Clearly, because a water skin can hold more, it's superior. Kavil yelled as he held up his own water skin. Jido countered and held up a canteen. A canteen is easier to store and harder to puncture, which is more useful when in a forest or up against monsters. The blonde-haired girl was sitting on a log, dejectedly watching the two men bicker. She let out a long sigh, before noticing Shizu, and then glancing straight at me. "Is that a slime?" she asked. "This is Slime-san, he can introduce himself." I prepared for a second attempt at my introduction. "Hello. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I'm not a bad slime, slurp." The blonde-haired girl seemed confused and alarmed for a moment, holding up her staff, before looking to Shizu again. "A sentient monster?" "Don't worry, he isn't hostile," Shizu assured the girl, walking up to her and patting her shoulder. My little spiel immediately got the attention of the bickering men, who promptly forgot their argument and crowded around me curiously. "A talking slime?" Jido asked. "Wow. How much do you think it'd sell for?" asked Kavil, a hint of greed glittering in his eyes. "Hey!" I shouted, using ultrasonic wave to give him a bit of a scare. The man flailed back screaming, before stepping back a bit to stare at me with a hurt look on his face. "Nobody's selling me," I huffed. "Oh my." Shizu had a hand on her head. "Slime-san isn't for sale, Kavil," she reprimanded him. "He's going to travel with us." "Oh." Aaron came over, crouching in front of me fearlessly. "A new friend." "Nice to meet you, Slime-san," she said excitedly. "My name is Aaron." "The two idiots over there are Kavil," she pointed to the blonde, and Jido, pointing to the brown. I knew their names already, but it was probably best if they didn't know that. "Nice to meet you, Aaron," I said cutely, jumping a bit in excitement. "My first human friends." "Well, welcome to the club, Rimuru." Jido smiled at me, sitting down by the fire pit. "But back to business, we need to find some monsters. Besides you," he gestured to me. I hopped up next to him. "Why's that?" "We're hunting for monster parts to sell." Aaron suddenly picked me up and set me in her lap. I thought about protesting, but she didn't seem like she was trying to be rude, so I let it slide. "How come?" I asked, tilting my slime eyes to look up at her. "Well," she smirked, "the four of us are adventurers. We're supposed to hunt monsters to keep the forest safe." "Oh. Like in video games." I was elated. "That's great." I jiggled. "Would you like some help?" "I hunt monsters all the time." Aaron glanced at Kavil and Jido hesitantly, while the two men exchanged looks. "The monsters we're looking for are a bit stronger than what you probably hunt, Rimuru," Kavil explained. "Huh." I huffed. "Well, why don't I show you?" I asked. "If you don't want them, we can just look for something else." The three adventurers exchanged looks again before Kavil nodded. "I guess he's the leader of the group." "All right," he grinned, "show us where they are." I stared at Aaron, sort of dumbfounded. "What do you mean, you're not able to deal with a night spider?" "They're weak." "Nay. Rimuru, a night spider isn't weak. They are for A-rank adventurers only." Aaron was waving her hands in front of me, and pointing into the spider nest. "Hey. Quiet down if you don't want to deal with it." I was close to sighing. The spider had just woken up and I could see it moving around with magic sense. Without an ounce of caution, Kavil walked right up to the entrance of the nest and pointed inside. "Why would we need to be quiet? You said it was probably asleep, didn't you?" I immediately shot a sticky thread, and pulled both of them behind me. A split second later, the massive steel-colored spider dashed right out of the nest and stabbed its claw into the ground where Kavil had been standing. I thought I heard Shizu sigh from somewhere near the entrance to the underground we were in. My own sigh joined hers as I prepared a water blade and waited for the spider to get just a bit closer. It turned and shot a thread at Aaron, before dashing at Kavil again. One more step. And I launched the water blade right as it was about to pounce on Kavil, cutting off three of the thing's legs on its left side. A shower of purple liquid flowed from the slashes as the creature fell onto its side. "Sorry, Kimo-chan." I sent another water blade to cut off its head, redirecting it with water manipulation to hit the right angle. "So, you guys were complaining about not getting enough supplies, right? Should this be enough?" Aaron and Kavil were standing there with their mouths agape. Hey, what's wrong? Answer my question. No need to be rude about it." I slouched while waiting for them to speak. Hopefully, they aren't all scared like the humans back in that city. "Rimuru-san. This is probably way too much. We can't carry all this." Erin walked up to the spider corpse and waved her hands around frantically while bouncing around it. Thank you so much. Kavil started crying tears of happiness. This might even be enough to rank up back at the guild. We finally won't get made fun of. I wanted to laugh at his dramatics but held it in for their sake. I think Kavil realized that, because he immediately picked himself back up and covered his face. Jido walked up to the spider with Shizu. Still gonna have a hard time, especially since we can't just go back to Bloomond right away. Don't suppose we got any good way to carry this, really. Jido sighed and looked dejected for a moment. I can carry it for you, I proposed and brought out some of the things in my stomach to demonstrate the ability. I should be able to store the spider too, no problem. If it can fit a full-size dragon, I'm sure I can stick this giant spider in there too. Slime-san, that might be a bit much. Shizu took a place standing next to me. If their ranks are pushed too high they'd be in danger, being expected to do missions they really can't accomplish. A quick exclamation point popped up on the top of my head. I guess that makes sense. If they get a high rank, they'd be expected to fight stuff like this all the time. Don't want to babysit them that much. Kavil looked away and pouted. Come on Shizu-san. We're not babies. We know what we can handle. I stared at him for several, unabridged moments. You just demonstrated that isn't true, like, less than 10 minutes ago. I pointed out without restraint, but this just seemed to hurt their pride. I have another idea though. How about I cook it for you instead? It should make for good food and I don't want it to go to waste. Though, I don't think I can taste it myself. I stared at the large circular pit of rocks and laid out my game plan. I'll need a crockpot for this. I sighed and turned internally to my skill. Great Sage, do we have enough metal to make a pot big enough for the night spider? I'd collected quite a bit while still in the cave, some called magic ore and some more that was just normal iron, the former becoming less common as I'd gotten closer to the entrance. Either way, I have an assortment of material stored away, ready to be used. Affirmative. Creation of the item, crockpot, should be possible at a sufficient size for the creature, night spider based on memories of the individual, Rimuru Tempest. Great. Can you make one for us now? Instead of responding to me, my predator skill activated and a massive pot the size of the night spider shot out of me. The adventurers around me jumped at the massive metal object that appeared so suddenly. Sorry I didn't warn you guys. Hee hee. I apologized, even though their startled reactions were kinda funny. I pushed the massive pot onto the rock circle, then filled it with water from my stomach as well. Do any of you know fire spells? I should have decent spices to use. But I haven't really figured out stuff like fire yet. Shizu-san had been staring at me intently since I had made the pot. It was a little frightening honestly, especially with her expression being hidden by her mask. Then, after a moment of uncomfortable silence, she just coughed. I can show you, Slime-san. Ha. You know fire magic. I popped up to the fire pit. Show me, please. I said, excited to learn a magic spell. I hadn't learned any spells yet, just skills, so I'm eager to finally get one. Shizu-san held up her fingertip and slowly an orange flame came from it like a blowtorch. I am using spirit magic. But I think as a monster you should be able to copy the spell if you can figure it out. She seemed to shake a little bit while using the spell, which concerned me. I wonder what's wrong. Great Sage, analyze the spell, please. And try to figure out what is wrong with Shizu-san if you can, too. I twiddled my little slime fingies while staring at the little piece of fire. Shizu kneeled down and held the fire close, but kept it at a kid-safe distance. Affirmative. Analysis and imitation of fire spirit magic, successful. Analysis of individual, Shizue Aizawa, blocked. Huh. Blocked. How? Anti-magic effect detected in item held by individual, Shizue Aizawa. Ugh. I was hoping to know what was wrong. Alright, I guess. I looked up to Shizu-san and gave a little slimy thumbs up. I got it. I assured her, and a little puff of flame came from my slimy appendage. Shizu giggled. You are quite skilled, Slime-san. That only took you a moment. She then dissipated her own flame and stepped back. Thank you, Shizu-san. I turned to the rock pit and blew a massive fire into it. Great Sage. Can the spell stay here if I step away from it? Affirmative. So long as magicules are provided, the spell will be sustained. I hopped up to the edge of the pot and carefully ejected the night spider into it. Then I asked, Great Sage, to mince up some of the herbs that I had collected from the forest, to make spices and put them in too. Finally, I made a lid for the pot and placed it on top before plopping back onto the ground. You are putting in a lot of work for this, Rimuru. Erin seemed a little worried for me when I landed. Huh. Oh, this is nothing. Though I do feel I am misusing my power a bit. I sighed internally. Jaido perked up and sat cross-legged. Speaking of power, Rimuru. Shizu told us you've been scaring off all the monsters around us. He paused and mouthed a few nothings. Thanks for that. You're welcome. But, we do have a job to do, though. We're here to document monster activity after the disappearance of the storm dragon. That's been really hard with you scaring them all off. Jaido sighed. Huh. Sorry for messing with your job. I turned away a bit embarrassed. It is fine, Rimuru. You stopped us from having to fight stuff like that night spider. Eren walked toward me and picked me up, then started petting me soothingly. Oh. That's nice. Wait. No. That's embarrassing. I am not a house cat. I tried to jiggle away a bit, but Eren held onto me firmly. Kavil sighed. Don't suppose there is any way you could help us chart out the monster activity, Rimuru? I had a question mark pop onto my slimy form. Huh. Well, maybe. I have been keeping that mental map since before I left the sealed cave. Great Sage, could you make a map of monster activity like that one? Affirmative, this is possible with the skill, Magic Sense. Good. Thank you, Great Sage. I turned to Kavil and began coming up with a scheme. Well. Maybe I could. But. I will need you guys to do something for me. I felt sort of Eldora-like, with what I was about to ask. What is that, Rimuru? Eren shifted me in her arms to pet me again. Really, I want someone to come and talk to me like this again. I popped into the air and made a loud declaration. I will make a map of monster activity for you to turn in, if. They shook a bit in anticipation as I let my point hang for dramatic effect. You come and visit me again later. I declared and puffed my slime body up to look bigger. Oh, why didn't you just say that earlier? Sure. Eren cheerfully agreed and caught me out of the air again. Yeah, you are making food for us and everything. Kavil assured. Jaido nodded. As long as you can keep us safe in our journeys, it'd help us as adventurers. And so we chatted the evening away, my new friends eating hot pot and me enjoying the smell. Things are looking up. Eventually the sun set, the fire died, and all 4 adventurers fell asleep. I was left alone, twiddling my slime thumbs and watching the stars move by painfully slow. Man, I sighed, not being able to sleep sucks. It had only been an hour or 2 since everyone went out, and frankly, I was surprised I lasted that long. I needed something to do, but the only things I had done so far in my life were hunt monsters, eat random objects, and practice my skills. Practice. Hunting right now was out of the question for obvious reasons, and I definitely don't want to go back to the monotonous task of mindlessly eating things, but I could still practice my skills. I would still keep watch, of course, but, Magic Sense, made it trivial to watch the wider area from some distance away. Apparently, I'd been scaring off the strong monsters too, whatever that meant, so it should be fine if I slip away for a bit. Giggling a little as I disappeared into the brush, I found a clearing a reasonable distance from the others, just enough so that any noise I made shouldn't sound unusual against the backdrop of the forest. Going over my list of skills, I searched for one that sounded interesting but that I haven't had the chance to try out yet. Black lightning. It sounds a little dangerous. I dunno, but it seemed like something I shouldn't play around with willy-nilly. But, right now, I'm in a clearing all alone with nothing else to do, so giving it a little test run shouldn't hurt. To be safe, I'll try it out as a slime since for my past tests with paralyzing breath and poisonous breath, I've figured out that not transforming into the corresponding monster tapers the strength of skills that come from them. I focused on a spot right in the center of the clearing and activated the skill. A blinding flash of light followed by an extremely loud boom filled the air as a large bolt of lightning struck the spot I aimed at. As the echo of it rang throughout the forest, I sat there in the grass, shocked and horrified by my own actions. Maybe, I should tuck that skill away and forget about it for now, add it to the emergencies only list. Yeah, that sounds like the right thing to do. Having had enough excitement for one night, I hopped back to camp, deciding to pretend that didn't just happen, but it seems while I was gone, all 4 of my friends woke up. I don't think I've ever heard you scream that loud before, Eren. Kavil muttered sleepily. I'd say, what was that anyway? It sounded like an explosion or something. Jaido added his own complaints to the mix, looking disgruntled and annoyed that he's been woken up. Dunno, it was scary, though, and I was having such a nice dream too. Eren whined as she rubbed her eyes. Shizu was the first to notice my return and immediately turned her masked face toward me and I felt as if she somehow knew it was all my fault. A woman's intuition is a scary thing, man. Hey, guys, that was quite the loud boom, huh? It was a big stray bolt of lightning, but I don't think you have to worry. I said in as casual of a tone as I could, trying to play it off as some freak accident. Oh, there you are, Rimuru. Eren said, scooping me up into her arms. So you say it was a stray lightning bolt? Cavil asked, peering up at the clear night sky with skeptical eyes. And there's not a single cloud in the sky, weird. Perhaps it was the product of a monster's skill, Shizu suggested, sending another glance in my direction. Yeah, she definitely knows it was my fault. Were you fighting something out there, Rimuru? You came from the same direction, I think. Jido pointed out. No, I wasn't fighting anything, I replied. Well, if it was nothing, I suggest we go back to bed. You're not concerned, Shizu? She shook her head at Erin's question, not seeming at all nervous about this. I am confident it won't happen again. Slime-san will also continue to keep watch for us as well, so I think getting some rest is the best choice. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out while you all sleep. Erin crouches to set me down, but before she can, Shizu takes me out of her arms. You can do that from inside a tent, right, Slime-san? Yeah, of course. Good night, Shizu. Erin waved before she ducked back into her tent. Cavil and Jido did the same, and Shizu carried me with her to hers. Lying down with me right next to her head, she said in a whisper, "Do be careful, Slime-san." I nodded, or bobbed, I guess. Either way, I believe that Shizu got the meaning out of my gesture and soon went back to sleep. A few days after the agreement to help them out, I was sitting on a log, watching as Erin and the two guys cleaned up camp. I wanted to help, but my slime body wasn't very good at grabbing things, at least, things I didn't intend to eat. So I just sat there and watched. It was boring. Hey. I hopped up to Erin. I'm gonna see where Shizu is. I'll be back, alright. Huh. Erin looked down at me. Oh, sure. Have fun. And with that, I was off. I hopped up a hill that I'd seen Shizu-san climb earlier with magic sense. I hope she's alright, she didn't even stop to eat. The trees gradually thinned as I climbed, until I was in a grassy clearing atop a steep slope, with one single tree on the edge. Shizu was under it, looking over the horizon. Slime-san, she said before I could even speak, are you an otherworlder? Oh. I jumped in the air, I was so surprised. You yes. What's your real name, then? She asked softly, still not looking at me. I couldn't help manifesting a little question mark, where was she going with this? Satoru. Mikami Satoru. I answered, and for some reason, the name felt strange to say. It hadn't been that long since I was human, right? So it's true. Shizu turned around and removed her mask, smiling. That line from when we met, it's from a game, isn't it? You're Japanese as well. What? I shouted gleefully, bounding over to her. You're Japanese? I asked excitedly as I looked up from her feet. I wondered, 'cause the name, and now that I've seen your face, you look Japanese. Hee, Shizu giggled, and her laugh was melodic. Yes. I'm what's called a summon. I was brought to this world a long time ago. She bent down and scooped me up, patting my slime body. It irked me to admit, but I didn't mind the pets. I'm not a cat. I told myself, but if Shizu was doing it. Back to reality. Summon. I questioned as I tilted my body a bit. What's that? Shizu's smile darkened, her eyes looking downcast. In this world, she said, otherworlders are powerful weapons for kingdoms or countries. It takes more than 30 mages performing a ritual to bring someone from another world, and when they arrive, they're enslaved. What? I shouted, jiggling furiously in her arms. That's horrible. I said, doesn't anyone stop them? She smiled sadly. Technically speaking, it's illegal in most places. She sighed, but that won't stop them. So you're a summon? I reiterated after a moment of silence. Did some kingdom bring you here? No, Slime S.A. Satoru-san. Shizu took a seat under the tree with me in her lap, and I was ready to hear her story. I was summoned by one of the pillars of this world, a powerful being called a Demon Lord. Demon Lord. I was going to be shouting a lot today, it seemed. What I've seen of this world is pretty fantastical, but they have those too. They know about Demon Lords in Japan now. Shizu asked in confusion. Kind of, I said. They're fictional, like in stories. Oh, she hummed. That is quite funny, but a little sad. I'd never really thought of it that way, but from her perspective it was. Sorry. It is alright, Satoru-san. She held me a bit closer. Now, the Demon Lord who summoned me used to be a hero. The Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell. He fell into becoming a Demon Lord for some reason none can understand. So he became the Platinum Devil. A hero can become a Demon Lord. I jiggled a bit uncomfortably. That sounds really overpowered. Of course. Shizu glanced down, puzzled. Anyway. I'm glad I get to spend my last days with someone from my homeland. Thank you, Satoru-san. I just wish I could see it all one more time. Her voice trailed off and got a little darker. Maybe she can. I got a skill from the direwolf I killed, though I never thought I'd use it. Great Sage, can I share my memories with thought communication? Affirmative. Please share my memories of Japan. Activating thought communication. Satoru-san, what is this? Her eyes went wide and she looked up in complete wonder at the images of modern Japan swirling above us. When did you get summoned? I asked. I'm not sure. She frowned a bit. It was a very long time ago, but bombs were falling from the sky when it happened. That sounds like World War II, I thought. Great Sage, show Shizu the rebuilding of Japan after the war. She watched the images, Great Sage, made, in awe as I told her about what had happened to our homeland since she left. Being hugged in Shizu's lap and talking about home made me feel a little wistful. I think she was even crying. Thank you for this, Satoru-san, she whispered as she patted me. So, we made our way through the Jura forest. I made regular maps for them, with charts of the monster activity in those areas of the forest, and we continued toward the goal Shizu had in mind. One foot in front of the other, hunting monsters, getting water, having feasts, even though I couldn't taste a thing. It really was fun. Even with the dark cloud that progressively formed over interactions with Shizu, I tried to keep a close eye on her. One night, we set up camp and she started twisting and turning in her sleeping bag. Worried, I tried to wake her up. She did jolt awake, with terrible orange eyes overtaking her black ones. She grabbed onto me and squeezed me tightly before suddenly the orange faded and she looked terrified. Sorry, Satoru-san. She muttered as she loosened her hug. What was that, Shizu-san? I quivered a bit looking up at her. Please don't worry about it. I'll be fine. She was still shivering, like a child that just endured a nightmare. I let her continue to hold me close since it seemed to bring her comfort, and we just stayed like that until sunrise. When we finally did get up to go, Shizu was walking unsteadily, shaking constantly, and jittering when she looked around. She just wasn't herself. Shizu, are you okay? Aaron held onto her shoulder and tried to feel her forehead. When suddenly Shizu fell to her knees and screamed. Her mask fell off in the process, revealing her agonized expression and tearful eyes, now glowing an ominous orange. Aaron jumped back on instinct. I briefly locked gazes with Shizu, and without any words needed, I sensed that she was apologizing for what was about to happen. Then, the entire clearing around Shizu was bathed in a column of fire reaching into the high heavens. Jaido started muttering. Shizu. Shizue. Shizue Izawa. The Conqueror of Flames. That explains why she was so confident to waltz into the Jura forest. She is an S-class adventurer. What does that mean? I yelled frantically. No time to explain, but what that creature is overtaking her right now is a spirit, a flame giant, Ifrit. Jaido took cover behind a tree. We need to save Shizu. Aaron held up her staff defensively. I turned back to the pillar of flames and got determined. I can't let her get taken over by whatever that thing is. I dashed forward, rolling fast across the ground. The adventurers prepared themselves too, Kavol and Jaido getting in front of Aaron to protect her. Then they cast what looked like a barrier spell. I couldn't focus on them though, I was in a stare-down with Ifrit. It wasted no time having its chest explode and let out several weaker-looking fire demons or something. Great. There goes our numbers advantage. I internally groaned. I shot out a water blade at one of the lesser enemies and landed a hit, slicing it in half. But it reformed a moment later, not looking damaged by the attack at all. I guess that didn't work. Then, I remember something that Aaron taught me: if a skill doesn't work on this thing, maybe magic will. Icicle Lance. I shouted, sending a barrage of icy spears at the enemy, skewering it many times. Right after, it dissipated into nothing along with the magic. I breathed a sigh of relief that I could attack these things. As I prepared to attack the second spirit, something caught my attention in magic sense. The third spirit was headed right for Aaron and the others. Until now, they'd had a barrier set up, but the magic explosion the spirit seemed to be setting up would tear right through that. I hopped high into the air, bouncing toward the thing to stop it before it reached my friends. Reaching toward it, I shouted, "Predator!" I wrapped my body around the spirit right as it exploded, some of the blast hitting Aaron's shield, but with my help, most of the blast's force was eaten. I was even still at full health, though the attack had almost popped me like a balloon. Why didn't that hurt me at all? Notice, the effects of thermal fluctuation resistance nullified the heat-based attack of the fire spirit, Salamander. I sensed some irritation in the tone of Great Sage, indirectly calling me silly for forgetting about my own resistances. But, wait, doesn't that mean I have this fight in the bag? Like, these are fire spirits, so if I can't get hurt by fire, that means I can't lose, right? Notice, cannot be confirmed. Analysis of greater spirit, Ifrit, incomplete. Still, that puts me at a huge advantage. I guess that explains why I've felt no sense of danger for myself since this fight started. But, even though I may be able to tank fire blasts, I don't think my friends can. Guys, get out of here while you still can. I shouted, killing the last of Ifrit's minions with icicle lances. Be but Rimuru-san. Eren complained. No, I mean it. I can beat this thing controlling Shizu-san, I promise. Its fire can't hurt me, I have thermal fluctuation resistance. I need you out of here, even if I am not sure I can win. So don't blame me for lying later. Come on, Eren. Rimuru has a big advantage. He stands a better chance against that monstrosity than us, Kavul said, already turning to run away. Jido nodded in agreement and joined Kavul in his gesturing for Eren to follow. She glanced over at me with a worried expression, then back to her companions, before resolutely nodding. If you say so, Rimuru, we'll trust you to handle this. She firmly said as if trying to reassure herself more than anything. I turned back to Ifrit, and glared with my slimy eyes, the two of us now one-on-one in the clearing. Ifrit looked angry, but I was angrier. Not only did he send one of his pawns to kill my 3 new friends, but he's stolen the body of my 4th. I didn't know if Shizu was still alive in there or not, but I hoped that defeating Ifrit would free her from this curse, and let her lead a more pleasant life. Ifrit charged toward me wielding a sword made of flame and split into dozens of clones that began to dance around me. I dodged their slashes, one after another, bouncing around erratically until I spotted the real one with magic sense. Having found the real Ifrit, I unleashed a flurry of icicle lances in all directions, taking out all the clones in one fell swoop. While my focus was on the clones, Ifrit blasted a massive stream of flame from its mouth. The attack managed to graze me as I dodged, shooting an icicle lance back. Ifrit's eyes followed it, giving me a chance to get into a better position. But just when I thought I might be getting the upper hand, I noticed something under me. Well, it seems I wasn't the only one doing the distracting. A massive magic circle that I hadn't noticed until now suddenly activated, enveloping the entire area in flame. There was no way for me to escape it, I was about to be fried to ashes. The circle activated, sending a white-hot pillar of flame up around me. Oh crap! Panicking, I questioned if my resistance to heat will be enough to withstand such a high-energy spell. Notice, elemental effect of flare circle is being cancelled by thermal fluctuation resistance. Oh, great sage. So does this mean I'm safe? Answer, affirmative. Ahahahaha. So this thing can't hurt me then. I was elated that this thing's attacks were just as ineffective on me as its buddies. Assured that Ifrit couldn't hurt me, I shot a sticky thread, sure that despite Ifrit's spiritual nature, I could bind it since Shizu was its core. The spirit squirmed and screamed, and for the first time its eyes went wide in genuine fear. I felt I'd be smiling if I could as I inched toward it. Your time is up. Ifrit gave one last struggle. I'll never let you hurt Shizu again, I declared. Then I predated it without another thought. After the fight, I was in a daze. Shizu was left on the ground where I isolated her from Ifrit, completely knocked out. I just sat there a bit blankly, still trying to process what just happened. During the fight, I needed to act quickly, so my body just moved automatically, but now that things were calm. It took a little while for the adventurers to come up to me again. Eren rushed toward Shizu, examining her worriedly. She's alive, she sighed with relief, and I realized I'd been, figuratively, holding my breath. We need to make camp until she wakes up, Jido said. He glanced around at the forest, but I don't like the idea of being in the open when she's this vulnerable. I can carry her, I said. I know a safe place not far from here. Eren and the rest turned around to find me in my Tempest Star Wolf form, a big black-furred beast with spiraling gold horns on its head. Kavul let out a yelp and stumbled back while the other two stared in shock. Rimuru. Eren asked, is that you? Yeah. I laid down on the ground and rested my chin on my paws so I wouldn't seem as big. How did you do that? Kavul asked curiously, recovering from his fright as he came up to examine my form. I can mimic the form of whatever I eat, I explained. My tail began wagging on its own, though when I realized I quickly stopped it. So you ate, whatever that thing is? Eren asked as she approached, touching my horns. This is a Tempest Star Wolf, I explained. What I ate was a dire wolf. The form changes sometimes after I use it, I don't know why. This is all very interesting. Jido said, but Rimuru, he bent down to meet my wolf form's eyes. You know a safe place? Aha. I nodded, my tail wagging rapidly again. I can carry Shizu, too. The look on Eren's face was enthusiastic, she was all for this plan, I could tell. The two men weren't as visibly excited, but they seemed relieved. After a moment Jido gave a slight nod. All right, Kavul said, lead the way. They laid Shizu on my back, then Kavul helped Eren mount up to hold her in place. As he started to climb himself, however, I turned my head around. Actually, I said, you guys should walk. Just in case Eren or Shizu slide off. Oh, okay. Kavul nodded, seeing the sense in that. I could carry all four of them, but to be honest, it just felt weird to have other people on my back. I was still used to being human. Sure, I'd take my nieces on horsey rides all the time, but with grown men. Not a chance. Eren yelped as I stood up, keeping her arms around Shizu and gripping my sides with her legs to deal with the rocking motion. I gave a single wag of my tail to Kavul and Jido. Follow me, I said. The last thing I felt as we left was a group of presences with magic sense. They felt sort of similar to Ifrit, but also a bit like Veldora. I couldn't find them again when I looked harder though. We started walking through the forest, moving slowly so I wouldn't jostle Shizu too much and so the other two could keep up. As we got closer to the mountain I could tell Kavul and Jido were looking around a lot more, sometimes sharing looks. What's up? I asked, pausing. It's nothing. Kavul reassured me with a wave of his hand, but this place is safe, right? Of course. I grinned, tongue hanging out. So we moved along until we came to the entrance of the cave I'd been born in. Kavul and Jido stopped as I passed through the entrance. We're here, I said as soon as I stepped into the cool gloom, turning my head to look at them. Rimuru? Eren asked from on my back. Yeah. I tilted my head in her direction. I don't think this place is very safe, she answered. What do you mean? I asked in confusion, flicking my tail nervously. This is where the storm dragon was, right? She explained, and it's full of monsters. Oh. Right, for humans, a cave teeming with giant snakes, spiders, and a legendary dragon at the bottom was probably pretty scary. With Shizu in this condition, it's no wonder they'd be skeptical. Don't worry. I reassured them, I cleaned it out. There's nothing dangerous in here anymore. So you live here? Jido asked me, coming up to my head. I tilted my head. I was born here, so I guess. Wow. Kavul slapped my flank. No wonder you're so strong. My tail wagged at the compliment, and I couldn't resist a grin. Hee hee. Well, Jido put his hands on his hips as he peered into the cave. Let's set up near the entrance, all right? Okay. I replied enthusiastically, tail wagging. I led them only a few more steps inside to a hollow in the wall that kept the wind out. Settling down in my wolf form, Eren hopped off me as Kavul and Jido got Shizu situated. As soon as I was free of the burden, I returned to slime form to make some more room. You're really something, Rimuru, Kavul chuckled as they set up camp. Huh. A question mark manifested on my head as I looked at him curiously. He means you're a unique monster, Eren answered with a smile. She sat down on the floor near me and patted my springy body. A very special one. Oh, thanks. I guess a talking slime with shape-shifting powers was pretty weird, come to think of it. Do you know what happened to the storm dragon, Rimuru? Jido asked curiously. Oh. That was the reason I saw these three the first time, right? Something told me it was a bad idea to casually say, oh, I ate him. Nope, I responded bluntly. Jido shrugged, chuckling a bit. Yeah, I just figured I'd ask if you were from here and all. Yeah, sorry, I laughed nervously. I've got no idea. Days passed with Shizu remaining unconscious, but all four of us stayed hopeful for her survival. She had nothing physically wrong with her, at least nothing that some potion could fix. That was one of the first things I tried, but it didn't do anything to help her condition. Gradually, she seemed to age decades, no longer looking like the young woman I'd gotten to know, but that didn't stifle the closeness that's grown between us in the short time we'd spent together. The trio and I remained at her side the entire time, waiting for Shizu to wake up again, but I was beginning to grow unsure that would happen. The quiet of the cave was suddenly interrupted by a small, shallow gasp that grabbed our attention immediately. Shizu finally opened her eyes again and turned to look at Eren, Kavul, Jido, and me, smiling weakly after noticing us. Thank goodness, you are all safe. She mumbled in a mere whisper, too tired to manage much else. When I lost control of Ifrit, I feared the worst would happen. Shoo. It's all right, Shizu, none of us were badly hurt. Eren kindly explains, sensing the worry in the woman's voice. Yeah, we're a B-rank team, you know. Kavul declared with a chuckle. Shizu smiled warmly at this. So bold, just like Hinata-chan, and enduring hardships with a smile, just like Yukuin, my old students, now grown up, I wish I could have seen them one last time. Shizu whispered wistfully to herself before she turned her dark eyes toward me. Slime-san, come closer. I hopped right to her side as she asked. Happy to see me, she smiled softly. You ate my curse, didn't you, slime-san? Yes, I did. It feels nice to be free of that burden, but I believe I won't last much longer without it. No. I exclaimed, shocked. You're going to get better. I insisted, but Shizu just shook her head slightly at my assertion. She fell silent for a moment, staring up at the cave ceiling. Are you willing to hear the last wishes of this old woman? She asks me calmly. Shizu, and no. You see can't. Erin sobbed off to the side, no longer able to contain her tears. Her two friends patted the girl on the back, both wearing sullen expressions of sadness. Why yes. I went on this journey, for two reasons. I was a teacher in Inglesia, and my 5 young students, I was trying to find a way to save them from their fates. And my demon lord, the one I spoke with you about, I wanted to tell him off for what he did to me, just once. I was at a complete loss for words. I'd never lost a single person close to me in either of my lives and I just didn't know how to handle this sort of thing. But, I needed to be strong and carry on Shizu's wishes. It was the least I could do for a fellow countryman and someone I consider my close friend. I'm just a slime, but I'll try my best to carry out those tasks for you, Shizu-san, I assured her. And you 3, please stay safe, try your best not to be so reckless. Erin nodded her head, still sobbing. Yes, Shizu, I'll keep these 2 safe, Kavul answered. Same here. We won't go dying unnecessarily. Jaido added. Shizu, seeming satisfied with their answers, again turned her attention to me. I know this is selfish of me, but can I ask you for one more thing of you? Of course. Eat me. What? I could never dash. This cruel world, I don't want to be buried in it. Please, eat me in the same way you did my curse so that I may rest within someone I know and trust. Someone from my true home. Please, Slime-san, no, Satoru-san. I glanced back at the trio and found them staring with even more shock and horror than I was, but they didn't say anything. If that's what you want, I will do it. By my name as Mikami Satoru and Rimuru Tempest, I will carry out your last wishes. Thank you. Shizu's words barely escaped her lips before she seemed to drift off to sleep, likely one she'd never wake up from. Shizu was gone. Her once black hair had turned stark white, her fair skin was old and wrinkled now. Just how old had she been? If slimes could cry, I'm sure I would right now, but there was something I needed to do. I said to the 3 humans behind me, the 2 men beginning to join Erin in her sobs. Please don't watch. If I was going to do this, I didn't want the last thing they saw of Shizu to be her disappearing. Notice, would you like to use the unique skill, Predator? Yes/no. Yes. I spread my body gently across Shizu, engaging my skill and leaving nothing behind. Report. Great Sage, said, Mimic, human acquired. Would you like to mimic this species? For some reason, I hadn't ever thought that if I ate a human, I could gain that form again. Perhaps it's because I used to be human, so I could never think of eating one, though in hindsight it made sense, and despite all the perks I had as a slime, I missed that form. Scenes of my old life flashed across my mind, and I thought yes. Great Sage did most of the work for me. I was pretty adept at using Mimic on my own now, but for new forms, it was still tricky. Before I knew it I was sitting on the ground, looking down at my new hands and feeling something familiar run down my cheeks. I was crying. I was also naked, I realized in horror, and quickly produced Shizu's cloak from my stomach to wrap around myself. Thankfully, Erin, Kavul, and Jaido were still politely turned away. You can look now, I whispered, feeling a little strange speaking with lips after so long. I hadn't taken a very good look at myself yet, just drew the white cloak tightly around myself and let the tears fall. My vision was strange, too, after getting used to magic sense, it felt kind of limiting to see through human eyes. All 3 turned around and stared at me in shock. Is that you, Rimuru? Kavul asked. Yes, I don't look weird, do I? Their disbelieving stares are starting to make me feel self-conscious, and since I have little idea of my appearance, I'm starting to imagine the worst. No, it's just, you look like a smaller Shizu. Erin muttered, wiping the tears out of her reddened eyes. The 2 men nodded in agreement at her observation. I did almost immediately realize that my form was a lot smaller than what I expected, but learning that I have a striking resemblance to Shizu is a surprise. It makes sense if you think about it, though, since I'm directly mimicking her form. Suddenly, Erin springs forward and scoops me up into a tight hug. Let's all carry on Shizu's memory, together, she declared. The tears kept streaming as I let her hug me tightly, quickly joined by Kavul and Jaido, all wanting to pay their final respects to our friend through me. We can't have you walking around naked like that, Rimuru. Erin suddenly pointed out after everyone stifled their sobs and calmed down. I can just return to my usual form until I get some proper clothes, though. No, I think I have something that should fit. Aaron pulled out a fairly small bag with a strap and reached inside with one arm. The bag was much deeper than it seemed it should be by looking at it, covering Erin's arm all the way up to her shoulder. Oh, this is a bag enchanted with spatial magic. I got it as a gift from my cousin, actually. It's super useful, she explained, seeing my confusion. She soon pulled out something, her eyes lighting up, and she said, "Ah, there it is." She held it up for me to see, smiling gleefully. "Ah, Aaron. Yeah. That's not, well, I don't think, could I maybe try on something a little less girly?" I tried to break it to her gently because I know that Aaron is just trying to be nice here, but I'm reluctant to wear what she just picked. "What do you mean, Rimuru? I think it would look cute on you." Well, I'm sort of a guy. But not really. I used to be, anyway, but... I trailed off, not really wanting to start a massive tangent about my life story. Erin just tilted her head to the side in response, confused by my answer, and I don't blame her. My explanation made no sense without context, I realized, so I need to try again or I'll get nowhere with this. I'm an otherworlder, just like Shizu-san, but a different type. I died in my previous world and got reincarnated here as a slime. I was a man in my previous life, but my new slime body doesn't seem to be male or female. But I still see myself as more of a man, so wearing that. Oh. No wonder Shizu trusted you so much. Why didn't you tell us sooner, Rimuru? Well, that sounds like a pretty crazy story to me, Aaron. I bet Rimuru wasn't sure we'd believe him. Jaido pointed out. Yeah, I'm not saying I doubt you or anything, Rimuru, but I've never heard of anything like that happening before. Kaval shrugged. But Rimuru, aren't you using Shizu's body right now? Aaron asked. What? I mean, you look a lot like her, just younger, so. No, I don't have what you're thinking. Like I just said, my body is genderless. That was actually the first part one checked a minute ago when I scoped out this form with magic sense. Dang, and I was hoping I could see you in this. Aaron muttered, disappointed that I apparently just ruined her fun. I sighed, eyeing the girlish clothing one more time with reluctance, and then back to Aaron's sad face. Fine. I'll at least humor you by trying it on, okay? No promises that I'll wear it for more than a minute, though. Yay. Aaron cheered before immediately looking at the two men in the room. Out, you two. What? I said leave the room. Fine. Come on, Kaval, let's wait outside. Kaval shrugged, then obeyed, leaving me alone with Aaron. All right. She turned back to me with a grin, let's take off that cloak. Hey. I squealed, leaning away instinctually. You're not gonna leave too? I asked. I had kind of just assumed she'd give me the clothes and I'd change in a bush or something. Why would I? Aaron tilted her head innocently. It's just. Dang it, the first time in my life a girl asks me to strip, and it's like this. It feels weird. I blurted out, having no other explanation. Don't be shy. Aaron grinned teasingly. You said there's nothing to show, right? Well, yeah, but why'd you send Kaval and Jaido out if you knew that? Silly, Aaron waved a finger in front of me like a scolding mother. That's Shizu's form, remember? They don't need to see that. And you do. So are you gonna change or not? I. As I searched in vain for an excuse, Aaron reached out. Before I knew it, she'd whisked the cloak away, and I was too flustered to stop her. I shrieked in embarrassment as she lunged at me, shoving the new clothes over my head in one swift motion. Aaron stepped back with her hands on her hips, clearly satisfied with her handiwork. You look so cute. She squealed. I don't want to look cute. I protested. I'm a man. A bastion of masculinity. But look. She said again, chanting some sort of spell that made this cool floating rectangle in the air. I could see my reflection in it, though it was hazier than a mirror and wobbled. Right now I was wearing a long, short-sleeved tunic, one that was so big on me its hem brushed my knees. The sleeves were meant to be pretty high up, but on me, they almost covered my upper arm. The medium blue cloth went well with my eyes and my new, silvery sky-colored hair. The only problem was I looked like a square, the massive shirt hanging off me with absolutely no contours. Ooh. Aaron said excitedly, this will help. She produced a silver sash and tied it around my waist, making me look a bit less like a kid in his parents' shirt, if still a bit makeshift. I just don't have shoes that fit you. Aaron muttered in concern, putting a thoughtful finger on her lip. That's okay. I immediately answered, are you done now? Oh, one more thing. Aaron grabbed my shoulders and turned me around, and I felt her tugging at my chin-length locks of hair. Wait, no. I scrambled to get away, but Aaron had my hair, or my slime, I guess, in a death grip. You're doing my hair too? Of course. She insisted, it completes the look. I sputtered, trying to come up with a convincing argument, but her hands moved quicker than any excuses I could dream up. She couldn't do a lot since my hair was so short, but I ended up with symmetrical braids going from my temples and meeting in the back, a bit reminiscent of a laurel. Are you done now? I asked again, getting close to my limit of patience. Aaron happily nodded and patted me on the top of my head. I grabbed the hem of the tunic made into a dress, preparing to take it off, but Aaron immediately stopped me. Let me show Kavol and Jido first, she pleaded with puppy dog eyes. Fine, I grumbled as she led me out of the cave by my wrist. Behold. Without warning, she grabbed me by the armpits and hoisted me up, displaying all my girlified glory for the two men to see. Kavol sputtered, snickered, then gave up and full-out laughed. Rimuru. He guffawed, she got you good. Shut up, I whined, probably beet red, could slimes blush. Can I do that in human form? I'll have to check. Answer, emotionally induced erythema is included in the functions of mimic, human. Well, thanks for that, Sage. I think it was getting huffy with me, but that would be weird, so I ignored it. Well, that is downright adorable, Jido smirked, walking over with Kavol. Isn't it? Aaron cheered. I showed Rimuru with magic reflection. It's cute, right? She set me down and leaned over my shoulder from behind. I shrank away, intimidated by the sheer force of this woman's excitement. Say it's cute, Rimuru. It. The words caught in my throat. I looked away, gritting my teeth and most definitely blushing. It's cute, I admitted reluctantly. Yay. Aaron cheered, squeezing me in a hug from behind. So, can we try something else now? I begged her. Ah. Oh no, there's that sad face. I worked really hard on this, she pouted. You took 10 minutes. I wanted to scream. I desperately wanted to change, but it was not like I had anything better to wear, and I doubted that any outfits coming from Aaron would be any more palatable than this one. Sighing in defeat, I decided to just leave things as they are to appease Aaron. It's not like anyone but these three will see me like this anyway. Alright, I'll leave myself like this since it seems to make you so happy, Aaron. Aaron smiled at this and nodded, satisfied with my answer. Then, I turned my attention to the two men who laughed at my appearance just a moment ago. Just don't laugh at me anymore for agreeing to this, okay you two? Hee hee, sure thing, Rimuru. I get how you feel too, just a little. Aaron's played around with my hair once or twice and I just had to sit there and take it. Kavol answered. Yeah, I won't make fun of you again, don't worry. I was just a little surprised you let her go that far with you, especially after I heard you shouting about being a bastion of masculinity. Honestly, I'm kinda curious about what you looked like before dying, Rimuru, Kavol commented. You are. I wasn't really anything special, just an average 37-year-old guy. I was exaggerating when I said I was a bastion of masculinity. I knew I could have shown them what I used to look like with thought communication, but I honestly don't want their opinions on my previous self. I was kinda a failure as a man in the end and getting some color commentary on my appearance didn't really appeal to me. Well, Rimuru? Kavol asked. We need to head back to Bloomond, but you're welcome to stay with us for a few days. Oh, I smiled, glancing back at the entrance to the sealed cave. Sure. I would like that. The adventurers were very friendly with me, but as I walked with them back towards their home they all seemed pretty sad. Well, I was sad, too, enough that I didn't want to eat despite the fact that I'd missed it so much. I didn't want my first meal in my new life to be the trio's soggy rations anyway. I didn't use human form around them often, first because it was a bit much to have them see me in such a girlish outfit, but I would also catch them staring at me with sad eyes. With magic sense, I knew they did this for hours sometimes when we were walking, but they always looked away when I turned my head. One day, as I bent over a pot of stew while considering tasting it, I caught sight of my reflection. It was foggy, warped, and tinted orange, but the face staring back at me wasn't my own, it was Shizu's. This wasn't my body. That wasn't my face. So eventually, I stopped using human form around my friends altogether. Then came the fateful day. I was being carried in Aaron's arms as the trio came to the edge of the forest, the same spot I'd once followed them to. Alright, I said as I hopped out of Aaron's arms, making her squeal. I guess this is goodbye. Really, Rimuru? She was starting to pout, crouching down and patting my slime body. You'd be welcome to come with us. I'll explain everything to the guild. Back to that settlement. Back with humans. The offer tempted me, but my last experience proved I at least needed a way to become less conspicuous first. I don't know how they even noticed me the first time, but that just proved my point. Nah, I decided. I don't think I should. Besides. Trying to put up a more cheerful mood, I leaped onto Kaval's shoulder. I still need to map the rest of this forest for you guys. I'll come by once I have a complete map for you. Really? Jido looked at me in surprise. This forest is huge, you know. Sure, I said, but I bet I can cover it, and I have a human form now. I returned to Shizu's form, just this once, despite the sad glint in their eyes. Once I get the hang of it, I should be able to get far enough in town to find you guys. We'll tell the guildmaster about you so you don't have any trouble when you show up, Kaval promised me. Thanks, I smiled. That means a lot to me. Maybe next time wouldn't be so bad after all. We'll be back when we can. Erin threw her arms around me. I let her for a moment before returning to slime form. All right, I'll see you. I waved them off with a little slime arm as they walked away until they vanished over the crest of the hill. A shower of red fell down around me as the blood of the monster I was fighting spread through the air. Over and over, I swung the sword gifted to me by Shizu, taking out my frustrations and grief on the unfortunate foe facing me. Since the trio left me, I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Shizu. I knew it wasn't my fault, but she was the first person from my homeland that I'd met and I lost her. Maybe, if I was just stronger, if I knew more, that wouldn't have happened. I had nothing to do, and she wouldn't leave my mind unless I forced it out. Mapping the forest just involved me covering it on foot, spreading out my magic sense, and analyzing it passively with great sage, but the monotony of it left my mind idle. It kept wandering to what I'd lost, who I'd lost. Great sage was the only thing I had to talk to, but it can only give me simple responses. It's not the same. I even tried to speak with Veldora again, hoping that I'd have someone to talk to, but I never heard a response, so I started hunting. I'd learned that hunting takes my mind off of things, it demands enough of my attention to do the job. So, that's what I've been doing for weeks now, not really taking any time to rest because as soon as I would, I'd be hit with the grief I'd been shoving out of my mind forcefully. Keeping busy was the best way to prevent that. After I defeated monsters I would eat them, and that gave me plenty of material to make new clothes with. Sorry, Erin, I am not wearing this dress thing any longer than necessary. So I had a navy shrug lined with fur, sturdy boots, black pants, and a white shirt. My fashion sense was horrible, so I had, great sage, put together the ensemble, adding more pieces as I encountered new monsters. But, as I fought more and more, it required less and less thought, defeating the whole purpose behind the action. To keep up the challenge, I followed the strongest presences that I could parse with magic sense, and eventually, I came across a true foe, or I should say foes. A gathering of powerful monsters, ones that I recognize, but have only taken on one at a time in the past. Apex predators of the forest, night spiders. A whole clutch of them, I think, there are at least a dozen in this den, and I'm gonna take them all down. I stood among the corpses of the night spiders, the clothing I'd made for myself slashed to pieces. The reckless frenzy I went into to fight them was over, but I hadn't exactly escaped without damage, even against foes that I called weak when I faced them one-on-one. As the adrenaline, or the slime equivalent, started to wear off, a familiar voice chimed in my head. Warning. Magicule stores dangerously low. Further depletion of magicules by use of skills may result in loss of consciousness. Really? I furrowed my brow for a second, then stored Shizu's sword with Predator, and returned to slime form. I'd been fighting a lot of monsters, yeah, but I hadn't felt pain or fatigue so. Notice. The individual Rimuru Tempest does not experience fatigue due to their nature as a slime. Pain is blocked by, cancel pain, ... Well, that's. Actually, I didn't know how to react to that. Not feeling hurt or tired was great, but then how was I supposed to tell when I was overdoing it? Notice. Magicule levels can be monitored with the use of magic sense ... Oh. So it's like a game, then. Alright. I just have to keep a closer eye on myself in the future. Now that the battle fever had worn off though, I realized what a gruesome scene I had created. The night spider corpses were everywhere, bashed up, bleeding, and in pieces. I winced a bit at the sight, but I guess this was simple enough. I'd just eat them all with Predator, and that would do a lot to restore my energy as well. So I hopped up to the nearest corpse and jumped in the air, covering the dead spider and absorbing it whole, before moving on to the rest. Once the cave was clean I morphed into human form and put my clothes back on. I still haven't figured out how to put them on mid-transformation, but it's been something I've been working on. It quickly occurred to me that it was strange that my clothes seemed intact because the last I'd seen them, they were in tatters. Maybe the sage fixed them up for me. It was the thing that crafted them in the first place, so probably. Now what do? I just took on an entire den of night spiders and wasn't much worse for wear, but while I had been idle thoughts of Shizu, and my old life in Japan, had crept back. It ached. Night spiders couldn't be the strongest thing in this forest, right? I decided to return to hunting. I left the nest and continued my journey mapping the forest, still hunting to occupy my time, but being much more careful about it. Before, I'd been slinging skills around recklessly and letting myself get injured by both my own attacks and those of my foes, confident that I could just heal myself afterward. Now, though, I started actually being careful and tactical when fighting, and in the process, I was growing stronger. I didn't care a terrible amount about that, but it did seem to have odd effects on the monsters I attacked. Beforehand, strong monsters would often come to me first, but the more of them I defeated the harder it was to find them. Pretty soon, I realized that monsters were running from me as soon as they were in range of my magic sense, which was super weird. It was almost like everything in this forest had suddenly gained ESP. With my quarries getting harder to sneak up on, I had to change strategies. I had learned that, while my slime form was great for maneuvering and harder to hit in battle, it wasn't very fast in a straight line, the complete opposite of my human or direwolf forms. So as soon as I caught sight of something that looked interesting, I'd take off after it, usually running it down in wolf form and finishing it off as a slime or as a human, and that's what I was doing when I encountered the ogres. "Father, I will take care of this threat." The chief, my father, stood before me, staring at me pensively. "I understand that you are strong, my son, but this is a threat you cannot take on alone. Bring the elder and a team of a few others with you. The impending threat of a pack of monsters is nothing that my strength couldn't handle, but this swarm of monsters is being chased by something much stronger. What is it?" Nobody has a clue, but the aura we can all feel even at a distance is very worrying to everyone. I, as the future chief of the ogres, want to defend my people personally. "I understand, father. Listen, son. We don't know this monster's intentions, so if negotiation is possible, please go in that direction. Don't be the aggressor, since we will surely lose people if a fight breaks out." What is he talking about? This thing is definitely trying to attack us. I can feel the bloodlust coming from it. In my mind, there was no way this unknown monster is possibly something we can talk it out with. Still, I needed to heed my father's words. He is the chief of all the ogres and his word is law. So, I did as he said and collected my forces before leaving town and putting us in the path of the threat, ready to stop it from reaching all the non-combatants living there. Soon, a pack of hover lizards fleeing from the monster with the large aura reached our group and we threw ourselves into combat, slaying many of the beasts as the aura approached us. Suddenly, while still fighting the hover lizards, a blue-haired maiden with girlish features appeared. She was the maiden that has been emitting the huge aura, but thankfully she seemed to be targeting the lizards and not us, at least for the moment. Wielding a sword, she swiftly cut down the monsters while also shooting strange, shiny blades of what appeared to be water out of her hand. Within seconds, the entire pack of multiple dozens were mercilessly diced by the newcomer. Stunned into silence, my men and I watched the maiden with caution, still holding our weapons in anticipation of a possible attack. But, the maiden's bloodlust was gone, and she simply stared back at us. "Hey, sorry for chasing those things right in the direction of your village, it wasn't on purpose. You're ogres, right? What are your intentions, maiden?" I boomed confidently at the small maiden. "Intentions? I just wanted to kill those lizard things and they ran off, so I chased them." I was a little disturbed by the maiden's answer. This person just wanted to kill those hover lizards and that's all. I understand the thrill of hunting and fighting, but the innocent way she explained her intentions was strange. "So you have no desire to attack our settlement?" The elder stepped forward and asked her. "No, not at all. So, you're not gonna attack me or whatever? I'd prefer to just go home if you all aren't determined to attack me with those weapons you're pointing at me. Put away your weapons." "But, elder," I protested. "This one doesn't have any intention to fight, I can sense that much. Remember what the chief said, young master." Irritated, I sheathed my sword but kept my eyes trained on the strange maiden with the unusual demeanor. "Do you live far from here?" the elder gently asked the maiden. "Not really, it wouldn't take me long to get home. If you wish, we could take all this fresh meat back to our village and we could share a meal and talk, perhaps. We did both contribute to killing these beasts and there is a lot here." I was shocked that the elder was inviting this maiden to come back with us. "A meal?" the maiden asked loudly, her eyes lit up with sudden excitement. "Well, if you're offering, I'll take you up on that. I should probably introduce myself first. My name is Rimuru Tempest." She's named. "Oh, and I'm a guy, by the way, before any of you get the wrong idea about me. And they're a boy." While I stood there, surprised, the maiden named Rimuru stared at us expectantly, waiting for something. "Oh, I forgot, you probably don't have names." Rimuru suddenly said and nodded to himself. "No, none of us are named." The elder confirmed. "Figures. Well, we can still make this work." He seems very miffed by the fact that we're not named. Is he looking down on us? The way this maiden simply flaunts his aura around, he seems quite arrogant. My disgust must have shown on my face, as the white elder murmured a stern, "Young master. I forced the slight scowl off of my face and tried my best to be polite to our guest. We all began leading Rimuru back to our village, and the Majin seemed completely at ease the entire time, as if he wasn't surrounded by some of the strongest warriors of the Great Jura Forest. We are ogres, the top of the pecking order when it comes to the races living within Jura, yet this Rimuru is treating us as no threat at all. It is infuriating. I understand that this Majin has a lot of strength based on his massive aura, but making light of us ogres is still unforgivable in my eyes. The elder's decision to invite this person as a guest of honor seems like a mistake to me, but I have no choice but to go along with it. Father did say to try to negotiate with this Majin, so even if it angers me, I need to tolerate this disrespect. I want to challenge him, but I don't know what would happen if I did. With how at ease Rimuru is, I thought it might be possible for me to surprise him with an attack, but just as this thought crossed my mind, those gleaming golden eyes shot right in my direction. "Hey, redhead, I thought you weren't planning on attacking me." He nonchalantly jabbed at me with an unamused look. I immediately stopped walking, shocked and disturbed that he seemingly just read my mind. Nobody here is hostile, the young master is just a little impulsive at times. The elder said in a grandfatherly tone to the Majin, placing one hand on his shoulder and leading him to the front of the group. I was left standing as everyone kept walking, leaving me at the back, still stunned by what just transpired. I grit my teeth and clenched my fists at the disrespect, but let them put some distance between us and maintained that for the rest of the trip back. What's this guy's problem anyway? After stopping those lizards from rampaging into that settlement I could sense ahead, I met up with a group of people that aren't quite human. Ogres are what the great sage called them, although they don't quite fit what I would expect of ogres from my previous world's knowledge. They seemed quite reasonable too, surprisingly, and even invited me back to their place for a meal. There is one of them that seemed to have a problem with me for whatever reason though. This red-headed guy with 2 black horns has been doing nothing but scowling at me the entire trip. He was staring daggers at me from behind, seemingly debating whether he should attack me or not. This was easy to see with magic sense. After putting up with it for a while, I questioned him since I was under the impression they weren't hostile now, and that seemed to shut him down. The old man that the redhead called elder seems to like me a good deal more, kinda giving off grandfather vibes with his treatment of me and acting the calmest out of the entire dozen or so ogres. Still, I don't really get why the redhead has an issue with me when I haven't really done anything to him personally. I've been polite, as far as I know, but maybe I hurt his pride somehow. It's hard for me to say. Once we got to the town the ogres live in, I was met with a thrilling sight. Actual houses, and ones I can get close to and possibly even go inside. My last stint into civilization did not turn out well, but this time I was invited, so there are no worries about being chased out as long as I mind my manners. Plus, these are monsters, just like me, so they'll probably be more accepting than those human guards that tried to kill me on sight. On top of the excitement of an actual town, I've also noticed that the clothing and architecture here have some similarities with early modern Japan, which makes me question how that's even possible. Perhaps an otherworlder from the same place as me came here and influenced these ogres in the past. My daughter set tea in front of me on the sitting table, smiling sweetly at me as I met her gaze. I watched for a moment as she busied herself filling a cup for our guest at the other end, and setting up some biscuits. "Thank you, sweetheart," I said. "Wait in the back for us to be done, all right?" A powerful Majin had been since chasing a pack of hover lizards toward our village. The lizards themselves were no problem, but I had sent my son out to negotiate with this unknown force. Now a messenger had informed me that my son and the elder were bringing it back to the village. I was dressed in my best clothes, exercising my aura to an extent I hadn't in a while. Back in the day, I could wield it fearsomely, but after I had my kids, that changed. I would never regret that decision anyway, but I wanted my little princess to be out of the room at least, in case things turned hostile. This visitor's presence was so powerful, I feared I couldn't win if it came to a fight. Soon enough I could feel the Majin's presence draw closer. The aura was overwhelming. No longer hostile, but it bore a strength that couldn't be ignored. The elder entered the room, accompanied by my son. The white-haired old ogre bowed to a figure I could just see coming around the corner now, sweeping a hand toward me. Our noble chief. The figure that entered was much smaller than I expected. They reminded me of a human child I had once seen on the border of the forest. Light blue hair framed his soft and unassuming face, but despite those features, his piercing gold eyes conveyed the same sense of danger as their aura. I said nothing for a moment as the Majin paused, examined the room suspiciously, and sat down on the cushion facing me. "Well, hi," he said somewhat awkwardly, staring at me with curious but calculating eyes. His voice was as deceptively innocent as his appearance. "Greetings, Majin." I bowed slightly and saw my son stiffen at the sight with my magic sense, and mentally resigned myself to pay attention to him. "I am the chief of this village. What should I call you?" "My name is Rimuru Tempest," the Majin answered. "Thank you for having me." "So he is named, that explains the power he exudes." No. I assured him, "It is our honor to host someone of your strength." "What brings you to our village?" Well, Rimuru shrugged, I was just wandering. I didn't mean to intrude. Just wandering, eh? It was reassuring that Rimuru hadn't come with the intent to conquer, but creatures of his strength were often opportunists. I had to make sure he did not see me as subservient and decide he wanted to rule this village. Well, I'm sure traveling through this forest has tired you. We would be glad to have you as our honored guest if you wish to rest here a while. Huh. Rimuru seemed to muse aloud, tilting his head a bit as he studied me. His demeanor was easy to read, I could almost sense his intuition as his posture straightened, the expression on his face turned flat and his tone leveled out. I would like that very much, Rimuru said, mimicking my little bow. Thank you. He was adorable. Despite Rimuru's apparent terrifying strength, he reminded me of my son trying to copy me when he was a child. This Majin was either quite young or very solitary, maybe both. Whatever the reason, he was definitely making an effort to be polite to me. My son, meanwhile, had been watching this exchange with a tense frown. He will be a great leader one day, I think, but his pride and his impulses still need to be tamed. He was currently glaring daggers into Rimuru's back, and the Majin knew it. Hey, Rimuru glanced back at where my son was standing guard along the wall. What's your deal anyway? A hint of irritation leaked into his voice, I would have to address this. Son, I ordered with a stern glare, leave us. This obviously caused him even further discontent, but I could not risk offense to our guest. Come, young master, the elder murmured. My son grudgingly followed him out, casting a one-eyed glance at me before he disappeared. I apologize for my son, I bowed again. He is a powerful ogre and a great defender of our people, but he is still young. I'm sure your strength has triggered his protective instincts. Perhaps his pride, as well. Rimuru nodded silently, turning back to me to take a sip of the tea. I took that as acquiescence for my son's sake. As he drank, the Majin's eyes lit up. Ah, he sighed, setting the cup down with a longing gaze. It's been some time since I've tasted anything, he admitted quietly. I was confused by his words but kept that to myself. I'm pleased you like it. I smiled, trying to keep the questioning inflection out of my voice. I reached over for the teapot my daughter had left with us and poured him another cup. The ogre chief was being especially polite to me, surprisingly. After dealing with the other red-headed ogre, I was half expecting conflict, but he seemed much more reasonable than his son. I also learned that this world has tea, and I was able to taste it. It was such an exciting experience that I couldn't help but exclaim after taking my first sip, which got me a weird look from the chief, but oh well. Our little talk went smoothly after he sent his boorish son out of the room and I'd even been offered a place to stay. A house, an actual house. I'll get to live in it for a while, which was something I hadn't fully realized I'd missed this much until I stepped inside the small hut-like structure I was led to by a few of the ogres. The apparent leader of this group that led me there was a pink-haired ogress that the others called Princess, so I assumed she was the daughter of the chief and probably the sister of that redhead. She was also much more polite with me than that other guy. She left me with a few necessities and invited me to the feast they'd have later tonight. I couldn't help my excitement coming out the moment they left. With a small cry of joy, I dropped into slime form and began rolling happily around the one-room building. The floor felt wonderful against my body, cut surprisingly smooth for what I assumed were primitive monsters in the middle of this forest. The house they gave me seemed quite a bit nicer on the outside than many of the other village structures, actually. Colorfully embroidered curtains flanked the window, and a similarly nice blanket was neatly covering the bed. I hopped onto it and discovered it was even silk. Silk. In a place like this. The house also had a basin of water, a kitchen-type setup with a fire pit underneath the chimney, and a few other things like a dresser and chests. They were definitely giving me royal treatment, though I had no idea what I'd done to prompt it. After chillaxing in my new place for a while, someone knocked on the door. I quickly changed into human form, managing to put my clothes on successfully mid-transformation, something I'd been practicing. I needed to look my best now that I was eating with other people again, which was exciting after being alone for some time. Oh, come in. I called out, slipping on the jacket part of my outfit since multiple layers at once were still too complicated for me to pull off. The feast is ready, Sir Rimuru. I can escort you there if you wish, said the pink-haired princess. Sure, I'll be ready in just a moment. I had the passing thought to add one more thing to my outfit, Shizu's mask. I'd kept it safe in my stomach until now. But now, I felt the urge to display it in Shizu's honor, so I affixed it to the side of my head, not wanting to cover my face. I didn't think I'd be able to pull off that trick she did where she ate with it on, so keeping my mouth uncovered was a must. Oh, the princess let out a small gasp which grabbed my attention. What is it? I asked, wondering what it was that I did to get a reaction like that. Your aura, it just vanished, she exclaimed, sounding very surprised as she eyed me closely. Wait, aura. What aura? Notice, monsters possess a magical aura that they exude unless restricted. The effect of the mask of magic resistance has restricted the aura you were previously emitting. Well, yeah. That's what this mask does, isn't that cool? I asked her, playing it off as if I knew about it all along. Very much so. I have never seen such a magic item before, able to completely hide an aura as large as yours. She enthusiastically replied. Really? I asked curiously as we began walking to the feast. Is it that uncommon? I don't really have a frame of reference for this stuff. Very, the princess nodded vigorously. It's more difficult to restrain aura the stronger a monster gets. Most strong monsters don't bother hiding their aura anyway, but to have a way to conceal it so completely is nothing short of amazing. We arrived as she was talking, so the ogre princess pointed me to a seat on the left side of the chief. The redhead was already seated on his right side, with his sister taking a position opposite from me. How are you liking your accommodations, Rimuru? The chief asked as I sat down. I saw him do a double take when looking at me, for the same reason as his daughter, I suppose. They're wonderful, I said happily. Sue me, I'm not good at professional speak, and I don't really see a reason to act all stiff. I am trying to mimic the chief's posture though. If I'm on his level, I need to act like that around the other ogres, right? He must be doing it for a reason at least, and that's good enough for me. The chief smiles genuinely, looking pretty pleased. I'm very glad to hear that, he says. Though, if you'll pardon this question, what happened to your aura? I almost didn't recognize you coming over. Really? I wondered, I guess aura is a bigger deal for monsters than I thought if they use it to identify each other. Oh, I don't mind, I said. It's the effect of this mask I got a while back. As I spoke I took it off to show him, and the effect was dramatic. The ogres had set up a few long tables where the food was laid out, the chief's being the longest. It seemed like the whole village was there, and as soon as I removed the mask every head whipped in my direction. I even heard a few people seemingly choke on their food or something, they were so shocked. Oh. Wow. I cringed, seeing the astonished look some of them were giving me. Great sage, help. I need to see what this looks like. Understood. The sage replied, switching perspective using magic sense. My vision changed, and all of a sudden I could sense this dark, foreboding energy just pouring off my body. No wonder they were scared half to death. That stuff was terrifying me, and I was responsible for it. I quickly placed the mask back on and watched with interest as my aura vanished to nothing again. Sorry, I cringed a bit. I forget the effect it can have. Well, I didn't know what effect it would have, but I've got to play it cool here. No. The chief recovered quickly from the sudden onslaught I'd put him through. His son was still looking shell-shocked, but I thought it served him right for being so rude earlier. You have nothing to be sorry about, the chief said. An aura is a badge of strength, you should be proud to wield one so immense. I rubbed my head awkwardly. Thanks. Thinking I had better figure out more about this aura stuff for future reference, I probed further. I still scared a lot of your people when I'm just a guest, I feel a bit bad about that. A powerful aura can indeed have oppressive effects on weaker monsters, but you needn't worry here. We were startled by the sudden release of it, yes, but ogres are a proud, strong race. Good to know, I filed that away in my mind. Meanwhile, the redhead had recovered and was stewing jealously, picking at his food with a scowl. But that didn't concern me. I turned my attention to the food that had just been placed in front of me, directly after the chief's and his children's meals. I could tell right now, it was going to be good. The meat smelled heavenly, fillets from those lizard monsters stacked with herbs and spices and just dripping juice. Table etiquette had never been one of my strong points, so I waited a moment to see how the chief ate before I picked up my knife and cut out a warm, pink bite still steaming. I paused for a moment, internally debating if this was okay. I'd avoided eating in human form until now, my appetite pretty much being non-existent after Shizu's passing, but now. Curiously, I put the bite in my mouth. Wow. It chewed like ham and tasted like chicken, the strange pink-white color smothered in a tangy sauce that burned a bit as it hit my tongue. The flavor, the smell, the texture. So good. A giggle broke me out of my trance and I realized the ogre princess was watching me, hiding behind her sleeve with an amused look in her eyes. The chief and his son, too, were giving me amused looks. Well, the chief looked amused. Redhead just looked at me weirdly. I paused a minute. How was I going to explain my way out of this? I haven't had food this good before, I mumbled, but continued eating. No way would I let embarrassment ruin an experience like this. Besides, it was the truth. All my past life I mostly ate cheap, whether it was takeout or microwavable ramen. I ate some pretty nice things at festivals and the like, but the stuff in front of me now. It could give 4-star, even 5-star restaurants a run for their money. The ogres had given me a sizable helping, which was odd, but I chalked it up to the royal treatment they were giving me. I cleaned the plate and still didn't feel full. I liked the taste so much that I wanted more, but it would seem odd if I asked for some since I'm just a guest. I didn't want to be rude to these people I just met. Seeing that I was done, the chief asked politely with a knowing look in his eyes that I decided to ignore, "Would you like scones?" Oh no. I did, but I didn't want to eat them out of house and home. At this rate, I might never be satisfied. Yes, that would be great, I said. Great Sage, what's up with me? Answer. Due to slimes absorbing energy from the environment, the individual Rimuru Tempest has no need to eat, and therefore cannot feel full. I'll cut it off after the second plate then, I decided. I gratefully took my second portion and went through it a bit slower, savoring the taste of each morsel and making sure I didn't look too gluttonous. After the feast, the princess offered to escort me back to my house, but I had, Great Sage, to keep me from getting lost, so I turned her down. Walking back and listening to the sound of the forest, and tasting the air, for the first time I realized I might have been a little homesick. This place was nice. It seemed like the ogres went to bed at night. I couldn't sleep, so I just changed to slime form, spreading out on the bed and relaxing until the sun came up. He is an interesting Majin, isn't he, father? My daughter asked me with a small giggle. Yes, he is. I thought this at first, but tonight just helped confirm the fact that he seems to be quite young and inexperienced. I also got that impression from him, father. Sir Rimuru didn't even seem to be aware of his aura until I pointed out that his mask was blocking it, although I can't be sure. With a little guidance, he could be an asset to our people. If I'm honest, I've already taken a liking to Rimuru. Same here, father. If I may be frank about my feelings, despite his strength, I find him adorable. The way he reacted to the food earlier was precious. Yes, that made me think of when you and your brother were younger. I mused. But father, are you sure that we can keep him as a long-term guest? I am afraid that some of our people may object to a non-ogre living with us, even if we have no problem with Sir Rimuru. You are speaking of your brother, aren't you? I asked, surmising the true meaning behind her words. Yes, I am concerned he will do something foolish. I am as well, my daughter. Please keep an eye on him for me, and if a fight breaks out, I will take action if anything of the sort happens. Thank you. It is essential for his safety. Even if I believe that Rimuru won't intentionally kill him over a little confrontation, with Rimuru's seeming inexperience, he may not be able to hold back properly. I fear the worst might happen if those two come to blows. I will also have one of my covert team members watch Rimuru from a distance and alert me about any trouble. My daughter is great when it comes to cooling her brother's head, but if things get too out of hand, I will personally need to step in and do something about it. As the sun rose, it lit up my new house and I rolled out of bed. It felt very nice finally having something soft to lie on, even if it wasn't possible for me to get sore from resting on the ground. My soft body combined with the cushy bed made for an amazingly relaxing sensation that was much better than anything I'd ever experienced as a human. Sir Rimuru, are you awake? I heard a voice ask from the other side of the door, accompanied by a polite knock. Yeah, I'm awake. It's not like I could sleep, even if I wanted to. May I come in? Sure. The door swung open and revealed the person I expected, the pink-haired ogre princess, cutely hiding her face behind her sleeve again. It's a little mannerism I've seen her do a lot now. Ah, Sir Rimuru? She asked, sounding puzzled as she swept her eyes across the room before affixing them to me. Yeah. I asked, wondering why she didn't see me when I was right in the middle of the room. Her pink eyes went wide as I spoke for some reason. Ah. She muttered, still staring. Then it hit me, she's never seen me as a slime. In a panic, I changed form, but as soon as I did, I noticed something was wrong. My arm is through the head hole of my shirt and my head is through the armhole. Sorry, give me a sec. I dropped the mimicry in those parts of my body and reformed them through the right parts of my clothes, breathing an internal sigh of relief. Report. Mimicry of the unique skill, Predator, combined with synthesis and separation, skills of the unique skill, Degenerate, has earned you the extra skill, Universal Shapeshift. Wah. Did I seriously just get a skill by screwing up my clothes and fixing it by melting my head? And here I thought skills were supposed to be something hard to gain. Was that your true form, Sir Rimuru? The princess's voice snapped me out of my internal consternation about my stupid skill acquisition. Oh, yes, it was. I'm actually a slime, but I can take other forms like this one. Sorry I hadn't mentioned that to you yet. I hadn't really thought it was relevant, so I didn't think to tell the ogres that this isn't my body, but a mimic. It's not like it was something I was trying to hide from them. No, it is fine, Sir Rimuru, I just had no idea. If you wish, you can go back into that other form. There's no need for you to inconvenience yourself by taking a human shape. Really? I pondered the offer for a moment, thinking it might be more comfortable than human form, but then I'd have everyone literally looking down on me even more than they already do. Yes, nobody would mind it if you prefer that form over the one you take now. She continued. Knowing that hopping around as a slime will just cause more confusion from everyone in the village, I decided to not go back to my natural shape. I'll just stick with human form for now, thanks. I'm guessing that it's easier for you ogres to talk with me like this rather than a blob. I said with an awkward laugh, scratching the side of my head, which reminds me, I pull Shizu's mask out of my stomach and put it on again. Are you alright with showing the chief your true form, Sir Rimuru? I'm certain he would like to see it. Yeah, I don't mind. At this point, I don't think he'll see me any differently since he's been respectful to me so far. I was left stunned, speechless, and completely shocked. I turned to my daughter with an astonished expression on my face but quickly re-established my demeanor, not wanting to be rude to our guest. Still, to think that a magen possessing this much force is a slime. The weakest of all monsters, but an individual that outclasses us in strength by droves, what an incredibly rare creature we have found. No, not a creature, but a person. This slime magen possesses just as much intelligence as any one of us, he is not a simple slime monster. Slimes are normally nothing but food, but Rimuru is one that can talk and carries exponentially more magicals than any average slime. Sir Rimuru, my daughter suddenly spoke up. Hiding behind her long sleeve, she asked, do you mind if I hold you? What are you doing, my precious child? Huh. Rimuru turned toward her, and to my astonishment, sure. I don't mind. Oh. With a squeal of delight, my daughter scooped him off the floor and began patting him. I had forgotten how much my daughter loves the small creatures of the forest. She's told me before that slimes are especially pleasant to hold with their soft bodies and smooth surfaces. Given how they do not often come near our settlement because of our strength, this is a treat for her. Is everything all right? My son suddenly bursted into the room, followed quickly by the elder ogre. I heard you scream. His roving eyes landed on his sister holding Rimuru, and his expression softened. Oh, he sighed, but then he took another look. Father. My son pointed at the slime she was holding, is that the magen? Oh. Yeah. Rimuru answered for me, and my daughter let out a disappointed sound as he jumped out of her arms and landed on the floor, returning to human form. I actually forgot to mention this. Rimuru grinned awkwardly. I'm a slime. Are you kidding me? My son's voice was cold, just barely lowering his volume to avoid shouting. You have so much strength, he snarled, stalking up to Rimuru and looming over him, and you're telling me that you belong to the weakest monster species in this forest. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds rude. Rimuru frowned and crossed his arms as he met my son's gaze. I needed to put a stop to this, but his sister beat me to it. Now, brother, my daughter stepped between the two. That's no way to speak to our guest, is it? My son huffed, but he backed down, having never won an argument with his sister. In his place, the elder stepped forward. Pardon me for saying this, Sir Rimuru, the white-haired ogre said, but that is fascinating. If you don't mind, how did you come by a human form? Rimuru's expression was suddenly much more solemn. I hadn't seen a look like that on him before. I made a friend, he explained as he looked away with a distant expression. This is her form, a sort of parting gift to me. I don't really want to get into the details. I see. You do not have to share it if you are uncomfortable with the subject. I do have one more question about you, Rimuru. I said, what are your origins? It's not normal for a slime to have such strength and intelligence as you do. You must be some sort of unique monster, am I correct? I probed. Yeah. I've been called that before, actually. I was born in the sealed cave, you know, the one where the storm dragon was sealed inside up until recently. I guess I spawned from his magicals or something. Honestly, I don't really understand the process, but that's my best knowledge about where I came from. You're a spawn of the storm dragon, no wonder. I pondered. A second Charybdis. The elder astonishedly muttered under his breath. Charybdis. What's that? Rimuru asked us, stumbling on the word slightly. Hundreds of years ago, when the storm dragon was not yet sealed, the monster named Charybdis was born from a cloud of the dragon's magicals. The elder said, I heard tales of it from my grandfather. It's a beast that lives for nothing but destruction, laying waste to whatever is in its path. It's impossible to stop, resurrecting every few centuries in a permanent cycle of destruction. Rimuru stared at the elder, mortified. He turned to me and pointed at himself, you don't think I'd do that, do you? Of course not, I reassured him. The last thing I wanted was to strain our relationship. Charybdis is a monster with no intelligence, only instinct. You may have come from the same origin, but that doesn't mean you are of the same nature as that beast. But still, doesn't that make us siblings or something? Rimuru asked with a tilt of his head. Oh ho ho, that's not entirely accurate, Sir Rimuru. The White Elder responded with an amused chuckle. You would have more in common with the great storm dragon Veldora himself than any of his other spawns, I explained. Yes, even I can tell that you have some sort of connection with the guardian dragon of Jura. Your magicule signature is remarkably similar to his. The Elder added. I see. One more thing I must ask about you, Rimuru. Who is it that named you? You haven't mentioned any sort of master, and being a magicule spawn, you have no parent to name you, so where did you get the name Rimuru Tempest? It must be an incredibly powerful monster that named him. If not one of the 10 great demon lords, there's no other way that someone would survive naming Rimuru. No, I don't have a master or whatever. Rimuru muttered with a complicated expression. I guess I'll just tell you since you already know I came from Veldora's magicules. Rimuru paused and sighed, seeming slightly reluctant to tell us this. I was named by Veldora before he, disappeared. We all gasped at this, but it does make sense that the Storm Dragon would be capable of naming Rimuru. But you say the Storm Dragon isn't your master? No, he named me as an equal. Is there such a thing? I've never heard of an equal naming before, how interesting. The room fell silent as we all pondered this fact for a few seconds, but said silence was quickly broken. So that is the source of your power then? My son obstinately asked, a snarl peeling his lips. You didn't gain such strength by your own merits, but by the grace of a greater being. Look, I've been struggling from the start, so don't say my strength is sourced purely by my naming. I didn't even feel that much stronger after receiving my name. Nonsense, that's just an EXC dash. Silence. I commanded. But, father. How many times must I tell you not to disrespect our guest? Let him say what he wants to, Rimuru said calmly out of nowhere. What? I asked, surprised by Rimuru's reaction. It's obvious he's not gonna quit until he voices his thoughts and gets them out of his system, so go ahead, young master, why don't you tell us what you were about to say to me? Rimuru shrugged. From the first moment I saw you, you have done nothing but trample on the pride of myself and my people. Carelessly accepting my father's hospitality, winning over my sister's affection, and even gaining the approval of my mentor. Yet, I have seen nothing in you that is worthy of such treatment. You are just a slime with a name whose power is nothing but a bluff in the face of true strength. My son drew his blade and took a swing at Rimuru, but before the sword reached the small figure, there was a flash of silver and a clang. Blazingly fast, Rimuru had drawn his own sword and had moved to block my son's. That's it. Let all that anger out. Rimuru said in a level tone. But, his calmness in this situation just seemed to aggravate my son further. My son kept swinging and swinging, abandoning his training in his fury, causing the elder, his teacher, to scowl in disgust. Rimuru swiftly, yet awkwardly, blocked every blow. His physical capabilities are incredible, but he would simply hold the sword out in a static block, and wouldn't properly affix his elbow to redirect or absorb the force. He was relying on his raw strength and speed to compensate. This went on for a few minutes before my son was left out of breath and exhausted, hunched over and gasping for air. I was never trying to disrespect you or anyone else, man. Even if a lot of my strength came from luck, that doesn't mean I don't have it. Yeah, I have a lot to learn. I've only been alive in this world for a few months at this point, but I'm trying my best. So don't get so bent out of shape over me being a bit stronger than you. Rimuru then turned his golden eyes to me. Also, you don't need to give me the royal treatment, chief. I actually prefer to keep things casual, so your people don't need to call me sir or treat me any differently than any other guy. That might help your son here tolerate my presence a bit more, too. Rimuru summoned his mask, which had disappeared when he returned to his true form, into his hand and placed it on the side of his head. Immediately his immense aura was hidden. See. I'm a normal guy, nothing special, he said with open, outstretched arms. I nodded at this. If he doesn't want to be called by honorifics, then my people don't need to use them. It was out of respect, but if it is unwanted, that defeats the purpose. You didn't even strike me back. My son gasped, still catching his breath after the duel. Well, I barely know what I'm doing with this thing, so I might have accidentally killed you if I actually tried to hit you with it. Rimuru matter-of-factly responds as he peered at his sword. Speaking of which, would you like to learn more about the art of the sword? That is a fine blade you have there, but after watching your fight just now, I see a lot of room to learn and grow. The elder proposed, which was not surprising. I'd noticed how much interest he was showing during their fight. You want to be my swordsmanship teacher? Rimuru asked with a raised eyebrow. The elder nodded with a soft smile which Rimuru repaid with a smile of his own. Sure. I'd love to learn how to properly use this sword, so some instruction would be greatly appreciated. Well then, why don't we start right away? You mean like right now? Yes. Rimuru hesitated, looking over at my son again then back to the elder, sure. He was then gently ushered outside by the elder, who gave one more glance back at my son before exiting the room. As I left the building with the old ogre, I overheard the redhead getting scolded by his father and sister. Hopefully that, combined with my letting him take his anger out on me, will be enough to stop him from causing further trouble for a while. The elder led me to a clearing, followed by some onlookers who seemed curious about him bringing me to what I assumed is a training ground of sorts. The grandfatherly ogre faced me in the middle of the open area. So we're getting right into the thick of things. The best way for me to gauge your abilities is to face you in battle myself. Right away. You sure? Sensei. I don't know what to call you when practicing like this. I still needed to figure out how to hold myself back, and I didn't want to hurt him. He has been really kind to me, after all. That is fine. Call me what you like, when you are on this field, we are opponents. After that, he threw me a wooden bokken and shimmered into the air like some kind of elderly ghost. I glanced around a few times, before settling on focusing with magic sense, not wanting to get caught off guard whenever he showed back up. I took the same stance I normally did against large monsters, with the bokken held straight in front of me, tightly gripped with both hands. I was barely able to notice him as he suddenly sprang back into my perception inches away from my neck. So I immediately ducked and turned on my heel to try to swat him away. The old ogre was beyond anyone else in this village, that was for sure. Seriously, I was shaken by how quickly he'd moved. I'd gotten faster recently, getting in a lot of practice chasing down and hunting various monsters out in the forest. But, this old man makes that look like nothing. Oh ho ho. You defended yourself well enough. Let's get serious. The old guy was almost mocking me with that, and he completely disappeared into thin air again. I focused with all my might, employing Great Sage to search for any minor difference in the air, but I just couldn't manage it. So when the old man's bokken bonked me on the noggin, I barely even saw it when it was half an inch from my hair. Ow. I belatedly yelped, but I didn't really feel anything. Force of habit, I guess. The elderly ogre raised an eyebrow. Did you actually feel any pain from that? I rubbed my head a bit more, fixing my hair. Not really. Sorry about that, it was just an impulse. The old ogre nodded but hid his interest immediately behind his well-aged poker face. Well, do you think you can actually put your all into this if you aren't in any danger? Usually, I try to keep my students under pressure, they tend to learn faster that way. Huh. Well, I mean, you probably can't hurt me with that, but if you used your real sword. With that thing, you could definitely take some chunks out of me. I didn't like the idea, but I ran my mouth without thinking about it. I'd pay the price for that momentarily. Very well. Then we shall spar sharp. The old ogre drew his real metal sword. I drew my own blade, first having brought it out of my stomach. There's no way a bokken would stand up against the elder's sword, so there's no sense in sticking with it at this point. If I end up hurting the old ogre swordmaster, I'll just use my reservoir of potion to heal him in a jiffy. Again, the ogre lunged at me, slashing swiftly, and I blocked his approach with my sword. He's definitely faster than the young master of this town. Even worse, he seemed to be speeding up the more I evaded, and every time I thought I was starting to recognize a pattern in his movements, he'd switch techniques, throwing me for a loop over and over. Notice, you have taken damage. The degree is less than 1%. What? Where? I hadn't noticed, so I quickly inspected my body with magic sense to find where I was injured. The old man's blade had grazed my cheek, somehow having cut right through my multi-layer barrier. The slime-exposing wound quickly closed up, reforming into smooth, pale human-like skin, but the fact that this ogre was actually able to cut me was disturbing, to say the least. Your ability to heal is astounding, the elder commented. Hee hee, you say that, but I think your ability to injure me is even more impressive. I'd taken hits from fighting monsters many times, but almost always I escaped without any damage since I gained multi-layer barrier. I see that your mimic of a human form is only surface level, so does that mean you don't have any vital points? He asked me with an almost devilish smile. I guess so. Notice, the sub-skill mimic, human is only a change in shape and outward appearance, not physical nature, so the internal structure of your body remains unchanged. So that means I'm slime to the core, even as a human. I see, well then, he said as his already scary smile widened. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? The smile that peeled across the elder's lips after I gave my answer was extremely unsettling. It was almost as if my instincts were alerting me to the danger this man posed. The next thing I knew, he disappeared out of the sight of my magic sense, throwing me into a brief panic. As darting around, I spotted him at the very last second with his blade slashing right at my neck. I ducked to the side to avoid it, successfully preventing decapitation. But after finishing my evasion, I noticed that something about my body felt different. Huh? I glanced down at my left arm, and found it severed, completely sliced off by the elder ogre's blade, the disconnected limb lying on the ground nearby. Despite the grievousness of the injury, pain nullification was still doing its thing and stopping me from feeling any of it. I was grateful for that, too, because I still remembered the searing feeling of being stabbed and could only imagine that losing a limb would feel much worse. Whoops. I casually said, not knowing what else to say in a situation like this. How do you expect a guy to react to sudden amputation? I quickly snatched my lost limb off of the ground and absorbed it with Predator, wanting to use its support to help with its regeneration. Notice, would you like to sacrifice the intrinsic skills, self-regeneration, absorb, and dissolve, to gain the extra skill, ultra-speed regeneration? Yes/no. Yes. Speeding up my ability to heal was the only option I could take, even with the sacrifice of my slime intrinsic skills. I'm not in dire straits at the moment, but getting a better healing skill can't be a bad thing in any situation. With a little focus, I rebuilt my arm at record speed, the process taking much less time than I expected. I knew I healed fast, but something this extreme was still astonishing to me. It was faster than what the Elder expected too, based on the slightly surprised expression he made as it reformed right before our eyes. So you can heal that fast then? I suppose I could cut you up as much as I want and you would be just fine. How exhilarating. The smile that peeled across his face was nothing short of demonic. This old man is terrifying. So much for that nice grandfather vibe he was giving off earlier. Wait, no. I can only do that so much. Please don't dice me to death. I pleaded with him, not wanting him to get the wrong idea about me. I knew for a fact that regenerating like that took a substantial amount of my energy. I learned that the hard way after fighting those spiders, so if I kept taking damage to that extent, eventually I would run low on Magicules. I wasn't sure what would happen to me in that case and I honestly didn't want to find out anytime soon. But really, if he ended up trying to kill me for real, I supposed I could just use some of my skills to fight back instead of relying on my novice-level swordplay and accelerated perception. The Elder is simply instructing me harshly, nothing more. That old ogre really beat me into a pulp. I'd actually felt tired afterward, even though I didn't think that was really possible. It was a nagging tiredness that urged me to rest, something I hadn't felt so far in this life. Notice, sensation of exhaustion is being simulated to inform individual, Rimuru Tempest, of low Magicule stockpile. Huh, really? That's real useful, great sage. I bet it concocted this feeling to stop me from depleting my energy to a dangerous level after that last incident. Can you tell me exactly how much I have left, though? Notice, current stockpile represents 56% of total Magicule capacity. Thanks, great sage. I wouldn't be able to tell how much I have left on my own without pain or the need to sleep or eat. You're a great partner. Notice, prompt incomprehensible. Unable to form a response. Guess that is a little bit too much for you. Well, I'm sure you'll get there. You've been getting more talkative these days. I changed my perception back into an outward perspective so I could focus on the big meal in front of me. It was all thanks to that ogre princess. She's really a good cook, and she made me a meal for the second night in a row now. As I went to take my first bite of this meal, I noticed the princess' eyes on me, watching closely to see my reaction. She seems to take pleasure in me enjoying her cooking for some reason, and this has been a pattern every meal I've eaten with the ogres. Thankfully, Redhead wasn't scowling at me this time. Instead, he focused on his food and avoided eye contact with me. I guess our little spat earlier did end up helping him blow off some steam. After eating, I got a good night's rest, which was just me chilling in my new house all night. With how tired I felt, I'd really like to get some shut-eye, but that seemed like an impossibility even now. I'll figure out how to sleep again on my long-term bucket list, I guess. Melting into my bed will be good enough for now, I concluded. I'd been staying with the ogres for a week or so now, mainly helping out their hunting teams and training more with the Elder, even if that man terrifies me. I've decided that learning to use Shizu's sword properly is a necessity, so enduring that ogre's demonic level training is just something I need to do. There is something in this world called arts, which are not skills. I can't just learn them with Predator, which kinda sucks, but I've managed to at least learn one of the more basic ones called Form Hide, which I can hide myself with. I'm not very good at it yet, but I've noticed that it helps hide my aura, even without me using my mask. So, since I've gotten a little annoyed about everyone's eyes being on me anytime I don't have that thing on, I've gotten in the habit of constantly, barely applying Form Hide, which solved the problem. After our spat, Redhead had left me alone for the most part, which is just fine in my book. I've had other things to focus on. I think he'll eventually try to challenge me again at some point, but in the meantime, I'd just been ignoring him. While I walked through the streets to go help the morning hunting team, as I'd gotten into a habit of doing, I was stopped by a voice. Blue-haired outsider. Wait. Huh. A tall, purple-haired ogress with a single black horn growing from the center of her forehead came running in my direction. She clearly was after me, despite there being a few ogres with blue hair around town. Do you need something? I asked her, wondering what this person that I've never even spoken a word to wants. Yes. I have heard you are strong, so I ask for your help. She proudly declared as she pushed her chest out. Help with what, exactly? I didn't think helping her out was a problem, but I wanted to know what I was getting into before agreeing. There are some logs that need to be carried across the river. Not many are strong enough to manage this job, but if you have as much strength as I do, then I am sure you can help me. Oh. That was it. Sure, I replied, where do we need to go? She took me to a pile of lumber about 3 times my height, many of the logs more than a foot in diameter. Smugly placing her hands on her hips, the purple ogress bragged, my record is 15 minutes to get the whole pile across, but this time we'll split it in half. So, she turned to me and pointed, you can start first. Oh, okay. I glanced at the swiftly moving water, then back at the log pile. I really don't want to get my boots wet, these are my only pair. Deciding to take the straightforward approach, I grabbed a log from the bottom and experimentally hoisted it up. For such a large object, it was surprisingly light in my arms and easy to lift. I even surprised myself, but the simplicity of the action makes this job significantly easier than I'd first expected. So, deciding any extra movement was just inefficient at this point, I hucked the thing across the river. It landed with a slam that made flocks of birds soar into the sky in a panic. Wow, I winced a bit. That was a lot louder than I expected. I could practically feel the vibration from here. The purple ogress was staring across the river, her eyes bugging out, but I had a job to do. One after another, I threw more trees after the first, until the pile was about halfway done. So, I dusted my hands off, your turn. Still staring across the river, the purple ogress' shocked expression morphed into determination. Ha! She bellowed, quite impressive, newcomer. Now prepare to watch a seasoned professional in action. So she walked up to the pile, wrapped her arms around one of the logs, and lifted it up. So far, so good. I was impressed, that thing had to weigh, what, a ton. Teetering a bit, Purple stumbled back until she had regained her balance. Hoisting the log above her head, she flashed me a wry grin and said, now watch. I stood aside as she bent her knees and launched it like a springboard. It landed a few feet in front of her with a much less impressive thud. RRRGH. Oh, she was getting frustrated now. Were those tears in her eyes? Nah, monsters and tears don't really mix. I just decided to ignore them. Rounding on me, she shouted, I'm just not in top form today. Meet me here tomorrow, I'll show you another test. Whatever you say, kid. I smirked at her. She was clearly an adult, or close to it, but her apparent immaturity was becoming clear to me. Sounds great. Just don't cry when I win tomorrow. I wasn't there, but it seems you were too impulsive, young master. The blue-haired ogre said to me. TCH. He's one of my closest friends, but at this point, he's more of a babysitter since father has told him to stay with me at all times for the foreseeable future. I'd made a mistake and attacked that slime Rimuru, and now I was paying the consequences. I'd avoided talking about the subject until now since it angered me, but I couldn't avoid the cold-hearted scolding from my friend that I was expecting. If Rimuru is that strong, you need to plan out your attack better than that next time. My friend continued. I know. I don't recommend killing that Majin, though, or the chief will be upset with you. Defeating him in a duel isn't impossible if you train hard enough. That would be a better choice, I think. He's telling me what I already know, but I have no reason to stop him after what I just did. That mean blue hair cheated. He was supposed to carry them across the river, but he went and threw them instead. I heard a cry from not too far away, interrupting our conversation. Blue hair. My friend muttered quietly. Probably Rimuru, if I were to guess. That damned overpowered slime. Young master. I ignored his complaint and decided to ask about what Rimuru apparently did. What happened? I asked the purple-haired ogress. I challenged that Majin and he. She sobbed. Wait, you fought Rimuru? I asked. Fought? No, I decided to hold a little contest carrying logs across the river. He looked so small I thought I had no chance of losing, but he threw them. Didn't even bother trying to carry them the way he was meant to. She complained. He threw logs so far that they landed across the river. I testingly asked, surprised. Yes, isn't that ridiculous? If he just did the job the same way I do, then I would have won. I'm not so certain about that, but this is just how she is about things from the time we've been kids. Convincing her she's lost is a near impossible feat. She's another friend of mine, one I grew up alongside. She's a very physically talented ogress, but mentally, she's immature and stubborn. After venting, she just stormed off in a huff. It seems like you're not the only one wanting to challenge our guest's strength. My blue-haired friend muttered emotionlessly. As I'd promised, I met the purple-haired ogre in the same spot the next day. Aha, outsider. You're brave enough to show up. Brave? I don't think bravery really plays a role here, lady. Sure, so, what's it that you need my help with today? Follow me. I followed her to nearby where two large, unnaturally round boulders were resting at the bottom of a steep hill. These need to be taken to the top of the hill. I can push one and you the other. Can you beat me to the peak, outsider? I have a name, you know. It's Rimuru, call me that instead of outsider, please. I was starting to get annoyed by her not bothering to use my name when speaking to me. I mean, I get that monsters aren't used to someone having a name, but I'd been around long enough that she should have been aware that I have one. If you are able to beat me, I will stop calling you outsider. Fine. I'll hold you to that. Casually, I walked up to the boulder closer to me and waited for the ogress to approach her own. We both place our hands on it and she starts to count down. 3, 2, 1, go. I crouched down and tried to lift the thing since I was confident I could just pick it up and carry it, despite how large the boulder was. I thought it would be faster to do it this way as long as the lifting wasn't a problem, and guess what, it wasn't. Just like with the logs yesterday, the boulder wasn't that hard to lift and I swiftly had it held above my head. Boulder in hand, I started running up the hill and quickly reached the peak and dropped it, this time being careful to not cause an earthquake like when I tossed the logs. I, of course, beat Purple Hair to the top by a decent margin, which seemed to upset her quite a bit. She had to roll it, unlike me, so it took her longer. I will come to you again for your final challenge tomorrow, Rimuru. The ogress said with a forced grin, hiding tears that seemed to be welling up in the corners of her eyes. Sure. The Purple Hair ran up to me the very next morning. She'd already regained her bravado, Rimuru. You will fight me today. We will fight with our fists, and whoever passes out first is the winner. Passes out? I don't think that is a good idea. I dodged preemptively. She'd gotten annoyed and already started swinging. She wasn't exactly being careful not to overextend herself, but I didn't think knocking her out would do any good. That meant I needed to do something else about this. So, I came up with the perfect idea. I simply dropped into slime form, and let her punch me. Her punches didn't hurt, so I could just let her go on and on like this. I even used some magicules to make myself bigger, now being around the size of a large beanbag. She kept swinging, even as the hours passed. It was around the afternoon when I heard her yawn, and an hour after that, she slumped over. She fell right on top of me, sleeping and snoring while snuggling into my slimeness like a pillow. Rimuru, I have noticed that you have been wearing the same clothes every day since you first started staying here with us. The ogre princess said to me in a concerned tone early in the morning. Yeah, that's because it's my only set of clothes. I matter-of-factly answered. There's no way I'd tell her about the outfit that Aaron gifted me, and there's even less of a chance that I'd wear it around all these tough monsters. Looking cute around this sort will do nothing but make me look weak, I thought. Well, when it comes to the princess it might be fine, but if Redhead saw me like that I'm sure he'd get the wrong idea. After how he'd responded to finding out I'm a slime, I don't think his reaction would be a good one. The Princess Pink Eyes went a little wide at my reveal that this rush-out outfit I threw together is my only set of clothes. We can't have that, she said in a surprisingly stern tone. Follow me. Is it just me or does she sound a little excited? Don't tell me that I'm in for another dress-up session like the one I had with Aaron. A few minutes later, I found out that was exactly what I was in for. The ogre princess even got a few of her friends in on the fun too and they all mobbed me, throwing many different outfits onto me rapid-fire style. What is it about me that seems to make girls want to do this sort of thing? Honestly, it's a bit disturbing how much they seem to enjoy themselves, but I ended up walking away with a few new outfits. I also gifted the princess some material for her to make some new fabric as payment since I didn't want to take all these clothes without paying for them. I'd already been staying in one of their guest homes rent-free, after all. What was it I gave her? Some thread I made with my skills, of course. I'd learned that I can actually imbue my resistances into sticky steel thread, meaning that I can make it fireproof among some other options. This makes it valuable for crafting things like fabric for clothing, meaning that the ogres can make better quality stuff with it. I'd gotten the idea after seeing the silken fabric around town being used for various things. It was explained to me that it's sourced from some sort of silk moth-like monster called a hellmoth, specifically from their cocoons. Yeah, spider silk isn't exactly the same thing, but it's still a valuable material that I can practically make for free anytime I want, only taking up a few of my magicules to conjure up. The princess insisted on making me some more clothes using my own material, her eyes sparkling with apparent inspiration. I was relaxing a bit on a bench in the ogre town, watching some of the children play. These are the ones that are too young to actually join in on the teams working around town and going on hunting patrols and stuff, ranging from around 6 to 12 years in age, at least based on appearances. They seemed to be picking teams for whatever game they were about to play. I want him. One of the ogre children, one of the two oldest-looking ones that seemed to be the team leaders or whatever, suddenly pointed in my direction. This triggered all of them to stare at me, of course. No, that's not fair. That slime guy isn't even playing with us. The other leader protested. He's just sitting over there watching, so why can't I invite him to play? The first asked. Dad said he's super strong, so that's cheating. One kid chimed in. He doesn't look that strong. Another commented. But, remember at dinner the other night? That aura was huge. A third says, holding his arms above his head to gesture how huge he was talking. Wait, that was him. The doubtful one asked. Yeah, Rimuru is strong. Yet another insisted. Oh yeah, he has a name. That's so cool. Rimuru, come play with us. Please. All of them were pleading with me using their cute puppy dog eyes. Sighing, I stood up and approached the group of kids, unable to resist their begging any longer. It reminded me too much of my nieces from my previous life. I'd always struggled to say no to them too when spending time with them. Fine, I'll play with you a bit. So, what's this game you're all playing? I asked. Hammerhorns. One answered. But Rimuru is hornless. Another pointed out, jabbing a finger at my hornless forehead. He's strong, so he'll be fine. Wait, what kind of game is this? I asked, now starting to worry that I got myself into something I shouldn't have. No hands, only heads. What does that even mean? Before I could question them further, I was shoved by one of the children into the middle of the clearing, now facing one of the older of the group. He gave me a grin, baring his inhumanly sharp ogre teeth and locking his hands behind his back. First dropping his stance, the boy started charging at me headfirst. Oh, so he's trying to knock me down. I could have just stood and taken it, or even fought back, but I was scared I'd just hurt this kid in the process. If he ended up slamming into me with my multi-layer barrier, he could get a concussion from the impact, I thought. So, I let him run up close to me before rapidly dropping into my true form, reducing my height greatly, and slipping to the side. It was a technique I'd been practicing as a method to dodge while training with the elder. To someone not aware of my true nature, it's a wonderful and unexpected way for me to avoid an attack. The ogre boy, expecting an impact, stumbled forward and started to fall face first. Ah shoot, I don't want him to eat dirt right in front of me. I bounced over to catch him with my soft slime body, stopping his head from hitting the ground. Clearly surprised, he laid there for a few seconds, using me as a makeshift pillow. Here we go again, another ogre using me as a pillow. You're so soft. He muttered as he pushed himself off of me and gave me a poke with his finger. Yeah, slimes are like that, but I wasn't going to be soft if you had actually run into me. If I knew that was the type of game you were gonna play, I would have refused. My barrier would have probably hurt him badly if we had a real impact. After standing, he just picked me up like that was a normal thing to do with someone. I just let the boy do it, not minding it too much. Let me see. I want to hold the slime guy too. One of the other children insisted. The ogre kids started passing me around like a small animal they happened to find outside. It seemed to make them all happy, so I put up with it. When I got past to one of the youngest of the group, a little ogress, she just stared at me wide-eyed for a moment as she held me in her small arms. Then, without warning, she tried to take a bite out of me. Immediately, I squirmed my way out of her arms and hopped to the ground, reforming into my human shape again. Did you just try to eat me? I asked, shocked and disturbed. I just wanted a little bite. She mumbled, almost in tears. No way. Why would I let you do something like that? Then they all stared at me like I was the crazy one for not letting her chomp a chunk out of me. Last summer was when I last got to eat a slime. I'd like a bite too. Don't you heal super fast, Rimuru? I heard you grew an arm back like nothing. One little bite for each of us would be fine. Yeah. I want a taste. I want a taste. Nope. I'm getting out of here. These kids are terrifying. I darted away from the demonic children trying to eat me and hid from them using form hide. I stayed there, completely silent and still for a while, hoping that the children would give up their search. But, as I started to calm down a little and think, I realized how strangely intense my reaction had been. Why am I so freaked out by this? It was to the point of feeling irrational. I knew that those kids couldn't hurt me seriously even if they tried, but right then, I was in a legit panic at the idea of them trying to eat me. Is this some sort of instinctual thing? They did mention that they eat slimes during the summer. Are they usually prey animals? I guess that makes sense. Normal slimes are weak, as far as I understood, not that I'd come across any others at this point. Still, they are low-level mob monsters in most games from my previous world, so the idea of them usually being nothing but food was believable to me. Wait, no. That isn't okay. I'm a slime, so of course I'm disturbed by it. Who would be okay with the idea of being eaten? And who would be okay with the idea of eating a person? I know I'm a slime, but I can speak and have human-level intelligence. Someone considering a slime like me to be food is just downright wrong. It took the kids hours to find me. They tracked me down as a group like some sort of pack of wolves, but they were very apologetic when they did. I was hiding in slime form under a bush, still utilizing form hide to its fullest when they tracked me down. "We're sorry, Mr. Rimuru," the oldest one said. "We promise we won't try to eat you, we were just curious." "Yeah, it's all right," I muttered. "Sue me, I can't stay mad at kids." I crept out from under the bush and one of the ogre girls scooped me up. I rejoined them in their play under the promise to not attempt to take bites out of me again. I played spectator, or referee, or whatever you want to call it. Either way, I just watched as they took turns bashing their heads against each other and wrestling with their horns, trying to knock their opponent to the ground. It reminded me of how goats butt heads, but it was amusing to watch a bunch of humanoid children do it. It didn't even seem to hurt them too, which showed how sturdy ogres are, even as children. This must have been what they meant by hammerhorns, but because of their subpar at best explanation, I hadn't gotten the memo when I was still participating. Not that I'd want to play something so stupid in the first place. Watching them play was more entertaining for me than trying out the game myself. Once they get bored with this nonsense, perhaps I could teach them something new to play. I bet they'd like that. Leaned into a windowsill, I watched as Rimuru spent time with the village children. He was showing them a new game of some sort, although I wasn't sure what. I wondered to myself where he would learn a new game, but perhaps Rimuru came up with it on the spot. Rimuru seemed to be having fun, and watching that made me smile to myself. I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. I yelped and turned around, startled. Father. What are you doing, my little princess? I was, observing my people. No, you were observing Rimuru, weren't you? I couldn't deny that, but I was not lying either. I was watching the children play, and Rimuru was with them at the time. The children have been searching for him for a long time. I was growing worried that he might have left us, but now he's outside spending time with them again. They were searching for Rimuru. Why would he be hiding in the first place? I think I overheard one of the children apologizing for trying to take a bite out of him. Rimuru is a slime, after all, so they were curious, I suppose. Father looked disturbed by this, but dismissed it with a sigh. What are your thoughts on him? You have seemed preoccupied as of late, and I believe it has to do with our guest. I don't know, exactly. He's so different from what I expected at first from a high-level magen, even if he is a slime. Rimuru is fascinating, and a bit mysterious too. Father raised an eyebrow at this, surprised by what I just said, but I continued. He seemed to be getting the wrong idea, so I needed to clarify what I meant. Do you think he was named by the storm dragon in order to watch over the forest? I've been considering what he shared about his past, saying how he was born from the magical force of the storm dragon himself, and I can't help but feel that was all for a reason. What do you think, Father? Father's eyebrows furrowed and he turned his eyes to Rimuru, still running around outside. Perhaps. He nodded, although, from what I know about Lord Veldora, he is not one to make complicated plans. After 300 years of being sealed, though, there is a chance that was his intent. It's not my place to speculate on the decisions of the gods. So you aren't even going to ponder the idea? I think it is important to know. I insisted. Instead of focusing on overarching and nebulous issues, we should focus on our people and their role in it all. We cannot change that which is out of our hands. Father lectured, not entertaining the thought much. This is something that affects us ogres. Which is why we are staying on good terms with Rimuru. He is powerful and has a connection with the storm dragon, so we are treating him with the proper respect. If he is fated to watch over the forest, as you say, we are already in good standing. There is nothing more to do with what we have. Now I was getting a bit annoyed. Father was brushing me off. But, unlike my brother, I am no hothead, so instead of losing my composure, I brought up more of my concerns. What about the chaos stirring in the forest? I've heard rumors from the hunting teams, dire wolves invading in packs, goblin settlements being wiped out, an unknown change causing mass migrations of magical beasts. Something is happening in Jura, and the mighty storm dragon may have seen it coming. That is just a result of his disappearance, my daughter. I have already increased the guard patrols to keep our people safe. But, will that be enough? I muttered under my breath, the foreboding feeling in my chest remaining. I glanced out the window again, seeing Rimuru still playing with the children, completely carefree. It helped ease my worries a little, seeing his unbeatable smile. Alone, in the dead of night, I sat in my house. Everyone else in the ogre settlement was sleeping right now and I had nothing to do, so I was simply resting, waiting for the sun to rise. My mind wandered, and the images of the faces of 5 children flickered into view, their smiling faces staring up at me. Their laughter filled my mind, but the feeling I got from these hallucinations was anything but cheerful. A sad longing and fear, a helplessness and foreboding dread. Negative emotions washed over me as I looked at what should have been a happy scene. Those were Shizu's students, the ones I'd promised to save. I just knew in my heart that was a fact. They're waiting for me. I shook my head, or I guess my whole body since I wasn't in my human form currently. I'd been seeing Shizu's kids more and more as of late, mostly whenever I'm not doing anything. I love this peaceful life with the ogres, and I finally have friends to talk to and hunt with. But the images were sticky. They came to my mind at every opportunity, clinging on and drawing my gaze toward the western horizon. For a reason I couldn't explain, these last few days I had been itching to move, while the ogre's warmth and kindness kept me rooted in place. I felt like I was being pulled in separate directions, and it was ripping my heart in two. And, on top of that, thoughts of Shizu have also been creeping into my mind as a result. I guess I never really processed the fact that she's gone. I just moved on. But I didn't move on, truly. I just stopped myself from thinking about it. It was too painful. But, I still miss her. I miss her a lot. Our time spent together may have been brief, but she was the first person close to me to ever die, even back in my previous life. A knock broke me out of my somber thoughts, immediately yanking me back to reality. Rimuru. The ogre princess's voice came from the other side of my door. Are you awake? I quickly jumped into human form to open the door and found her on the steps of the house wearing a cheerful grin. Hey, I waved, smiling brightly to cover up my disturbed emotions. What's up? As I stepped out of my house and closed the door, the princess's expression changed from cheery to worried, a frown crossing her lips. Are you all right? She asked in concern. How does this woman know what I'm thinking? I was positive I had given my usual greeting. Oh, I'm fine. I forcefully pushed the gloomy thoughts to the back of my mind. Don't worry. What are you here for? Change the subject and throw her off. No, you seem out of sorts. The princess wasn't buying it. She placed a hand on my forehead, examining my face with squinted eyes. Are you sick? Can slimes get sick in the first place? I think you may be a bit paler than usual, now that I look closer. I'm fine, really. I had to lift my hands and push her back, keeping them between us placatingly. Slimes can't sleep, so I was just doing some thinking overnight, that's all. I promise I'm fine. Just leave out the important stuff. She certainly wouldn't settle for anything but the truth. Great, now she looks worried and skeptical. Are you sure? Yes, I am. I raised my hands placatingly. She huffed a bit but dropped the argument. All right. You can always ask me or my father if something's bothering you, okay? Yeah. I laughed a bit. Sure. And be careful out with the hunting party later too. I heard you will be helping them today, particularly hunting night spiders. Yeah, I did promise to help them hunt those today since I know the people here struggle with them a bit. I actually got a little carried away earlier while conversing with some of the ogres, bragging about how I'd killed night spiders before, and so they invited me to go hunting with them. The ogres love spider meat when they're lucky enough to get it, and I want to eat it too, so I agreed. Here. She shoved a bundle into my hands. I made you a lunch to bring along with you. How sweet. This must have been why she came to my house first thing in the morning. Thank you very much. I smiled widely as I gratefully accepted her gift. The princess turned her face away from me a little, looking a bit embarrassed. Did I say something wrong? But, her broken composure only lasted a moment before her pink eyes locked squarely onto me again. Are you certain you will be all right? She asked me again. Yeah, I'm plenty strong enough to take down a night spider. That's not what I was referring to. You still seem out of sorts this morning, as if something is worrying you greatly. No, please don't worry about me. She didn't seem convinced by my reassurances but didn't hassle me further about it after that. Right as I was leaving the gate to go out with the hunting party I'd been invited to, Redhead stopped me by placing his entire body between the rest of the party and me. What's the big idea, man? I thought we were done with this back and forth already. I rolled my eyes and stood at the ready with my hand on the hilt of Shizu's sword. This isn't over until I prove I am better than you. He insisted, practically growling the words out, the hostility clear in his voice. I concluded this guy was delusional. I mean, if he kept challenging me like this he'd get seriously hurt, yet he doesn't seem to understand that despite what happened last time. Still, I didn't want to put my foot down just yet, it seemed like it might just make things worse. How about we do this later? I gotta go help your village. You can do that later, I will keep myself under control. So meet me at the training field. He forced his expression to be more plain and stared me down more coldly. Does he really think that's a concern? He's talking like he could pound me into a pulp to the point that I wouldn't be able to join in on the hunt later. Now I was even more convinced he was delusional. I can't do that, man. They'll need help if they want to fight night spiders. I begrudgingly sighed. This seemed to set him off because before even Redhead probably knew he was doing it, I felt an oncoming attack impulsively coming from him. I could feel it in the change in his aura. So, I used a trick that the Elder suggested. I dropped my human form and fell to the ground, right under the blade of the sword swinging above me. The Redhead looked shocked for a moment, before jumping back and calming himself back down. I guess he wasn't expecting to lash out himself. Come on, man, I don't want to do this. I reformed into my human shape, using the sage's assistance to put everything back in the right place. I didn't really want to waste time messing around with my clothes right now. Fight me like a monster. Don't use tricks to avoid my attacks. At least he had a head on his shoulders, as he tried to sweep me before slashing, using the scabbard of his sword as a staff. The wise old ogre must have taught him that trick though, so I was expecting it. I jumped back before knocking his sword away with Shizu's, being careful to deflect the force instead of trying to stop it statically. Unfortunately for me, it seemed he had been expecting that too because he lashed out with a kick right to my gut while my sword was off to the side. It would have hit me too, if I didn't partially de-transform that part of my body into slime, catching his foot inside my body. His foot got sucked into my torso like quicksand, which based on his wide eyes, he clearly didn't expect to happen. Game's over. I matter-of-factly declared, trying to force a resolution at this point. I seriously didn't want to be doing this right now, I had a job to do after all and multiple other people waiting for me. You cheating slime. He screamed as he futilely tried to pull his foot out of my stomach, but I held tight, wrapping my hands around his ankle and determined to make him just give up. Oh, his aura flared big time and I could feel the air heat up around us, or at least the sage told me it did, it's not like I could feel it for real. His entire frame covered itself in a massive flame that shot out at me from his captured foot. It was surrounded by an entire ball of fire. Honestly, it was almost as impressive as Ifrit's. I was immune to Ifrit's, though, so his fire was no problem. So I fell back, releasing his foot, and let the fire surround me for a moment. I waited until the Redhead looked satisfied in magic sense. After deciding that he's probably figured out that his attack is useless, I walked back out of the fire, confirming to Redhead that I'm not so much as singed by what was probably his trump card. Did you just try to kill me, man? I could definitely feel a bit of my anger flare up, but I tried to keep it under control. Well, if you won't fight me for real, I need to. He shouted. Redhead still thought he had the advantage here, but he was sorely mistaken. Do you really want to see me fight for real? I cautiously asked, maintaining my outer calm despite being pretty angry about his little murder attempt. I was very tempted to just take off my mask and attack him with my aura, but I had a better idea. Yes. Redhead growled, giving one more line before I finally got serious. Okay, then. This is what it is like when I fight for real. I pulled Shizu's mask into my stomach, fully unleashing my magical force into the air around us, the density of it causing my hair to flutter a little in the air. I immediately brought a foot into the air, intending to kick Redhead viciously to teach him a lesson. As I attacked, I felt a lot of my magicules collect in the foot I was kicking with, a sort of glow forming around it before my roundhouse kick landed my foot square in the gut of the fool in front of me. He must have flown a good dozen meters before grinding to a halt. Part of me thought it was funny and well-deserved, but then I realized I might have overdone it, just a smidge. He's not gonna die from that if I don't use some healing potion on him, right? Notice. That individual has not sustained a fatal amount of damage. Good. He was still lying prone on the ground, unmoving. I didn't care though, I just put Shizu's mask back on and left with the party I'd come with, telling them not to worry about it. They'd still get Night Spider tonight. I wasn't storming off, what gave you that impression? I stared at my son on the bed, being tended to by his sister. He had been injured badly after foolishly attacking Rimuru. I'd warned him multiple times to be rational about this, but his pride got the better of him. If Rimuru wasn't intent on keeping him alive, there's no chance my son would still be breathing. I felt the anger of our guest even from here, if for a mere moment. I suspect that was the point where my son was struck, but according to witnesses, Rimuru was not the aggressor in this. Not only that, but our sacred ogre flame technique, reserved purely for true enemies, was used on Rimuru, our guest and a friend of our people. It is a method meant to kill, incinerating our foes to nothing but ash. Not a skill to use lightly, and never one to be used in a duel. Rimuru survived it without issue, apparently, and continued with his plan to help out one of our hunting parties. I was grateful for that, but it didn't change the intent behind what my son had done. I never expected you to do something so shameful. I am disgusted that you tried such a thing, my son. What in the world were you thinking? I wanted to fight that slime seriously, and prove my superiority. My son grumbled, wincing as his sister bandaged him up. I kept my expression stone cold as I watched him. Proving your superiority should be the least of your concerns. We have no reason to attack someone with immense power, but no intent to attack us. Your actions could have spelled doom for our entire race. Do you not understand that? I doubt that slime could kill us all. He muttered under his breath, scowling. Stop calling Rimuru Tempest that slime. He deserves more respect than that, even before sparing your life. My son fell silent, looking downward, deep in thought over my words. Because you were spared the consequences of your actions by Rimuru, I will impose a separate punishment on you. He sat up and looked at me with surprise. Father, wait dash. I am revoking your right to carry a sword. You are clearly not cool-headed enough to be trusted with it. But I cannot grow stronger if I'm not allowed to practice with a sword. You should have thought of that before pulling that stunt. When I feel you are worthy again, I will return your sword and right to wield one. With my decision finalized, I took his sword from its place resting against the wall and left him in the care of his sister. My father stepped out of the room, leaving in a huff after scolding my brother. I couldn't really blame him for being angry about this either. My brother nearly died, and he didn't seem to understand that. Thank you, sister. I doubt I would have been able to tend to these wounds myself. He turned away, but he was still trying to play this off as if nothing had happened. As if he had just come back from some failed hunt. That wasn't what he did though. He had attacked our guest, the most powerful mage either of us have ever met, and after these repeated attacks, our guest finally attacked him in retaliation. Despite retaliating eventually, Rimuru even still tried to de-escalate the situation first. He used a new technique to avoid conflict, using his true slime form as a way to avoid my brother's attacks completely. That was interesting in itself, that he was going to such lengths of self-defense despite his immense power already. My brother still interpreted that the wrong way, and just kept up his attacks. Going on and on and on about how our guest, Rimuru, should attack him seriously. As I lost myself stewing in my thoughts, I hadn't even realized it. I'd slapped my older brother as hard as I could. His hand went to his cheek, as he stared at me. His eyes were wide, he hadn't expected it either. Sister dash. No. I cut him off. I needed to use this to tell him just how stupid he was. You could have died. You should have died. Had Rimuru not been so insistent on holding himself back, you would be dead. He tried to speak, so I clapped a hand across his mouth to keep him quiet. Don't get yourself killed. Please. That kick should have killed you. It nearly did. You were so lucky. Having had enough, I pushed him away and scrambled out of the room after saying my piece. I needed to seclude myself to regain my composure. It was unladylike to do such a thing, but it was entirely necessary. The mood while hunting was dampened by the events that happened right before we left, but I tried to ignore it. The ogres I was with were especially quiet. They seemed to be trying to avoid the subject, but I guess they couldn't stop thinking about it. It was dragging on my mind too, but that didn't mean I had regrets. If anything, I was focused on exactly what happened when I kicked him. Looking back, it seemed like I'd instinctively focused my aura around my foot before kicking Redhead with it, and that added a good deal of force to my attack. I'd kinda learned about something similar when training with the Elder, something called Model Will, but that had more to do with swordplay rather than hand-to-hand. Maybe it applies to both. It was just something I did in the heat of the moment, not really thinking about what I was doing, so I wasn't sure I could replicate it on demand. I'll have to experiment with it later. A spear-like leg jabbed right at my face and I barely dodged it. Whoops, guess I got a little lost in thought just then. Maybe I shouldn't let my mind wander while in battle. I pulled out Shizu's sword and allowed my arm to whip out into slime while slashing at the spider's joint. I tried to get away as I did that, and went away from the ogre so the spider wouldn't target them. The thing's foreleg fell off as it let out a shrill whistle of pain before rearing up and shooting a massive net of web out at me. It seemed like it could control the thread with its mind because it formed an intricate pattern as it flew through the air. That is a neat trick. Can I do that? I wondered as I gathered up water with water manipulation, and sent a massive jet of it through the joint between the creature's abdomen and thorax. Affirmative. Due to eating the black spider, the individual Rimuru Tempest possesses the ability to manipulate thread produced from sticky steel thread. Just another skill to experiment with later. With my ogre companions around and in danger, I don't think now's the time to try out any new tricks. Unfortunately, a fountain of purple liquid flooded out of the open wound, and I got covered in the stuff. A quick change into slime form and back to human was enough to shake the goop off of me, though. I watched as the spider gave a few last desperate twitches before falling over, covered in gashes from the brutal fight. I wasn't going overboard, I just needed to let off some steam. What, you think I shouldn't still be mad hours later? I'm not mad, I was the cool-headed one earlier, remember? I turned to my ogre partners, smiling with satisfaction at my handiwork. Some looked a bit freaked out, others had big grins. Either way, we'd gotten ourselves some juicy meat to cook up tonight. The whispers when I got back to the village were ever present, gossip about what happened between me and Redhead earlier reaching every ogre ear. The chief is waiting for you. A passing ogre told me as I walked my way back to my house. Am I in trouble? I wondered. I just kicked the air to their leader across a clearing, showing no mercy, but it was self-defense. Whatever ends up happening, I resolved to just deal with it. Still, the last thing I wanted was to be banished from this place now that I've made friends and started really enjoying life here. I stepped inside the chief's house, politely knocking before entering. You asked for me. He was seated on a cushion at the low table in the middle of the room, sipping at some tea, alone. The chief turned and looked at me with an incredibly serious look in his eyes. Getting what he wanted from this setup, I took a seat across from him and he poured me a cup of tea without saying a word. I took a sip, enjoying the same taste from before, and tried my best to read his intent. I couldn't tell if he was angry, resolute, or just calm. His poker face was something else, let me tell you, and it sure was making this hard for me. So, I just silently stared at him, waiting for him to finally say something. My son has been punished for his transgression against you. I was a little surprised. I mean, I didn't see myself as doing anything wrong, but I did kick what could be called an ogre prince of sorts. Isn't that normally something that'd get a person executed or banished or whatever? I know I have some clout around here, but I still. You're not upset with me for kicking him? I asked cautiously just to be certain, but at this point, I was getting the impression that I wasn't in any trouble. The chief cracked a smile at my words, amused for some reason. No. I am grateful you spared my son's life after he attempted to take yours. Most would not be so merciful. Yeah, Redhead did try that flame thing on me, but I was completely immune, so it wasn't that big of a deal for me. I was upset, yes, but it didn't feel much like a murder attempt to me in hindsight, even if it technically was one. Well, killing him wouldn't do any of us good, now would it? I responded before taking another sip of the tea, again watching for the chief's reaction. The chief paused, hints of confusion on his face that I wasn't expecting. Would it not do you any good? Your pride was hurt, was it not? Is it not taxing to deal with this, day after day? I know my son has been treating you with disrespect since you started staying with us. Not really. I mean, it's annoying, but... I muttered, wondering what was so shocking about my attitude. Can I ask you something that may seem rude? He suddenly asked me. Go right ahead. Why is it that you're so strange? You act unlike any monster I have ever known. Puzzled, I cocked my head to the side, narrowing my eyes a bit at the chief. His question made little sense to me. Ah, what do you mean by that, chief? You are strong, but don't seem determined to show it off. When attacked, you show mercy. You are certain you are a monster. Now that I see that there's a lot of pride behind being a monster in ogre culture, I can't just go and tell the chief I used to be human. That actually might get me kicked out, he'd probably be offended by it. Best to keep that part of my origins to myself. Yes. More or less. I shrugged, muttering that last part quietly. More, or less. Whoops, I accidentally let that one slip out. Never mind that, I waved him off. I promise I'm a monster. There was an awkward silence as we sat across from each other. Feeling uncomfortable, I decided to speak up again. So, I should probably check up on your son since I'm guessing he's pretty hurt. The chief almost spat out the sip of tea he was drinking. Please don't do that. He said surprisingly loudly, sounding like he nearly just choked on his drink. I just wanted to make sure I didn't injure the guy that badly, and if he seemed apologetic enough, I'd consider using some potion on him. But, apparently, the chief is against that. He sighed before clarifying. If my son saw you now, it would only rekindle his anger. I see, he's not mortally injured or anything, is he? I had no intention of inflicting anything serious, so to ease my concerns, I needed to ask. No, he will be fine. My daughter has been tending to him. He explained. Although, I'm sure she has scolded him for his behavior as well. He muttered much more quietly. Nonetheless, avoiding him, for the time being, is for the best. Sure. I was glad the princess wasn't angry with me. I've seen her scold people before, and she's scary when she's mad. A few weeks had passed since my bout with Redhead. We'd both been avoiding each other. From a distance, I'd noticed how dejected he looked, but because I was advised not to say anything, I didn't try speaking with him. His sister, on the other hand, had gotten closer to me. We've become friends over the time I've spent here, and she sticks near me whenever I'm in the village and not training with the elder. She doesn't normally leave the safety of the settlement from what I've noticed, probably because she's a sort of royalty. Anyway, she'd been spending her free time with me a lot. I didn't get what she saw in a slime like me, but the princess liked to be around me and carry me around in her arms, as well as create new outfits to dress me up in like a doll. She had also been showing me what she called mystic arts, magic utilizing a monster's aura directly. I'm a quick study, according to her, and now I was repaying the favor by showing her some of my skills. The princess can't copy them in the same way that I can copy what she'd shown me, but she still seems to get enjoyment out of seeing me play around with them. And play is the best term to call it since I don't entirely know what I'm doing with all of them yet. The great sage keeps offering me strange combinations, creating new techniques for me to try out, and it's hard for me to keep up with it all. Rimuru, could you show me more of that transformation skill you have? It's very interesting, she suggested. Nice, something simple. Yeah, sure. I morphed into a few of the different monsters I'd previously eaten as the princess watched in awe. But, as I worked through the laundry list of monsters, something occurred to me. I'd eaten a giant bat in the sealed cave, which was awesome because it had given me back my ability to speak, but there was another aspect to that monster that I could use, its wings. Ever since I acquired Universal Shapeshift, I'd been able to partially transform my body with ease, taking on the aspects of any monster I'd eaten without having to fully take its form. I'd used it to test out my skills a bit while hunting, actually, but I hadn't found it incredibly useful since changing my body's shape introduced more problems than it seemed to solve, at least right now. I tried to stick to combining my human and slime forms. They seemed the most compatible, probably because I practiced with both so much. But, in the case of the giant bat, creating wings without turning into the monster itself sounded like an amazing idea. I mean, who hasn't dreamed of flying at one time or another? Let me try something out. With just a simple thought, a pair of bat-like wings burst from my back. They spread wider than I was tall, startling my friend. I think I can fly with these, I declared excitedly. The idea of soaring through the air was already filling me with anticipation. Please be careful. The princess pleaded with me, clear concern in her pink eyes. Oh, I will be. I assured her as I gave moving the wings a try, just a little twitch to make sure they acted as I expected, which they did without issue. As my excitement built, the incident in the cave with the lake popped into my mind, a self-warning to take this easy. Just a little push off the ground with my feet and a flap of these wings is all I need to try at first, don't get ahead of yourself, man. I pictured my feet leaving the ground by a good few feet before softly landing again. Nice and easy, one little flap and, whoa. I shot up much faster than expected. These wings were much stronger than I'd expected, and seemed to disobey the laws of physics. With just a single pump of my wings, I'd ended up a few stories above the ground. I, at least, managed to land on my feet after being momentarily surprised by my first try at flight, wobbling midair before dropping. I almost dropped Shizu's mask too, which was a problem. So, after returning to the ground, I made the decision to suspend it within my body. Safely tucked away, but it technically still being worn, in a sense, should still have the same effects. Still, I needed to figure out what exactly went wrong with my first test flight. What went wrong, great sage? Answer: as a result of the magical nature of the wings derived from mimic, giant bat, forces exuded by their movement do not conform to purely physical phenomena from similar structures of non-magical origin. I shot the ogre princess a reassuring smile in response to her worried frown. I didn't like her looking at me like I'm some sort of wayward child doing something reckless. Let me try that again, I said, keeping my tone perfectly calm. This time, expecting the severity of the speed, I again flapped my new wings and kicked off the ground. I began to soar up far above the tree line. Now high in the air, I tried to maintain it, staying midair rather than landing immediately. It was tricky, trying to stay upright using a body part one wasn't familiar with, but I managed to stay up there for a few seconds. Notice, engage flight auto assist. Yes/no. Auto assist. Sure, that'd make things easier. Yes. My flight immediately stabilized with the sage's help and I found myself hovering in place, not wobbling at all. You might have thought I'd be concerned by how high up I was, but you'd be wrong. If anything, all I could think about was how stunning the view was. Being able to see much of the forest from a bird's eye view like this was interesting. It was a completely different perspective from what I'd experienced before, still similar with my magic sense, but broader and more majestic. I was enjoying it. While I hovered up there for a moment, taking in the view, I quickly spotted something that demanded my attention. What's going on over there? I asked out loud, straining my magic sense and human eyes to see a ruckus happening at the entrance to the village. I was picking up on an aura, something I'd become more accustomed to sensing after practicing on my own. It's stronger than one of an ogre, even redhead, but not much compared to my own. Maybe someone's attacking. I dropped down quicker than I probably should have, impacting the ground hard enough to startle my pink-haired ogre's friend. Something's happening at the entry gate, I should head over there. I internally debated whether it was my place to do so, but the fact that whoever this is seemed stronger than any of the ogres concerned me enough to decide to go investigate anyway. Wait, Rimuru, please tell me what you saw. She pleaded with me. Someone is here. You can feel it too, I'm sure. Yes, an aura that I don't recognize. The princess nodded. Exactly. I'm gonna see who exactly is here. I must go as well, let's go together, she said with outstretched arms, a gesture I've come to know well. So, I exited human form and hopped into her arms to satisfy her. While holding me, she started half running toward the entrance, wearing a determined, resolute expression. I could tell the princess was worried, but she still kept her dignity in the face of a potential threat against her people. It turned out to be some dude in a weird plague doctor-style bird mask, the way he carried himself just screaming about a self-important attitude. So I, the great Gelmud, will honor you with a name, strongest of the ogres. He declared to Redhead, who was standing directly in his path, likely to block him from getting further into the village. It seemed like this weirdo just strolled into town without a care, like he owns the place, flaunting his aura like he was something special. The worst part was Redhead seemed to be actually considering this bird boy's arrogant offer. Rimuru, this man is not trustworthy. I am going to say something. The princess quietly said as she gently set me on the ground. Brother, don't be hasty. A name is not something a strong ogre like yourself should accept so lightly. Sister. He muttered as he looked over at her as she walked up to him. I will not stop you if this is what you truly want, but please think it through first. If I am to lead our race, I need strength, my sister, and if all the training and experience I've accumulated isn't enough to defeat a simple slime dash. Brother. She scolded him. What? I'm not wrong. Redhead protested. I am certain you will grow strong, my brother. Without shortcuts. Please tell me your reasoning isn't purely from your defeat at Rimuru's hands. She argued with him, sounding genuinely offended by Redhead's attitude. He has a name, and that is why he won. If I received a name too, he argued. The disrespectful bird-masked stranger interrupted him. Yes, a name from me, a high-level magen, would surely help you soar to the strongest of the strongest. Let me bestow my gift upon you, ogre boy, and you will surely defeat this enemy that previously trounced you. Gelmud didn't have an ounce of shame in his demeanor despite the manipulation seeping from his words. It was crystal clear to me that he was trying to coerce Redhead. This guy is considered high-level. What does that make me, then? But, questioning that was irrelevant at the moment, so I set that aside and took human form to approach the self-proclaimed Great Gelmud, placing the mask I'd been wearing inside my slime body back into my stomach. I need to flaunt my stuff to make myself clear against a fool like this, I thought. Gelmud's attention immediately turned to me, his interest in Redhead vanishing so quickly, I was almost astonished. So the ogre boy isn't the strongest member of this village? He exclaimed. Redhead snarled as he said this, glaring at me for interrupting. I guess so. I shrugged. So, I will make you the offer instead. A name would make your great strength even greater, so do you accept? I think naming me would kill this guy, even if I didn't already have a name. This man is a real idiot, isn't he? Get out of here, you pathetic weirdo. I've already got a name. I snarled, and Gelmud's mood immediately soured. I bruised his ego with just a few simple words, which was pretty laughable to me. The audacity. A weak little magen like you speaking to the incredible me like that. Gelmud squealed in protest. Does he not see my entire aura or whatever? He should be able to tell I'm stronger than him. Maybe his thick skull is blocking part of it from his perception or something. Fine, ogre boy, the offer is still open to you. He continued, having lost interest in me just as quickly after my vehement refusal. After a moment of consternation, Redhead shook his head no, and his sister patted him on the shoulder to show her support for his decision. You really want to refuse my gift, you peon? He asked Redhead more aggressively. I'd seen enough. Did you not hear me right? I said get out of here. I shouted as I kicked him in the gut with a reverse roundhouse, sending him skidding past the gate in one swift motion. He then scrambled to his feet and flew off with some sort of magic rather than wings, swearing his revenge or something as he whimpered from the pain of my kick. I also think I heard the words Demon Lord, which I found alarming, but he could have just been bluffing since I kicked the shit out of him. I was half expecting you to accept his offer. I commented as I walked up to Redhead. You think me that weak-willed? He snarled back, still worked up emotionally from the encounter he just had. Brother, you were clearly considering it. The princess chided him. Look, I'm trying to be nice here. I sighed, I respect that you refused that wannabe tough guy. I mean, did you see that mask? What a clown. What is a clown? The princess asked me. Never mind, it was just an insult. I reached into my stomach and pulled out a chunk of magi steel, something derived from the ore I ate while in the sealed cave. It's magic metal, so it's gotta be something special, right? Here, take this to the town's blacksmith and have him make you a new weapon with it, I said as I placed the hunk of iridescent metal in Redhead's hand. This is magi steel. Have them make you something special since you're so worried about being strong enough to defend your people. I'm sure an awesome sword will help with that. I grinned, thinking that his surprised expression was pretty funny. Rimuru, you amaze me again. The princess exclaimed. No, it's nothing. It's just a clump of refined metal, nothing more. I've got more where that came from, too. Thank you, Redhead muttered, lovingly clutching the metal in his hands like a precious artifact. But, as soon as he noticed my gaze, he acted much more casually about it. Guess he's gotta keep his sense of pride intact, at least around me. You're welcome. You're still determined to win against me, right? Well, get a new sword and we'll face each other in a fair duel. We can have a rematch when I come back to visit. Wait, you are leaving us? The princess asked in an uncharacteristically loud voice. Oh, did I not mention that yet? Sorry. I apologized, realizing that I did neglect to mention this to anyone. It has been a lingering idea in my head for a little while now, but not one that I'd shared with anyone. Yeah, I'll need to leave sooner rather than later. I have friends waiting for me and a job to do. I've already been here for longer than I probably should have been. You should tell our father the chief if you are planning on leaving. The princess quietly said, her pink eyes downcast with disappointment at the news. Next time you are here, I will be a different ogre. I will defeat you in battle, Rimuru, and prove my strength as the heir to the chief of the ogres. Redhead declared confidently to me, his eyes sparkling with determination. Don't get so worked up about it, you two. I'm not leaving immediately. That night, the ogre kids came running up to me like a stampede. I stopped walking and let them swarm me, wondering what the commotion was about. Let's play the story game. One of the girls said brightly. The what? I asked, worried I was about to get wrapped up in another wrestling contest. The story game. Another kid cheered, pointing at the darkening edge of the sky. It's dark soon, so we're gonna do the story game. Okay. The story game turned out to be a campfire in the center of the village, where many elders and other villagers had gathered. I was on the ground in human form, cross-legged and holding an ogre toddler in my lap while they tried to chew on my fingers with their deceptively sharp baby teeth. It made me glad I wasn't capable of experiencing pain. I mostly listened for a while, not really sure what to say. A lot of the gossip was about my punting Gelmud earlier, which I didn't see as a big deal, but he did say he was a higher-ranked magen, or something like that. Maybe the ogres just don't see people like him around much. Let's hear a story from our guest, why don't we? One of the elders suggested, turning to me. It's been a while since we've had new tales around this place. Oh, To be honest, I didn't really want to. I mean, most of my memories are still human, and the ogres wouldn't understand a word of it. But, as I cast my eyes around for an excuse to refuse, something caught my attention. A little shrine, against a tree near the fire. In the place of honor was a carved stone dragon, and it looked a lot like Veldora. The resemblance was actually kind of impressive, given none of these ogres could have seen him. It didn't look very old with magic sense. All right, I said, taking the kid off my lap and handing him to a nearby ogress. I've only been around for a couple of months, you know, but there is one story I've got. Tell us. My dramatic prelude was already getting to the kids, who were still all hanging around me like I'm their pack leader or something. Okay, so. I leaned forward, drawing my youthful audience in. I was actually born in the sealed cave, where Veldora used to be. So in my first months there. You mean the storm dragon? One of the kids piped up. Already I was being interrupted. Yes, now shush. I chided. So, I was in the dark, blind, helpless, just fumbling around, when by chance I wandered near Veldora. You saw the storm dragon? One of the kids shouted with glee. Yes. I said, listen. The storm dragon sensed me, and all of a sudden a massive voice shook the cavern. Some of the kids squealed in delight. I was enjoying this, too, ramping up the very plain conversation I'd actually had with Veldora. Who dares to approach the mighty storm dragon? He said, and then, show yourself, or face annihilation. I put on my best Veldora impression, making my voice all loud and deep. The ogre seemed shaken by how high I cranked the volume of Sonic Wave, but I was trying to replicate the voice of an imposing dragon that definitely isn't at Sundara. I was sure that he wouldn't appreciate me ruining his reputation while he's not around, and for all I know, he could hear and see everything I could from inside my stomach. What happened? What happened? A smaller kid literally jumped into my arms, begging to be told more. Well, what could I do? I asked, rhetorically of course. I came out, so the dragon said, a mere slime dares to withstand my presence. State your reason for approaching me. Did you die? One of them shouted. I had the passing thought to answer yes to that, since I did indeed die at one point. But, I had a story to tell that was unrelated to my previous self's death. Of course not. Another kid answered back, Mr. Rimuru's here, isn't he? Well, maybe he's a ghost. Whoa. The kid waved their arms in the air and imitated a ghost, or at least what they thought one sounded like. Kind of, maybe. No, I'm not a ghost. I said. So, Veldora asked me to speak, right? But I'm a slime. And at the time, I couldn't take this form, so I couldn't speak at all. This was met with dramatic gasps of horror. It was honestly surprising, but, yeah, not being able to obey their literal god would be scary, wouldn't it? Of course, at the time I was thinking, I can't speak, and Veldora heard it. It makes sense, an elder interrupted in a quiet voice, that the storm dragon has powers to hear the mind. Ignoring the interruption, I continued. You can't speak. He said, and of course, I answered yes. I couldn't see either. And when he learned that, he gave me a challenge. There were several looks of astonishment in the crowd, and even more of awe as I had evidently survived Veldora's challenge. I will give you a test, to see if you are worthy. He declared, man, I was loving this theatric acting. You must learn magic sense, right now, and when you look upon me, you must not fear me. To learn a skill so quickly. Another ogre murmured. It took a bit, but I'm mostly made of magicals anyway, so I was lucky that I already kinda knew what they felt like. And I learned it, and got to see the world for the first time. What did the storm dragon look like? Someone piped up. We're getting there, I waved a hand dismissively. So, I did as instructed, and I looked at the dragon, and he was terrifying. I used body armor to turn my hands into scaled gauntlets, tipped with sharp claws, and held them over my head to imitate a scary monster. Then I got an idea, why not go all out? I killed a lesser dragon before meeting the ogres. It was one of the few monsters to give me a tough time, and I had those wings from the bat too. So using universal shapeshift, I made myself a pair of scary black horns, and big black wings popped out of my back that cast an intimidating, giant shadow over the firelit wall of one of the houses nearby. I even made a spiked tail, whipping it behind me to add to the effect. This was met with the delighted cries of my now very large audience. He was massive, almost as big as the mountain itself, and covered in pitch-black scales, with teeth as big as my arm. And he said, "What do you think, little one? Didn't he say you couldn't show fear?" Someone from the back asked. That's right, I pointed a clawed hand at the speaker, and I didn't. I thought I was gonna die of fright on the spot, but I looked at him and said, now that I can see you, wanna be friends? That got a reaction. The entire crowd gasped, and some of them looked a bit pale. Was Veldora really that scary of a guy? I still remembered him as a whiny tsundere. He wasn't even as big as I said he was. How are you alive? Someone shouted. He liked it. I answered, he laughed. He said, never before have I met someone with your audacity. Why don't we be friends? I have been alone for a very long time. So he gave me my name, as an equal Rimuru, and our shared name, Tempest. Sensing the conclusion of the story, the previously, mostly, silent crowd suddenly went into an uproar. I heard things like amazing, and he's lying. That can't possibly be true. Hey, Rimuru. Someone shouted above the rest, do you know what happened to Veldora? That got them to quiet down real fast. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at me, curious and apprehensive all at once. I ate him. I don't know. I feigned a bit of sadness. I escaped the cave one day and got lost in the forest. By the time I found my way back, he was gone. This was met with murmurs or sympathy, probably a better reaction than what I would have gotten otherwise. Do you think he'll come back? Someone asked. That I had an answer to. Sooner or later, in a year or 100, most likely more than 100, we were going to break his seal. I'd promised that, and I don't break promises. Of course. I flashed a grin, he's Veldora. I'm sure that, wherever he is, he's trying his hardest to return to us. I meant that as a little jab to keep him going if Veldora could indeed hear me, and I had a sneaking suspicion that he could. My story was the talk of the rest of the night, and I bet that they'd all talk about it for a lot longer. I'd put on quite the show, so there was no way they'd forget it any time soon. The chief solemnly closed his eyes after I broke the news to him that I would be leaving them soon. I'd almost finished mapping out the forest, so I had little reason not to leave immediately, but I still wanted to stay a bit longer before departing. It was now the next morning. I decided to reveal that I'll be leaving to him first thing, hoping that I could catch the chief before he got busy with his work. You have been with us for months and my people have grown attached to your presence, but if you must go, I have no right to try and stop you, Rimuru. Yes, the ogres had grown attached to me, especially the princess and some of the children. But, I had things I needed to take care of. Shizu's dying wishes still remained unfulfilled, so I couldn't stay here forever, even if life among the ogres had been pleasant. Thanks for understanding. Next time I'm in the area, I'll make sure to stop by, as long as I'm still welcome. That home we have let you stay in is yours to return to, Rimuru. You are welcome to come back and live with my people after you've accomplished what you are setting out to do. Father, we should hold a feast to send Rimuru off properly. Redhead, who had been with the chief when I found them, suggested. That wasn't what I expected from him at all. I guess he figured out how much I love food. I'm surprised he picked up on that with how hostile he's been toward me. The chief seemed just as surprised as I was that Redhead would make an offer like that unprompted. I will let you organize that, my son. Things were starting to move fast, so I felt the need to clear a few things up. Wait one moment, I won't be leaving for another week or two, I think. I'd like to spend a bit more time here before departing. My sudden announcement about leaving was kinda an accident, something that just spilled out of my mouth. I wasn't emotionally ready to leave the ogres just yet. I'd made friends here, so I needed a little more time. The chief laughed a little at my assurance. Well, we will make sure to send you off properly when the time comes. Yes, I will cook you the best meal, Rimuru. The princess chimed in. Can we have fish? I asked the chief. Fish? Yeah, don't you guys fish? I haven't had any fish since coming to this world, but there's no way people don't eat seafood around here, right? It doesn't hurt to ask, at least. Sometimes, although rarely. If that's what you want, Rimuru, I'm sure we can accommodate you. Oh, if it's too much trouble, then never mind. But, I can even help you catch fish if you want, it's been forever since I've gone fishing. You two should go fishing together in preparation for the feast, the princess suggested. Us too? Redhead asked, glancing at me and pointing at himself. Yes, you too. I want Rimuru to leave on good terms with you, brother, so some time spent together would be beneficial. So thanks to the ogre princess, I found myself on a fishing trip with the redhead. It's too bad there isn't any saltwater nearby. I grumbled out loud. Saltwater? Redhead asked. Yeah, the ocean probably has better fish than the lake we're going to, I explained. There was an awkward pause, so I looked over at him and saw a serious stare. At first I was questioning if he might not know what an ocean was or something, but apparently that wasn't his problem. Rimuru. He sternly jabbed at me. What? I asked a little defensively. You do realize that slimes cannot handle salt water, right? He asked condescendingly. I was genuinely surprised by this. Wait, what? I heard about it as a kid. Too much salt can make a slime shrivel up. You should stay away from any salt water, I believe. He explained, sounding pretty satisfied with himself for schooling me on something he probably thinks I should already know. Oh. Was the only response I could give. He just gave me a look like I was suicidal. Cut me some slack, man. I've told you how long I've lived in this world, so you should understand. I mean, how was I supposed to know that? Well, I'm just glad that I didn't learn that lesson the hard way. We were walking together to a known fishing spot. Redhead knew the way and I could guess where we were heading based on the map I'd made of the forest. It's a lake, but not the one where it's all marshy. I'd been told that's territory that belongs to a race called lizardmen, so fishing there isn't allowed and is considered encroaching on their land. The ogres only seem to control part of the forest, and this lake was included in that territory. Once there, I peered at the clear, glistening lake spread in front of us and pulled out the 2 fishing poles I'd stored away for our trip. They were very similar to what I was used to from fishing back when I was human, although these were a bit more simplistic. Either way, they should do the job just fine. Redhead stared at me for a moment, as if in deep contemplation. I really wondered what that airhead could be thinking about so hard before he suddenly spoke. What should we use as bait? You know the fish here better than I do, what would you recommend? I really didn't have any idea, and even with the sage, I doubt I could really figure it out immediately. Redhead scratched the back of his neck and looked uneasy for a few moments. I don't think you'd want to know. What's that supposed to mean? It can't be that bad, even if it is kinda gross, I deadpanned. Humming a bit, I wondered what gross or gnarly kinds of things monster fish would like as bait. Redhead rolled his eyes. You're lost then. Normally, we would use slimes as bait. The fish here like them, so we'd normally skewer them on hooks and use them. I shuddered for a moment, an inexplicable chill running down my back from the idea. Come on, what's with you people? Can't you understand that slimes have feelings too? We aren't just unthinking blobs. Without a lot of thought, I burst out, finally wanting someone to vent about the mounting feeling of slimes being abused so often. I told you that you wouldn't want to know. He huffed back and looked back out onto the lake. I'm sure if we look, we can find something else to use instead. I guess, you're right. I sighed. Sorry. I turned and tried to hum off my embarrassment while looking around. I even asked the sage to thoroughly scan the area with magic sense. Notice, several possible bait substances have been identified within this area. Reliable as always. I followed the little markers the sage set on my mental map of the area and ended my search with a pile of large monster bugs and a few small animals. That felt a little cruel, but I wanted fish for dinner tonight. You have to break some eggs to make an omelet, as they say. In the meantime, Redhead had collected his own pile of potential bait, and presented me with a giant snake-sized worm, along with a comb from some kind of monster termite mound. I think this will be enough. I smiled and looked between our two piles of bait. Well, let the better fisherman win then. Redhead grinned, and took one of the poles, before quickly setting his bait and casting to the center of the lake. Which was pretty impressive, at least by human standards. I got my own chance to roll my eyes, before setting my own bait and casting as well. Our hooks landed near each other, so it was a matter of who had picked better bait now. So the both of us sat there, intently focusing on our hooks. And we sat there. Then we sat there some more. Finally, we sat there for a little while longer. Dang it. I threw my pole into the air. It had been nearly 2 hours and nothing had even cared about our bait. Are you giving up? Redhead smirked again, although I could tell from his tight grip on his pole, he was also angry we weren't getting anything. No. I just don't think this is working, all right. I huffed and skipped a large pebble to the other side of the lake to demonstrate what I meant. Nothing even reacted to the disturbance at the surface. Everything must have been pretty deep, and clearly, our bait wasn't very enticing. Redhead looked out over the lake and nodded. Well, what do you want to do then? Surely a great Magian like yourself wouldn't be defeated by a simple fish. He took a clearly sarcastic tone and an even more wicked grin. However, he had the perfect idea. You know what? You're right. A powerful Magian like me would never be beaten by a fish. You said they like slimes, right? Well, we have a slime right here. Hey, that was teasing. What crazy idea have you cooked up? He tilted his head and looked a lot more confused, not to mention concerned. Wait, you don't mean Dash. I'll just go in there, draw them in, and beat up the fish myself. My patience expended, I ran toward the edge of the lake and jumped, while midair dropping my shapeshift and letting my slimy self sink into the depths. I watched Rimuru hop into the lake and disappear under the shiny surface of the water, questioning his sanity. Well, if he thinks he'll be fine, I'm not gonna stop him. I shrugged. So, I just watched intently, waiting to see what happened. I wasn't lying when I said that the fish here love slimes, it's one of their natural prey, as far as I understand. Slimes are prevalent in the summer, and because they're mostly made of water mixed with magicules, it's not uncommon for them to hop in lakes and such to cool off on the hottest days of the year. The fish here go mad for them when that happens, especially since slimes tend to move en masse. A few minutes passed with no sign of Rimuru. I started to worry that he might have drowned, but knowing what he is, I bet he doesn't even need to breathe, does he? I decided to just wait a bit longer, not wanting to jump in after him and get my clothes all wet. Suddenly, something large broke the surface of the water and flew right at me. I jumped out of the way and watched as a massive fish slapped into the ground where I was standing. It wasn't moving at all and seemed to be dead. But then, the mouth began to move a little and something blue and shiny wiggled its way out. It was Rimuru, of course. He quickly changed into his human shape after escaping the maw of the dead fish. That was an interesting experience. Not one I'd like to repeat, though. Rimuru grumbled, smoothing out the clothes he put on mid-transformation. Why did you let that fish eat you? I questioned. I didn't let it eat me. I was just baiting it to get closer, but before I could decide how to kill it, I was in its mouth. Rimuru casually explained to me. How did you kill it exactly? I asked, not noticing a single wound on the fish as I looked at it closer. I yanked this out of it. Rimuru held up an organ that he pulled out of seemingly nowhere. It looked like a heart encrusted in mana crystals. Once I was inside, it was easy to get to it, and taking it was enough to kill this fish instantly. Do you think we should bring back more of these? It would be nice to have more than one fish for this feast. Only if you play the bait for them. As I said, I do not want to experience getting gobbled up by a fish again. I don't think I would work as bait. I'm too big and I definitely don't resemble a slime. Well, there's no way I'm going in that lake again, so let's settle for this one fish. I was the only person that wanted it badly, so people can eat something different if it's not enough. That's fairly selfish of you, but whatever. I didn't actually believe the Magian would eat the entire fish, it was nearly the size of a large shed. Hey, I'm not a glutton. Just look at this thing, it's huge. I've never once seen you turn down seconds at a meal, even though you are given a larger portion than most of us. If that doesn't make you a glutton, I don't know what would. All slimes eat that much. Rimuru protested. No, slimes don't eat at all. I've never once seen one eat a single thing. I folded my arms and explained to him. Stop trying to act like you're a slime expert. Says the slime that didn't even know that salt could kill him. Rimuru huffed, angry but unable to say anything back after that. Let's head back, he grumbled. Sure, but what are we going to do to carry that thing? I didn't expect our catch to be that large. I'll handle it. Rimuru, again, dropped out of human form and proceeded to completely engulf the fish with his body. You were supposed to wait for the feast, and didn't you say that was too large for you to eat by yourself not even a moment ago? I questioned him. I just stored it, I didn't actually eat it. Rimuru explained, but this didn't really make sense to me. As far as I could tell, it looked exactly the same as the times I'd seen Rimuru eat things while in his natural shape. You get weirder and weirder the more I learn about you. I teased a little. TCH. Rude. Redhead and I made our way back. That was quite the fishing trip, I have to say. And what we ended up catching was impressive. I'd even had the passing thought to just eat the fish on the spot after escaping from its mouth, but I decided that was much too barbaric. I knew I'd been eating monsters whole, slime style, for a while now, but resorting to eating it raw and unprepared in human form was not okay. Honestly, having that urge was a bit disturbing to me, but I brushed it off as nothing but a silly intrusive thought. Right when we arrived back at the ogre village, we were crowded with kids asking us if we'd caught anything. Redhead tried to shift away from them, seeming a little bit uncomfortable. So I bumped him forward and whispered, "Come on, just talk to them. They're your people." He sighed and rolled his eyes before setting them forward. We caught the largest fish I've ever seen. He tried to do it all proudly, but he was still a bit uneasy. Hee hee. I chuckled at his awkward boasting. It wasn't long after I urged him on like that we got to planning the feast. The old white-hair was honestly really helpful with preparing the fish. He made a lot of interesting cuts after making the odd request of skewering it on a single large wooden pole, literally just a stripped and sharpened tree trunk. This thing was huge. Redhead got to be the de facto leader for just one night, and after getting over the initial stage fright, he took to it well enough. Everyone got to spend their time happily. They even brought out alcohol, which I was banned from drinking by the princess. According to her, I was both too young and too powerful to drink safely. The redhead certainly got a kick out of that, grinning evilly as he drank sake right in front of me. The fish we caught, by the way. Great. The elder even confirmed the sage's intuition. After I showed him the heart of the fish, he explained to me that it was using its heart to circulate mana around its body. The forge ogre went crazy when he saw the mana crystals on the heart too. He nearly begged me to use a few to set into the hilt of the sword for Redhead, so I let him have the fish heart. I didn't particularly need it, and according to the sage, I could make another whenever I get monster fish flesh. Which was information I didn't need to know. Luckily, late into the feast, near midnight it must have been, I managed it. I got a sip of sake while the ogre princess wasn't looking. But God had forsaken me. Notice, effective poison has been nullified. The sage declared defiantly. Alcohol's not poison. I internally protested, but to no avail. Notice, effective poison has been nullified. The message was repeated more forcefully the second time, which I thought was strange, but I ignored it. I was too annoyed about not being able to get intoxicated even if I did get my hands on some liquor. Just another thing I had to miss out on thanks to my biology, I suppose. So I stayed one more night, relaxing in my house and patiently awaiting sunrise while musing on my time with the ogres. They were good people, and I wished the best for them. Unfortunately, I needed to leave, but who knows? I could always come back. I certainly couldn't let that red-headed hotshot get one up on me. As the sun finally rose, I popped up into human form and walked out to the front of my house. A few of the ogres were waiting for me, I guess they wanted to see me off. The chief spoke first. "Thank you for your stay here, you have taught us many valuable lessons." The old guy was as dignified as always. Redhead made a declaration after that. "I'll be far stronger next time you show up here." His grin was a lot more amiable now, friendlier. I like that. I will patiently await what stories my student has to tell me when he returns. The elder ogre nodded to me. Purple Hair was in a huff, but she still seemed disappointed about me leaving. The princess had gotten bold enough to hug me. She ran up and wrapped her arms around me on my way to the gate, before hiding away again. Ah, thanks guys, my smile was probably as wide as the horizon, these guys were making me so happy. You are always welcome back, of course. The chief placed a hand on my shoulder. This house will be reserved for you, so don't worry about losing it. Oh, really? I asked, glancing back at the hut-sized structure. You're just giving it to me? Of course. He smiled, it's yours. Huh. I wanted to ask something really weird, and possibly very greedy. Was this fine? Screw it. I decided I would ask. If you're just gonna give it to me. I ask slowly, a little hesitant, do you mind if I just take it? Take it. The chief gave me a strange look, and I couldn't blame him. Redhead, meanwhile, was shaking his head knowingly, but he had a smile on. Ah, yeah. I can store stuff, right? I brought Shizu's sword out to demonstrate. So can I store the house? The chief stared a moment, then burst out laughing. So much for the dignified act earlier, old man. Sure, he chuckled. It's yours, after all. Ahaha, thanks, I chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, the whole situation was kind of absurd, but I wanted to have it, you know. Walking up to the side of the house, I placed my hand against it. I didn't want to envelop the whole thing like I normally did, just because that seemed a little undignified. I hadn't actually used this method since Veldora, but with objects or monsters bigger than I could cover with my slime body, they could be drawn into my space so long as I was touching them. This ability also required that they didn't resist me, so I couldn't just punch a wild beast and store it, but it was helpful for situations like this. Great Sage helped me measure out the area, and in the blink of an eye, the house was gone. Wow. The empty lot looked kind of sad. Barren. Thanks, Chief. I smiled awkwardly, rubbing the back of my head. You're quite welcome. I hope it serves you well. Rimuru. The princess spoke up, peeking behind her sleeve. Yeah. Can I carry you to the gate? I knew that's what she'd want. Sure. I went into my natural blobular form and the princess happily scooped me up and hugged me tightly. She held me close up to her face, pressing her cheek against my soft body as she laid her head on me. Please come back soon. She whispered. I'll try. I have a job to do, but when I'm done, I'll come back. I can't promise I'll stay, but I'll definitely visit. Thank you. She lowered me a little but continued holding me as we finally started toward the gate with my little procession of ogres. Getting to the gate, the princess reluctantly set me down, subtle sadness in her pink eyes. First taking human form again, I looked back at them all and saw the forge ogre run up to the chief and his son with something wrapped in cloth. It's done. I've been working on it since before the feast began. Oh. The chief nodded. Rimuru, what do you think of this? Give it to him, I think your son has earned it. You saw him last night, didn't you? I didn't really want to leave the guy defenseless, so it was best for him to get to carry a sword again. Very well. Rimuru Tempest, would you do the honors? The chief grinned at me in an amused way. Hey. What? He wants me to do the fancy ceremonial handoff of the sword. I wasn't thrilled since I'm bad with this sort of thing, but all their begging eyes were boring into me. He wouldn't be getting this if not for you. The chief urged further. I sighed. Really, you guys? I walked up to the forge ogre, and took the cloth carefully, before walking over to Redhead and rolling my eyes. But before I could say anything, we were interrupted by a storm of pure chaos that engulfed the village. Rimuru. Mr. Rimuru. Wait. The ogre kids, all 20-something that lived in the village, appeared out of nowhere and stampeded around us like something out of a horror movie. Pushing aside Redhead, the princess, and even the chief, the whole swarm conglomerate around me, and suddenly I was buried in a sea of kids. Mr. Rimuru. We made you something. Don't leave, Puiawas. One of the younger ones, maybe 4 years old, or close to it, grabbed onto my hand, and immediately their legs stopped supporting them as they hung onto me. Ah, wait. I tried to say, but an older kid came up from behind and wrapped me in a literally crushing hug. No. Stand back. It was a good thing I didn't need air, because even my squishy self was feeling uncomfortable in this kid's grasp. I was released shortly after, and another immediately started grabbing my shoulders and shaking me. Hold on. Calm down. I tried to say, but the horde just kept chattering and grabbing and I was pretty sure the entire forest could hear them, and having mapped its entirety, I knew exactly how big that was. I had no idea what to do. Half of them were shouting about a present, half were begging me to stay, one was bragging about how far they threw a rock yesterday and the one grabbing onto me had a hand so gross and sticky that I was trying not to think about it. Alright, move. It was Redhead who saved me from my untimely fate. At the sound of his voice the sea receded, and I gasped in relief at seeing the sun again. Redhead was looking kind of irritated that our moment was ruined, but he still had a half-hidden smile. One at a time, he ordered. Kind of him, maybe he wasn't as aloof as I thought. Mr. Rimuru. One of the oldest, I think he was the leader of that team I first played Hammerhorns with, pushed his way to the front and bowed deeply. Him bending over let me see the large, round, blue object clutched in his hands, still dripping, I might add. Now that I was looking, around half the kids had hands, and arms, and faces, and hair covered in some sort of blue goop disturbingly similar in color to my slime form. What is this? I asked, completely bewildered and vaguely aware that my clothes were now covered in blue smears and handprints. Thank you for playing with us, the ogre kid said, and presented the object to me. It was a rock, much bigger than any human kid his size could hold, and covered in some sort of blue paint. It was close in size and shape to my slime form, too. Oh, thank you, I said, taking the gift. It was still sticky from whatever paint they used and wasn't blue pigment-like, super rare in nature. Was this a fantasy world thing or did I really not want to know what this was covered in? Confirmed. The paint substitute is made from. No. No, don't tell me. At least not until I'm cleaned off. Understood. I think the sage was sulking, but that really wasn't my problem. Thank you so much. I smiled brightly, putting on my best customer service face. I'll make sure to put it somewhere special. And if your sword ever breaks, you can crush the bad guys' faces with it. I'm sure they'll stop moving good with this. A little kid chirped from the back. What the heck? Did they make it for me as a weapon? I'm sure it'll come in handy, I replied cheerfully, trying to ignore that last comment. Quickly storing the questionable object in my stomach, I dropped into slime form briefly to clean off. Thank you so much. All right, the chief intervened, looking bemused. Our guest has something to say to the young master. The crowd of kids stepped back at his command, waving frantically at me and shouting goodbyes. After several hushes from the surrounding adults, I retrieved the sword from where I put it in my stomach while being swamped earlier and presented it to Redhead. Use this to protect yourself and your people first. Use it to get stronger second. I unwrapped the cloth and presented him with the sword in the most dignified way I could manage, trying to be all serious despite my internal cringing. You have your right again, take it. The chief went along after me to tell the Redhead he had permission. Redhead seemed excited but restrained himself. Thank you, Rimuru. Only after he said that did he take the sword from the cloth, holding it high toward the heavens. The dark crimson of the blade shone dully, but as his magiceuls rushed into it, the crystals on the hilt glowed a fiery red and the blade ignited into flames. I smirked, it was exactly what that kid must have wanted. The lingering crowd of children around us started cheering, sending birds flying with the sound of their voices. Ha! The voice of the world. Redhead turned away and examined his sword himself, questioning it for a few moments before turning back. The ogres have never possessed a weapon of this grade. It gave me a skill, Tempest Flame. Whoa, really? I don't have that one. I mused, only slightly jealous. That's awesome, man. I grinned at him before turning away. I'll challenge you the next time you are here, Rimuru. Redhead had to declare it one more time. You best be prepared. I will be. See ya around, Ogre Village. Waving goodbye, I spread my wings and was off into the sky. I decided to drop my house off in a safe place. There was no reason to keep it with me at this point, I just wanted to have it in case. Everyone needs a home to return to, and I also thought that it might pose a problem when it came to my stomach's capacity. Yeah, the sage said I was only at 32.6%, or more specifically 32.639502%, but who knows what I'll come across in my travels. I just felt better placing it down somewhere, even if I could have just left it with the ogres. Where is it I picked? The sealed cave, of course. Nobody else ever steps foot in here, and I just feel a sense of safety and security here. Perhaps that has something to do with the fact I was born in this cave, but there's no real way for me to know. As I arrived at my destination, I nostalgically looked around at the large chamber I found myself in at the deepest point of the cavern. This was where Veldora was up until I ate him, and the open floor space makes it perfect for my purposes. There's even a nearby lake for me to take a dip in. Ready, I plopped my house in the flattest spot. Seeing a house inside a cave was a little strange, but I had no real problem with it. Besides, no severe weather or rampaging monster would damage it down here. Yeah, the magicule concentration was a bit intense, but for a monster like me, it actually felt nice. I subsist off the stuff, so there's no reason for me to be against being surrounded by a thick concentration of magicules. I stepped inside my little house and took a seat on the bed, running my hand across the smooth fabric. I should stay down here for a little while. I decided. I still felt apprehensive about traveling back to that human country called Blumend after what happened last time. I wanted to see my human friends again, but if anybody outside of those three found out what I was, things would turn horrible very fast. Flying away would be an option now. I don't think I'd have any trouble running away if it came to that, unlike last time. But, I'd like to avoid that at all costs, which means I need to know how to properly hide my monstrousness. The mask I received from Shizu certainly helps since it hides my aura, as well as her body making me look nothing like the blob I am. Still, I'm so hesitant to go, even with everything I'd gained from Shizu. I was given these gifts in exchange for a promise, but now when push comes to shove, I'm chickening out due to my own fears of rejection. I don't want to be rejected by human society, not after being invited in so warmly by the ogres. But, my promise to Shizu means more than my feelings. I flopped onto the bed, feeling sorry for myself and trying to work past my fears. I lay there for hours, feeling worse and worse as time ticked by. Remembering how I'd failed to save Shizu, and how I was failing her again by not going straight to those children she clearly loved so much. I'd stalled for time with the ogres, insisting that staying with my newfound monster friends for months was okay, but in hindsight, it wasn't. And guess what? Part of me wants to go back to them. I wish I could just sleep so I could clear my head and resolve to go. I'm never gonna leave at this rate. I grumbled to myself. Notice. Development of skill, sleep mode, has been completed. Would you like to activate this skill? Yes/no. Sleep mode. I asked, confused that this seemed to come out of nowhere. I guess the sage had been working on that in the background after I whined so much about not being able to sleep. Can I set this skill to put me to sleep for a specific amount of time? I wouldn't want to accidentally sleep for years or something equally as insane, so to be safe, I asked the sage. Answer. The default for the skill, sleep mode, has been set at 8 hours based on records of the optimal period of sleep located in your memories. Would you like to activate the skill, sleep mode? Yes/no. What are you, my wife? Great Sage seems to almost be nagging me about this, but that can't be right. Yes. I answered, deciding that it was safe enough for me to try, given where I currently am at the moment. The fatigue hit me like a truck and my magic sense blacked out within seconds. Darkness. Again, I could see nothing, hear nothing, or sense a single thing. Just a void of sensory deprivation that I was floating in, alone. Quahaha. Suddenly a familiar, resounding voice echoed in my head. That little show at the campfire you gave was impressive, my brother. I find those small little totems so unflattering. Luckily you showed those ogres the true glory of my image. I whipped around in the empty space to see him, already feeling hot with embarrassment. You saw that. But of course, my little slime friend. You've provided me with so much entertainment. So you've been watching everything I'm doing. Aren't you supposed to be working on escaping your prison? Notice, the individual Veldora Tempest has been working with low efficiency toward the goal of the individual Rimuru Tempest. Gah. Veldora looked shocked. How dare you, Rimuru? I have been working at my utmost best. Wait, what? I said, I didn't say that. But haven't you been communicating with me through your skill this whole time? Veldora asked, looking confused. No. This is the first I've heard of this. Then, I felt 2 arms wrap around my body from behind and I turned my attention to the person responsible. No. There's no way. Shizu-san. I cautiously asked her. Yes, it's me, Satoru-san. She said with a smile, but this kind expression only lasted a moment. I didn't think I needed to drill into your head that you have not failed me, Satoru-san. She chidingly commented while still embracing my slime body. I thought you were gone. What are you doing here, wherever this is? We are inside your soul, my little slime buddy. Veldora boomed. I bravely convinced this, steadfast, incredible, and beautiful woman to come here and solve your anxieties. Quite impressive, no. Nothing to someone as great as I, but nonetheless an amazing feat. Oh shush, you big lout. Shizu harshly scolded him, while shooting a very stern glare. Shizu is being kinda forceful. And this is with the storm dragon of all people. I haven't ever seen this side of her. Listen, Satoru-san, the dragon brought me here to speak with you since he was concerned, and after hearing his reasons, so am I. Shizu continued, talking over the disgruntled muttering of my dragon friend. I immediately felt guilty, knowing that I'd been worrying both Shizu and Veldora without even noticing. I wanted to dash, I tried and struggled to explain. I understand your feelings, but you don't need to suffer for my sake. Enjoying your new life a little is nothing to be ashamed of. Don't force yourself, Satoru-san. The dead seriousness in her dark eyes made my regret all the more intense. I still need you to break my prison, so don't get yourself killed by rushing into things. Veldora boomed, butting into our conversation again and shattering the serious tone in one fell swoop. I said be quiet. Shizu scolded him again before she turned her attention back to me. But, before she could say anything, I spoke up again. But, Shizu-san. Your body, your mask, even the skills I gained after your death, I need to repay all of it. I can't just sit around doing nothing all day when I owe you a debt for your kindness. Shizu's expression turned troubled at this. You still see all those gifts as mine? Yes, Shizu-san, of course, I do. Satoru-san, I'm dead. Shizu bluntly responded. Yes, but I'm dead. she further emphasized. But you're right here. No, Satoru-san, I'm not. I died months ago, and what you see is all that is left of me, nothing but an echo, a memory of who I was, a fragment of my former self that felt she couldn't yet move on to the afterlife. But, you're still you, Shizu-san. All I am is the part of me that you knew, nothing more. Even so, now that I know you're inside me, I can bring you back later, kind of like how I'm going to release Veldora. Then, you can live again, and dash. No, I can't. I'm dead. She insisted, and I wouldn't want to go back to that world, even if it was possible. But dash. Shizu cut me off, patting me gently. We need to talk about something other than me, Satoru-san. She sighed. Take your human form for me. I was a bit hesitant, finding it strange to morph into the shape of a person that's right here, holding me in her arms. It felt wrong. You mean your form, Shizu-san? No, your human form. Don't mistake that. She paused and pinched me. Take your form. I knew that she wouldn't drop it and I wanted to make her happy, so I obliged and did as she said, even if I still felt like it was a strange thing to do. Shizu stared down at me for a moment, her dark eyes meeting the golden ones I'd gained with this body. She lightly stroked the hair on my head before finally breaking the silence of the void around us. Shizu took my face in her hands, squishing my cheeks between her palms. I am glad to see that you've gained a form similar to my own, but don't mistake yourself. That body is yours, not mine, do you understand? Don't look at your own face and grieve over it because I've passed. It's a gift that belongs to you. No, my face is the one I used to have in my previous life, not this one. You are so stubborn, Satoru-san. I'm just being realistic, though. This is pretty much a carbon copy of you with a palette swap, so how can I call it mine? Yes, and I look very much like my mother, but does that make my body hers? No, but that's just because you're a daughter, while I'm some random bum who got reincarnated as a slime. Yes, and a slime chosen as the sworn brother of the mighty storm dragon Veldora. Kwahawahaha. Shizu shot Veldora another icy stare and he withered in the presence of it. Shizu then turned back to me and huffed. I always wanted a beautiful daughter of my own, but I didn't want to raise her in this world. Yet here you are, complaining about getting to practically be my daughter. What are you saying, Shizu-san? I'm a man, remember. Yet you insist your face is one that's a woman's. Don't you see the contradiction in that? I'm just using your face. I insisted. We kept bickering back and forth about the issue until she pulled out her ultimate weapon of mass ego destruction. Slime-san, do you really want to keep denying that this is you now? If you can't accept yourself, you can be my darling daughter instead. She even hugged me tightly and used one of her arm wraps to start tying a bow in my hair. I grabbed the makeshift ribbon and pulled it off of my head. Please, Shizu-san, not you too. Why does every woman I've met in this world enjoy dressing me up? I can't even avoid it within my own mind. Will you please just accept this body as yours then? That's all I want right now. I choked. Why yes, I will. I said, finally giving in, thanks, Shizu. She hugged me tighter and I felt tears begin to flow out of my eyes. Ah, Satoru-san. Shizu smiled, cupping my face. You're beautiful, even when you cry. Don't want to be beautiful, I grumbled, wiping my eyes. Shizu just chuckled lightly at this before she faded away into the darkness like a mirage. I heard one last whisper from her before she finally left me. I don't even know if my body was really mine, after all it had gone through. What does she mean by that? I floated there for a moment in the nothingness, questioning many things as well as missing the warm feeling of Shizu's embrace. After a few moments alone, my surroundings began to brighten, and the next thing I knew, I was staring at the ceiling of my home. I strangely woke up in human form, despite falling asleep as a slime. I felt something on my face and brought a hand up to wipe it away and found that I had even cried in my sleep. That seemed kinda pathetic to me, but I couldn't mope about it. Funny how my first dream as a slime was a nightmare, but it wasn't all bad. I took my time getting up and getting ready to head out. I should still get to save those kids, but if Shizu didn't want me to rush, taking time to learn how to be a human in this world would be best. For that, I decided to go to the only place the ogre said monsters walked among humans freely. Dworgen. As I finally got ready to leave the cave, I wandered by the lake next to my house, the same lake I'd swam in while still blindly wandering this place. I crouched by its shore and peered at its shiny surface. My reflection looked back at me, golden eyes staring and silvery blue hair framing my childish, somewhat feminine face. But, unlike the last time I'd looked at myself, I felt differently about it. This is my face. It came from Shizu, but it's mine, and so is this body. You idiot, you made Shizu-san worry about you, even from beyond the grave. I grumbled to myself scoldingly, smacking my cheeks with both hands before resolving to leave and head to what I'd heard was known as the armed nation of Dworgen. Flying off, I headed in the direction of the Connaught Mountains, wanting to visit the armed nation of Dworgen before going to Blumund. It'd be a test run for me when it came to blending into human society again, and I was also interested in meeting fantasy dwarves. My inner nerd was coming out, I suppose, but I did have real reasons to be going there outside of my own whims. I'd like to learn some of their technology if possible, since that's what dwarves are known for in this world. With the sage's analysis, I should be able to learn a lot just by visiting. I landed a decent distance from the gates, not wanting anyone to spot me flying, and tucked my wings away, or more like retracted them into my body, but whatever. That'll be the test. I want to see if I can pass convincingly as a human before I try my luck entering human lands again. Plus, the idea of seeing fantasy dwarves in real life was appealing to me, so my excitement with this little detour was real. I saw from above how unreasonably long the line was in front of the gates, but I didn't think that cutting would do me any good. So, I took my place at the back and waited like the rest of these people. Scanning the line with magic sense, I could tell that there was quite a mix of different races, just as I'd expected. Some appeared to be dwarves, others humans, and even a few elves. I also detected a scant few sentient monsters in line as well, although they were few and far between. I'd gotten into the habit of analyzing anyone I came by, curious about how I stood up to them, but that was easier said than done when it came to humans. Honestly, ability-wise, they all looked the same to me, at least when they were just idly standing in line. Watching them fight would make a difference in my assessment, I knew that for certain. With monsters, Magic count was a good way to check their strength, but that wasn't really important when it came to humans from what I could tell. Their equipment varied a bit in strength and quality, but not much. Compared to Shizu's sword, most of the weapons that I looked at were nothing special. "Hey little girl, are you here by yourself?" "Oh great, now this." As if having to spend an extended amount of time in a lengthy line wasn't bad enough, some sleazeball was now trying to strike up a conversation with me. He was directly behind me in line, so it's not like I could do anything to distance myself from him and his little gang of thug stereotypes without losing my spot. Maybe he'll shut up if I just keep quiet. I pretended like I didn't hear him, or maybe didn't realize it was me he was speaking to. "We're speaking to you, Squirt, so how about you answer my friend here?" His friend asked in a more aggressive tone. I guess ignoring them isn't gonna work. "Oh, sorry, were you speaking to me?" I was just a bit lost in thought. "Yeah, we're a skin, if you're alone." The first shouted. "I think the answer is pretty obvious without me needing to tell you," I answered bluntly. "Oh look, she's got a mouth on her, ain't she?" The third man in their group asked the first. "Yeah, a pretty one too." "How much you think we could sell her for?" The second asked. "Dunno, but I bet that sword would sell for a lot." "Gimme that thing, kid, or we'll snatch you up too." The first warned me. "Oh wow, all three of you teaming up on me, how manly and mature of you." I flatly responded. "Just give us the sword, girl. It's in your best interest." He made a move to try to take Shizu's sword from me, so I repaid him with a swift punch to the gut to drive home the fact that I'm no pushover that gives in to threats like that. The results were not what I intended. The thug was sent flying, skidding along the ground before stopping several yards away from where I hit him. I was even holding back, just wanting to scare him off, but it seems I didn't constrain my strength enough. Maybe sparring with ogres has skewed my sense of how much force I need to put into attacks. People around me started yelling for guards and I was half tempted to just book it out of there, but I decided to stay, confident that I was purely defending myself and that others would vouch for me. I mean, that guy lunged at me after surrounding me alongside his two buddies, it's pretty obvious why I'd fight back. I was correct when I thought that others waiting would speak up about what happened, but that didn't mean I wasn't escorted away from the scene by guards. The three stooges got arrested and I was brought to the guardhouse by one of the dwarves. They treated me much gentler than the three thugs that attacked me, probably because I looked like an innocent child. Well, maybe not innocent, considering that I'd just punted a full-grown man across a field. So yeah, when he tried to take my sword, I just swung at him to make him back off, but I overdid it, I explained to the captain of the dwarven guards, named Kaido. I'd say, that man ended up with some broken ribs and even pissed himself from the impact. He exclaimed, giving me some details that I really didn't need to know. "If something like that happens again, call for our help instead. That's what we're here for." I nodded in agreement to appease him, even though I didn't think I'd done anything wrong by punching that thug. I just put a little too much oomph into it, that's all. "Say, how'd you do that anyway? It's not normal for a kid to hit that hard." Kaido pointedly asked me. I guess I'll let him know I'm not human. Dworgen is supposed to be monster-friendly, so I shouldn't get in trouble just for that. "Well, I'm not a human kid like you think, sir," I said as I changed into my default slime form. "I'm a slime with a transformation skill." What in the name of? I was not expecting that. But, learning you're a type of monster answers my question. I changed back into Shizu's form, pretty sure this man found it more comfortable to talk to. "That's not a problem, right?" I cautiously asked him. No, all are welcome in the armed nation of Dworgen, so long as you obey the laws. I'll let you off the hook for that assault since I know you didn't start it, but I don't want you ending up in my team's hands again anytime soon. So behave yourself, all right, little slime kid. Thank you. Oh, for the record, are you named? I know most of you monster folk aren't, but you seem to be on the stronger end, so. Yeah, I have a name. It's Rimuru Tempest. Thanks, he muttered as he scribbled something on a piece of paper. You're free to go now, Rimuru. Just stay on your best behavior. What a nice guy. Well, that was a new one. I'll have to tell bro about him next time we grab drinks together. I'd never heard of a talking slime, let alone one that could convincingly pass as a human. Part of me found it disturbing, but the rest of my feelings were just curiosity. Makes you wonder what else is wandering around, right under your nose. I muttered quietly to myself. I was just glad that Rimuru wasn't hostile, just defending himself. We guards are pretty strong, but a casual punch from that slime was enough to seriously hurt a toughened criminal. What a weird little fella, though. I mused. I wonder if I'll ever cross paths with him again. Now released from the custody of the guards, I started wandering the streets of Dworgen, doing a bit of sightseeing. It was bustling with activity and liveliness, definitely the most crowded place that I'd been in since I was reborn into this world. To be honest, it was a bit overwhelming with my 360 degrees view of my surroundings, but I managed it. I set, great sage, to analyze anything and anyone interesting around me and tried my best to tune the crowd out of my conscious thoughts. My first thought was that I might as well get something to eat and get a taste of dwarven cuisine, whatever that may be. Food is an essential part of culture, and since I probably won't be coming back to this place for a while, I might as well sample the culture here a bit. Getting a better insight into how this world works is what I'm here for, after all, since I'll be heading to human lands afterward. So, I took my place at the back of the line at a nearby food vendor of some sort, but once I got to the front, I realized my mistake. I'm broke. The idea of money hadn't even crossed my mind once this entire time, somehow. Dejected, I stepped out of line, and the vendor gave me an odd stare. I forgot to bring my money with me, I explained in a half-lie. The kindly middle-aged dwarven woman gave me a sympathetic look and held out something for me to take. It was a small loaf of bread that seemed to have nuts of some sort baked into it. Here, sweetie, she said. But I said I don't have any money on me. I waved her off. Don't worry about that. Just be more careful about remembering to bring important things with you when going out. She lectured, holding up her index finger as she spoke. My childlike appearance had obviously led to this outcome. Not wanting to argue with this nice lady, I gratefully took the snack from her and thanked her graciously. But, this wasn't something I could repeatedly do, I knew that. I felt scummy enough taking advantage of that woman's generosity once, and it felt even worse that I used my appearance to manipulate her feelings. I was in the body of a child, but on the inside, I was an adult man, and I doubted with my old human face she would have treated me the same way. So, how should I get my hands on some currency? There was obviously some kind used around here. I'd noticed it being used by the people around me with some of the other vendors. Coins, both silver and copper in color. No sign of any paper money, though, which wasn't something that I found surprising. Then the thought occurred to me, I had lots of monster-derived material stored away in my stomach, didn't I? I'd learned during my time with the Adventurer Trio and Shizu that stuff like that can be pretty valuable. I could maybe sell some of the Magi steel I had too, but I'd figured that's harder to come by, so selling the stuff I was confident I could get more of later on seemed like the better option. Whatever. I decided I'd just figure that out if I found something else that I really wanted. As I considered what to do next, I took a seat on a nearby bench and took a bite out of the snack I was given. It tasted pretty plain, only mildly sweet, but was still moist and enjoyable. Maybe I should be a bit more proactive about gathering info, I pondered as I watched people walk by, lost in my thoughts. I started wondering if there was a library of some sort around here that was open to the public. Normally, I'd worry about being able to read in this world, but, Great Sage, was already doing its thing translating the variety of signs around the city. A book should go no differently. Done with my little food break, I started my aimless stroll through Dworgen, looking around for anything of interest. I stepped inside a few different shops, not intent on buying anything of course since I still lacked money, but I still wanted to get a look at what this place had to offer. I found some very interesting things that I was able to get a cursory analysis of using Great Sage. Absorbing something gives me a much better understanding, but I can't do that without buying, so looking at and picking up the objects will have to do. There seemed to be quite a few blacksmith shops. As to be expected of dwarves, I suppose. Beautiful, ornately engraved equipment was visible from the windows of the artisans' shops, some of them even glowing with magical force. I didn't dare step inside, knowing that I'd be seen as a nuisance with my lack of currency and young appearance. I got a good enough look from the outside anyway, not that I'd be able to replicate anything that incredible. It still gave me some knowledge of what sorts of weapons and other equipment this world has to offer. I also got a good look at various magical tools that were being sold in some of the shops, mostly with applications that everyday people might need. Nothing, in particular, was that interesting to me, but the mechanism behind their use was intriguing. Just by analyzing a few different ones with my eyes, I'd learned how runic magic works. It's a sort of engraving-based enchantment that can have a variety of effects depending on what you include. With some experimentation on my part, I could probably cook up some pretty cool gadgets later using this technique. There was no library to be found, at least not one that was accessible to me. But I did go into a store selling different magic tomes and spell books. Taking one off the shelf and opening it for a few seconds was enough for me to get all I needed out of it, thanks again to the sage. I did this with a good number of what was offered in the shop, starting to really feel bad about practically stealing from the establishment. But I felt it was necessary, unlike mooching food off of people on the street as I did earlier. They still got to keep the books, able to sell them even after I scanned them with my skill, unlike the nut bread I was given. That was my self-justification, at least. Still, this whole not having any money thing was really starting to bother me. I should at least try to get my hands on some cold hard cash. I did see a few things back in the shops that I wanted to buy but couldn't, but if I sold some of the monster materials I'd stored away in my stomach, then I'd be able to get them. I decided to take care of that first thing the next morning. For now, I needed to figure out somewhere to take a rest through the night. Sleeping wasn't my plan, but having some downtime in my slime form sounded very appealing to me right now. Also, I thought I would grab too much attention if I just kept walking the streets in the middle of the night, especially given my young appearance. I didn't feel like dealing with that. With the lack of cash, an inn was out of the question, but I had a backup. I slipped the travel bag off of my shoulder. It was a gift from the ogre princess, something I had made so that I could carry things around without actually having to store them away in my stomach, since I was sure there would be times when that would grab too much attention. It was also a discreet way of hiding the fact that I'm pulling something out of my stomach. All I had to do was reach into the bag and pull whatever object I needed out, making it look like it was stored inside the bag all along. But this bag had a second, less obvious use. One night, when I was chilling in my house, I felt the urge to try something out with it. My bag, which was just sitting in the room with me, looked like it was the perfect size. The perfect size for what? For me. In my natural squishy state, I fit snugly but comfortably inside my travel bag. Honestly, it felt like an all-around hug or something equally as pleasant. My point is that it felt great, and right then I decided that it could act as a sort of sleeping bag for me if needed. With that in mind, I slipped the bag off and set it down on the ground, making sure to place it somewhere out of sight. This happened to be an alley that nobody seemed to be paying any attention to, let alone walking through. And, first making sure that nobody was watching, I dropped my human shape and slunk into my comfy safe little spot, making sure to close the flap so nobody could see me inside. I wouldn't be sleeping, so there was no real danger of someone picking up the bag and walking off with me while I was unaware. That was how I spent the night, mostly just sorting out my thoughts on what I'd seen around Dworgen so far. I also thought a bit about my game plan for how to make money. When morning came, I exited my bag and again went into human shape, stretching a bit to loosen myself up. I couldn't say it did anything for me, but it was a habit. Now that it was morning, I could put my little money-making plan into motion. So, using some wood that I'd previously eaten, I cut it into neat boards within myself and discreetly pulled them out. Quickly, I constructed a little stand on the street, perfect to blend in with the others in the area. I laid out some of the various things I'd found out in the forest, mostly monster materials, but there were also a few weird magic plants that I'd stumbled across. Nothing that I felt like keeping for any reason. Really, I just wanted the money more so I could buy things in this world. I stood behind the stand, my products clear for everyone on the street to see. The passers-by gave me some odd looks, but a few actually did stop by. I had no clue about the value of the things I was selling, so I played it by ear and just answered with, "It's flexible," when people asked about the prices. After getting an offer, I'd double it or something similar and negotiate the price up a bit until I got too much resistance. Bartering wasn't that hard, really. My salesman's smile was doing its work, let me tell you. It definitely wasn't my cute looks that were getting me the results. Just earlier I said I wasn't going to exploit that, remember? But, after 30 minutes or so of selling my wares, disaster struck. I don't want you ending up in my team's hands again anytime soon. Don't you remember me saying that to you just yesterday? I was in the same place as I was earlier, seated in front of the captain of the Dwarven Guards. Apparently, selling things without a business license gets you arrested here. And I guess one of the materials I was selling requires a special permit too. I don't know how a humble little slime like myself could have known such a thing. And catchin', you selling rock bile of all things, that's restricted for good reason. It's terribly explosive. It's explosive. Huh, good to know. I'll just keep it to myself that I have more of it in my stomach that he has no clue about. Kaido was now holding his head in his hands, clearly irritated at seeing me a second time in less than 24 hours. If you want to do formal matters within a country, and especially one like Dworgen, you must take time to learn the laws of the land. That is something every adventurer knows well, so I gotta drill that into your slimy head. He then lectured me for over an hour. Did I pay much attention? Not really. Again, I got off with just a warning, along with a confiscation of the illegal goods, and a fine that took a good chunk out of my profits. That sucked, but I suppose he could have thrown me in a cell instead. I didn't think I'd get off that easily again if I ended up in custody a third time, so I decided that I needed to be a bit more cautious from now on. According to Kaido, the Free Guild office would have been a better place for me to sell that stuff, and if I'd picked that option, I wouldn't have gotten in any trouble. I'd need to register with them first, though, just like my 3 human friends must have. Well, I had enough money left over for my current purposes. I can take care of that adventurer registration later, perhaps with the help of my friends who are already members. It paid for this one book I had my eye on, which had to do with that runic magic I'd taken interest in. That thing was pricey enough that I felt too bad just analyzing it, so I did what any normal person would and bought it. After the amount of info stealing I'd done from that store's books, I only thought it fair to do that for them. The rest of the money was used up on a stay at an inn and a few assorted snacks. After getting most of what I wanted out of this trip, I departed after it fell dark in the city on my 3rd day spent in Dworgen. At this point, I wanted to just get going to Blumend and meet up with my adventurer friends before finding those students that Shizu was so worried about. Loitering in Dworgen for any longer than I had already would be a waste of time. The cool night air felt nice flowing through my hair as I flew high in the sky, headed for Blumend. It was refreshing after being in that crowded city all day and the stars were visible with the cloud cover only being sparse. While enjoying the sensation, I noticed something, another monster flying nearby, higher in the air than even I am. Curious about who else might be soaring through the sky, I raised my altitude to approach them. But, as soon as I made a move to get closer, they darted off in another direction, seemingly trying to avoid me. What was that about? I wondered for a moment if it had to do with my aura, but I'd been wearing my mask, so that's not the reason. Something spooked them, but I'm not sure what. I was just trying to strike up a friendly conversation, man. I didn't get much of an idea of who they were since they flew off so fast, and they also seemed to be hiding their presence somewhat. But, I still grabbed a glimpse of the mysterious fellow flyer. Still, I couldn't help but question how long they'd been near me. Part of my mind felt like I might have been being spied on by whoever that was, considering their strange reaction to my noticing them. Notice. That individual has been within magic sense range for the period of 16 days, 15 hours, and 32 seconds. Wait, what? That's news to me. Creeped out was an understatement for how I was feeling now as I hovered far above the ground. Now I was certain I was being spied on by whoever that was. But why would someone want to keep an eye on a silly little slime like me? I'll have to keep a closer eye out for creeps like that one from now on, I concluded before continuing toward my destination. Hey, great sage. Could you tell me if someone follows me for more than a few hours from now on? Notice, affirmative. Thanks. I could at least fly a bit safer with that in mind. To be safe, I'd landed miles away from Blumend, because unlike Dworgen, getting outed as a monster there would lead to me getting attacked. It took me a long time to reach the entrance on foot this way since running would also be suspicious behavior, so I kept my pace casual as I approached the gate. Also, unlike Dworgen, there wasn't a huge line, more like a security checkpoint with a flow of people passing through, the same as the last time I came here. The security wasn't as strict, but I was still worried that I'd possibly have a hard time. My previous attempt to enter was less than successful, and a small part of me was concerned that might happen again. As I walked up to the guards, I got quizzical looks. I guess it is strange for what looks like a little kid to be alone in a situation like this. I just had to play it cool and they'd let me through, is what I told myself. ID please. The guard held out his hand. Crap. I didn't have one of those, of course. Time to smooth talk my way out of this. I don't have one, sir. I politely explained and pulled my mask off of my face. His stern expression softened a little. What? I'm exploiting Shizu's face to get away with something shady again. No, I'm just being polite. Talking to someone with your face covered isn't the best manners, I thought. The guard gave his fellow guard a hesitant look, possibly grasping for some kind of advice on what to do while I continued staring at him. Not with begging eyes, of course, don't get the wrong idea. Are you with anyone, kid? My family lives inside the city, but when we went out earlier, I got lost. Can you please let me inside, sir? Where did your family leave you? We saw you coming from a great distance. They're adventurers and we were out in the forest hunting monsters. The Great Jura Forest? I nodded. What were they thinking bringing a child like you with them, and why would they leave you behind? Lacking an answer, I just shrugged innocently. The guard sighed and his colleague nodded to him. I'll help you find your family. Come with me. No. Just let me inside, man. I don't want your babysitting. No, I know my way home, so can you just let me pass? Are you certain? Uh-huh. The guard again paused as he debated the situation. If you have any problems, alert any guard that you see and they will help you, all right, little girl. I will. Ignoring him assuming I'm a girl, I acted as thankful as I could. Then he let me inside the city without any more interrogation. Once inside, I couldn't help but stare a bit at the view in front of me. It was like a medieval town from video games, stone walls and everything. Excitedly I started walking, using magic sense, keen smell, and all the other sensory skills I had on tap to take in the sights and smells with as much detail as possible. After about 5 minutes of walking, I realized something was off. Great sage. Who don't I feel weird like last time? The first time I came to the city and got chased out, I remembered feeling extremely uncomfortable for the brief moment I was inside. Answer. It is the effect of the individual Rimuru Tempest's multi-layer barrier, and the mask from the individual Shizue Izawa which prevents the barrier from detecting individual Rimuru Tempest's magicules. The city barrier originates from a magic crystal located in the royal castle, which forces local magicules into an alignment unfavorable for monsters. This causes. Stop. Okay, I get it. Thanks. I felt like the sage was huffy again, but I ignored it. It didn't take me long to track down the Adventurers Guild, so I stepped inside, hoping that Aaron, Kavol, and Jaido would be there, but I didn't see them. I got some strange looks from some of the adventurers sitting around inside, but I ignored them. Maybe I should register as an adventurer so I don't have any more ID problems from now on. Coaxing the guards to let me inside worked, but it was annoying and I didn't think the same trick would work twice. I walked up to the counter with a receptionist seated at it. Why is this thing so high? I could barely peek over the edge of it. It made me question the thoughtfulness of the designer, not to understand humble slimes like myself are small in stature. I didn't have this problem in Dworgen. I'd like to register as an adventurer, please. I called out to the lady behind the counter. She hadn't even noticed me until I spoke up, that was how damn high up this counter was. Finally, she looked up from whatever she was doing and down at me, scrutinizing me for a second before forming a response. Oh, honey, don't you think it's a bit too early for you? Being an adventurer is a dangerous job, she gently said to me in a concerned tone that grated my nerves a little. I was clearly being talked down to, both figuratively and literally, and I didn't like it at all. No, I think I can handle it just fine, I replied, hiding the hints of irritation in my mind from my expression and tone. The lady just looked at me like the wayward child she thought I was. Can I ask how old you are? We don't usually admit anyone that's not in their teens or older. Saying my true age, counting my human years or not, wouldn't be believable given my current appearance. Old enough. I vaguely responded after deciding that's probably the best option here. She pursed her lips, starting to get annoyed by my insistence on joining. I can't in good conscience allow a young girl like you to throw yourself into danger. Here we go with the girl assumption again. I promise I'm stronger than I look. Can't I just take the test and prove it? I asked, brushing off the misunderstanding. No, I cannot allow that. But look, I have this powerful sword, and I know how to use it too. I'm not weak. Please don't wave that around. Taking one of your parents' weapons won't change my mind. Now I was getting very annoyed, this woman was dismissing every attempt to prove myself. I guess I'll need to prove it another way. So, first reaching into my traveling bag for effect, I pulled out the skull of a lesser dragon that I'd killed a while back. I'd kept it because I thought it looked cool, but now it actually had a use. Slapping it hard on the counter with a loud thud, the receptionist nearly jumped out of her skin, squealing in surprise. Is that, she shakily asks, still surprised. A lesser dragon. And I killed it. Does that prove enough to you? I forcefully asked, driving home my point as well as I could. Her mouth gaped silently for a moment, opening and closing without saying anything as the shock set in. How did you? The woman muttered desperately. I would like to take the combat division test now, please. I insistently said to snap her out of her stupor. I will grab Thejas for you, she squeaked. The woman ran off, still thrown by the dragon's skull, I guess. She was sure in a frenzy after I pulled that thing out. If she'd just listened to me, I wouldn't have had to do that, so it's her fault she's all worked up now. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man limped his way into the room. He seemed to have a prosthetic leg, making him move a bit awkwardly, but his tough-looking face made up for any weakness that insinuated. He glanced at me, then the skull, then back to me, some disbelief in his eyes and eyebrow raised. Come on. He gestured for me to follow him. I'm in charge of the exam. Thejas seemed annoyed to even be talking to me, like I was wasting his time or something. So, what am I going to be fighting for the test? I asked, knowing that this will surely involve combat of some sort, but I can't imagine I'll be directly fighting this guy. I'll explain the exam once we get to the exam site. He gruffly responded. He led me outside to an open area with a large magic circle drawn on the ground and instructed me to step inside. Thegus joined me in there and cleared his throat before explaining the rules to me. I'm not allowed to leave the circle, and he's going to summon monsters for me to fight. That's the gist of it. Simple. Easy. Nothing I couldn't handle. That was even easier than I expected. I mean, that lesser demon was a bit tricky, but it was no match for me. I wish I could have eaten it. I bet I could have grabbed some cool skills from it, but I didn't want to freak out the spectators. But, as I looked around, it seemed like I still did. Why are they all so surprised? I mean, I just cut it down with my sword after figuring out that wrapping some magic around it would be enough to do some damage. Can I take the A-rank test now? I asked, but before Thegus could answer me, another man burst onto the scene, instantly silencing the rowdy crowd around us. His name was Fuse. Ah, wait, how do I know that? I knew his name without hearing it and his face gives me a strange sense of familiarity. But, there's no way I'd know this man since we've never met before. I turned and looked at him, and as soon as he saw my face, his own twisted into a disturbed expression. Oh man, he's recognized me, I think. Rimuru Tempest. He asked in a strained voice, trying to confirm his thoughts. Yes. At this, he sighed deeply. What are you even doing here out in the open? He grumbled under his breath, now holding his head. I wanted to get an adventurer's license. He stared at me like I was crazy and again inspected me with his eyes before sighing and speaking up again. Follow me, he commanded, and I obeyed. We passed someone else in the hallway, which Fuse paused and addressed. Go grab Aaron, Kavol, and Jido for me. Right away. The lady nodded and rushed off. Once the door closed behind us, he looked at me again. You're lucky I didn't immediately call the guards after identifying you. Fuse coldly stated. If it wasn't for those 3 idiots vouching for you, we wouldn't be talking. I understand you're cautious of me, but I really don't mean any harm. That's what those 3 said, but that's to be determined, he said as he took a seat behind the desk. Fuse kept his eyes solely trained on me as he skeptically scanned my appearance. I'm not sure what he thought was so interesting, but it sure felt awkward standing there for a few minutes without another word being said. Finally, after being stared at by the men for an uncomfortable amount of time, there was a small knock on the door before 3 familiar faces joined us in the office-like room. Rimuru. Erin squealed joyfully before she ran right up to me and scooped me up into a hug that lifted my feet off the ground. Hey, lil buddy. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. Kavol chuckled. Oh yeah, I finished that job you guys gave me, so I didn't really have any reason to stay in the forest any longer. That was a bit of a lie, but I've already resolved to venture into human lands, so despite the fact that I did leave something important behind back in the Jura forest. Job? Fuse asked, seemingly unaware of the little deal I made with the trio. Rimuru has been mapping out the forest to make jobs out there even safer for everyone, right, Rimuru? Haha, yes, and I even gathered some info on monster movements, although those did seem to be changing a lot over the last couple of months, so I'm not completely sure how accurate some of that is by now. It was something even the ogres had noticed. Lately, the way monsters had been moving around was anything but normal, according to them. I didn't have any frame of reference for it, so I didn't realize until they told me, but I did observe it myself a little bit during the time I lived in Jura. Pulling the map out from my stomach, I handed it to Fuse. It was made of thin leather, processed by Great Sage, and was quite large. He opened it with a disbelieving look. Scanning the map, I grinned to myself as Fuse's expression got progressively more shocked until his eyes bugged out. How did you manage this? And in such a short time? He asked, gawking at me. I have an analysis skill. I shrugged, not seeing the big deal with it. There were probably more skills like mine out there, right? But how did you travel through the entire forest in only a few months? He pressed further. I walked. I really didn't get what this guy's deal was. Sure, that wolf form I had was fast, but anyone on a horse or something could probably do the same thing, right? This was a crazy fantasy world, they had to have weird mounts of some sort. That doesn't, never mind. Fuse put a hand to his head in exasperation, setting the map aside. It's unfortunate we can't verify its accuracy right away, but regardless, this is quite impressive. That's rude. I kinda wanted to tell him off for doubting my, meaning, Great Sage's, mapping skills, but I had more important objectives. So, can I please have an adventurer's license? I need to go to Inglesia to carry out Shizu's will, and I'll have a lot of trouble getting inside otherwise. I asked, trying to move the conversation along. You're asking me to give you, a monster, something that would allow you to enter pretty much any human land without screening. Boss, we told you that Rimuru used to be human. He isn't a dangerous monster. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, Rimuru is human. Tell me this is the face of a monster. Erin squished my face from behind with her hands, apparently to make her point. Yes, I understand your feelings, Erin, but if anyone found out I did this, I would get prosecuted for certain. It borders on treason. It's not treason if you play dumb. Rimuru makes for a pretty convincing human, so if you pretend you aren't aware he's a slime, nobody can fault you, now can they? Cavil asked with a sly, conniving grin, causing Fuse to scowl disapprovingly. You haven't done anything to give away what you are to anyone else yet, have you, Rimuru? Erin asked. Well, I did tell that one guard in Dworgen, and I, of course, told the ogres too, but I don't think that's relevant here. Why would I do anything like that? It'd get me killed. Or at least chased out of town, like that one time. What are you talking about? That one time. Oh, I guess I forgot to tell them about that incident. Never mind about that. It's not important. Fuse sighed defeatedly and straightened himself. I will allow you a license, only because these fools are convinced you're harmless, but even more importantly, because Shizu would want me to if she was still with us. Silence filled the room and the air chilled, the change in mood was drastic, everyone here growing somber at the mention of Shizu and her passing. I knew her death would probably come up, especially since my body is based on hers. If Fuse knew Shizu well, there's no way he wouldn't think of her just from seeing my face. That must be why he was staring at me so much earlier. Don't make faces like that, that's what you told me when you first came back from your missions, isn't it? You said that Rimuru was going to carry out Shizu's dying wishes, and that involves coming here to Blumend eventually. Seeing my opportunity to get the conversation back on track, I spoke up. Yeah. My destination is a country called Inglesia, that's where Shizu-san's students are. I need to go there and save them. I understand. But, before I give you your ID, I need one thing from you. And here I thought I was in the clear. What would that be? I asked as nicely as I could. I'm going to send you on a mission with a group of experienced adventurers. I gave him a questioning glare, thinking this just sounded like trouble I really didn't need. I really just want to get going since those kids are waiting for me. Wait, this is the first we're hearing about this. Erin spoke up suddenly. That's because it has nothing to do with you three, Fuse answered as if that was obvious. But I do have some other work for you if you're so eager. I wanted to go on an adventure with Rimuru. Erin pouted, he just got here and now you're gonna send him away. She squeezed my face again, this time with a lot more force, apparently to drive home her point or something. Not for a week or so, Erin, Fuse explained with a sigh, looking annoyed by her childish complaining. In the meantime, keep Rimuru with you at all times. I'm still not comfortable letting a monster roam free in the city without supervision. So these three are gonna babysit me, then. I decided that's tolerable and understandable, at least until I can earn Fuse's trust by completing this mission, whatever it's gonna be. And Fuse sternly turned to me, if I hear anything about you causing trouble in this country dash. Yeah, you'll have me kicked out or worse. I'm mature enough to behave myself, I assure you. Leaving Fuse behind with the promise that he'll have an ID prepped for me, even though I'm not allowed to have it until after my co-op mission with some other adventurers, I stepped out onto the streets of London. Erin had a firm grip on my left hand, she'd insisted on leading me around like this as if she was my older sister or something. Let's go shopping. Do we really have the funds for that right now, Erin? Jido cautiously asked the excited young woman. Yeah, as the leader of our party, I have to veto that, Erin. Cavil put his foot down. I'm sure I have something we can barter with in here, maybe even something I could turn into the guild for some coins. She muttered as she reached into that, bigger on the inside, magic bag of hers. Barter. Oh, yeah, that's probably normal for a place like this. I know I haven't used any money since reincarnating in this world, but my pre-established view on currency biased my thoughts, I guess. Phooey. Erin pouted, drawing her arm out of her bag with nothing in her hand. Nothing. So you weren't holding out on us, then? Cavil snarked at her, making her pout grow even more exaggerated. Don't complain, Cavil. Sometimes I forget about the things I stuff in here. She shoots back, stomping her foot at him out of irritation. Hey, when you mean stuff to barter with, do you mean stuff like monster materials? I asked, hoping to divert their attention before this turns into a real argument. All three immediately locked their gazes on me. Rimuru? Do you have some things we can trade with? Jido asked. I'm sure he does. He's been in Jura for months and is strong enough to kill pretty much anything there. Cavil answered before I could. Quiet down, Cavil, people are staring. I complained, feeling the entire street's eyes on me. Why the hell is he shouting things like that out in public like this? It's so embarrassing. Fine. I'll admit that I've picked up a few things here and there during my time living in the forest. I reluctantly whispered. Knew it. Kavul declared, still as loud as before. But, I wanted to buy something for Rimuru. If we pay with his stuff, then that kinda defeats the point, doesn't it? Aaron pointed out. You guys have done enough for me already. I mean, I wouldn't even be here in Bloomond if it wasn't for your vouching for me. I really appreciate it. Plus, it's not like I'm using what I have for anything, really. Okay. Why don't we go to the exchange counter and see if there are any bounties you already have the materials for? Then, I'll help pick out something nice for you, Rimuru. I watched begrudgingly as Aaron dragged me from stall to stall, quickly scanning all the items. For a girl that was apparently poor, she seemed to really have a lot of shopping experience. Rimuru, you really need a better disguise, you know. A kid like you will look weird going on long trips without plenty of supplies. She also seemed to be quite obsessed with keeping up a good disguise. It was a little unlike her. Irene. I am not a little kid. I grumbled and tried for the 5th time to wrestle my wrist away from her. I wasn't trying hard or anything, but she was stronger than she looked. Well, you sound like one, Rimuru. She stopped at one stall that looked like it had a lot of expensive fabrics folded up, then I noticed that each folded up cloth had a brooch on it. These were cloaks. I stared at them for a few more moments and realized they had a small amount of magicules in them. Magic cloaks, at least some of them. You'll need a traveling cloak. They are good for stopping rain, and they can keep all your gear dry. Plus, it would keep up your disguise better if you had one. She explained quickly and brought me up to the side with smaller cloaks. None were really kid-sized, but a few were for teens it seemed. They were made with a few different materials, some seemingly made of cotton or something similar, others a more flax-like fabric, and a few different others too. Some were thicker, some were thinner, a few even had their hoods lined with fur to keep their wearer warmer in the winter, but that detail wasn't something that I needed. So, I settled on something fairly simple. It was tan in color, not too thick, and made of some sort of reed-based fibers. I thought it was pretty cool and so did Aaron. It should help keep the rain off of me while in human form, at least. It was a bit too long, but Aaron showed me a trick to make it shorter while being worn so it wouldn't be dragging on the ground behind me. This wasn't the end of the shopping trip, though. Aaron wasn't yet satisfied. Now, let's get you some more things to fill that bag with. Aaron said with excitement as we stepped away from the place we bought my cloak. Where did you get that anyway? From a friend. Who did you make friends with? You need to tell me right now. Why is she questioning me like some overprotective parent? Hey. Don't get so worked up. I met some people living in Jura and stayed with them for a while before I came to Bloomond, that's all. I bet he was staying with others of his kind. Kavul speculated, and if he meant other monsters by that, he'd be correct. Other slime people? Aaron asked in a harsh whisper. No, silly, those don't exist outside of Rimuru here. Ogres. I quietly answered, not wanting to draw more attention to our group than the others already had. This wasn't exactly something I wanted to spread around to a bunch of strangers. What? Kavul asked, surprise clear in his voice. I was staying with ogres, all right. I came across some of them one day and they seemed friendly enough so I stayed with them for a couple of months since I was all alone. I have heard there is a settlement of ogres in Jura, but aren't they super hostile and warlike? Jido pointed out, also looking just as shocked as the others. Dangerously strong and close to humans in intelligence too, as far as I know, Kavul added. In my opinion, the ogres were as smart as any human, not just close, but I guess without meeting them first you might not be aware of that. They just invited you in, Rimuru? Aaron softly asked, tilting her head to one side. Sorta. They were kinda scared of me at first, actually, but they warmed up to me pretty quick. I explained. Kavul and Jido deadpanned as if I had just said something akin to befriending a dragon. Which, when I think about it, I also did. Well. She hesitated, troubled by the idea I made friends with other monsters, I guess. I'm glad you made some other friends, but you need to be careful, alright Rimuru. Some monsters are very dangerous and deceptive, to the point that the main religion in the Western nations has that fact as one of their primary tenets. I'm not into all that religious stuff myself, but I think there's some truth in it, you know. Wait, there's an anti-monster religion around here. That just sounds like racism. I was appalled, and also a bit more scared for my own safety staying with humans. Now the risks associated with my species being revealed were even higher. It's called luminism. Lots of people are involved in it since their knights protect people from random monster attacks. It's a pretty regular thing for a country like this bordering Jura to get attacked by this and that rampaging beast. That's what holds up the whole anti-monster part of that belief system. Magic beasts are one thing, but what about people like me? They're treated as the same thing in the eyes of the church. That's idiotic. Hey, don't point that frown at me. I don't look down on you for being what you are, okay? I'm just stating the facts of what a lot of others think. After that annoyingly pointed conversation, we walked back to the inn. The walk was a lot more silent, probably because I was clearly irritated. However, when we walked in, we saw people crowded around a circular table. They were laughing and yelling, and sometimes grumbling and turning away. I know what this is. Gambling. I was just running low on money, so it was perfect. I could make sure to double up and get everything I just spent back. What? This isn't addict behavior. I know I can win, I really do. I have some powerful skills at my fingertips, you know. What? Cheating? No. No. It isn't cheating. I'm just using my natural talents. Yeah, my natural talents. I walked right up to the table to see what kind of game they were playing and got some weird glares and glances, but they still moved aside from me. To my surprise, it was sort of similar to roulette, except a lot more complex. It had a spinning disc in the center of the table that you set the marble in the center of. After that, the teller would spin the disc and everyone would cast their bets for which hole the marble would fall through into the collection tray. It seemed like it was made a lot more random to account for skills. It'd take some seriously powerful analytical skills to cheat with it like this. I had the most powerful one I'd encountered so far though, so I just had to ask the trusty sage for help. Notice, predictions only possible once marble is in action. It was weird, it almost sounded like they trailed off. Like they were irritated or something. Must have been my imagination. I placed down all the money I had left and declared with a smile on my face, all or nothing. The teller glanced at me and raised an eyebrow. You should ask your older sibling before you try something like that, kid. He pointed past me. Aaron suddenly grabbed my shoulder from behind. Rimuru. That is a really bad idea. The chances of winning all or nothing are super low. I shook off her hand. I'll be all right. I know what I'm doing, and turned back to the teller to wait. She huffed a bit at me, but my focus was solely focused on the table in front of me, not Aaron. She won't be complaining once I line our pockets with a ton of cash, I bet. The man running the table rolled his eyes and took the bets from everyone else before eventually he spun the marble. Place your guesses. The holes were assigned by rows of letters, and the number of the hole on that row, so I just had to make sure to say it right. Great Sage was able to translate what I said for me. R6. A few minutes later when the ball finally fell in a hole in the plate, lo and behold, I was right. Everyone else at the table started yelling in frustration. But no matter how much they complained at that point, I still got to pull in everything. I played 2 more games with more simple bets before it looked like the teller was starting to get suspicious and Aaron immediately pulled me away from the table and back to our room. Rimuru, you can't do that. Aaron scolded me harshly. Yeah, you can't go angering that many people. It'll cause a lot of problems. Kaval, holding his head in frustration, complained. Okay, fine. I'll be more careful from now on. I waved off their concerns. I didn't see why they were all so worked up, even if we were attacked. These 3 are fairly strong considering average human standards. I think we would be just fine, even in the worst-case scenario. No. No more gambling. She insisted further, literally putting her foot down. But Aaron, if I just let myself lose some of the time I tried to explain, but she wasn't listening. No. I said no more gambling. You clearly can't stop yourself from cheating. What makes you think I cheated? I innocently asked her. Winning 3 times in a row and nearly causing a bar riot, Rimuru, Jido replied, sighing with folded arms. We only ended up going back out for dinner once the inn calmed down. It seemed the betting ring had left, I guess I scared them off or something with my incredible luck. And I should point out that I did spread my wealth around a little too since these 3 idiots are broke right now. They're my friends, so I didn't mind helping them out a little as long as it didn't become a regular thing. This doesn't taste as good as the ogre princess's cooking. Now we were eating dinner at the inn we'd be staying at for at least the next few days. The food in front of me was decent, but it just didn't stand up to what I had while still with the ogres. Have I gotten picky? I internally asked myself, wondering why I was so dissatisfied. I never was much of a picky eater, at least back when I was human. For a large portion of my life, I actually lived off of quick, cheap meals due to not having enough time for much else and not wanting to fork over the money for takeout. I guess eating meals like this purely for pleasure, since I don't need to eat in order to survive, at least not in the same way as a human would, had skewed my tastes a bit. Are you still not able to taste anything? Aaron asked me in a hushed whisper, leaning a bit closer so that nobody outside of our table could hear. I'd complained about this issue previously to this group back before I gained this form. I then realized this was the first time I ate in front of my friends while in human form. No, it's not that. I have a sense of taste in this form. Haha, Aaron, Rimuru just doesn't like his food. Kavil pointed out. I didn't take you for a picky eater after seeing the way you enthusiastically devoured monsters out in the forest, Jido added, keeping his voice down. That's different, eating cooked meals like this is not the same as that, I explained. When I'm in my natural slime form, eating has absolutely nothing to do with the taste of what I'm eating. It's purely to get more magicools and water. Well, I do think the cooking we had while with Shizu was better. Eren admitted. Eren, let's not think about that. We'll all just get sad again. Jido gently interjected. I can't help it. Eren looked me straight in the face and stared for a few uncomfortable seconds before forcing her eyes back down at the table. I got the message, my face is reminding her of Shizu, and she's not saying anything because Eren doesn't want to upset me too. Stop that. I scolded her. What? Eren stuttered, seemingly taken aback by my stern tone. I said stop that, Eren. What if Shizu's watching us from beyond the grave or something? She'd hate seeing us sad, you know that, so don't start crying over her. I had no right to talk after what had recently happened, but now I was making an active effort to not mope about Shizu's death. Seeing Eren start going down a similar line of thought to what I had before, I felt like I needed to put a stop to it. The table fell silent and I watched as tears welled up and started streaming out of Eren's eyes, her small semi-repressed sobs breaking the quiet. She again looked down at her food, fighting with herself to stay calm as she tightly gripped the edges of her chair with both hands. Gritting her teeth and avoiding eye contact, Eren sat there crying without saying a word. I was hit with immediate guilt. Sheesh, as blunt as ever, huh, Rimuru? Kavil quietly muttered, poking at his food with a fork and giving me a, now you've done it kind of look. Again, my lack of tact had made a girl cry. At least this time it wasn't due to a cruel joke on my part. The least I could do now was apologize. That came out wrong. I didn't mean to be so harsh with you, Eren. I'm sorry. Should I give her some space? I know I'm not allowed to be on my own, but one of the guys could go somewhere else with me so that Eren can calm down. Thinking it best to leave, I pushed myself and my chair away from the table and stood up. But, when I tried to walk away, Eren grabbed my hand firmly. I turned around and looked at her. No. You're right, Rimuru. Shizu would want us to be happy. Eren sniffled. I'm sorry for crying like this. I bet you're hurting too, on the inside. Eren pulled me into a hug and I didn't fight it, which means I was now sitting on her lap as she wiped her tears and snot on my shoulder. Don't wipe your face on me, you're getting my new cloak all gross. I lightly complained and Eren released me. Jido and Kavil both laughed at this and Eren cracked a small smile. So sorry again. I apologized softly, unconsciously twisting the hem of my cloak in my hands. I've been trying not to think about it lately. The trio gave me sympathetic looks, and I let out a yelp of protest as Eren suddenly scooped me into a hug again. She really does see me as some sort of stuffed animal or comfort object, I concluded, with how much she likes to cling to me like this. It's all right, she smiled while stroking my head. We're all hurting. The feeling of her fingers running through my hair was nice, and I had to remind myself that despite appearances, I'm not a little kid. After our meal we made our way upstairs, intending to get some sleep. Well, those three wanted to sleep, but I didn't plan on it myself. It's not like I needed to sleep to get some rest, so sitting still or lying down will do well enough for me when it comes to rest. They'd rented 2 separate rooms, one for Eren and one for Kavil and Jido to share. So, when the time came to split, I started walking with the 2 men, finding it only natural. Rimuru, where are you going? I heard Eren's voice from behind and stopped. With Kavil and Jido. Silly. We're sharing a room. Eren corrected me with a raised finger and a smile. Hey, wait a sec dash. What, did you think all 3 of us were gonna share a bed? That's stupid since Eren's by herself. Kavil interjected. But, it would be wrong for me to, I'm a man, remember? You guys couldn't have forgotten that already. I protested. You're too small and delicate to bunk with those 2 brutes. Kavil didn't seem to like being called a brute by Eren, but he just sighed and moved on anyway. It would be a bit weird to have you staying in the same room as us. Kavil agreed, scratching the back of his head. I'm not that delicate, and being small means that sharing a bed isn't a problem. Heck, I could just sit in the room overnight. I don't even plan on sleeping, so the bed problem doesn't even matter. Eren's expression was as stubborn as it could possibly be, and I realized this was a losing argument at this point. No matter how much I protested, I wasn't gonna change her mind on this. Plus, I upset her badly earlier, so acquiescing this one time would help make up for my little blunder. And just like I thought would happen, without another word, Eren scooped me up with ease and started walking away with me toward her room. Defeated, I looked back at the 2 men in the hallway and said, see you 2 in the morning. Haha, good night Rimuru. Jido chuckled and waved at me. To think, the first time I'll share a bed with a girl in either of my lives, it ends up like this. After insisting that I rest on the bed next to her, I ended up being hugged and drooled on all night by a sleeping Aaron. I tried my best just to relax and not think about it much as the hours passed. This became the routine every night for the next few days, with my spending the daylight hours doing various things around town with the trio. This place was like a classic medieval fantasy town, and it was triggering my childish sense of wonder. Unlike the ogre town, Blumend had a more Western feel to it, pretty much no Japanese influence in its architecture or the way people were dressed. Still, I was enjoying being shown around, even though entertainment seemed to be lacking around here. The same went with the ogres, actually, yet I'd stayed busy nonetheless while living with them. Part of that just simply had to do with how much of a struggle it can be for a society to live out in the middle of a dangerous, magical beast-ridden forest, but here things seemed a bit more peaceful. Monsters were still a threat here, though, as evidenced by the guards' reaction to me the first time I tried visiting. As far as I understood, threats came here less often than in Jura, but the average Blumundian just wasn't as equipped to defend themselves when compared to an ogre against those less common aggressors. Finally, after a few days, Fuse called us back into his office again, or more accurately, called me in. Erin led me there anyway since supervising me was her job and everything for the time being. "Erin, you can let go of my hand now." Yeah, she'd been leading me around by holding my hand most of the time since our reunion. I got that I'm supposed to stay close, but this kid treatment had been getting a bit excessive. I tolerated it most of the time, but in this case, where I was about to introduce myself to some new people, I didn't think it was appropriate. Thankfully, Erin reluctantly released me from her grasp without any argument. I was the last to arrive despite showing up a bit earlier than asked to. Standing in the room, outside of the expected Fuse, and Erin who came with me, were three middle-aged men. Actually, based on looks, their ages seemed comparable to mine in my previous life. The guy in front was a dirty blonde, all bulky with a big sword on his hip. He looked like he'd walked straight out of a fantasy game, with a shield strapped to his back and a traveling cloak with a pretty embroidered pattern. They must be pretty successful adventurers, I realized, if they could afford such nice-looking equipment. His buddies were kitted out equally well. A short guy, red-headed, was carrying what looked like a mage's staff, a pretty round ball of glass or something on the end which reminded me of Aaron's weapon. When he took a seat on Fuse's couch I saw that he also had a number of potions and a book inside his coat. The last guy didn't have any apparent weapons, though he did wear a cloak like the blonde guy. He was clearly the serious one in this group, eyeing me suspiciously the moment he entered the room. Magic sense gave me an acute view of the exact angle his eyes darted to, so I knew he was looking at my hair, which, yeah, I hadn't seen any humans with bright blue hair yet. The ogres did have a few though, so I guess that made sense. Wait, crap, is colorful hair a thing for monsters in this world? Did I already give myself away? His gaze had drifted to my eyes now, and I noticed a frown imperceptible without magic sense cross his face for a moment. I didn't really get why, but then my eyes were gold, right? Another weird color for a normal human. Crap. Blending in might be harder than I thought. Dworgen certainly didn't have this problem, with monsters being allowed in the city, but I better come up with an excuse soon to explain myself to humans. And they were all my former age. More of my kind of people, I need to make a good first impression on them. But, the looks they were all giving me were anything but reassuring, a mix of confusion, hesitation, and concern. Great, they're already looking down on me and I haven't even gotten a single word out. "Hello, my name is Rimuru." I greeted them as Aaron closed the door behind us. "I guess I'll be going on a mission with you three." There was a short pause with nothing but staring from the three, creating an awkward moment of scrutiny that I didn't appreciate. "Guildmaster, are you sure about this?" The bulliest-looking man asked Fuse from over his shoulder, not even addressing my greeting at first. "Yes, I wouldn't send you with someone incapable," Fuse reassured him sternly. "Well," he sighed. "If you say so, my name's Russell. I'm the leader of this little group." I held out my hand to the apparent leader to shake it. It's only polite to shake the hand of someone you're about to work with. As a former salaryman, I had this sort of habit practically ingrained into me. But, when Russell responded by taking my hand in his own, it didn't exactly go to plan since his hand completely surrounded mine, making the whole thing feel awkward. I still did my best to shake his hand just like normal, but the difference in size sure threw me off for a moment. Even Russell seemed a bit bothered by the blunder. Wanting to move past it, I looked at the other two men. One of them was chuckling softly at what just happened, but I just tried my best to ignore that. Blake, one of the remaining two, the one that had been examining me most closely, said. "And I'm Eli," the guy with the mage staff added. "Now that Rimuru is here, I'll explain the mission." Fuse said, "But Aaron, why are you here with him? You said that Rimuru had to stay with one of us at all times." Aaron justified. "Well, you can leave now." Fuse retorted. "But..." Aaron clearly didn't want to, but this was meant to be an order and she knew it. be safe, Rimuru. She muttered, giving me a pat on the head before leaving. See ya. With the downtrodden Aaron gone from the scene, Fuse seemed to refocus on the matter at hand so the meeting could start for real. But, just as he opened his mouth, Russell asked something out of the blue before Fuse could get a word out. Wait, Guildmaster, did you say him? You know, when talking about Rimuru here. Yeah, I think he did. Rimuru, are you actually a boy? Eli gently asked me, but I could feel the doubt in his tone. I'd been fine with letting strangers assume my gender and come to the wrong conclusion, but if I was going to be traveling with these men for any amount of time, I wanted this cleared up as soon as possible. I definitely am a boy. Did I do or say something to make you think differently? I asked them. No, it's just. Eli hesitantly muttered, seemingly trying to find his words and failing. Yeah, I get it already. I look like a girl. No need to rub it in further. I told you three that Rimuru was a boy before he arrived, so this wouldn't happen, you already forgot. Fuse sounded annoyed by this, probably tired of repeating himself. I wouldn't be surprised if this is something he has to deal with a lot in his line of work. I did appreciate that he went to that trouble for me, though. I remembered, Blake interjected in an aloof tone. I'm sure you did, Blake. Fuse tiredly responded. Fuse kept the briefing short. I got the impression he spoke with the other three about it some before I arrived. I didn't mind things being quick, though, since lengthy meetings are not something I enjoy at all. After some prep and some goodbyes to Aaron, Kaval, and Jaido, I left with the other adventuring group, setting out on a path that bordered the forest. Our destination was a small settlement that was technically outside the bounds of the neighboring countries and acted as a sort of trading post for merchants and adventurers. But, according to Fuse, more and more people had been disappearing after visiting there, so the kingdom itself hired some people to investigate in an unofficial sense. That's where this group I'm with comes in. So what are you? The kid of one of the guildmaster's buddies. Russell, the apparent leader of the group, asked me after we set out on the road. The four of us were jammed in this crappy-looking carriage that was nowhere close to a smooth ride, but thankfully I couldn't get sore from having my butt repeatedly slammed into the seat of it. I wasn't sure how these three dudes were managing to hold up, but that wasn't something you could ask a person you just met. No. I'm connected to a friend of his, you could say, but I'm not that person's kid. I clarified, not wanting him to get the wrong idea. And apparently you have some talent in you. Don't you remember, Russell? Guildmaster Fuse said Rimuru passed the B-rank combat test. Blake pointed out. This was a detail that Fuse had shared during our meeting to reassure these three since they seemed generally doubtful that I would be anything but a burden. Yeah, but old Thegus might have gone easy on him, for all I know. He'll still have to prove himself to me, huffed Russell. That doesn't sound like something Thegus would do. The third member of the party, named Eli, interjected from the driver's seat of the carriage, talking through the opening that served as a window between it and the main part of the vehicle. Haha, true. What's it that he had you face for the last challenge, kid? I don't know what they're using nowadays, it's been a long while since I've taken that exam myself. A lesser demon, I answered Russell matter-of-factly, finding no need to hold back this info. The carriage's occupants fell silent and all stared at me in shock. Well, Eli didn't stare, but if he could I bet he would have been. He was too busy driving to look back at me just because he was surprised. With a group backing you up, right? Russell asked in a low tone. A group? No, I was on my own. After a few more seconds of silence, Russell broke out into a loud laugh. Puffed, ha ha ha. Nice one, kiddo. Russell spat out between laughs, clearly not believing me at all. This, of course, was annoying, but I wasn't going to react much to it. He'd been calling me things like kid and kiddo since the time we met and I'd already resolved to allow that. If I'm going to pass as human, I have to accept at least that much since my appearance is clearly not that of an adult. I'm pretty sure that's a faux only used in the group exam. Eli pointed out without taking his eyes off the road. But I don't think Rimuru is lying. Why else would the guildmaster let him come along with us? I'll believe him, if he reveals how he killed it. I know a lot about demons, so I'm curious how a child could kill one with a single sword strike. Blake grinned at me and leaned in more closely to apply pressure. Where'd you hear that? Russell loudly butted in, apparently not informed of this. I was a bit alarmed too since I know for a fact that Blake wasn't on the scene during my exam. Yeah, there was a big crowd, but I know he wasn't a part of it. Just some rumors going around about some blue-haired shorty amazingly plowing through the combat exams. Sounds pretty familiar, now that I've met you, Rimuru. Blake grinned. I didn't like that smile of his, it put me on edge. I could tell he was probing me for more info. I also didn't like the idea that there were rumors spreading around about me, but I guessed it couldn't be helped by now. After a moment of consideration, I decided to stay mum about it. Wouldn't want to reveal my hand and give away what I am. I had to give some sort of response, though. PSSH, like I would tell you that. You might steal my awesome, signature technique. I grinned, putting on some false bravado since I knew that explaining would just lead to trouble. Yeah, it was a bit uncomfortable tooting my own horn like this, but hopefully, it would divert their attention away from what they were questioning. What a shame. Blake sighed with disappointment, but his eyes told me something different. He was even more suspicious of me now, the exact opposite effect of what I wanted. Great. Now he's trying to act all tough. We'll see if that attitude sticks once we're in some real combat. Russell boomed, breaking the tension between me and Blake. You know as well as all of us that this is more of a reconnaissance mission, not a combat one, Russell, Eli again interjected. Yeah, but if it turns out there's some demon in that town, we're gonna take it out ourselves if we can. Russell frowned, especially with you around, Blake. That's true, but don't get reckless. Eli cautioned him. Me. Reckless. Never. I'm just excited to get into the thick of it again. It's been a while since I've gotten the chance to do a serious mission like this. Russell accentuated that statement with a loud cracking of his knuckles. Suddenly, the rattling of the carriage stopped. YVE we stopped? Russell asked, already reaching for his weapon. Some excitement has shown up. Eli sighed in response. I focus on the area around us and find that there's a large monster right in our path. It looks like a giant bullfrog of some sort, something I hadn't actually come across before. Everyone picked up their weapons and hopped out of the carriage. Russell raised an eyebrow at the frog staring us down, his shield raised and his sword in hand. What's this thing doing out here? I've never seen a swamp hopper anywhere near this area. It looks to be injured, perhaps we should take advantage. They do contain some very nice magical crystals. Blake grinned. Why not? It looks like a fight is inevitable anyway. If that's the case, can I help? I offered, actually a bit eager to show my strength a bit since these three aren't taking me at all seriously. No, stay back and watch the professionals, kid. This thing's actually pretty dangerous, as silly as it looks. Wouldn't want ya getting hurt. Russell immediately shot me down. It doesn't look that dangerous to me, and that's not just because of its actual appearance, but the amount of magicules I can detect inside it. I wanted to fight too, but I was also curious about what these men could do against a monster like this. So, since they'd insisted on it, I decided that sitting back and watching them fight was acceptable enough. Russell must have had some kind of skill to boost his physical abilities, since pretty much the moment the fight started, he glowed green for a few moments before traveling way faster than I thought he could have before. I guess they aren't a B-rank team for nothing, just like Jido, Kavul, and Aaron. His sword made a cut at the frog's jaw, it seemed he was targeting a specific muscle. Now the frog's jaw was hanging open limply, so it probably couldn't attack with its mouth anymore. It didn't seem like they'd have any issue with that though, since a moment later, Blake pulled up his cloak and aimed a little crossbow right at the frog's throat. He shot 2 silver arrows into the thing. It was a little more special than that though, I could see, as many magicules were torn out of the thing and cast off into the air. The arrows repelled them. And losing its magicules like that was definitely enough to kill it. I guess it didn't take much for the 3 men to kill the frog monster since it was already pretty beaten up by something else. Time for the messy part. Blake, do the honors. Russell commanded as he jabbed a finger at his party member. Blake's eyebrows furrowed and his lips frowned in response, but this only lasted a moment before a conniving smile replaced it. Why don't we have the kid do it? Since you made him sit out of the actual fight. Blake grinned, glancing at me. Are you nuts? There's no way I'm allowing that. Russell refused. He's here to learn, so I think you should. I'll even help him. Blake shrugged back, looking more and more smug by the second. Oh. It's not like you to make offers like that, Blake. Eli said with some skepticism. Yeah, it's suspicious. Russell crossed his arms. I just want to see what the kid can do, that's all. Blake explained, shrugging before focusing on me, so. Yeah, I'll do it. I assume you want me to get the magic crystal out of the corpse, right? Exactly. Here, take this. Blake tosses me a sheath knife. He then gave me a verbal rundown on exactly how to dissect the crystal out of the corpse, and I followed his instructions. It kinda reminded me of that time I ripped the heart out of that fish, but this time I had to do it with a knife and without revealing my inhumanity to a man hovering over me, watching intently. I was careful not to use too much force, not wanting to give away my monstrous strength, and after a few minutes of guided slicing, I'd expertly excised the crystal. I got absolutely covered in the blood of the creature, soaking my clothes in the crimson liquid to the point of it dripping off of me. It was gross, but I could just change my clothes anyway, and as soon as these would enter my stomach, they'd get cleaned. I just need to go somewhere hidden and switch out my outfit. But, just as I was about to ask to do exactly that, Russell shouted. Eli, cast clean wash on him immediately. The mage of the group immediately cast a spell and the blood vanished over a few seconds, leaving me clean as a whistle. This was a spell I'd seen Aaron use a few times before, but I never found the need to use it myself, so it didn't come to mind when I got all messy from cutting that crystal out of the corpse of the giant frog. I'll have to remember to use it when necessary in situations where I need to stay in human shape. I thought I said to try not to get covered in its blood. Russell scolded me. I guess he did say something along those lines while I was cutting up the frog, but I was focusing on what I was doing and didn't really listen. Cleanliness wasn't much of a concern at the moment, so I didn't deem it important. It's just a bit of blood. Aren't you three used to getting dirty as adventurers? That's not the point here. Swamp hopper blood is poisonous. Very poisonous. If you don't clean it off quick, it makes your skin blister all nasty. Russell grabbed both of my wrists and turned my arms over, inspecting them. Seems like we were quick enough. You're just fine. Russell sighed with relief. I gotta admit, though, I didn't expect you to dive in like that without minding about the goriness. Not everyone has the stomach for it, let alone some kid. I kinda get why the guildmaster sees something in you, even at your age. I guess I should take that as a compliment. He seems genuinely impressed with me. He's a quick learner, too, one with some nimble fingers. I wasn't expecting that level of precision from those little hands. Blake smiled, lightly passing the large chunk of crystallized magicules between his hands. Here's your knife back, I said as I motioned to hand the blade back to its owner. No, it's just a spare so you can hold onto it. I know that you have that sword, he pointed at Shizu's sword, which I'd been carrying out in the open in case I needed it, but it never hurts to keep something smaller hidden on you. Just return it after the mission, if you so wish. I nodded and tucked the knife away and out of sight. I don't think I'll need it, as Blake said, but I was fine with holding onto it for the time being. Then, I sensed something past the tree lean, the movement of a type of monster I'm more familiar with than the swamp hopper. Guys, ready your weapons, I warned, not wanting the group to get caught off guard. Surprisingly, the three men immediately listened to me. And just as I'd expected, a group of beasts emerged from the trees, a pack of 5 dire wolves. You've got some sharp instincts, kid. How'd you notice those wolves before any of us? I don't think it's time for questions, Russell, Eli said in a mildly annoyed tone. And I should point out that I noticed, I just hadn't gotten the chance to say anything to you all yet, Blake felt the need to point out. As I readied my sword, I noticed something about the dire wolves. One of them is a specific individual I recognized. It's a dire wolf with a special pattern, a cool star shape on its forehead and a white mane. I'd gotten attacked by dire wolves a few separate times, but there was this one encounter that stood out to me. It was a group like this that had honed in on me, and just like I did with any other aggressive monster, I fought, killed, and consumed my prey. But, when this specific dire wolf decided to flee, I didn't chase it down. I thought it looked too unique to kill for no good reason, and it wasn't like I was gonna gain any more skills from dire wolves after consuming one previously. So, on a whim, I let it go, but here we are again facing off. I bet it was this pack that had been hunting the frog monster we took down, and the dire wolves didn't look too happy about it. These wretched humans have stolen our kill. Anger raged within every fiber of my being. My pack members and I had worked hard to wound this beast, yet some cowardly humans have taken what is rightfully ours. I could see it, the core of the monster being held in the hands of one of them. He was flaunting his thievery in our faces. I commanded my comrades to take out these greedy invaders and reclaim our prize from their filthy grasp. But, as we all started circling in on our foes, I spotted something concerning. The smallest of the 4 figures, I recognized them. Face hidden by a mask, but silvery blue hair showing from behind, despite it hiding its true nature and masquerading as a human among this group, this creature is anything but. This is the one that changes shape. None of us know its true form, but its appearance here is unmistakable. We didn't detect it at first because of its mysteriously hidden force, but I remember it all too well. A monster like no other that we were hopelessly outmatched by. The way it mercilessly cut down my brothers and sisters before changing its shape and consuming them on the spot. When things were deemed hopeless, I ran, as shameful as such an act is. And, despite the one that changes shape being unbelievably quick, I managed to escape with my life. Retreat immediately. I commanded my group. Why? These are pathetic humans, surely we can easily take back what they stole from us. No, we must flee. The small one with blue hair, it's the one that changes shape. My emotions carried over the thought communication, and that was enough to convince my comrades that fleeing is the best option to take. With that, we all ran in tandem away from the monster of my nightmares. Isn't that the strange creature that has eaten many of our pack's members? Yes, I narrowly avoided its grasp once. It is not our prey, behind that mask are the eyes of a predator. Why would a monster like that be with a group of humans? We have no way to know. But, fighting it is out of the question. We must return so I can report this to the pack leader. We had plans to patrol our territory after getting hints that something odd is going on in the forest. The frog beast was a simple diversion. But, after encountering the one that changes shape, we needed to return to the pack. I matched eyes with the interestingly patterned direwolf through Shizu's mask, which I'd previously covered my face with in preparation for battle. It was a habit I'd gained, a way to help hide my intentions when fighting, making my expression imperceptible behind it. But, it seemed like a fight wasn't in the books for me here, since as soon as I had my little stare down with the wolf, the entire lot of them fled with their tails between their legs like the life had just been scared out of them. I was concealing my aura with the mask, right? I've only seen monsters react like that when I intentionally flared it out aggressively. Affirmative. The individual Rimuru Tempest has not emitted any magicules due to the effects of the anti-magic mask. Keep on your guard. Something scared em off, and that something might go after us next. Russell warned us all, looking a bit flabbergasted by the behavior of the dire wolves. I couldn't sense anything else nearby that could have scared the wolves so badly, though, so I relaxed slightly. If I were to make my best guess, that star-headed wolf recognized me, even with my mask in place. I must have traumatized the poor doggy when we last met, but you can't blame me, really. I was being attacked, so I attacked back, and that resulted in me killing some dire wolves. After a few tense moments, the three adventurers also seemed to relax. That was strange, Eli commented. Though I suppose we should keep moving now. I don't think I've ever heard dire wolves whine or whimper like that before. They were scared of something, I'm just not sure what. Blake shrugged as he stepped back into the carriage wagon. I swear I spotted him take a small glance at me as he did, but I couldn't be sure. By the way, can I take a closer look at that mask? It looks sorta familiar. Russell reached to take the mask off of my face and I reflexively shot my hands up to stop him. No. I shouted while gripping his wrist with both of my hands. That was close. Russell's eyes bugged out in surprise at my swift movement. Fine, just let go. He complained and I let go of his arm. Dang, you're a lot stronger than you look. He complained under his breath, giving his arm a shake to relieve the pain caused by my grip. You can look at it while I'm wearing it, get closer if you need to. I muttered in a quieter voice, realizing that I'd screwed up. Russell leaned closer, peering at the mask curiously before Blake decided to speak up. It's the mask of the famous Conqueror of Flames. I'm surprised you didn't know that, Russell. Blake explained in an almost patronizing tone, causing the other men to frown. Now the real question is, why does this child have it? Unless it's a replica, of course, but with how protective Rimuru seems to be of it, I doubt that's the case. Blaze turned his gaze away from Russell and focused on me, clearly expecting an answer. It was a gift from Shizu, or the Conqueror of Flames, as you call her. That's all you need to know. I answered coldly, wanting to drop the subject. There was no way I was getting into that with a group of near strangers. This dampened the mood in the carriage and the ride was fairly quiet for the rest of the trip after that. Yes, Russell and Blake talked a bit with each other, but I wasn't paying any attention to them, simply focusing only on the view outside the window. This place is weird. Whether it was the strangely uniform clothing the people were wearing or their oddly positive demeanor, there was something off about this place, I could tell. Friendly smiles all around could be seen on the street, many of them shot in our direction. It just didn't seem natural. But, what was the most off-putting was the fact that the people here kept glancing at me strangely, then averting their eyes as soon as I turned mine in their direction. It was seriously creeping me out, but I tried my best to just ignore it. Lastly, I swore I could sense small magical presences coming from many of the humans here, although it was a little hard to tell. The closer the external and internal magicule concentrations are to each other, the harder this kind of thing is to spot. But, with the knowledge that the human body normally holds barely any magicules, I could tell that what I was seeing wasn't completely normal. Maybe it has something to do with this town being so close to the forest. That was my first guess, but it was quickly shot down. Notice. Proximity to the Great Jura Forest does not fully explain this particular phenomenon. So there is something fishy going on with the people here, then. Ah, there it is. Russell exclaimed as we came up to a specific building that appeared to be a shop of some sort. Wow, it looks a bit nicer than the last time I was here. Tim's been doing some good business, I see. Tim? Is that the guy who runs this shop? I asked. Yes, he's an old friend of mine. Settled down here a while back running the guild-sponsored shop. I also know him quite well, but it has been a long time since we've met last, Eli added. Grinning happily, Russell guided our group inside. Hey, Tim. How've you been doing? Russell boomed after passing through the door. It only took a moment for the men behind the counter, assumedly named Tim, to notice him. His eyes lit up and he smiled widely at Russell, then they started talking. While the two men had a small talk-ridden conversation that I didn't bother listening to, I poked around the shop. There I found some potions that appeared to be a crappier version of the kind I have stored in my stomach. I could tell at a glance that mine were a lot more concentrated. The glow to these was a lot fainter and the color was much less vibrant, so even without analysis, I could tell these were inferior. Outside of that, there wasn't anything really noteworthy. Mostly what you'd expect for a place that caters to travelers and adventurers as a place to resupply their essentials for the road. After my traveling companions replenished their supplies, we exited the shop. Russell sighed, grabbing my attention. Tim's a bit different than last time we saw each other. I know it's been a few years, but... The concern was clear in his eyes, but he seemed to be trying to keep it hidden from the group. He was smiling too much. Blake bluntly pointed out, cutting the other man off. You think so? Eli questioned, his whispered words coming out very concerned, even more than Russell's. I'd kinda noticed that too, but I'd brushed it off as him putting on a classic customer service smile and nothing more. But, I don't know the man, so I had no baseline to compare his demeanor to. It's not just him that's off, I weighed in. What makes you think that, Rimuru? Eli asked. Yeah, this place seems even better off than usual. I get that we're here for a reason, but I didn't really see much wrong with the folks living here. Russell added. No. It's just a feeling I've had since we got here. Some of the people are giving me strange vibes. I continued. They gave you what? I didn't see anyone give you anything, Rimuru. Eli seemed confused. I think he said vibes, whatever that means. What is that? I've never heard that term before. Russell said. So are they some kind of bug? Like lice? Eli asked, looking grossed out as he glanced at passers-by with new suspicion. No. Not a bug or lice or whatever. It means, like, just, look. All I'm saying is that I have a gut feeling that something weird is going on here with this town's people. Ugh, how am I supposed to describe what I'm thinking when even I'm not aware of what's exactly going on? And now we're having a problem with vocabulary too. You need to get a bit better at describing stuff, kid. Russell tried to ruffle my hair, but I dodged his hand. I can describe stuff fine. I argued, ducking away and pulling up the hood of my cloak to shield my hair. Where does this guy get off trying to pet my head like that? If it was someone I knew well and trusted, such as Aaron, I'd be okay with it. But in this case, with a near stranger and also someone who'd annoyed me not even a moment ago, being touched endearingly was the last thing I wanted. Ah, come on kiddo, Russell laughed. If you don't like it, you can say so. Fine. Don't touch my hair, I grumbled. And stop calling me kid. I have a name. For some reason, that nickname really got on my nerves this time. Whether it was the patronizing tone, the dismissive attitude, or just the incorrect assumption about my age, I'm not certain. But something about it got me surprisingly angry. Maybe I was just finally getting fed up with that disrespectful way of referring to me. I'd hated it, but tolerated it from the time we'd met. Ooh, I dunno, Russell said teasingly. Not sure I can agree with an attitude like that. What do they think I am? 4. Don't touch me, please, I sharply said, now in a bad mood because of dealing with these idiots. Eli laughed. Sure thing, Rimuru. Come on, Russell pointed to a building with a big sign saying, in. Let's get some food. I wasn't sure if this was his way of cheering me up, or if he was hungry. It was pretty late in the afternoon now, so for my own sake I decided it was the latter. Why is the food in this dinky little town better than the stuff I got at that other inn with my friends? Another example of this place being more upscale than it should be, I suppose. Blake didn't come along with us three, deciding to do something else. He looked awfully contemplative before saying he'd meet up with us later, claiming that he wasn't hungry yet. He didn't really clarify to us what he was going to do exactly, but I assumed he was going to go ask around to try to figure out what was going on around here. Our job is to investigate, after all, so I bet he's gathering clues while the rest of us eat. As I was pondering this, idly shoveling a bite of food into my mouth, I noticed Russell's eyes on me. I looked back at him as if to say, what? Where do you put it all? With how shrimpy you are, you sure eat a lot. He jabbed a finger at my plate accusingly. Is he trying to annoy me? First with that thing earlier and now this. I wasn't exactly paying attention to how much I was eating, but apparently Russell had a problem with it. I think Rimuru's eaten even more than you have today, Russell. That's pretty impressive. Eli commented and laughed lightly. Why does this even matter anyway? I just shrugged and continued eating, not really wanting to respond to this nonsense. This wasn't the only thing that was getting on my nerves. The two men were drinking beers right in front of me. Yeah, I knew that it wouldn't get me drunk even if I got my hands on some of that, but that didn't stop the temptation and jealousy that stemmed from watching these two enjoy drinks and knowing I couldn't do the same. I felt left out and it wasn't helping my mood. Ah, come on, Rimmy, Russell teased. Don't look so glum. You can try it when you're older. Did he just call me Rimi? I hate nicknames. I even hated nicknames as Satoru, and I'm convinced I hate them even more now, and Rimi. What kind of a name is that? Suddenly, there was a crash elsewhere in the room. Some buffoon got drunk enough to ram into a table and send the dishes on it clattering to the floor. This, inevitably, distracted Eli and Russell completely. The mug on the table in front of me caught my eye again, and an admittedly childish thought of revenge crossed my mind. I could just snatch and down that thing right here and now if I wanted to, and believe me, I definitely wanted to. Taking advantage of this prime opportunity that had been so kindly handed to me by the random guy across the room, I snatched Russell's mug of beer and took a large gulp, and immediately regretted it. Oh God, that's foul. I sputtered after resisting the urge to spew the stuff across the table. It had an acrid, metallic taste to it, unlike any beer I'd ever tasted. It was so horrible that I questioned how anyone could even tolerate putting it in their mouth. Notice, effect of poison has been nullified. As expected, the alcohol was instantly cancelled out, so I didn't even get the consolation for dealing with the horrific flavor of it. After wiping the rancid remnants of the drink from my mouth, I looked up and saw Russell and Eli staring at me. Hee, I thought I saw you eyeing my drink earlier. Serves you right, kid. That's an acquired taste you'll learn to enjoy when you're older. Russell. Don't encourage him. Eli jabbed, annoyed by Russell's light reaction to me drinking alcohol. No, there's something wrong with that drink, man. It tastes like it's gone bad. That's just how brewing works. It's fermented, which is kinda like food going bad, but in a good way. No, that's not what I mean. Should we have Rimuru go throw that up? I'm a bit worried about him drinking that entire mug so fast. Eli said to Russell as if I wasn't sitting right there with them. They didn't even let me finish my sentence. Nah, he'll be fine. Maybe a bit sleepy, but I think that serves him right for stealing my drink like that. Russell replied. I'm feeling very tired myself, so maybe we should turn in for the night. Eli offered, his words paired with a yawn. Oh, definitely. I need some shut-eye after all that traveling we did. Russell agreed. It's only the mid-afternoon, I know they've drunk a little, but are they really that tired and sleepy already? They don't even seem that intoxicated. This sucks. I was all but forced to go to bed when it wasn't even dark out yet. Now, I was trapped in a room with two loudly snoring fools sleeping like babies, while I had literally nothing to do. All I could really do was lay there and sort out my thoughts on what I'd observed so far in this strange place. But, that didn't last long. I sensed some people walking down the hallway outside the room, which wasn't alarming at first, but it quickly became so when they went for the lock on our room. Not picking it, no. They had the key to the room, which means their staff or at least had stolen the key from staff. Maybe they're mistakenly coming in to clean the room. I'll just pretend to be asleep and wait for them to leave. Just like always, that stuff did wonders. Yeah, they're all out like a light, even the kid. Her stealing that drink makes our job easier, that's for sure, not that the kid would have been a problem awake either. Here we go with the girl assumption again, but that's not what I need to worry about right now, is it? That beer was apparently drugged, no wonder it tasted so nasty. I guess I cancelled out that poison alongside the alcohol. Either that, or whatever they used just happens to not work on slimes. Still, I was now in a bit of a pickle, with two of my three traveling companions in no state to defend themselves and the other who knows where, hopefully nearby. Should I step up and punch out these people? That would cause a huge stir, and I'm not confident I could escape easily if I'm having to drag two unconscious bodies with me, and I'd rather not take the solution of eating them to make that easier. But there's something weird about her. She just looks empty, not a single bit of visible energy in her body. Empty. Why do I feel like I should be insulted? Notice, the effects of the anti-magic mask are repressing any release and obscuring any visualization of magicules within the body of the individual Rimuru Tempest. Oh, so that's the reason. That's better than what I thought at first. Maybe she has a skill that's blocking the one the boss gifted us. Either way, the boss is curious about her even more than the others. Talking about the others, weren't there 3 adults in this group earlier? Not that I noticed. Well, I guess we can grab the 4th later if there is one. For now, scoop up the ones we have. We need to move them before the poison wears off. Oh no, things are moving now. Gotta decide what I'm gonna do. There were really only 3 options: run, fight, or pretend to be asleep. Considering that our mission was to get to the heart of the sketchy stuff going on in this place, the last option was probably the best one. Will it be dangerous? Possibly. Will it be the most interesting? Definitely. Play dead and go along with these kidnappers, slime nappers, and let them bring me right to the culprit behind all this. I was weirdly excited, actually, which was a strange feeling to have while being kidnapped. The lack of danger I was feeling from all this was probably part of the reason I was so unconcerned, which left room for the rush that comes from something unexpected happening. Yeah, the people living here had been weirding me out, but when it comes to how dangerous they are, I didn't feel like there was much to worry about. Sounds pretty cocky of me to say, but those were just my true feelings. I listened, watching with magic sense, as the group of 5 people went about grabbing me and my companions. The 5th guy was holding the door for now, leaving me on the bed while the other 4 carried Russell and Eli out first. As I watched, I began thinking over what would happen once we got to wherever these thugs were headed. I could take a few weird, possibly magically enhanced humans no sweat, not that I could sweat anyway, but I didn't know how many people would be there, or how heavily guarded our location would be. Factors like that could make it hard to maintain my disguise. Just in case, I should leave a clue for our backup. And by backup, I mean Blake, of course. As the last dude moved to grab my arm, I pretended to stir. I snapped my eyes open, and as soon as I made visual contact, I pulled the dagger Blake gave me out of my stomach, and swiftly stabbed the slime napper's arm. Aie. He screamed out in pain, and I was surprisingly unbothered by it, but I pushed away that disturbing observation to continue my plan. The blade pierced squarely through the man's forearm as he wrapped his hand around mine. The sheets immediately were stained with the decent amount of blood that started pouring from the wound. Then, without wasting a moment, I adjusted my grip on the knife and twisted. Hard. Oh dash. Pretty brutal of me, but I was convinced he deserved it. There was literally no chance these dudes had innocent motives at this point, that was crystal clear to me. The other men had dropped my companions and ran to the other guy's aid, well, to cover his screaming mouth anyway. Another one of them barely took a glance at the situation before clocking me on the head. I let myself flop back onto the bed and dropped the knife, giving them the impression I was unconscious again. See? They were brutal with me too. What the heck was that? One of them asked my kidnapper, who was chewing on the edge of his hood to stifle his pained whining while he clutched his arm with a gloved hand. I don't know. The guy sputtered, trying his best not to shout. The kid got some knife out of nowhere, she didn't have that before. One of them examined the knife I had let clatter to the floor, the blade now coated in blood. It's small enough, he muttered, you probably missed it. I wouldn't miss something like that. He protested, but another man shut him up. Whatever, he growled, let's get the kid out of here before we attract too much attention. The other kidnappers returned to where they'd left Russell and Eli on the floor, and the last one grabbed my collar with the hand of his good arm and roughly dragged me down the hall after them, hissing under his breath angrily as agonized tears streamed down his face. Keeping my senses sharp despite going full ragdoll mode to fool the kidnappers into thinking I was knocked out cold, I let them take me wherever they were intending. I wonder if this is some sort of slave trading ring or something, but that wouldn't exactly explain all the odd behavior around this place, would it? I was certain I'd find out soon enough since my 2 sleepy party members and I were being brought to their boss, or at least I assumed so. I think I heard one of these thugs mention an altar or something while they grumbled to each other, which just raised the level of creepiness about the situation. I did notice some strange little shrines in the few buildings I went in while here. At the time, though, it hadn't raised any alarm bells in my mind since I was already aware that sort of thing existed in this world too, evidenced by the ones the ogres had to represent and worship Veldora as their guardian deity or whatever. But these people weren't worshipping Veldora, I knew that much. I didn't know what those little shrines were representing, but it had nothing to do with any Tensura dragons, as far as I could tell. They took us straight down the hallway to the wall, and while the men dragging me kept watch behind them, they pushed in one of the planks, a piece of wood at the same height as a doorknob would be. The entire wall tilted inward slightly, then the men pulled a hidden latch that had been uncovered by the moving wall, and it swung open into a dark, spooky staircase. Wow. I never thought I'd see this outside of video games, it's so cliché, but I kinda love it. The stairs wound in a tight spiral under the inn before opening up under an archway that led into a small dungeon, more of a wide hallway, with cells on both sides and a large door at the end. A man in flamboyant robes approached, face hidden by a hood. We've brought the next offering, the men at the front of our little entourage greeted him. Offering. So this is a cult. I had been getting some pretty cultish vibes from these guys the whole time, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions since I still didn't know much about this world. Yet, here it was, a creepy, medieval-style fantasy cult. The master is busy, the robed man's voice hissed out of his hood in a way I thought didn't happen in real life. Lock them up until he calls for them. Answering with a nod, the group opened one of the cells that lined the wall and arranged me, Russell, and Eli inside. They chained us all up and locked the door, and once they'd stepped away, one of the cultists threw some kind of package into the cell. It exploded upon hitting the floor, filling the cell with some kind of gas. I could hear Russell and Eli's breathing, which had been picking up on the way down here, slow down again. It must have been some sort of sleep bomb. Satisfied with their work, the cultists left. They didn't even leave a guard or whatever, how careless. I guess they were fully convinced we were gonna be out for a while, or at least that we wouldn't be able to do anything against these restraints. I stayed still, pretending to be asleep in the silent dungeon until I couldn't take it anymore. Sweeping my magic sense around and straining it to its furthest range lost its appeal in short order. After another quick glance with magic sense to make sure nobody was around, I turned into slime and slipped out of the shackles. Remaining in slime form, just in case, I slipped out between the bars and started to explore. I could have left behind a body double, but I decided that was an unnecessary use of my energy since there was literally nobody keeping an eye on the cell. The dungeon we were in was disappointingly small. I didn't think it even expanded past the walls of the inn above. It was dark and dry, and almost completely empty, as aside from scraps of clothing and loose chains in the other cells, there was nothing interesting. Just a bunch of dust and ugly scenery, nothing to keep my attention whatsoever. Then I found the door to the boss chamber. I mean, what else could you call this thing? It was this massive door with an ornate door knocker hanging under a barred window, looking a ton more fancy and expensive than the rest of this place. What the heck? This really is like a video game. The only thing left to make this perfect was a fancy throne room on the other side of that door. Wait, no, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I can't just jump the gun and skip to the end of this. I decided that I should go back to the cell and continue to play unconscious. This was all just too close to a story you'd see in a manga or whatever, and I didn't want to ruin the plotline. So, I slipped back inside, taking care to put the ineffective shackles back on, and proceeded to lay there as if I'd never escaped in the first place. I wonder what Blake's up to. He didn't really say what he was running off to do earlier. Honestly, from the start, he seemed like the loner type, so I wasn't surprised when he decided to separate from the group temporarily. I just hoped Blake wasn't up to something sketchy, and that he was clever enough to figure out where we ended up. Not that I needed him to rescue me or whatever, but I couldn't move two full-grown men out of here on my own while looking like I do without raising some eyebrows. After a bit of patient waiting, the creepy cultist weirdos came back to the cell. They grabbed me and me alone for whatever reason, but I wasn't gonna complain. I mean, I was still pretending to be out like a light, so complaining wasn't something I could do even if I wanted to. They brought me right up to the big door at the end of the chamber, and it swung open with a heavy creak. It was a big culty throne room, complete with altar and everything. Just as I expected, behind that big, ominous door was a large chamber. I should be really concerned about this, but this is really cool. I wasn't even a tiny bit apprehensive. My nerd dreams were coming to life and I was loving every second of it. This room seemed big enough to be the basement all by itself. It was so big. It didn't really feel like the basement of an inn though. It had all the stereotypical cultish decorations possible, the altar, the stone walls dotted with torches, but there were also banners that I could tell with a cursory analysis were very expensive. Not to mention, on a dais in the back, lounging on a cushioned throne, was a magen. They had to be a magen. Magic energy was just overflowing from them, much more so than any of the humans here. In fact, they had the exact same magic signature as all the humans in town. Confirmed. This individual is an incarnated greater demon using this settlement as a source of sustenance to maintain their incarnation. Incarnation? I wondered. Answer: as spiritual life forms, demons cannot maintain their existence in the physical realm without possessing a physical body. And it degrades over time, I'm guessing, and has to be replaced. I asked curiously, using every bit of magic sense's capability to examine it. With that, I was able to tell that there was some sort of slow breakdown in the demon's body. Answer: affirmative. Well, it looks like we've found the source of the disappearances. The demon rose imperiously from its throne. I couldn't tell what sex it was, since its frame wasn't really distinctive and hidden by opulent clothing, and the horns and bat-like wings made it very difficult to get any other clues. Answer: as spiritual life forms, demons do not have a sex by nature. Oh. Kinda like me, then. I suddenly feel a little solidarity with this guy. Answer: most demons do not identify with any such social constructs. Place the child on the altar. The demon ordered, and the cultists complied. I continued to play dead as the two cultists that had retrieved me from the dungeon carried me over and arranged my body on the altar. They stepped back, and I could see some eager expressions as the cultists took up what seemed to be customary positions in the room. Great sage, can I take a greater demon? The lesser demon during the B-rank exam was pretty easy, but I still didn't know what kind of power gap made a lesser demon a greater one. Answer: it is not a problem. Well, okay. If the sage was feeling that confident, who was I to rain on its parade? Leave us. The demon commanded the cultists, sweeping an arm out. Somewhat surprised and a little disgruntled, the cultists filed out without argument. Now it was action time. The simplest way to take out this demon would be to eat it, and with my human companions unconscious and not even in the room, that was exactly what I planned to do. All I had to do was wait for it to get close enough to grab and engage. Predator, it was as simple as that. I struggled to keep my expression blank. I didn't get to eat that demon at the guild, and this one was way stronger. Packed with magicules and probably equally loaded with interesting skills for me to steal, I was jittering with anticipation of eating it and I couldn't stop. It was hard for me to even sit still. From an objective point of view that was probably a little disturbing, but I didn't care at the moment, and this was a demon that had obviously already killed people, so there was no reason for me to spare it. Yeah, I wasn't initially planning on soloing the end of this mission, but at this point, I was too overwhelmingly excited to wait any longer. Plus, with those three around, the whole predation thing wouldn't be possible. I know you are awake. The demon smiled creepily, remaining standing on the dais. Stop pathetically laying there and face me. Guess the jig's up. Pathetic, eh? I opened one eye and cracked a grin. Someone who doesn't even fight opponents when they're conscious looks pretty pathetic to me. I used a little taunt to start us off. Heh. The demon smirked. Someone of my strength doesn't need to concern themselves with allowing lesser beings to struggle. It is beneath my status to let them even see me. It is for the ones I have bestowed my blessings upon to take care of that. Oh yeah. I swung my legs over the edge of the altar so I could sit up, smiling even though I was itching to eat this demon already. That just sounds like you're lazy to me. TCH. The demon clucked its tongue disdainfully. That isn't for weaklings like you to understand. There's no way someone like you could match up to the strength of a greater demon like myself. That's right, I thought. Get angry. Let your guard down. Make eating you even easier. It was kind of interesting, seeing as this was the first time I'd gotten to talk to a demon, but I was ready to get to the action. Ha ha ha. I laughed, hopping off the altar. And look what that's got you, a shabby basement in a watering hole, run by a bunch of country bumpkins. I've seen lesser demons who've accomplished more than you. That worked. The demon let out a feral snarl and I saw its magicule surge. Its body swelled with muscle, horns growing longer and knife-like claws sprouting from its fingertips. Wow, I stared in amazement. I thought that insult was kind of lame, myself. I was just playing off the whole, lesser, greater, thing. Looks like it struck a nerve though. I had plenty of time to think as, thought acceleration, engaged, and I stood there, waiting for the moment when the demon came close enough for me to envelop. Rimuru. Just as the demon was entering predation range, Blake appeared, grabbing my shirt and yanking me behind him as he squared up to face the demon. I was so focused on the demon and what I'd get from consuming him that I didn't even notice him until he was right behind me. I supposed my trail of bloody breadcrumbs led him here at the exact wrong time. That's what I got for leaving that purposefully so he could find us if something went horribly wrong. I wanted to eat the demon, but now that this guy was here, I couldn't do that. What a bummer. Now that's two demons I've had stolen from under my nose. Well, the lesser demon wasn't exactly stolen per se, but it sure felt like it. Well, I guessed all I could do now was see how Blake fared against this thing. Something isn't right here. I was standing in the inn room a receptionist had pointed out as the one my friends rented. We were going to meet up here, but it was empty. Eli and Russell's traveling gear was hung up near the door, and I saw their shoes sitting near two beds, respectively. But the sheets were pristine and undisturbed, nobody had lifted or so much as sat on them. Oddly enough, little Rimuru's belongings were all absent except the straight sword leaned against the wall. Even just a few minutes after he was introduced to us, I could tell the kid was very possessive of that sword, along with the mask from the Conqueror of Flames. There was no way he'd leave without it. Yes, something was very wrong here. I slowly walked further in, making sure the door was left open in case I needed to make a hasty escape. People had been disappearing in this town, and while it was possible my group just went to resupply without me, that didn't explain why they left their shoes behind. Nothing else in the room was out of place, no scuff marks or splintered wood. But as I leaned down to closely examine the floor more, I noticed the floorboards were stained. It was quite a dark stain, perhaps old spilled beer from some other guest, but it only increased my suspicion. Then I found another one nearby, and all of a sudden my eyes adjusted to seek out the change in color. That's when I realized there was a trail of these stains leading right out of the room. Quickly preparing some small weapons under my cloak and grabbing both Russell and Rimuru's swords, I followed the trail out the door and down the hall of the inn. It stopped at the end of the hallway, a dark splotch cut off by the wall. I frowned and attached the two swords to my waist so I could arm my crossbow. There was no obvious divot or hole in the wall that would open it up. The wood was smooth and finished perfectly, too perfectly. It didn't seem to have so much as a scratch. As I investigated, I tried pushing various spots on the wall. At first, I had no luck, but then I realized I was simply not applying enough force. One hard shove caused the wall to swing in as if on a hinge, before catching on some safety mechanism whoever built it had installed. Worming my fingers into the gap, I found a latch to undo, and like that the whole thing opened up. I was greeted by a spiraling, unlit stone staircase, the trail of what I now realized was blood leading down it. Evidently, no one had made an attempt to clean this part of the inn yet. The blood spots, which had been growing smaller as they progressed, petered out only a couple of steps into the stairwell, but that was fine. They had done their job. This place was ominous and giving me the creepiest feelings. Through that feeling alone I could tell that this was the source of the trouble in this town. At the bottom of the stairwell, I found a long room with cells lining the walls. Keeping alert for any guards, I began looking in the cells, and quickly found Russell and Eli in one of them, fast asleep. Hey! Unable to reach them, I took a risk to shout and bang a fist on the bars. Anyone nearby would hopefully assume it was just their two prisoners anyway. Neither of them stirred, they were out cold. But Rimuru was missing. Crap, kid. I thought, you better not be trying something you shouldn't. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that the kid was in danger, and rushed to the door at the end of the room. Behind it I could sense a strong demonic presence. After my years as a demon hunter in the Empire, back when I was just a young man, I knew this kind of thing well enough. There's a demon on the other side of this door, and a strong one too. I cautiously listened at the door, trying to glean anything I could without actually entering. I needed to be smart about this. Even if the kid is in trouble, if I run in there recklessly we could both end up dead. But then I heard something unexpected, a cocky, high-pitched voice that I'd heard before. Laughter too from the small-sounding voice, followed by a deep, guttural growl. Rimuru, you little brat. You're in way over your head. It couldn't be anyone else in there. I could easily tell by the voice that little boy was taunting a demon right this moment. Demons are prideful creatures, ones that look down on all of humanity, and yes, taunts can be effective at triggering their bestial instincts, bypassing their sense of reason, but this kid is doing it while unarmed. I bet he's overconfident after taking down a lesser demon by himself, but he clearly doesn't understand that this one is in an entirely different class. I need to do something, and fast. I opened the door just enough to slip in, trying to be as stealthy as possible. I'd like to think I'm pretty good at concealing myself from detection, but depending on the situation inside, this may be a fruitless effort. Nevertheless, I was still going to go to that trouble. I don't half-ass my jobs. Ever. What I found inside was nothing short of a disaster. The kid is just standing at the foot of a massive demon overflowing with magical force. The worst part was the arrogant grin Rimuru was wearing in the face of this massive threat. I acted swiftly, getting to the boy as quickly as I could, pulled him away from the demon and squared up to face it. Rimuru. I scolded as I yanked him backward. He turned and looked at me with the most petulant, irritated expression I'd seen from him so far in the short time I'd known him. Oh, hi, Blake. Rimuru greeted me in a monotone voice. You don't sound very happy to see me. That's because I'm not, Rimuru stated bluntly, not even trying to hide his lack of gratitude. Hey, why don't you hand me my sword? We can take this guy down together. I wanted to say no to that, I really did, but lacking confidence that I can take on this demon by myself, I nodded and handed him the weapon. I hope you know what you're doing, Rimuru. I hope you know what you're doing, Blake. Don't give me that right now. Puffed. Fine. Let's focus on the demon. You don't need to tell me that. Are you finished? The deep grumbling voice of the demon asked. It was grinning widely, probably enjoying the argument I was having with the kid. It would all seem futile to it, anyway. Rimuru responded by readying his sword, a glow suddenly wrapping around it. A magic sword. I couldn't tell it was one of those he's been carrying this entire time. No wonder he had no trouble with a lesser demon. But, will that be enough here? Maybe, just, maybe. But as I was staring at my small companion, even if it was only for a few seconds, the demon made its move. A fog formed around us both, filling the room and obscuring my sight. Damn it, a smoke screen. My thoughts raced, trying to figure out what to do about this, but they quickly started to slow, my vision fogging further. A fog separate from the physical fog hanging in the air around us. What? No. This is poison. I started choking on the gas and gasping for breath as the darkness started creeping in from the edges of my vision, my head starting to spin as my consciousness was slipping away. I look over at Rimuru, standing next to me, and see those strange golden eyes through the haze, staring at me as if I was crazy. What? He's not, ugh. Then I was out, the darkness consuming both my sight and my mind. Huh. I mused as I watched Blake suddenly collapse due to the effect of the poisonous cloud the demon had filled the room with. I guess my meal wasn't taken from me after all. Yeah, I should probably be a bit more concerned for Blake, but I wanted to wrap this up first. Now that that's out of the way, I grinned at the demon. Shall we continue? I said as I sheathed my sword. The demon gave me an odd look, watching as my blade disappeared into its cover. Faye. The demon scoffed at me, a wicked grin forming on its face. Yes, let's. Before you die, I will teach you to fear the power of a greater demon. Finally. Unable to contain my excitement anymore, I lunged at the demon with my arms stretched wide, liquefying back into my natural slime state. Spreading myself flat in the air, I fell over the shocked demon like a blanket, and let my instincts take over. The demon tried to fight, but I didn't give it time to do much of anything. In a few moments, it was completely consumed, already starting to be rendered into magicules. Great Sage did its thing, and in a moment I had a report. Notice. Acquisition of extra skill, miasma, intrinsic skill, material creation, and extra skill, bestow, complete. Bestow. I asked, what's that? Answer, it is a skill that allows its user to grant temporary power and control over said power to individuals who willingly form a connection with the user. The skill user, in turn, gains a degree of influence over the subject's actions and thoughts in scale to the amount of power bestowed. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Not anything I'll probably use since it manipulates people's minds, but who knows if it might come in handy later. What sounded much more interesting to me was material creation. Does that mean I can just make stuff from thin air? I asked the sage. Affirmative. The extra skill, material creation, enables the user to create physical matter by arranging magicules into any shape according to their desires. Whoa. I grinned widely, so I can make a robot. Or an indestructible super suit. Or a sword that cuts through anything. Negative. I felt like the sage was exasperated with me, but I couldn't fathom why. The created magic item's power and durability are dependent on the creator's own strength. It continued to explain. Well, I suppose that made sense, otherwise you'd have a bunch of invincible, overpowered lunatics with world-destroying weapons running about. How powerful are the items I can create? I asked it. Answer, the individual Rimuru Tempest can create unique grade magic items with material creation. Is that good? I wondered. Answer, the individual Rimuru Tempest can create items at the same level as the sword of the individual Conqueror of Flames Shizue Izawa. Okay, I considered the information for a moment. Shizu's sword was pretty good from what I could tell, so that meant the stuff I was able to make was probably at least above average. I'd stumbled across a very useful skill, and I'd make sure to put it to good use. But I couldn't sit there nerding out about my new abilities for long. I had some other things to worry about. For one, Blake was on the ground, still out from that poison cloud that hadn't dissipated yet. But I'd just gained that miasma skill that was used to make this stuff anyway, so couldn't I just take care of that more directly? Answer, the combined use of predator and miasma can be executed to eliminate all poisonous particulates suspended in the air within a certain range. Execute. Yes/no. Yes. The fogginess in the room all poured into my outstretched hand, disappearing into my stomach, probably to be broken down and neutralized. Apparently, whatever the demon used was quick to work and quick to wear off, because as soon as I'd absorbed the stuff in the air, Blake began to stir, already waking up from his poison-induced slumber. Hey, you. You're finally awake. I exclaimed right after Blake opened his eyes. He groaned a little as he stared up at me before suddenly his eyes shot open wide and he hopped to his feet, scrambling to grab his weapon. Blake frantically started looking around the room, looking for all intents and purposes as though he was about to murder someone. What happened with the demon? Where is it? Hey, calm down, man. I took care of it. Blake skeptically narrowed his eyes at me, but after another scanning sweep of his eyes around the room, he seemed to relax slightly. You took care of it. All by yourself. How? The same way I did that lesser demon back in Blumend, I said with a little twirl of my retrieved sword. This was an outright lie, but saying I went all slimy and ate the thing wouldn't go over well. This one was a bit stronger, but still didn't stand a chance against me. I boasted. Where's the body? We need to destroy it. It just disappeared into smoke. That's what happens when you kill a demon, right? But this one had a physical body. There's a difference. Huh. Oh. Well, I dunno then. All I know is that the body was gone after I finished killing it. Hopefully you properly killed it. Oh, I know I did. Don't worry, I think I did it correctly. Blake didn't look entirely convinced or amused by my answer, but he moved on anyway. Well, let's get out of here, he said. We need to find a way to get Russell and Eli free. Yeah, I said, we need to get out of here as soon as possible, don't we? The town, I mean. Clever of you to think that. Yes, I feel like there will be a lot of trouble now that we've killed that demon that seemed to be manipulating this place's people. This is not something a small group like ours can tackle at this point. Heck, that demon wasn't either, but you somehow managed. Still, we should leave. Blake shook his head slightly after shooting me another suspicious look, but turned toward the door to leave. Out in the hall, we found a few of the robed figures that had captured Russell, Eli, and me earlier, all passed out on the floor, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Whatever power-up that demon gave them with bestow was not working properly now that it was wiped from existence. How could I tell? That same energy that I'd sensed in the people here earlier was raging out of control, destructively pouring out of the bodies of the cultists. It was like a dam that had been blown, the outflow of energy causing damage to the person who possessed it, no longer able to contain or control it. I do remember the sage saying that, bestow, gave those affected better control over the magicules they were given, so I'm certain that's what's going on here. The human body really can't handle that stuff, can it? I mused, but my thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Blake's crossbow shooting bolts right into the cultists' vitals. I was a bit surprised by his sudden brutality. They were on the brink of death anyway. He matter-of-factly answered my unasked question. He didn't sound too bothered by what he just did, and to be honest, neither was I. Blake retrieved his bolts and motioned for me to follow. We moved quickly and quietly to the cell containing the two snoozing men. Dang, it's locked. The latch was in decent shape, but the lock itself sure wasn't. It was pretty rusty, so breaking it wouldn't be too unrealistic, I decided. So, I got a firm grip on the padlock and gave it a yank and it just crumbled in my hand. Blake gave me a strange look for that. It was all rusty and degraded, see? I hold out the pieces in my hand for him to see. That's one way of doing it. Is that a lockpick in his hand? I guess he had a plan before I went and took care of it myself. We stepped inside the cage and started trying to figure out what to do with Russell and Eli. I wanted to break the shackles on them as well, but that would definitely give away my identity as a monster, and might hurt them since I'd be rushing it in this case. Fiddling with the chains a bit, I pondered what to do. Let's wake them up first, Blake said. I nodded in response. A few light slaps was all it took to stir Russell and Eli awake. The poison must have been wearing off by this point. Hey! Let's get out of here. I urged the sleepy men. Where's here, exactly? Russell asked with bleary eyes and semi-slurred words. We were kidnapped by demon cultists. Get up so we can get out of here. Russell just stared at me blankly for a few seconds. Come on. I emphasized, getting tempted to yank him to his feet. I still don't understand what you mean by that kid, but sir. Russell stands up and brushes himself off, at least the best he could while handcuffed, before glancing around the cell. It's clear that whatever knocked him out hasn't completely worn off, but at least he was on his feet now. Eli on the other hand. He's still just mumbling incomprehensibly from his position on the floor, still completely out of it despite being awake for the most part. Get up, you old lout, Russell grumbled as he hoisted the other man to his feet. My head is spinning. Eli whined. Come on, Blake said, catching the other two men's attention for the first time. He'd been examining the lock on the delirious Eli's shackles. We need to get out of here, we'll figure out how to unchain you once we're safe. Attempting to shake the fog from their heads, Russell and Eli followed us out of the cell and towards the stairs that led out of the dungeon. It was the middle of the night when we cautiously cracked open the secret door into the inn. There was no sign of anyone near us, but that might not last long. So we all went to the room to retrieve our gear. There was a buzz of anxiety and activity in the town despite the lateness. I could sense people frantically running down the streets. What the heck's going on? Russell blubbered as he poked his head out of the inn room's window. No time to explain. We need to move. Now. Blake urged. Even though you're not the leader, Blake dash. Russell, now is not the time for that. We quickly grabbed our stuff and snuck down to the carriage with as much stealth as we could manage. Tossing all our gear in the back without regard for organization, we piled in and Eli, still kinda groggy, guided the upset horse into the streets, where we made a beeline for the town gate. Screaming, shouting, panic, chaos. That's what filled the little settlement as we made our escape. I didn't realize things would get this bad this quickly after consuming that demon. It was clear by the words I could make out from the panicked cultists that they could tell that the demon was long gone and they were searching for the person responsible for their disappearance. That, and I was sure other people fell into a similar state to those robed fellows that were dying from magicule poisoning. Once we were out on the dirt road we took to get to the town, we encountered our first real problem. Eli cast light magic from the driver's seat, just enough to get some visibility and hopefully not attract attention, but a thick fog had settled in and the spell diffused into a halo that I can only imagine made seeing harder for him. I was able to see fine with magic sense, but a quick switch to human senses proved that it was nearly impossible to see ahead of us with how things were. I don't like this, Eli muttered to us, slowing the carriage nearly to a halt. He was looking alert enough now but was squinting his eyes at the road ahead, struggling to see. Here, I said, scrambling through the little window at the front of the carriage and flopping into the driver's seat next to Eli. I can help. That's cute, Rimuru. I cringed and frantically covered my hair as Eli patted my head, but you shouldn't promise help you can't give. I can give it, though. I argued, quickly coming up with an excuse. I've gotten lost in this area a few times, so I bet I can get us somewhere safe to rest for the night. Wait, hold on. Eli abruptly stopped the already slowed carriage to stare at me. You've gotten lost this close to Jura. I've gotten lost in Jura. Gotta keep it honest, haha. Not that I've been very honest with them so far. Eli shook his head. You're something else, Rimuru. So, you'll let me help? I pressed. He sighed, rubbing his brow with his free hand. I guess there aren't any cliffs or lakes close by you could drive us into. Hey. I complained, kind of annoyed by his lack of faith in me, especially since I just saved his life earlier tonight. Not that he knew that yet, since I hadn't gotten the chance to explain. All right, little guy, Eli said. I'm going to steer, so you guide the way. Fine, I grumbled. I guess I wasn't sure how to guide a horse-drawn carriage anyway. It didn't seem that hard, but whatever. Over the next few minutes I directed Eli, who steered the carriage through the fog. Okay, I said as we trundled along the edge of the road, turn right here. Eli pulled the reins to stop, giving me another incredulous look. Excuse me. Turn right, I answered matter-of-factly. We're not going in the forest. Eli said firmly, already starting to spur the horse on again. No. I grabbed his hand. I told you, I know a safe spot near here. It's wide and flat, we'll be fine. It's not how flat it is that I'm concerned about. You're talking about going into the Jura forest in the dead of night. He got surprisingly stern, which was not his norm. What are you so worried about? I whined. Oh, I dunno, Russell, who had been riding half asleep with Blake in the back, piped up through the window. The ravenous monsters that roam this forest at night, maybe. Look, there are no dangerous monsters near here. If there were, I wouldn't have survived getting lost here like 3 times. That was a bit of a lie, but I really wanted to sell this, and I really could tell the coast was clear right now. Let's follow the kid, Eli, Blake's voice filtered out through the opening. Eli looked a little shocked by Blake vouching for me but took his word seriously. Fine. Eli grumbled, but we better not die. Yeah, Russell laughed, and if we do, I'm gonna haunt you, and whisper in your ear every day about how stupid you are. That should be my line. In any case, I heard Eli grumble under his breath as he steered the horse off the path. I guided him through the trees, pointing out where to turn and where the underbrush was thinnest for the wheels to pass through. I don't like this one bit, Eli hissed while keeping a white-knuckled grip on the reins. It's too spooky out here. Spooky? I wondered. If anything, I found being back in Jura comforting. Sure, the fog was thick enough to obscure the horse from human eyes, and the dark shapes of the trees were coming out of the gloom as we passed, but... Oh. If you didn't have magic sense, I guess this would be a little unnerving. To me, it was like home, but to these 3, traversing this forest is Northwest walk in the park, especially in the pitch blackness of night. Okay, I held up a hand, leave the carriage here. Eli stopped the horse, glancing around. I don't see a safe place here, Rimuru. He doubtfully muttered. That's 'cause it's further in, I answered as I hopped to the ground. It's only a 5-minute walk. Ignoring Eli's skeptical grumbling, I came to the side of the carriage and opened the door. Hey, sleepyheads, I knocked on the wood, we're walking now. Russell and Blake woke up quickly enough, used to immediately becoming alert because of their adventuring job, I guess. Ugh, Russell groaned as he gathered up the equipment strewn around the cabin. How did I fall asleep? I've already done tons of that today. Well, they drugged you back at the inn, I replied. They did what now? He stared at me, fully awake now. What, you didn't figure it out yet? I asked curiously. That beer was laced with something. Why else would you have slept through an entire kidnapping? Now wait a moment, he barked. You drank out of my cup too, so how were you all chipper way before the both of us back there? What do you mean? I tilted my head. If I was drugged, you should have been too, he answered. Oh. I didn't drink as much, I shrugged. So it wore off for me quicker. Leaving before they could argue, I returned to Eli, who was setting up the horse. The animal was still acting irritated, which I guess I understood. I wouldn't like being woken up in the middle of the night and made to drive a carriage in a dark, wet fog, barely able to even see my feet while trotting through a creepy forest. Come on, Nipper, Eli was arguing with it, trying to guide the horse to a nearby tree while it stamped and huffed angrily. What's wrong? I asked, coming up next to them. The horse's big head whipped around, and I reeled back to avoid being bitten. Hey! I scolded it. Eli laughed. She does that sometimes, so stay back a bit. You'd probably lose one of your hands to her if she managed to bite you. I doubted it, but if I didn't have my multi-layer barrier, he'd probably be right. I listened anyway, stepping back to watch him handle the horse. Come to think of it, I had a skill I'd never tried out yet, thought communication. Would it work on animals? Answer, an animal with sufficient intelligence will be able to understand the will of the individual Rimuru Tempest when communicated with using the extra skill, thought communication. Okay. Wanting to try this out for myself before asking, great sage, to assist further, I imagined grabbing hold of the skill in me and projected it toward Nipper, being careful to regulate the intensity. I didn't want a repeat of my yelling at Shizu. "Hello, Nipper," I said. It seemed to work. The horse immediately froze, arching her head into the air. Her eyes flashed white as she rotated her ears, trying to find the source of my voice. "What's wrong, Nipper?" Eli asked, looking concerned as he tried to squint into the dark forest. "Here." I used a little magic to try and strengthen the connection, making myself a bit more obvious as I gave a small wave. She whinnied and stepped back a bit, and I felt waves of suspicion coming from her end of the connection. No. Words seemed to get the point across, but they weren't working to calm her. Trying an experiment, I sent calming thoughts her way. What would a horse find calming, anyway? Apples, probably. Being petted. It seemed to work a bit. She turned her head, using one eye to stare at me. I was lucky horses' eyes were so far apart, or Eli might have picked up on her gazing towards me. I kept sending friendly thoughts across the thought communication link, trying to think of things like stables and hay and soft brushes. I think that's the sort of thing horses would like. To my surprise, she calmed down almost instantly. "Atta girl," Eli hummed, still oblivious to our interaction. "It was just a false alarm, huh?" He led Nipper toward the nearest tree, but she still kept an eye on me as he tied her up. Let's see. Just how far could I push this? "I'm sorry we woke you up," I tried, not in words so much as pictures and intentions. She snorted, and I felt a jab of annoyance pointed at me. "Yeah, well," I huffed, unwittingly firing some annoyance right back. Her ears turned, and I felt fear coming from her. She knows I'm stronger than her, I realized. She's worried about making me angry. That was a new feeling, at least with creatures I wasn't actively hunting or trying to scare. I'm a nice guy, I thought, a bit wounded. I'm just a harmless, lovable slime. I'm nice. I protested across our link. Nipper flinched. I guess I put too much oomph into the message. "Honestly," Eli sighed, "what's up with you tonight?" He patted her neck reassuringly. "Don't worry, we're gonna be home soon." Eli was finishing up, which meant I needed to be ready to lead them to the campsite, but I didn't want to end our conversation on a bad note. Eli suddenly noticed that I was staring at the horse. "You want to pet her?" he asked, looking like he thought I was cute or something. And no. I'm good. I waved my hands, but he didn't buy it. Don't worry. Without a word of warning, Eli suddenly grabbed my waist and lifted me up. "I know she tried to bite you earlier, but if you take it slow, I'm sure she won't do that again." "Hey." I flailed, "Put me down." "Just give her a little stroke first," Eli encouraged, holding me up to Nipper's neck. I could feel the waves of fear coming off her as she stood stone still. "You'll have to get used to horses if you plan on being an adventurer." "I'm not scared of the horse, you idiot. It's the other way around." Sorry, I apologized to Nipper as I ran a hand across her fur, though it didn't seem to do much good. "See." Eli put me down out of reach of the horse. "She even stayed nice and still for you." "Yeah." I glanced apologetically at her again, before closing the thought communication link. All right, I quickly masked my hurt feelings as Russell and Blake joined us. "The campsite's just up ahead." "Why the heck are you so confident?" Russell complained to me as we made our way through the dense fog, now on foot. "Even with Eli's spell, I can barely see in front of me." I shrugged, not that they could make out the motion very easily. "I've been this way before," I said. "Don't make a big deal out of it." After a few minutes, we entered a sheltered grove. I had stayed here with Aaron, Kaval, and Jaido before. They promised me the area was safe, by Jura standards, and we didn't have problems during the few days we stayed here, so I figured we'd be fine for one night. So, after setting up camp and selecting a watch, I tried offering to take care of that, but Blake insisted that he do the job. Russell and Eli went right to bed. The drug-induced snooze they had earlier wasn't anything restful, so they were still pretty tired despite it. I spent the whole night watching the area with magic sense, pretending to sleep like the child my group thought I was. I couldn't have them think I was a fraud, since I told them it was safe. I was convinced it was safe, but you can't be entirely certain of things like that in a place like this. Worst case scenario, I could slip away and secretly deal with whatever came by. Blake woke us all up again just as the sun was starting to rise. "Everyone up," he shouted, "you've slept in." Excuse me. I didn't consider this sleeping in, not that I slept at all in the first place. We busied ourselves with making some breakfast, then packed up camp. Russell and Eli made sure to erase all trace we had been here, in case anyone came looking, and we backtracked to the carriage. "So by the way," Russell piped up. Care to explain what happened yesterday, in detail? I know we said a little bit last night, but I barely remember it. Yeah. All the guys were so tired after the excitement last night, Blake and I just ended up giving them the essentials, after reassuring them the demon was dead, before they conked out. Well, what do you want to know? I asked since Blake was exhausted after staying up all night despite that ordeal. I'll start, Blake said, completely ignoring what I'd said. And here I thought I'd earned just a little bit of respect from him last night. After I came back from checking out the town, I found your room empty and blood stains on the floor. You're welcome, by the way, I interjected, a little miffed that he ignored me. Wait, blood stains. Russell whipped around from where he'd been walking just ahead of me. He immediately grabbed me and started trying to pull up my shirt, inspecting my arms and stuff. You got injured. You can't hide stuff like that from us. No, no. I squirmed out of his grasp, smoothing out my clothes. I didn't get much of whatever drug they used, so I woke up when they grabbed me, and I stabbed a guy with that knife I got from Blake. Eli whistled. I know I said it last night, but you're something else, Rimuru. Anyway, Blake continued. The blood stains led me to the secret door, and I started scoping the place out. Then I found this little brat. I ducked before he could touch my hair. I was getting good at dodging that move, insulting a demon to its face. Russell gave me an impressed look, while Eli just shook his head. I repeat my statement, he said. So of course I swooped in and helped him. I couldn't just stand by and let him throw his life away. Nice. Making yourself sound real heroic there. I grumbled a bit internally, but really, he was doing me a favor, hiding the fact I'd killed it by myself. I didn't want to answer more annoying questions about my abilities. Well, Russell hummed, looks like having you along was a good thing after all, Rimmy. No. Not the Rimmy crap again. That's not my name. I shouted, failing to keep an embarrassingly petulant whine out of my voice. And the touching. And can you stop doing that? I yelled, ducking under Russell's hand this time and running ahead of the group so I could walk out of reach. But it's so soft. Russell protested with a chuckle, and the other guys all laughed at me as they watched me run ahead. That doesn't give you the right to treat me like a lap cat. I retorted, pulling up my hood to hide even though they couldn't reach me now. These guys are so annoying. I grumbled to myself, sulking for the rest of the trip. Back in Blumond, we immediately checked in with Fuse. I let the others do most of the explaining, and they gave him a rundown pretty similar to before, but this time with Russell doing the talking instead of Blake. They all weighed in at one point or another, though, including me. Fuse just sat there for the most of it, quietly listening, his elbows resting on his desk and a stern expression in his eyes. Russell sat up and finally said, I'm still angry that poison got to us. We'd normally be more careful about that kind of thing. I guess it just seemed so normal being in a town like that, though. He sighed softly and grumbled something to himself under his breath. It isn't your fault, Fuse spoke honestly and removed his hands from being clasped together. Considering they were targeting travelers, it is normal you'd not know what to be on guard for. I should have been more thorough in my report. The records did say that the inn was the most common place of disappearance. He grunted in annoyance himself. To be honest, I am starting to think these guys are all just trying to out-serious each other. I thought off into the void while tapping my fingers on the side of my chair. At least the demon is dealt with, and I doubt those cultists could summon another. They weren't that strong. Eli nodded and explained. Summoning takes a lot of magic. I'd suspect that demon summoned itself, kidnapped people in the town, and then formed the cult to maintain itself. I've read it as a pretty common strategy among their kind. Blake held up his hand to take over the conversation. It isn't always that simple. What is important isn't that they formed a cult, it is what the cult does. Some demons take much more intelligent approaches to maintaining themselves than others. This cult was on the more ruthless end of what I've seen, but some are much more careful. The Conqueror of Flames once slayed a demon which had convinced an entire duchy that it was the hero, Horus, so it would be able to maintain its body on faith alone. Wait, Shizu-san did that. She never told me that story. I guess we aren't so different. I don't know that much about demons, but that thing had an oppressive force behind it if I've ever seen one. Looking back at it, I was feeling it most of the time we spent there, but brushed it off as part of being close to the forest. I hope to never run into one of its type again. It was an odd moment of humility from Russell, before he got up. We should get going from here though, we have other jobs in the wings. We can't leave unfinished. Fuse nodded. I'd like you three to stay for that, you have another assignment lined up in a few months I'd like to give you the details on. He turned to me with a nod to the door. Rimuru, you can go now, the receptionist has your ID ready. Your previous party is in the Free Guild Inn. I was glad to leave, to be honest. Thanks for not keeping me around for a bunch of irrelevant crap I don't need to hear. I always hated that about meetings. You always end up spending more time than you need to in them because topics that you have no role in get brought up with other participants. Yet, asking to leave in the middle is considered rude, so you're just trapped there suffering for who knows how long. Thanks, Fuse. Oh, and it was nice working with you three. I politely said to the group. Take care, kiddo. Russell chuckled. I hope you learned something with us. Bye, Rimuru. Waved Eli. Blake just gave me a nod and nothing else. After saying my goodbyes, I exited the room. I wonder what kind of food that inn is serving for dinner tonight. It'd be nice to have a meal with my friends before I leave for Inglesia. Now, onto the subject of your secondary mission. Tell me your thoughts on Rimuru. I sent Rimuru with these three for more than one reason. I needed a strong team to be able to potentially fend against the monster losing his temper, and the best I could manage to pay would be a B-rank team. Normally, I would employ those three idiots for this, since they are definitely smarter than they seem most of the time, but the fact that Rimuru had already won them over eliminated them as an option. I needed frank, honest observations about the slime. About his nature, temperament, and possible strength. These precautions were necessary if I wanted to give Rimuru an adventurous license. So, I tasked these three with a secondary mission of observation. I told them to annoy Rimuru, to bruise his pride at every opportunity. No normal monster would stand for such treatment, and I wanted to know how Rimuru, an apparent former human, would react. Aaron insisted he was just like any human, but I couldn't be sure of that without proof. Well, the kid's got some spunk in him. Quite the attitude too, but that probably comes with how talented he is. Rimuru kept surprising me over and over with how well he could do things. Yeah, he really didn't like that teasing that you told us to do, but outside of yelling and a bit and pouting, nothing else happened. He did grab my wrist once, when I tried to take a closer look at that mask of his. Strong for such a little guy, that's for sure. I was surprised. The entire time Rimuru was protective of that mask and that sword he's carrying. They're special to him since they came from the Conqueror of Flames, right? Eli asked. Yes. I replied. Rimuru was close with her, I was told, and was with her when she died. She gave those items to him as a sort of passing on of her legacy, as far as I understand. Damn. That's a heavy thing for a kid to witness, the death of a famous champion he must have looked up to. Russell commented. Not so much a kid, but it couldn't have been easy for him. It was hard enough for me to hear about it after the fact. Shizu helped raise me, so I knew her well. Letting her leave to go on her last mission with the implication that she wouldn't come back was a very hard thing for me to swallow. So you didn't find anything alarming about his behavior? I probed. He's not scared of blood, like, at all. Eli replied. Dove right into the corpse of a swamp hopper with no hesitation. And he stabbed a cultist in the arm just so they'd bleed everywhere. Said he wanted to make it so that Blake could follow our kidnappers. Pretty clever idea, but not one I'd expect from someone that young. I'm guessing he had a rough past. Russell added. Blake, you haven't said much. Can you share your thoughts? Not much to say, really. Rimuru is a bit snarky but quite capable. I think he would make a good adventurer if given the right work. That's your job, though, right? He's hiding something. The elusive and cautious one of the group, Blake's opinion was the one I wanted the most. Yet, he's not telling me everything, I can tell. Is there anything else you want to share with me? I asked the group, sweeping my eyes across them. Silence filled the room. Then you're dismissed. The three men stood up. But not you, Blake. Stay a bit longer, please. Russell and Eli looked a bit confused but left anyway. Blake, on the other hand, smirked a little and sat back down. Blake. I need you to be honest. I have been honest. Do you think I lied to you, Guildmaster? No. But you held your tongue way more than usual. I want your honest thoughts on Rimuru, Blake. All of them. Can I ask you a question first? I suppose. Why would you entrust a B-rank team to supervise a Magen that is clearly an overlevel threat? He asked it so bluntly that I was caught off guard. I was suspecting that Blake figured out Rimuru's secret, but this question still was unexpected. What? Rimuru is not human and you know it. He took down a greater demon by himself and played it off as if it was nothing. There's no way I couldn't figure out something was up with him. So that's what revealed his identity, at least it wasn't something more foolish. Keep in mind, I see no problem with him. Rimuru is agreeable and restrained enough, and, if he wanted he could have killed all three of us. I'm not wrong, am I, Guildmaster? I am not sure, but if he took on a greater demon and won, then I can assume so. He didn't even have a scratch on him afterward. Rimuru is even stronger than I suspected. The only answer that makes sense here is that Rimuru is a Magen that is on the side of humanity, like the famous Raisin of Falmouth. You wanted to make sure of that, didn't you? I did. I wanted to confirm it after he won the trust of some others. The Conqueror of Flames, perhaps. Yes, her and a few others. Blake nodded a few times, probably weighing all the details to himself. I'll keep quiet. I know how demons and monsters can be, especially the type that try to invade human society for their evil plots, but I don't think that's Rimuru's motivation. Thank you. Can I ask one more thing? Sure. What is Rimuru, exactly? Outside of those odd hair and eye colors, he looks entirely human. He's not an incarnated demon, is he? His personality doesn't fit one. No, he's not a demon. But he's a unique monster, so honestly his race is irrelevant. I think it's best to leave out that he's a slime, it's too exasperating of a detail. So a one-of-a-kind monster, then. Good to know. I'm satisfied. What are you? Excuse me. I'm trying to eat here, Blake. I know we work together and all, but I'm a little busy right now. Here I am, enjoying a meal with my companions just for Blake to walk up and ask such a rude question. I want an answer. And I don't understand your question. But before Blake could respond, Cavol stood up and protectively put himself between us. Hey, bud, leave Rimuru alone. He's our friend. He sternly faced the other men. I swear he was puffing out his chest a bit to look bigger than he actually is. Cavol, I got this. Relax. But, Rimuru, he dash. Why are you asking this, Blake? I know we butted heads a little, but this feels out of nowhere to me. Guildmaster Few said you were a Magian, and I want to know more details than that. Don't try to lie to me. Blake whispered after leaning in closer. I've been betrayed. Fuse had gone on and on about how important it was that I hide my inhumanity, just to go and tell this dude the truth. Now my companions looked worried, having been able to overhear Blake's hushed intimidation. Hey. Aaron jumped to my defense, he doesn't have to tell you anything he doesn't want to. Why don't you mind your own business? Aaron. I interrupted, it's fine. But we're definitely not talking here. Rapidly shoving the last few bites of food in my mouth, I stood up and said to Blake, want to come to our room and discuss this? Sure, Blake smirked, standing back with a satisfied look. Lead the way. The five of us went back up to our room in the inn, closing the door. I flopped onto the bed, relieved to finally be able to get a good night's sleep. I hadn't slept at all since starting the mission. So, I sat up, questions. Hit me with them. Heh. Blake grinned, you had spunk on the mission, but now you're just downright cocky. Well, do you want to ask or not? I asked, a bit irritated that he was getting a kick out of my normal attitude. Sure. Blake sat on the bed next to Cavol, with Aaron and Jido on their own beds listening quietly. You need to tell me the truth about what you are. He pointed at me, now don't think I don't like you, I told the guildmaster I do. But you are far too strong for what looks like a 6-year-old. You're too unafraid of gore, you're too ruthless, you know too much and you act like it, not to mention the weird hair and eyes. I suspected you from the start, but as we went along you did a horrible job of hiding yourself. I've hunted down much craftier demons and Magian, that was my job, and if you don't shape up, someone will find out. Blake had stopped paying attention to me during his monologue, counting his fingers and everything. So, you need to tell me what you are. He stopped, dumbfounded, as I had seemingly disappeared. Sitting on the bed in my place was an innocent, squishy, adorable slime. Hiya. I waved two little slime arms. I'm Rimuru. Rimuru the slime. I'm not a bad slime, slurp. Blake looked to my friends for help. Yup, Jido confirmed. That's Rimuru. Isn't he cute? Aaron squealed, reaching over and grabbing me in a tight hug. Aaron. I complained, switching to human form and half-heartedly trying to wrestle out of her grasp. I was already kind of embarrassed, I didn't need her cuddling me in front of Blake on top of it. Oh, and now he was staring at me. As the shock slowly wore off his face, Blake's mouth quirked in a smile. Your cheeks are red, he snickered. Are you embarrassed to be a slime? Sure. I snapped back at him, flushing even more. Or maybe it's because my friend is trying to do PDA in here. Cavol, Aaron, and Jido looked confused. Blake probably didn't know what I was talking about either, but the smirk on his face told me that wasn't what he was paying attention to. No, he smirked, I saw her cuddling you just like that earlier, and you didn't even flinch. You're embarrassed about being a slime. He taunted. And no. It's more complicated than that. I don't want to explain it to you, man. Finally, Aaron let me go, and I jumped onto the bed Blake was sitting on so I could stand above him. Crossing my arms and looking down at him, I said, what's it to you anyway? Oh, I dunno, Blake smirked genially, standing up so he was now eye level with me. Maybe it's just funny, shorty. Or should I call you Rimy? You really like that back in. Ooh. That's such a cute nickname. Erin said happily. No. I turned to her. Erin, please don't call me that. I put my hands together and begged, if I failed here, I'd never live it down. Hee hee, all right, all right. I ducked just in time to stop Blake from ruffling my hair. No more teasing. The mission's over anyway, so, may I say, he held out a hand. Nice to meet you, Rimuru the slime. Oh no, why did I use that cheesy introduction line? Squirming on the inside, I took his hand and shook, making sure to position my hand so it wasn't surrounded by Blake's. Nice to meet you, Blake. I hope to see you around. I beamed, feeling pretty good about myself. Gosh, Blake hissed, shaking his hand painfully. Seriously, you need to tone down your strength if you want to pass as a human. Right, I chuckled awkwardly and scratched my head. Will do. Well, Blake said. I got my answers, so I better get back to the others. Wait. I jumped to the floor so I could follow Blake as he opened the door. He turned to me with a questioning look on his face. Please don't tell the other two. No, wait, don't tell anyone. I asked, a bit desperately. Haha. Blake laughed. Tell them about what? Rimuru the little adventurer and his group of friends. You could have left out that little part, I grumbled. Not a chance. Waving as he exited the room, Blake said, see you around, you four. Aw, this feels great. I was catching some morning sun on the roof of the Free Guild Inn. I'd hidden myself with form hide so that nobody would question seeing a random slime on the roof, and I wouldn't have to answer awkward questions from my friends later. The Free Guild Inn was located close to the center of the city, which was situated on a large hill. This meant that I could see all of London, Bloomin's capital, from this roof. But I wasn't as high as the castle. I was kind of tempted to fly up to its tallest spire and see what the view looked like, but I had no idea if Shizu's mask would protect me from whatever magic wards would surely be up there, and the sun was too nice to bother trying. I hummed in pleasure, switching from slime form to human and stretching out the wings I'd gotten from the cave bat as I rolled onto my stomach. I noted with pleasure that I'd managed to transform perfectly. I'd been doing this so much since leaving Jura that I didn't even need, Great Sage, to help me anymore. Sunbathing as a slime was great, but these wings were so dark that they absorbed heat even better than my natural form. Enjoying the feeling of the warm tiles on my cheek, I closed my eyes and listened to the bustle of the city. Rimuru. I heard Jido call from the window of our room. With a sigh I got up. Jumping off the roof and using my wings to maneuver, I dropped into the shadows of the alleyway our window looked out on, and reappeared from Jido's shadow in the room. Shadow Step was a skill I'd picked up in Jura that I never paid much attention to before, but when I remembered I had it, I knew I had to master it. It's just so cool. What's up? I asked, dropping form hide. Jido jumped in fright, letting out a whoa, as he turned toward me, putting a hand on his chest. How many times have I asked you not to do that? He sighed, calming down. Hee hee, sorry, I giggled. It's just too fun. Well, whatever. Jido walked over to the door and grabbed his vest, which had been hanging nearby. Put those things away so we can get some breakfast, he said, pointing at my wings. Ooh, okay. I retracted my wings, which thankfully slipped right into the clothes the ogre princess had made for me without issue. Where were you, anyway? Jido asked as we walked down the stairs to the inn's first floor. I was just on the roof, I answered nonchalantly. Jido's response was to turn to me with an eyebrow raised, concern evident in his voice. No one saw you, right? Of course not, I scoffed. Hey. Rimuru. Jido. Erin waved us over to a table where she and Kavol were already eating. Come sit down. We already got your food. Ooh, I slid into my chair and immediately stabbed my fork into a sausage with delight. Thanks, Erin. No problem. She beamed, looking happy with my reaction. We didn't say anything for a bit, tucking into our food. I was always the first one to finish, but surprisingly, it was Kavol who started the conversation this time. So, Rimuru, he said. Since you wrapped everything up yesterday, what are you gonna do? Well, I shoved the last bite of food in my mouth, I have my ID, and Fuse gave me a letter of recommendation. He said his boss knew Shizu, so hopefully that guy will be able to help. There's really nothing left to get done here, so today I'll probably start heading to Inglesia. Ah, really? Erin said sadly. You can always stay a bit longer. Do you think we can come, Rimuru? Jido asked. What? I stared, dumbfounded. Of course you guys are coming. Why did you think you weren't? Yay. Erin squealed, grabbing me in a hug. I barely managed to put my cutlery down so she wouldn't get it dirty. We were worried that, now that you've got money and everything, you didn't need us anymore. Are you kidding? I replied, unwrapping her arms from around me. I barely know where I'm going. Besides, I tipped my cup up to drink for a moment. I have, faster ways of traveling than carriage. And cheaper. But I want to spend time with you guys. Glad to hear it, buddy, Jido smiled as he took a bite of a gravy-covered roll. I knew he couldn't leave us, Kavol boasted. We're too important to him. As if. Erin had left her staff in the room, so she made a fist and reached over to bonk Kavol on the head the old-fashioned way. You were the most worried out of all of us. Was not. Kavol protested, rubbing his head. Was too. That was all it took for them to devolve into a full-blown argument. Jido and I just exchanged silent glances and waited for them to calm down. Really, I was super lucky to have those three. In just a few hours we had rented a carriage and a team of horses, bought a few weeks' worth of rations, and then were off. That would have probably taken me days alone, trying to figure out how the market worked and where to go, and who to trust. We left just as the sun had peaked and rode through the evening and into the night. As the sun approached afternoon the next day, I realized how glad I was that I met these guys. Not that they weren't idiots sometimes. How did you manage to do that? I shouted at Kavol, who was driving the carriage at full speed. We're in human lands. I said this while standing atop the carriage, shooting water blade at a pack of dinosaur-like monsters. They were all pretty small and weak, but they were fast, and there were tons of them. Honestly, flicking water blade after water blade at these little dinos was pretty fun. They were small and tough targets to hit, so I was actually having a challenge aiming perfectly, which made it all the more fun. I also liked the way they sliced cleanly in half when hit. Wait, what am I saying? Moving on. It was Kavol's fault, as usual. He stepped off into the woods to do nature's business and came back screaming with the pack on his heels. Made me grateful I didn't have the need to do that myself anymore. Human country isn't as safe as you think, Rimuru. Kavol shouted back at me, just keep shooting. We lost them after an hour, and once I had killed about half their numbers. All right, I swung myself into the open carriage window, resuming slime form once I was inside. I think we're safe. Phew, Erin sighed in relief. Thanks, Rimuru. It's nice having you around. Sure, I shrugged in slime form, which just looked like a little ripple on my body. Hey Kavol. I hopped up to the window and retook human form half hanging out of it. We're good. Slow down. I accidentally toppled over as my center of gravity shifted from the form change, and let out a shout as I started to tip out the window. Whoa, there, Jido said, catching me by the back of my cloak and propping me back up. Thanks, I chuckled, regaining my footing. No problem, but what's with that smile? Jido asked, catching sight of my expression. You look like you had a little too much fun up there. What do you mean? I looked away out of embarrassment. I was just defending us, it's nothing. I did get a little carried away out there, didn't I? But it didn't bother me too much, so I just brushed the feeling off. All right, Kavol slid open the driver's window at the front of the box, turning to us now that the horses were at a speed he didn't need as much focus for. There's a campsite up ahead. I wanted to make more progress today, but the horses need rest, so let's turn in early. After we stopped and got out to stretch our legs, Erin suddenly perked up. Hey, Rimuru. She shouted excitedly, I've got an idea. Go into that wolf form. I did as she asked even though I had no idea why. Okay, why? But Erin was already running up to Kavol to help unharness the horses. Then she came running back and tried to slip the bridle over my nose. What? No. What are you doing? I quickly returned to slime form to avoid being harnessed, giving her my best slimy stare. Well, since the horses are tired, I figured you could pull the carriage. She smiled innocently, holding up the harness. We still have plenty of daylight left. What? No. Absolutely not. I refused, turning my slime eyes away to make it clear this was not going to happen. Come on, Erin pouted and crouched next to me. I know you're strong enough, Rimuru. And you'd look dashing. Imagine, a carriage being pulled by an awesome monster wolf. You'd be so cool. No, I said flatly, not even giving her the satisfaction of a reaction. I'll give you a cookie. Erin pulled out a freshly baked, warm cookie from her bigger on the inside bag. They're your favorite. She waved the treat above me tantalizingly. I did want that cookie, but I wasn't going to give in to such a petty bribe. No, Erin, I said, taking human form. Come on, we need to help the guys set up camp. I walked over to help Jido take out the sleeping gear, leaving Erin to stew over her loss. The next day was overcast, and the adventurer trio were all yawning as they packed up camp and hitched up the horses. We took to the road at a steady pace, trotting along while most of us dozed in the carriage. Hey, Jido leaned out the window to shout at Kavol, there's a stream over there. Right now the road was leading us along the crest of a hill, and we could see a brook tumbling down one side. Let's stop and fill up. Good idea, Kavol agreed, pulling the horses to a stop. You guys go ahead, I'll stay with our things. So Aaron, Jido, and I trotted down the hill to the stream with water skins and a small barrel. Why don't you just use magic to get water from the air? I asked as we made our way down. That would be easier, and you won't need to boil it. Yeah, but that doesn't taste as good. Aaron pouted, and I stared at her in exasperation. It's so much better if you purify stream water. You'll see. Whatever, I rolled my eyes and handed her a water skin. Just as we were finishing up, I sensed the air pressure change slightly. In a flash, I changed to slime form and stored the stuff I was carrying in my stomach, just in time for a massive downpour to break on us. Ack. Aaron covered her head, looking at me woundedly. Why did you warn us, Rimuru? She whined. I'm sorry. I waved some slime arms, I only felt it a second ago. Well, that's nice for you. Jido groused, picking up the things still left lying around. Now start running. Wah, I don't want to be wet and cold all day. Aaron was already soaked through, so I didn't know what she was getting at. Rimuru, help me. Shoving the water skins and stuff into her infinity bag, she grabbed my slime form and held me over her head. What? I shouted, don't use me as an umbrella. I didn't try to resist her, but she lost her grip anyway and I popped out of her hands. Iya, Rimuru. Aaron grabbed me again, cooperate. I'm not doing it on purpose. I answered as she dropped me again and I went flying off a little way into the grass. Then why are you so slippery? Aaron complained, picking me up again and trying to run, but I just slid right back out of her grip. Maybe slimes get slippery when wet. I don't know. I whined back, hopping ahead to the carriage instead of letting Aaron try again. You are a slime. How would you not know? Aaron ran after me, picking up her robes and trying to cover her hair with one sleeve. Nobody's tried to pick me up in the rain before. I answered as we both flew into the carriage, landing in a heap as Jido closed the door for us. Ugh. Aaron grimaced in disgust while she tried to wring out her hair. Thanks for nothing, Rimuru, she pouted, glaring at me. I'm telling you, it's not my fault. I waved my slime arms again. What are you guys shouting about? Jido crossed his arms, looking down at the two of us as he sat down. Rimuru's slippery. Aaron complained, trying to pick me up again so she could show Jido. It worked for a second, then I went flying out of her hands and onto Jido's face. Ugh. Jido shouted as I plopped into his lap. Rimuru, he grimaced at me, you're soaking wet. Well, so are you. I retorted in annoyance, changing to human form on the seat next to him. Jido and Aaron both stared at me, looking me up and down. What? I asked grumpily. That is so unfair, Jido answered, looking disgusted by my clean, completely dry self. Yeah, Rimuru. Aaron jumped in, why do you get to be dry while we're all cold and wet? Stop acting like children, I grumble. Feeling a bit bad though, definitely not because I just didn't want to hear them whine the entire trip, I used water manipulation to dry them off. With Great Sage's help, of course, I didn't want to accidentally hurt them. Now they were staring at me for a different reason. Rimuru, Aaron said seriously, since when have you been able to do that? I tilted my head, since before I met you. Of course, Jido rubbed his eyes. Not like you could have used that earlier, huh? Oh. I cringed a bit sheepishly. Sorry. I didn't think about that. Sometime into our trip Aaron had started using me as a stuffed animal, much to my chagrin, but our tent could only fit 3 comfortably, so I let her. I wasn't in the mood for sleeping, though it would certainly help pass the time, but I could always ask Great Sage to put me into sleep mode, so I was just sitting and thinking, with Aaron's arms wrapped around me. Being in this sort of position did make me a bit uncomfortable. I wasn't sure why. I trusted Aaron and the others, and I had never been claustrophobic in my previous life. In my new life, I actually liked this sort of thing, being secured tightly in somewhere dark and quiet. But tonight I just felt weird. Maybe it was the conversation we'd had a few days ago. Rimuru, Aaron had asked me, trying to pass the time while we rode, what do slimes taste like? What? I cringed, appalled. How should I know? And why are you asking? Well, I heard that a lot of monsters in Jura eat slimes. She put a finger to her chin thoughtfully. I just figured I'd ask, you know. And what would you think if I asked you what humans taste like? I snapped, really, Aaron? Hey, I'm sorry. Aaron raised her hands in surrender, it was just a thought. First the ogres, now Aaron. I sighed inwardly while sitting cuddled up to her in the tent. Why does everyone want to eat slimes? We have feelings too, you know. MMMH. Erin stirred in her sleep, squeezing me a bit. Erin. I said quietly, you awake? I tapped her lightly on the cheek with a slime arm. MMH, why yes. I would love. She hugged me tighter, and I realized what was going on. Hey, Erin, I tapped again, stop squeezing so hard. You're dreaming, wait, stop. What are you doing? Erin suddenly pulled me up and sunk her teeth into my slime flesh. With a shriek, I struggled out of her grip and fled to a corner of the tent, taking human form just to be a little less vulnerable. Erin woke with a start, propping herself up. Was it? My shriek woke up Kavol, who grabbed his sword and jumped up. Who's there? What's going on? Jido was awake too now, struggling out of his sleeping bag. Rimuru, Erin was the first to catch sight of me after casting a light spell. What's wrong? I was huddled up in the corner, hugging my knees in human form while I stared at her, shivering. Rimuru. Kavol asked, leaning down. What's wrong, little buddy? Did you have a nightmare? She's the nightmare. I accused, pointing a finger at Erin. She tried to eat me. What? Erin was horrified. No, I didn't. She insisted, I would never do something like that. Rimuru, you know that. But you bit me while you were asleep. I glared at her, I barely escaped with my life. Whoa, okay, Jido put his weapon down and approached me. You're not thinking straight, Rimuru, he said. Yes, I am. I argued, I'm pretty sure I would be able to tell when someone tries to eat me. I believe you, Jido said, I just meant you're too scared. He gently grabbed me under my arms and pulled me in a hug. Glancing over at Erin, he said, Erin, apologize. Okay, she sighed in defeat. I'm sorry, Rimuru. I didn't mean to, I was just having a dream about these really sweet cream puffs my cousin sometimes gets me. It's okay. I sighed, hugging Jido back. I'm sorry for freaking out. I don't know what came over me. Well, now that we're all friends again, why don't we get some sleep? Kavol said cheerfully, already climbing back in his sleeping bag. Yeah, sounds good to me. Jido agreed, letting me go so he could go back to sleep as well. Are you still okay to be with me, Rimuru? Erin asked, you can switch if you want. No, I'm fine, I waved her off. I'm over it. Mostly. I crawled back over and settled down next to her in human form as Erin turned out the light spell. As we were falling asleep again, I heard Kavol and Jido whispering to each other. Poor Rimuru, I'm surprised how scared he was, Kavol said in hushed tones to Jido. You think it's a slime thing? Jido asked in response. Well, they are prey animals. Rude. I scowled to myself but tuned them out and snuggled closer to Erin. Sitting in slime form on Erin's lap, I was chatting with the three adventurers. Kavol had opened up the driver's window to hear us, and we also had a door of the carriage open to let in some fresh air. Today was hot for traveling, and I felt kind of bad for the horses. Erin tried to talk me into pulling the carriage again, but I refused. Hey, Rimuru, Jido suddenly said, so you can mimic things you've eaten, right? Can you change your shape without doing that? Totally. I bragged, I mean, how often have you seen me do this? I waved two slime arms in example, that's all this is really. Slimes don't normally have arms, you know. Yeah, but can you make any interesting shapes? Jido asked, looking intrigued. Could you turn yourself into a cube? Even better. I can turn myself into a cup. I said, hopping to the floor and demonstrating. Oh. Erin clapped in delight, what else can you do? So I spent a while demonstrating different forms to amuse my friends, like giving my slime form wolf ears and a tail, turning into a spiral, and more. During this time the road began sloping downwards as we crested a large hill. Hey, Kavol. Jido turned toward the window, isn't this a little fast? Working on it. Kavol shouted, pulling the reins of the horses as he tried to slow our descent. The carriage wasn't moving dangerously fast, but the hill was pretty steep. The horses reached level ground at a canter, and as the carriage followed after them it hit a rut and bounced significantly. Whoa. I let out a shout as I was bounced right out of the door, falling under the carriage as it zoomed over me. Wow, I said, shaking my slime form a bit as I started hopping after them. That was scary. Rimuru. Kavol had stopped the carriage a ways ahead, and Erin leaped out and ran toward me. Are you okay? She asked me frantically. Yeah, I'm fine. I said, hopping up into her arms. It just startled me, is all. Erin looked down at me doubtfully. What? I asked. You sure you're okay, buddy? Jido answered for her, having come up behind us. I think I'm fine. I said, using a slime nub to emote, rubbing my head in confusion, then I realized. Quickly refocusing with my magic sense, I saw the problem, a big, wheel-shaped dent in my head. Oh, I said in realization. Hopping out of Aaron's arms, I wiggled a bit until my squished slime popped back into place. There. I waved my arms happily, fixed it. Sure. Glad you're okay, Jido said with relief, though he looked a little off-put as we climbed back in the carriage. Off we go. Aaron cheered, now holding me firmly in her lap again as Jido closed the door. We finally reached Inglesia, or at least the outskirts of it outside of the large, imposing walls surrounding the city. I could already tell it completely dwarfed Blumond, even though there was no way for me to see exactly how large it was from my current vantage point. Yeah, if I took to the skies and got a bird's eye view of it I might be able to get a better idea, but I was currently ground-bound to hide my identity as a slime. I could see a slight shimmer in the air above and around the wall too, which probably covered the entire city. It was some sort of barrier, one much stronger than the one back in Blumond. I didn't think I'd be able to just slip past it like the other, so I needed to make sure I was using my mask. It made me a bit nervous, seeing something like that. That thing is literally made to keep people like me out. I knew deep in my gut. But I couldn't let that deter me, I still needed to help Shizu's kids. Letting some silly barrier stop me from accomplishing that wasn't going to happen. Pretty big place, huh, Rimuru? Kavil asked in a teasing tone. I guess I'd gotten caught gawking at the high walls, which was a little embarrassing. Did they have big cities like this in your previous world, Rimuru? Aaron asked. Haha, yeah. Even bigger, in fact. That doesn't mean I don't find this place impressive already, though. If anything, I was excited to see what lay inside those walls. Yeah, there was still some lingering apprehension too, but I was definitely still thrilled to be there. Really? Aaron looked completely amazed by this. Yeah, really. My old world has buildings that are way taller than those walls. People call them skyscrapers because they're so tall that they scrape the sky, not literally, of course. I even helped build a few since I worked in construction. But didn't you say that world doesn't have any magic? How'd the people there even build crazy stuff like that? Kavil asked, letting out a disbelieving laugh. We managed to do a lot of things without magic. Just pure science and ingenuity. I explained simply. But, thinking about it, it did make me wonder why this world seemed less advanced tech-wise than my old one. Has human society just had less time to progress? It's hard to know. Or, maybe it's just because people have the convenience of magic. That would remove the motivation to invent certain things. Need fuels innovation, so that could explain it. Still, I can't help but think there might be another reason for it. Hey, we should get moving. We might have to wait a bit to get inside the city. Jido urged, snapping me out of my thoughts. Yeah, but you should tell us more about your previous world, Rimuru. You're always so vague every time I ask, complained Aaron. Well, my life wasn't exactly exciting before I reincarnated, so I don't have a lot to say. Guys. Let's go. Kavil urged. After some time waiting our turn, we finally reached the actual gate. I was assured by my friends that we should be fine, even though security seemed pretty strict. Our IDs are the reason for this, essentially giving us the fast track through the process. Wanting to get a feel for how this all worked first, I let my 3 party members go in front of me as I watched, already holding my guild ID in one hand. It was surprisingly similar to my old world, although not requiring nearly as much information. I didn't even need to fill out the age portion when I was giving them my info to make it. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Age. Gender, M. Country of residence. Talent, swordsmanship. Division, combat. Rank, B. I'd just given my name and talent, meaning what weapon or skill I use the most, while they filled in my rank and specialization for me. Race wasn't on there either, so I didn't need to lie. I guess it's just assumed you're human. Hard to say. They also had taken my picture with some sort of complicated magical device that I was sure was expensive. It was overly large, though, not compact like any camera I'd seen before. Not something you could carry around in your pocket, but more of a permanent fixture in the building. But, anyway, having this thing with me should be convenient, for now and later on. Aaron, Kavil, and Jido passed through security just fine, with the guard warmly welcoming them. I knew already that B-ranked adventurers had a good reputation in a place like Blumond, but I wasn't sure if that carried over here too. Your apprentice also needs to show her ID, the guard said to Aaron before she fully went on through the gate right before me. Apprentice? Oh, you mean Rimuru? He's not an apprentice, he's our party member. And I do have my ID, see? What, did he think I wouldn't have one? I handed it to him, trying not to be bothered that he took me for some sort of tag-along to my group. If anything, they are tagging along with me, not the other way around. His eyes widen a bit as he scrutinizes it before validating it with some sort of device. Well, I'll be darned, sorry about that, Mr. Tempest. Welcome to Inglesia. After shaking off his shock, the man gave me the same respect he gave the other three. Thank you, I replied as I took back my ID. As we walked away, I thought I heard him grumble something like, how's that little kid AB rank, but I decided not to pay that any mind. Once we were inside, the sight was nothing but stunning. It made Bloomin' seem like a pathetic hole in the wall in comparison. The streets were neat and tidy despite bustling with activity, the shops lining them were fancy, having massive show windows to advertise their goods. I could also see a large castle in the distance, likely in the center of all of this, towering above everything around it. I was starstruck by it all. A small-town slime like me wasn't used to this sort of thing. Without thinking, I started wandering off to get a better look at something that had caught my eye, just to get grabbed by the arm. Hey, don't go running off the moment we get here. With how small you are, we'd lose you immediately. Cavil scolded while still firmly gripping me. Oh, sorry. I was so focused on looking around that I almost forgot about my escorts. Gosh, Rimuru, what are we gonna do with you? Erin teasingly asked with a shake of her head and her hands planted on her hips. Hey. I just wanted to get a closer look. We can look at anything you want, Cavil laughed, just stick close to us while we do it, alright. I couldn't help it, I dragged my friends all over town. Erin was the only one who could really keep up with me, running close behind as I dashed from restaurant to library to armor shop, taking time to peer in all the windows. Wait, Rimuru. Erin grabbed my shoulder as I tried to investigate a big castle-looking building, all white on the outside. What? I asked, a little upset that I was being stopped so abruptly. Pointing ahead to the elaborately decorated building, Erin said, that's the Church of Luminous. Dropping her voice so only I could hear, she said, they're very hostile to monsters. You should avoid it as much as possible. People say they're experts at finding monsters in disguise. Oh. I looked at the building with new anxiety, feeling a little disturbed. Turning away, I whispered, thanks, Erin. So, Cavil and Jido caught up to us, looking out of breath. Why, don't we go shopping? Cavil asked between gasps. I was pretty sure he was just trying to put me and Erin in a contained space so we'd be less work to watch, and I wasn't done seeing the city yet. Ooh. Erin was hooked already. Yes. I need to get you some clothes, Rimuru. Oh, you don't need to spend your money on me. I waved her off. But you'll need something nicer than your adventuring gear to see the Grandmaster. Erin argued, lifting my cloak in emphasis. No, I know that. I reassured her, but I got a skill with the other guys that'll let me just make clothes. Great Sage, can you make me something nice looking with material creation? Answer, affirmative. Suddenly a neat-looking, dark blue fedora materialized in my hands, and I put it on with a spin. See? I grinned proudly. Erin squinted, looking a bit pouty. Doesn't count. She finally declared, grabbing my hand and dragging me off. You need some real clothes, pronto. I'm pretty sure she just wants to go shopping. I sighed. But, if Erin wanted to, I guess there wasn't any harm in it. Ahaha, so, we may have gotten a little carried away with this chapter. It escalates. Enjoy. Watcher, and Moo. We were in the shopping district for hours, Erin dragging me around all the buildings so she could make me wear everything in sight. A bunch of it was super girly too, and as much as I tried to resist, I couldn't really say no to Erin when she was this happy. The two guys had clearly been through this before, waiting patiently and chatting with themselves while Erin tortured me by using me as a dress-up doll. Really, guys? I thought, glaring at them, no help here. At all. Cavil definitely picked up on my gaze, but he just averted his eyes and started whistling awkwardly. Hey. I fumed inwardly, look me in the eye when you're abandoning me. After a while Erin rushed off to ask the shop owner something, my useless escorts trailing behind. I was about to follow when a large crash caught my attention. Looking out the window, I saw the crash was from a symbol. A man wearing bright colors and carrying all sorts of instruments was marching through the street, shouting loudly. Come one, come all. He shouted, witness the greatest performing magician in the land. Starting now at Barnaby Square. I didn't know who Barnaby was, but with magic sense, I could see the show getting started not far from here. A magician, huh? Watching magicians in my old world was fun, but in a world with real magic. There was no way I could miss this. I'll just take a peek, I thought. I'll be back before they even notice I'm gone. Anything to get out of the dress-up hell I was in. Slipping out of the shop, I made my way toward the square where the magician was apparently performing. A lot of people had already gathered in front of a wooden stage with a big curtain hiding the performers, though I could see them just fine with magic sense. I managed to push my way to the front of the crowd, so I had a great view of the stage. Magic sense would have guaranteed that either way, but this was pretty good for human eyes, too. All of a sudden some musicians off to the side started rapidly beating a drumroll, and the crowd hushed as all eyes turned toward the stage. Presenting Master Vulpus, the greatest magician in all of Inglesia. An assistant announced before moving aside with a gesture to the middle of the stage. Good evening, Rura. A booming voice called as the curtain parted and a burly man wearing flashy robes came out on stage. The crowd let out a massive cheer, and I was starting to feel a bit excited myself. The guy on stage, the magician I assumed, had a glittering masquerade-style mask in the shape of a fox covering his eyes. As always, thank you for coming out. It's always a pleasure to perform for your wonderful city. Now, without further ado. With a flurry of gestures, he created a sparkling gold ball of light and tossed it high in the air, where it burst into a colorful display of magic. What was all that hand-waving about? I wondered. Answer: human beings require incantations to cast magic. It seems this individual has created a means of gestural incantation to avoid verbal chanting. Oh. I felt some pity for him. Thank goodness I didn't need to remember any lengthy spells to cast something like Icicle Lance. Still, this man was working around that little difficulty in a pretty neat, showy way that was definitely impressive. The show commenced, and I watched with interest as the magician and a few backup casters performed their act, except... this is kind of boring. The crowd was loving it, but even if the land's greatest magician was just some peacocking to spice up the show, I was expecting something a bit more. Magic. It's like those coffee shops in my old world that all call themselves the world's greatest coffee. It was a little sad. Actually, in my old life, I would have loved this. It really was an awe-inspiring display and beautiful lights and sounds, but that was really all it was. With magic sense, I could see exactly how these spells were working, and with great sage, I could probably copy them at 10 times the speed and power, no incantations necessary. Did I just ruin the magic for myself? I wondered, a little sad. Especially because this was real magic, not card tricks or anything else. Everyone in the plaza was cheering and hooting, clearly they were entertained. I guessed I just knew a little too much to really be impressed. And now I need a volunteer from the audience. The magician's voice boomed. What brave soul will face my challenge? You there? Oh, crap, he's pointing at me. Young lady, how would you like to help me tonight? Not at all, really. Seeing the jealous faces on the other kids nearby, though, and having the whole crowd focused on me. Whatever. I didn't want to make a fuss. I'd help the guy with his stupid trick and then find my friends again. Sure. I shrug, putting on a fake smile but not really trying that hard at it as I climbed on stage with the help of an assistant. Excellent. The magician boomed, why don't you stand right here? I followed the thinly disguised order and let the man position me to his side. Shoving a small crystal into my hand, he whispered, hold tight to that, now, and don't let anyone see it. I was half tempted to just drop it right then, but I decided to play nice. Ruining the guy's show just because I was annoyed was in pretty bad taste, but I did it more for the sake of all those excited kids than the magician himself. Now then. The magician raised his hands dramatically, watch as I make this young lass disappear. This time the magician actually started chanting, as well as hand-casting a bunch of smoke and light effects around me. It looked kind of hard to handle that many spells at once, so I thought it was kind of neat. Aawan presto. With a final flourish, I sensed the magician activate a spell carved in the crystal I was holding, and I was warped backstage. Teleportation. I wondered, glancing down at the crystal in my hand. That's pretty neat. I didn't have any skills that could do that. Glancing down, I saw the spell was connected to a magic circle painted on the floor under my feet. So I guess you can't just send someone anywhere, at least not with this. Pretty impressive, though. The circle I was looking at seemed fairly complex. The spell would still be an eye shot if it wasn't for the stage, but... impressive. Well done. I suddenly realized there was another man backstage with me. You looked great out there. I didn't do anything, but whatever. Ah, thanks. I said, handing him the crystal as I examined the boxes and everything they had set up here. Are we behind the stage? We were, obviously, but I had no clue what to say besides that. That's right, Missy. The man smiled, leading me over to a small table. Sit right here, please. The show will be ending now, so we ask that you don't show yourself again until it's wrapped up. I sighed. All right. The assistant guy looked kind of put off by my unenthusiastic attitude, but he didn't question it. Would you like some snacks? He asked cheerfully, pulling out a box of cookies. They looked tempting, but I had recently had someone try to poison me, even if it wasn't effective, and even if the poison was in a drink not meant for me to start with. I'll pass, thanks, I said, lifting a hand. The assistant was really confused now, but he kept things professional. Then we will simply wait a moment for Master Vulpes to be back, and you'll be on your way. Okay, I shrugged, kicking my feet while I sat at the table. We waited in silence for a few seconds. So, the man asked, what's your name? Rimuru, I answered nonchalantly. Nice to meet you, Rimuru. Phew. We were thankfully saved from the awkward interaction by Vulpes coming backstage. Another success, he grinned. I wasn't sure what it was, but something about that grin put me on edge. Thank you so much for your help, little lady. He turned to me and bowed, offering a hand. How did you like the show? It was pretty cool, I guess. I shrugged, shaking his hand. I was getting good at doing that with my current size. But I didn't get the reaction I was expecting. Just cool, eh? Vulpes actually seemed a little angry, though he tried to hide it with that big smile of his. It surprised me. I tell you, he turned to his assistant, the crowd gets tougher every year. Haha, the assistant laughed, well, she's probably just acting aloof. But what was it that was wrong with my show? The magician wondered anxiously, turning back to me. Young lady, what failed to entertain you? I would surely appreciate any suggestions. Ah. I leaned back a bit, this Vulpes guy was getting right in my face. It was strange, looking into his eyes. They seemed normal, but with magic sense, they almost looked painted over black. His whole being was that way, really all humans had a little bit of magic in them, but this was reminding me of that town with the demon. Something was interfering with this guy's natural energy. Master Vulpes. The assistant grabbed his shoulder, I don't think it's appropriate for you to. Quiet. The magician threw his assistant's hand off and whipped around on him, snarling. I was a bit worried he would hit the guy, but Vulpes stopped himself. Master Vulpes, the assistant pleaded, what's gotten into you? I am simply asking this child for feedback on my show. Vulpes shouted. There is nothing wrong with that. I want to be the greatest magician alive, I want the world to know my name. If I cannot impress a mere child, then what am I? Nothing. I'm sure she was very impressed, sir. The assistant glanced at me, trying to ask with his eyes for me to go along. Oh, yeah. It was fine. I wasn't really buying into this guy's rampage, but I did wonder if I should get my sword out from my stomach. This seemed to be going in a bad direction. Fool. Master Vulpes rounded on me, don't lie to me. Then, while I was standing there wondering if I should do something about this situation, he backhanded me across the face. Because I wasn't exactly guarded, there was no way this guy could do real damage to me, and because on the inside I was just light, squishy slime, the blow caused me to fly back and crash into a nearby crate. Master Vulpes. The assistant screamed, staring at me in shock, but then Vulpes turned on him and shot some type of light spell at him. It knocked the assistant back, though he managed to keep his balance. Staring at the magician in horror, he turned and ran. Thanks, guy. That was super helpful. I could only hope he was calling the guards or something, not that I needed them. Now then, Vulpes turned back and grabbed my collar, looking at me almost desperately. What was wrong with my show? He asked, surely I can improve. I almost felt a little bad for him. Whatever magic was affecting Vulpes' mind had screwed him up bad. I considered fighting back, but that would likely lead to me getting outed as a monster, better to just hang tight, I supposed. This guy couldn't actually hurt me, so my best bet was to just hope that other guy had gone to find the guards. Don't ask me, I shrugged, I'm just a stupid kid. This way. Ah, that was the voice of Vulpes' assistant. He didn't abandon me. What a nice guy. He rushed in followed by someone clad in silvery-looking armor and a white coat. Is that a guard? I stared at the new guy. I didn't take this city as the type of place to arm guards that well, seriously, with magic sense and analytical appraisal, I could tell this guy was wearing stuff most adventurers couldn't get their hands on. Inglesia is way more upscale than Blumond. The night-looking guy stopped, taking in the situation. Put down the girl and come quietly, he ordered. Vulpes, likely seeing he was outmatched, dropped me and tried to make a run for it. I landed on my feet, watching while the knight body checked Vulpes as the assistant rushed over to check on me. Are you all right? He asked me quickly, examining my head. I nodded mutely. While I hadn't been scared of Vulpes, I was scared now because I'd figured out who this knight-looking guy was. Evidenced by the cross on his shoulder, he was with the Holy Church. He was one of the anti-monster guys I was warned about. Kaval, Aaron, and Jido had all spent hours continuously hammering into me not to go near them, to the point where thinking about it made my skin crawl. Am I going to be found out now? I cringed. Quickly securing Vulpes, the Holy Knight began walking toward us. Oh no, oh no. Is this one of the guys who's a monster detection expert? Does distance matter? Will he figure me out if I let him get too close? I panicked, unthinkingly taking a step back. Seeing me literally shaking, the knight's hard frown softened and he crouched down, halting his approach. He took off the visor-like helmet covering his eyes, revealing a kind expression. He was a younger-looking man, with a typical do-gooder face and everything. "It's okay," he smiled, stretching out a hand. Before I could stop myself, I flinched back a bit. Why am I so scared? I wondered. I had faced way worse than this dude. It had never occurred consciously, but, am I really this afraid of being discovered as a monster? The strength of my own reaction surprised me somewhat. I hadn't realized I'd grown this worried, but I guess it made sense. With Blake, it was fine since I'd gotten to know him somewhat, and I was still in a small kingdom with Jura close by to flee to, but if one of these church guys found out, I could be in real trouble. For one, the barrier over the city could make it difficult to escape before I was killed or restrained. And if I did make it out, Jura was a long ways away. I could probably make it back safely, but that would mean completely abandoning Shizu's kids, and I would never accept that. "I'm with the Holy Church," the young knight smiled. "I'm here to help." "Yeah, I doubt that. Not if you knew what I am, at least." "You can trust him," the assistant fruitlessly reassured me. He looked both confused and worried by how I was reacting, and I realized that I needed to rein in my expression. I need to calm down, or this really will reveal me. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. "I'm sorry, sir." I stumbled back a bit, on purpose. I tried to look as exhausted as I could. "Are you sure you are all right, young miss?" The knight pulled his hand back, and waited a few moments while the only sound in the tent was my intentional breathing. It almost felt like he was waiting, or listening for something. As we were talking, another holy knight had entered behind the stage, leading some actual guards. As the guards got to work dragging off Vulpus, one of them came up to the three of us. "Excuse me," he said to the assistant, "can I ask some questions about what happened here?" "Of course." The assistant guy patted my shoulder, leaning down to quickly whisper, "Sorry about all this," in my ear before leaving. I did not want to be left alone with this holy knight person, no matter what his intentions were, but here we were. "Come on," the knight stood up, "I can help you find your family." "No," I said quickly and much too forcefully. "No. I'll be fine." I leveled out my tone, "Thanks for everything, they're close by so I'll just go find them now." As I tried to shove my way past him, the knight caught me by the shoulder and stopped me. I was tempted to just break free and run, but I didn't know if pulling that off would give away my monstrous strength. "Really, it's okay," the knight reassured me. Ugh. I guess I had to go along with this. I really didn't want to explain to Aaron why I was with a knight of the Holy Church. I bet he'll leave me alone if I show him my adventurer's license, I realized. Notice, after the fearful reaction displayed by the individual Rimuru Tempest, being recognized as a B-rank adventurer will only seem more suspicious. Darn. I wondered what else I could do to get out of this predicament. I didn't want to be around this guy any longer than necessary. I had no idea what signs could unwittingly give me away. Blake had said how I was terrible at hiding that I'm not human, and I can only imagine that this holy knight is just as sharp at noticing little hints that might give me away. I just needed to get out of here as soon as I could. Well, there was one thing I could think to use. "Look. A monster," I shouted, pointing behind the knight. The guy whipped around in shock, looking for whatever it was I was pointing at. Quickly activating form hide, I disappeared and took off in the direction where I could sense Aaron, Kavol, and Jido. I had been tempted to use Shadow Step, just to avoid any potential problems on the way, but if I was caught doing that I'd never be able to explain it. I could sense the adventurer trio frantically searching for me nearby. It had been a solid 2 hours since I slipped away, so they had left the shop and were searching the surrounding buildings. "Hi, guys," I said, appearing behind the three without any warning. "Gah." All three shrieked in surprise, whipping around to see me standing there like I'd never left. "Rimuru," Jido clutched his chest, "I've told you not to do that." "Hee hee," I chuckled, mostly to release my own tension. "Sorry." Erin immediately threw herself on me, wrapping me in a tight hug. "Where were you?" She sobbed, "Don't run off like that again." Whoa, is she about to cry? I didn't think she'd be this upset. Haha, I laughed a bit awkwardly. "Don't worry, I learned my lesson." "So what were you doing, anyway?" Kavol asked. "I was committing war crimes." I smiled and did jazz hands. "Rimuru. Don't joke around like that." "Haha, sorry." I smiled, I was just kidding. "We know," Jido sighed, "just don't say that around anyone else, alright?" "Yeah, alright." After my little stint alone in the city, my group didn't take any more deviations. They brought me straight to the Free Guild branch building, scared that I might wander off again or something. It was a large, impressive building that surprisingly had automatic sliding doors. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Whoever designed this place had to have some otherworlder inspiration, and I had a sneaking suspicion that person was the Grandmaster of the guild, Yuki Kagarazaka. I knew from what Shizu had told me that he was a Japanese otherworlder, just like me and her, so it made sense for him to recreate some of the tech from before he was brought here. Anyway, with my letter from Fuse in hand, I made my way to the reception desk, another way too tall one, just so you know. I was annoyed, but put up with it. As I did, I got some odd looks from the few people sitting nearby, other adventurers, I assumed. They seemed to be questioning why I was even here, but that was none of their business, so I didn't bother even looking in their direction. I am here to see the Grandmaster. I have a letter of introduction from Guildmaster Fuse of the Bloomin' branch. I reached up and set the sealed envelope on the counter. The man at the desk looked at me questioningly, then picked up the letter, inspecting it for a few seconds before he seemed satisfied. I will have this delivered to him. Please take a seat in the meantime. Thank you. I found a comfy chair to sit in while waiting, but the stares I was getting from the other folks here were anything but comfy. What, this kid is gonna see the Grandmaster? Just like that. Who even is she? Is she really B-ranked? Has to be. The door wouldn't let her in otherwise. So I was the subject of their gossiping whispers. They were another party of adventurers, I thought. They looked on par with my group equipment-wise, and based on what they said they wouldn't have been let in if they were C-ranked, so I guess they were all B-ranked as well. For the record, I'm not a she or a her. I corrected them. Yeah, Rimuru's a boy. Aaron added. The man held his hands up as if saying, how was I supposed to know that? I felt kinda bad for him, stoking Aaron's ire that quickly. She can be surprisingly forceful when she puts her mind to it. An attendant entered the waiting room. Rimuru Tempest. The Grandmaster is ready for you. I stood up, and so did my 3 friends. Only Mr. Tempest, please. The guild employee clarified after spotting my entire group rising from their seats. Sorry, guys. I'll be back soon, so just wait here for me please. Sure thing, buddy. Kaval answered. Yeah, we can wait a little. Jido shrugged. Good luck. Aaron waved cheerfully. I followed the woman into what looked like an elevator of sorts at first, but turned out to be some sort of teleportation device using a magic circle. It felt odd, going through that thing, but it wasn't unpleasant. If anything, I was impressed by it, not intimidated. Still, it was taking me somewhere isolated, I guessed. I was led to some sort of office, probably where the Grandmaster holds audiences with guests. It wasn't lavishly decorated, but looked modern and clean. I noted a few familiar-looking things on one of the shelves in it, appearing to be some figures based on manga and anime characters. So he's a man of culture. Wonderful. Negotiation would be easier knowing that. I could use the commonality to get on his good side, if needed. So, I took my seat on the couch inside, my feet unfortunately dangling a bit as I did, and waited patiently for Yuki to enter the room. Yuki didn't take much longer, thankfully, but when I finally saw him, he wasn't exactly what I was visualizing when I heard the title, Grandmaster. To be brutally honest, he looked no older than maybe 16. Definitely Japanese, with dark hair and brown eyes, and a youthful, somewhat handsome face. Hello, he said to me in a casual tone as he closed the door and sat down across from me. I was definitely being inspected by him for a few seconds. I bet he was seeing Shizu in my face, since he's her former student and all. Hi, I replied amiably, flashing a smile to ease the subtle tension. I'm Yuki Kagarazaka, Grandmaster of the Free Guild. You're Rimuru Tempest, correct? I nodded politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I really laid on the manners with him since I need to get on his good side to find Shizu's students. If I screwed this up, I didn't know what I'd do, honestly. Now. Yuki sighed and leaned forward in his seat. Let's get down to business, now that that's out of the way. I had no reason to be upset about that. Miss Shizu is dead, right? He was blunt and to the point, in a way that hurt a little bit with that topic. I nodded softly and glanced down. It was hard to look him in the eyes. Are you at fault? I felt an urgent sense of danger in his tone, but it was restrained by something. And no. Of course not. I would never hurt Shizu. I pleaded immediately against the accusation, the calm demeanor I constructed completely shattered by now. Yuki's eyes bored into me as he stared, leaning forward in his seat. Explain what happened then. As her former student, I have a right to know the truth. Sheesh, this guy can really turn on a dime, can't he? So I told him exactly that. From the moment I met Shizu, to the time of her death, I explained it all in detail. Yuki intently listened to every word, taking in everything I said. I could tell it saddened him to hear about her passing. He visibly drooped a bit as I got to that part of the story, but he was pretty subtle about it. The level of restraint he had was impressive, especially for someone so young. So that's how I ended up gaining her form. I'm sure you noticed the resemblance as soon as you saw me. Of course I did. The letter from Guildmaster Few said you are a slime monster, right? You sure don't look like one to me. He said I had a mimicry skill though, right? I know I mentioned that to him. Yeah, that was included. Yuki nodded. It's pretty astounding to me, though. I pursed my lips, thinking back to why I was here. I wanted to stay on topic. So, are the kids Shizu-san talked about, are they summons? And why do you think I would tell you that? Miss Shizu might have trusted you, but I still don't have much reason to trust you right now, Rimuru. He said it with such a refreshing smile that it took me a moment to grasp the actual tone behind his words. Because we're from the same place. The same place Shizu was summoned from, Japan. That's what the letter said, but you sure don't look it, Rimuru. I mean, a slime from Japan. That's not a thing. How am I gonna convince him? He's obviously skeptical of me. But then I remembered the thing I observed before Yuki even entered the room, those anime figurines. That's it. Both a way to win trust and make my story more believable. Great Sage, is there any way I can recreate manga volumes from my memories? I remembered how I'd shown Shizu what Japan looked like from those, so it might be possible to do the same with books I'd read. Affirmative. As long as appropriate materials are present, recreation of books from memories is possible. Hey, I have a way to prove I'm Japanese to you, but I need some paper first. Paper. Yuki sounded curious. Confused, but still curious. He had a full bookshelf of books, so I thought he might have some on hand, and I was right about that. Yuki stood up, opened a drawer in his desk, and handed me a small stack, looking a bit skeptical but still interested. I immediately absorbed it and sent my skill to work recreating a volume of One Piece. I held it in my hand, waving it a bit enticingly at Yuki. Wait, is that? He asked in astonishment. Yes, I smiled. He eagerly took it from me, and I didn't try to stop him. Frantically flipping through, his eyes grew wider and wider, clear excitement taking over his well-honed poker face. Yuki looked at me with awe and amazement, like I'd just performed a miracle right before his eyes before suddenly asking, is it done yet? One Piece. Yes. Did they finish it? He frantically asked. No. I stared blankly. Figures. Yuki muttered as he continued staring at the manga in his hands. So, how long has it been since you were brought here? I asked him. 10 years, more or less. So he was very young at the time, but then how would he have read One Piece? 5 is a bit out of the typical age demographic for that sort of thing. Wait. How old are you? Yuki looks to the side and answers, 28. Dang. Talk about a youthful face. I'm not sure whether to be jealous or pitiful of him. Before I could voice this thought though, Yuki, looking a bit dejected, spoke up again. Yeah, I know. I've looked like this ever since I came to this world. It's a sort of curse, I guess. Yuki explained. Then I thought it over. Wait, am I also going to look as I do now for as long as I live? I was a little disturbed, considering that possibility. My appearance is that of a 7-year-old, and spending a lifetime like this doesn't sound too appealing to me. Now that I believe you, how old were you before you reincarnated? Yuki asked. So the manga was enough to win him over. Nice. 37, I was a full-grown man, just living my life, I guess. Got stabbed and woke up as a slime. Yuki let out a whistle. And now you look like that. I guess I have it easier than you do in that regard. He teased, laughing to himself a bit. Says the guy that looks like a high schooler. I shot back. Better than looking like a little girl. Yuki laughs, hey, are you able to make more manga for me? I have plenty of paper for it. You'll have to earn it. I want you to help me help Shizu's students. I'm not going to just give him my only bargaining chip for nothing. I'm guessing you need access to them. Well, I want them to be saved too, so I'm willing to assist. They are still attending the school that Ms. Shizu taught at, Freedom Academy. I'm sure I could get you in, considering that I'm the chairman. That would be very helpful. I could take Shizu's place as Dash. I'm sure those 5 would be grateful to have another classmate. You could join them, you know, go undercover, play the mysterious transfer student role. Hey, wait a sec, I don't want to be Dash. I bet you'd look great in one of the school uniforms. Oh, and Chloe and Alice would be so happy to have their numbers evened out with the boys in the class. Stop. What's wrong? He asked with a small head tilt. I'm not going to be a student, and I'm definitely not going to pretend to be a little girl. It's bad enough that most people assume I'm one at first glance. But those 5, they're not very trusting. I'm just offering up the best option to get on their good side. Yuki explained matter-of-factly. You seriously want an adult man to roleplay as a little girl to deceive children? That's messed up. Well, when you put it that way, I guess. But, can you really pass as a teacher? You look younger than most of the students, you know. The youngest is Alice, and she's 7. I didn't think about that. But, I suppose you could use your reincarnation backstory to explain it. I thought about that option for a few seconds, and realized that fixed a lot of my problems. Yeah, I can, that's a great idea, actually. I still don't think it's that good of an option, but we can make it work. I'll probably need to introduce you so they trust you a bit more at first glance. Yuki nodded, but then looked at me a bit more seriously. But manga first. I have some requests. This guy. Some manga bribery combined with a bit more discussion about Shizu's students and their current situation later. It had been a few hours I spent with Yuki. It wasn't a very light conversation. Once we started getting into the nitty-gritty, to be honest, I was now even more worried about those 5 faces I'd been shown glances of since Shizu's passing. All 5 will be dead within a couple of years if I don't help them. That's the fate of failed summons, apparently. Children just can't handle all the energy gained when traveling between worlds. It's the same stuff that manifests in the form of unique skills, but if it's not utilized, it burns the possessor away from the inside over time. So I need to find a way to make those kids gain unique skills, or remove that energy from them in some other way. I'll have my work cut out for me, but I'll do it. I refuse to let Shizu down. You're going to be a teacher? Kaval asks loudly and not at all subtly, right in the middle of the room I left the trio in. I'd told them my plans, in short, but I wasn't expecting this shocked, almost appalled reaction. Pretty much. Yuki called the position advisor, but I'll be closer to their teacher than a fellow student. I'll teach those kids what I can while trying to save them. Kaval looked at the other 2 doubtfully, and they seemed just as equally worried as him. It's not that I don't trust you, Rimuru, but... Aaron muttered. Hey, I made a promise, remember? I'm going to put my all into saving those 5, so don't go looking so worried about me. I'm more worried about those kids. Kaval muttered, which earned him an elbow jab from Aaron. If Rimuru says he can do it, then he can do it. I believe in him. Jaido shrugged, although I could still tell there was some doubt in his mind. I do too, but what about us? What do you mean? I asked. Are we splitting up? I dunno, I thought you 3 could stick around and take work here in Inglesia rather than go back to Bloomond, but if you want to go home, I won't dash. No, we're staying here. Aaron said immediately, mind apparently already made up. Aaron, you do realize how expensive Englesion in dash. We are staying here. Aaron insisted belligerently, a pout on her face. Fine, fine, Kaval raised his hands in surrender, don't look at me like that. Oh, I should probably mention that I asked Yuki about that. I said, realizing they were worrying for nothing. About what? Jaido asked. Arranging somewhere for you 3 to stay. I said I traveled with some adventurer friends and he offered to take care of your accommodations while I'm teaching at the school. Why didn't you mention that earlier, Rimuru? Aaron whined. Because I wasn't sure if you wanted to stay here. It wasn't if you want to kind of thing, not set in stone. Well, we want to. Aaron declared, just lead the way. Haha, okay, okay. I laughed, enjoying her silly theatrics. Tomorrow, though. Let's get some food. I led them back to the inn and we had a rather rowdy dinner, with me creating fake mustaches via material creation to wear for my best teacher impressions. According to Kaval, trying to see me as a teacher was laughable, so I splashed some water on him as revenge. The next morning I met with Yuki at the Free Guild as we'd arranged, and he led me and my little entourage to the school dorms. The school building wasn't far from the Free Guild for Yuki's own convenience as chairman, I imagined. All of a sudden the stuff those adventurers were saying about the door only letting in B-ranks made sense. That was probably a good way to keep the many rowdy teenagers who went here from running next door to cause mayhem. I had to applaud Yuki's genius on that one. Most teachers have their own houses in the city, Yuki said as he led us through the dorm hallways, so we only have student housing here. Not a problem, I replied, walking next to him. I'm only staying until I can save the kids, after all, and I doubt I have enough money to afford a house here. Actually, you'd be surprised. Yuki chuckled, the market prices are pretty reasonable since I run a housing market here through the guild. Oh, wow. I leaned into him, jostling him teasingly. Is there anything you don't do? Not much. Yuki opened the door to a room at the end of the hall, flicking a magic light switch. Here we are. Home sweet home. Oh. I looked around in excitement, taking in a sight I hadn't experienced since my past life. It was just like the dorm I lived in when I went to trade school, small bed, nice desk, closet. Actually, it was nicer than my trade school dorms, better funded, for sure. Aaron and the guys watched me walk around, poking at things and opening drawers. I ran my hand along the bed sheets, feeling their quality, when I found something of interest folded on the pillow. What's this? I asked curiously, lifting it up to let it unravel. Oh, it's a present. Yuki said cheerfully, as I watched a cheerleader-style tank top with little stars and a skirt barely long enough to keep me covered open up in front of me. It's a housewarming gift. Yuki. I said after a long moment, watching him with magic sense, but still turned away. Yes. Oh, that little snake, he was positively beaming at me. This is workplace harassment. I turned to him with a deadpan, which only caused him to burst out laughing. Was this guy really 28? What kind of humor was this? Ah, I was hoping you'd wear that when you went to meet the kids. Yuki snickered, wiping tears from his eyes. It's cute, Rimuru. Eren cooed. Eren, that is not helping. I shout, feeling my face turn red. Grumbling, I balled up the disgusting outfit and hurled it at Yuki's smug, laughing face. While he was recovering from having a t-shirt cannon launched into his head point blank, I walked up to Yuki and grabbed a fistful of his shirt. Thank you very much for the tour, Chairman, I said with my best customer service smile. Forcing Yuki backward by his shirt, I walked him out of the door to the room. Unfortunately, I need to prepare for my class. I'm sure I can find my way on my own from here, so you have a good day. I slammed the door in his face, Yuki still laughing. Wow, that was cold, Rimuru. Kavul stared at me judgmentally. Don't interfere in things you don't understand, Kavul. I snapped at him. I mean, it was just a skirt. Kavul. I shouted. What's the big deal, Rimuru? Eren asked, tilting her head all innocently. Oh, for the love of, I slam a hand on my face, that outfit has a completely different meaning where Yuki and I are from, okay. Well, you come from a place with some pretty weird traditions, Kavul crossed his arms as he said that. I don't know why I'm supposed to know them all. Alright, Jido, ever the peacemaker, stepped in. Now that that's out of the way, how about we go browse the dessert shops? I knew Jido was just using this as a way to make me forget the discussion, but I had no problem with that. After some sweetbreads and cream puffs from a fantastic cafe, I spent the remainder of my adventuring money with the trio buying some things for my new room. One nice thing about being small was the room felt pretty big to me, about the same as my bedroom in my previous life. I didn't really mind living in cramped spaces, but that was still a nice little bonus. I also found the cheerleader uniform back on my bed when we returned. I knew Yuki would just bring it back if I tried to throw it away. I needed to dispose of this thing properly. When I picked it up, I got another detailed view of the outfit, and the brief image of myself wearing that thing flashed across my mind. No. An abomination like this deserved to be disposed of properly, but just as I was about to burn it, another thing occurred to me. Does this building have a fire alarm? It would be so embarrassing to accidentally set off a sprinkler system or something on my very first day here. Knowing Yuki is an otherworlder, I could imagine him having developed something similar. I need to contain it. Focusing on the atrocity in my hands, I manifested a ranged barrier around it, my hands shifting from holding the cloth itself to controlling the bubble it was suspended in midair. Squinting, I created a small amount of black flame inside the barrier, then let it loose. The result was a massive contained explosion. The heat was a bit more intense than I intended, as even the ashes were completely destroyed. You'd think the flame would have run out of oxygen, but I guess this is a good way to burn things. Answer, the extra skill, black flame, does not require the presence or consumption of oxygen, instead being fueled off magicules alone. Notice, the temperature index inside the barrier is in excess of 12,347.52 degrees Celsius. Wow. I stared as the Armageddon bomb I'd accidentally created disappeared. Okay, so, let's not break that out willy-nilly from now on. Though, using such a crazy technique on that atrocity was pretty satisfying. You really hate that thing, huh? Jido's voice broke me out of my thoughts. What even was that? It looked scary. Eren shivered a bit. Oh, it's my getting rid of the annoying perverted costume flare. Like it. I kind of forgot that these three aren't used to seeing most of my skills. They looked a bit shocked, staring at me. Sure. But please, Rimuru, don't do that to any of the stuff I buy you, Eren begs. Just give M back if you don't want M. Ha ha ha, I laugh awkwardly, rubbing my head. Don't worry, Eren, after seeing it. I don't think I'll break that out again for a long while. Yeah, Kavul laughed dryly, that's probably for the best. If you use that on a monster, I don't think there'd be anything left for us to turn into the guild. Leave it to Kavul to worry about their bottom line. I couldn't help but snicker. Well, you guys mind helping me set up in here? Sure thing. Eren brightened up once I said that, and after setting up a few small pieces of furniture along with supplies, the trio and I went exploring. Coming down to the first floor of the dorms, I found Yuki reading one of his newly acquired manga on a couch. I was a bit tempted to burn the manga, too, given what Yuki tried to put me through, but I decided against it. He'd have to earn it, but I could do it if necessary. You all set up? He turns his head to me. Yeah. I said, grinning. Great. Closing the book, Yuki stands up. You and I need to go meet the vice chairman together. Your friends can't come though, it'd get too crowded. Ha. No worries, Kaval claps me on the back. We'll go see what jobs they have posted at the guild. Have fun, Rimuru. Bye, Rimuru. Eren cheers as the trio walks out without me, Jido giving a small wave as they leave. Alright, I turn to Yuki, lead the way. Yuki walked me across the campus of the Free Academy, the school I was to be advising/teaching at, and into the school building proper. Walking down a large hallway with a high ceiling, he knocked on a door that read, Vice Chairman, in bold letters. Come in, said an older man's voice. With magic sense, I could see the vice chairman sitting at his desk. He looked nice enough, an old man with little round glasses and a mustache, kind of pudgy but well-groomed. Opening the door, Yuki cheerfully said, Hey, Vice Chairman. Oh, Sir Grandmaster. The Vice Chairman scrambles to his feet. I was just preparing for you to arrive. He clearly wasn't. I knew that thanks to magic sense. I bet he just forgot. Honestly, how many times do I have to tell you? Just call me Yuki, Yuki sighed. Oh, yes, Yuki sir. Just Yuki, Yuki repeated again. Anyway, he gestures to me, this is Rimuru. Oh, yes. The vice chairman turns to me. Hello, young miss. Are you a new student here? Turning to Yuki, he said, I thought you were bringing in a new teacher for S class today. But a new student is always a welcome surprise. Ignoring Yuki's obnoxious snickering off to the side, I whip out my adventurer's ID. I am the new teacher, I say sternly, and I'm not a miss either. The vice chairman gapes for a second, takes the ID from my hand, and gapes some more as he looks back and forth between the B rank under my picture and me. A pleasure to meet you. He shakes my hand, and I manage to nail not getting swallowed up in his big paw. Pardon me, but, while I don't doubt your ability, you may be a bit young for this job. I'm not young, either. I huffed, snatching back my ID from him. At least, not as young as I look. The vice chairman looks to Yuki for assistance. Yup, Yuki grins proudly, this is our new teacher, Rimuru, he's older than me, even. The vice chairman's gaze goes back to me. My apologies, he says, I really appreciate the help, especially as we haven't been able to find any successful teachers for Class S, but I worry that you won't be able to control them with your appearance. That won't be an issue, I said, I'm used to dealing with it. I understand that, but this class, they're not receptive to newcomers. It has been quite a problem for some time. He swallows, and they are, a bit more trouble than they look. I assure you, Vice Chairman, I can handle it. I said firmly, glancing at Yuki to back me up. It's true, Yuki thankfully heeds my plea. Frankly, he's our best option. I intend to at least let him give it a shot, we won't know until we try, after all. I didn't really like him voicing his lack of faith in me right off the bat, but we barely knew each other so I couldn't really complain. Alright, then. I could see the vice chairman give me one more doubtful glance, but hey, he was listening. After a bit more touring with Yuki, I settled in for the early evening with a set of student records and lesson materials for the S class. I could have taken these back to the dorms, but the staff room was more convenient, so that's what I'd chosen when picking a spot to get to work. Still can't read this world's language without the sage's help, I should probably work on that. That little problem can wait until after I accomplish my goal, though. I have a whole life ahead of me to worry about such things. What are you doing in here? This is an area strictly reserved for teachers, a nasally voice rang out in the room, pulling me out of my thoughts. I turned my attention to the source of it just to find a man whose mustached face was definitely fitting with his tone. The snide glare he gave me, combined with his arrogantly raised chin, made the interruption all the more annoying. Considering I am a teacher, I don't see the problem. Yeah, I was just hired in today and hadn't so much as met my class at that point, but officially, I was a teacher at this school nonetheless. This, of course, earned me a disbelieving scoff from the egotistic-seeming blonde man. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and I'm a B-ranked adventurer hired to supervise the S class as of today. I further explained, pulling out my adventurer's ID again. It worked just fine with the vice chairman, so I assumed it would do the same here too. Some doubtful glancing, followed by an exasperated huff, led to the man seemingly accepting my explanation before he handed me back the small card. I am Professor Jeff Emeritus, teacher of Class A, he introduced himself as he straightened out the collar of his shirt a little. I see the school has truly grown desperate when trying to find someone to manage those miscreants. I wonder how long someone like you will last. Someone like me. Oh, now he's posing some kind of challenge. If I wasn't already dead set on sticking to this, I'd be even more motivated by this man's doubtful attitude. You aren't the first hired in, just to give up within a week or so, and looking at you, I don't think you will last even that long, he continued, tch. Hiring in a child, even if they are AB rank, what was the chairman thinking? He exasperatedly huffed under his breath, shaking his head. Hey now, that's not fair to say. I'm older and much more capable than I may look at first glance, and I don't plan on giving up no matter what those children throw at me. I stood up to face him properly and make my point, but to be honest, it didn't seem to help much. What's going on? Is something wrong, Professor Emeritus? Someone else entered the room, apparently hearing some of my conversation with Jeff from the hallway. She was a kind-looking young woman, assumedly another teacher. It seems that the academy has hired a new teacher for the S class, Professor Tis. Jeff smoothly gestured in my direction. She curiously looked at me before a hint of sympathy filled her eyes, although only for a moment, since she quickly hid it with a warm smile. Oh, I hadn't heard about them finding someone new to look after those poor kids. She walked over to me and went to the trouble of lowering herself to my level. My name is Tis, what is yours? Tis asks with her hand held out to shake mine. I could tell she was talking to me much like she would a child, using her likely well-practiced teacher voice, but at least she was being kind, unlike Jeff. I'm Rimuru Tempest. It is nice to meet you, Tis. I shook her hand before turning my eyes to Jeff for a few seconds, and I look forward to working with you both. I paired this last comment with one of my patented salesman smiles. Tis stood up. I wish you luck with the S class. They really do deserve someone who can earn their respect, and I hope you can fill that role. She reaches out as if to pat the top of my head, but quickly stops herself. I wish you luck as well, Jeff added. I'm certain you will need it, he continued more quietly, smiling to himself as he turned away and walked out of the room. Tis shook her head lightly at his behavior, before giving me another friendly smile. Don't mind him. Professor Emeritus is just a very serious man. Tis also turned to leave, but I spoke up to stop her. You said they deserve someone who can earn their respect. What did you mean by that? The vice chairman also said that I might have trouble. They still think Professor Shizu is coming back, which isn't impossible, I should add. But every temporary replacement the school has given them in the meantime has been scared off in one way or another. Those 5 just don't seem to trust anyone else, outside of maybe the chairman, and I can't really blame them. They still think Shizu is coming back. That will be a problem. Oh, but don't be discouraged. Maybe having a younger teacher, someone closer to their ages, will help with that. I wasn't feeling discouraged, but the mention of Shizu definitely brought my mood down a few notches. Tis picked up on that but didn't seem to understand the real reason behind it. Maybe it will. Either way, I'm determined to help them. I'm happy to hear that. You seem like a very mature young pardon me, but may I ask if you're a boy or a girl? I'm not the best with this sort of thing. Boy. I answered, holding back a sigh. Well, then you are a very mature young man. If you ever need some advice or help, just ask. I know how difficult teaching can be. I appreciate that, thanks. With that, Tis left, and again I was in the room alone with just my papers and my thoughts. I had arrived several weeks after classes had started, so my new job began immediately the next day. Walking down the dorm lobby, I saw Yuki waiting for me on the couch. Oh, Rimuru. He sat up excitedly. You ready? Yes. I eyed him suspiciously. Yuki's enthusiasm was a little much for just picking me up to meet Class S, and it seemed to have something to do with the folded bundle of cloth I could see behind his back with magic sense. Great. Yuki beamed. I figured you might need a hand to get those kids' trust. They're a real tight bunch after all, but I brought just the thing to help. Yup, here it comes. Whipping out a school uniform with great fanfare, Yuki said excitedly, look. If you dress like them, I'm sure they'll warm up to you in no time. All I could do for a moment was stare. That's a girl's uniform, I said flatly. Aha. Yuki's false innocence was really getting on my nerves. Dude, I already have an outfit. I gestured to the long-sleeved white shirt, black vest, and black slacks I had made with material creation. A teacher's outfit. I thought we'd already decided on this. Well, you don't have to be a student to wear the uniform. Yuki smiled, though a pout was audible in his voice. For the last time, no. I hissed, striding towards the door. Put that thing away and start acting like an adult. Ooh, feeling touchy. He laughed as he followed me out. Are those nerves I can sense from you? No, it's annoyance. Learn to recognize it. I shoved the arm Yuki had tried to sling over my shoulders away. Thankfully, his annoyingly familiar antics calmed down as we entered the school halls. I guessed Yuki didn't want to put on a show like that in front of all the students he was over. Alright, Yuki led me to a door labeled Class S, last chance to back out. Over my dead body, I huffed. Let's do this. Yuki cracked a grin at my determination and gestured for me to take the lead. Opening the door, I stepped into the room wearing my classic salesman smile only to be met with a flaming sword to the face. Well, I deadpanned, grabbing hold of the burning blade and disarming the kid who tried to toast me alive. I think I see why everyone else was scared off. Yuki was laughing behind me, while the spiky red-headed 8-year-old stared at me in shock. Nice going, Kenya. A blonde girl started taunting him. That didn't even work. Hey. It's not my fault the guy's fireproof. Kenya, apparently, turned red and immediately began arguing back. Turning to me, he yelled, that doesn't count. You cheated. First, I was really glad I'd created these clothes instead of buying them, or they'd be singed now. But second. So trying to maim someone the moment you meet them is a game to you. I scolded, taking control of the magic on the sword so it stayed burning. Running a hand along it, I invoked my skill, Black Flame, and changed the color of the fire before holding it in front of me. I thought showing off a little might help earn me some respect. Thanks for the assist, Sage. CONFM'd. It is not a problem. Whoa. The redhead, Kenya, stared in complete awe. You gotta show me how to do that. He jumped up and down eagerly, please. Not until you learn some fire safety lessons, I replied, extinguishing the sword and setting it on the big desk at my desk behind me before turning back to the kids. Well, I certainly had their attention now. A little dark-haired girl in the back had been staring at me with stars in her eyes since the moment I tanked that flame sword to the face. On the other hand, the oldest kid in the group, and definitely tallest, looked more suspicious and cautious than anything. You were still really cool, Ken, said a shy-looking black-haired boy to the redhead. Humph, the blonde turned and folded her arms. It wasn't that impressive. So these were my new problem children. Well, now that all that excitement's out of the way, I said, clapping my hands to get their attention, allow me to introduce myself. My name's Professor Rimuru, and I'll be your teacher from here on. The kid's reaction was immediate and varied, but definitely hostile. What? Kenya burst out, and immediately turned to Yuki. Mr. Yuki, we already have a teacher. Why yeah. Kenya's apparent sidekick, the smaller boy, timidly backed him up. Miss Shizu is our teacher. You're way too young to be a teacher, the blonde girl sniffed at me, raising her nose in the air. The other girl with silvery dark hair and blue eyes was quiet, just hiding behind her picture book. The oldest came up to Yuki and asked, Mr. Yuki, what's this about? In a quavering tone. He's right. Yuki nodded, placing a reassuring hand on the kid's shoulder. Kenya, Alice, Ryota, Chloe, Gale, he addressed them each in turn for my benefit, I assumed before placing a hand on my head. Professor Rimuru is your new teacher. Show him a little respect, all right. Maybe you should do the same instead of petting my head like I'm a child. I had to resist my now instinctual urge to dodge Yuki's hand. I had to be dignified in front of these kids, as hard as that was with a teenager messing with the hair I'd pulled back just for today. The kids all turned and started scrutinizing me, suspicious glares picking out my every flaw. I'm not letting some kid the same age as me tell me what to do. The blonde, Alice, argued. What gives him any authority over us? Actually, Rimuru is a bit older than he looks, Yuki replied. He's an otherworlder, just like you 5, except he reincarnated. That's right, I grinned, I'm a full-fledged adult, and... Quickly popping the mask out from inside me, through the back of my head where the kids couldn't see, I placed it on the side of my head. I'm a friend of Shizu's. She's actually the one who told me about you kids. What? The kids chorused, shocked. How do you have Miss Shizu's mask? Kenya demanded, while the others piled on similar questions. She gave it to me, I said, reaching up and running my fingers along the intricate patterns engraved on it, along with a request. She asked me to help you. The skepticism in the room was palpable. I don't buy it, Alice said. Turning to Yuki she shouted, you can't expect this guy to just come out of nowhere and fix everything. I bet he isn't nearly as strong as Miss Shizu. Yuki looked quite somber at that, so I decided to step in. Well, why don't we find out? I said, let's go outside and play a game. Though still suspicious, the promise of a game was enough to get the kids to follow me and Yuki outside. Facing the group of 5 in a grassy courtyard, I said, if any of you can defeat me, I'll leave. You won't have to accept me as your teacher. But, I held up a finger and winked, if I win against all 5 of you, you need to do what I say. All right. Kenya shouted, raising a fist in the air, but don't expect us to go easy on you. I wouldn't dream of it, I grinned back. Kenya's sword had been left back in the classroom, but it had already failed to affect me. Instead, he began chanting another flame spell, shouting as he simultaneously charged me while firing it. I didn't even move to dodge the blast of fire, and caught Kenya's fist as he reached me. Easily sidestepping him, I released him to let his momentum carry him past me. Throwing the kid would have just been bullying. Alice had somehow brought out 3 stuffed animals, which she sent at me. Wow, I marveled, as I batted them around a bit. A golem master. That's an amazing ability. The stuffed animals were kind of annoying, and I was tempted to burn them up, but remembering the black flame I did in the dorm room made me decide it was too dangerous to use with the other kids coming at me. Besides, she'd probably cry. Gale and Chloe both shot magic bullets at me, which my multi-layer barrier handled without issue. You can do this, Ryota. Kenya shouted, show him what you've got. As I was dealing with the 2 mages and Alice, Kenya's sidekick, Ryota, charged at me. Whoa. I stepped aside as he flew past me. The kid's gone feral. Kenya's cheering had unlocked some sort of berserker art in Ryota, but he'd lost his marbles in the process, dropping to all 4s and baring his teeth at me like a wild animal. I sidestepped him to let him past me, turning to deal with the magic users. But in the split second that I was distracted, Ryota ran up behind me and bit my hair. Eep. I managed to hide it from the kids, but having someone's teeth in me was sending alarm bells all over. Frozen for just a second, I shuddered and got back into the action. Grabbing Ryota, who had latched onto my stubby little ponytail, I ripped my hair out of his jaw's grip and started wrestling him while ignoring the other 4. Of course, I wasn't really wrestling Ryota so much as keeping him from getting another bite in. Even if I was slightly smaller, using any of my strength would have been disastrous. This kid has some potential, I thought as I gradually wore him down. Several minutes later, I had 5 tired children panting in the grass, their energy spent and not a scratch on me. Outside of the mental damage I took from nearly getting eaten. Still, even though I'd exhausted the kids, the pulsing, raging energy that I could see inside them remained unchanged. Simple combat training isn't going to do much to help with their problem, apparently. All right. I said cheerfully, unable to help but laugh as I stood over them. You kids now have to call me Professor Rimuru. Yuki, of course, had been watching the whole thing. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Every time I glanced at him, with magic sense, or otherwise, he just had this amused grin on. Ugh. Kenya moaned. Maybe. Gale panted, maybe you are as strong as Miss Shizu. He, I laughed, of course I am. Leaning over my defeated pupils, I said, so, who wants lunch? What better way to bond with my new students than to share a meal with them? That managed to rouse them, and we began making our way inside. Just as I was following them, though, I felt someone's arms wrap around my shoulders. I turned slightly to see the quietest one, Chloe, had wrapped me in a hug. After a moment she pulled away, a red tint of her cheeks. And nice to meet you, teacher. She gushed, before immediately rushing after her classmates. Ah, Yuki cooed, young love. Hey. I snapped at him. That's sick and you know it. Unlike you, I'm not a lolicon. How else was I supposed to interpret his already evident enthusiasm about sticking me in revealing costumes, given my appearance? Yuki obviously has a type. That was a nice fight out there, Yuki complimented me. Please, I scoffed. It wasn't, and you know it. Ha, got me there. Yuki's ever-present grin looked pretty smug even though he was rubbing his head awkwardly. Well, I need to get back to work. Have fun with your new students, Professor. See you around, Chairman. I waved grudgingly, before running to catch up with the kids down the hall. The cafeteria was pretty empty, since it wasn't quite lunchtime yet. Me and my students were fairly early, but I felt they had earned it with all that hard exercise. The few straggling teachers and upperclassmen sitting down all stared at us as we entered, and at me, in particular. I would have to get used to that until I wasn't so new around here, I guessed. Well, if it isn't my favorite class. The kind lunch lady greeted my rowdy gaggle at the counter. Are you here for lunch? Yes, ma'am, I said, pushing my way to the front. Sorry about these guys, they just had a lot of excitement. Oh, and who are you? She cooed at me, a new student. What? No, Professor Rimuru is our teacher, Gale stepped in for me. Yeah, I picked up, I just got hired. Grabbing my adventuring license, I motioned to show it to the lady. Oh, no, you don't need to show me that, she smiled, I believe you. I should have noticed based on how you are dressed. Sorry for assuming. It's fine, I said, pocketing the license. I get it a lot. Well, a nice hearty meal will be the perfect thing to get that growing you still need to do. Then you won't have the same problem again. No, it's not like that. I was about to try and explain that I was an adult and that I don't think I'm going to grow more anytime soon, but was shoved a tray literally piled with spaghetti. There was an entire mountain of the stuff on it. Oh, thanks. I stuttered, trying to balance the slippery mound of noodles as I waited for the kids. It's no use arguing. I didn't want to be rude to her, either. Yeah, Professor Rimuru reached into his pocket and pulled out an ID similar to the one Mr. Yuki once showed us. I just got hired. I was holding my picture book while my friends and our new teacher greeted the lunch lady. I was still feeling pretty tired. Professor Rimuru was really strong, and we fought him for a long time before we had to give up. You okay, Chloe? Kenya turned to me. I nodded. I was just tired and confused. Professor Rimuru was strange. I watched him as the lunch lady handed me my tray, following him to the table with the others. The sway of his hair, and the way his face moved when he talked, it was all familiar. But he felt small. Of course he did, since he was an adult but looked younger than most of us, but for some reason that stuck in my mind. So you were re-incinerated. Was it mean? Kenya asked once we were all seated. Reincarnated, Professor Rimuru corrected. I died back in my old world and was reborn in this one with all my memories. That's why I look so young, but I was actually 37 when I died. Ha! Kenya shouted, I knew it. What? Professor stared at him, utterly baffled. Yeah, I knew you talked like an old man. Alice added, pointing her fork right at him. I'm not an old man, you don't need to include the old part. I giggled quietly. Professor Rimuru's face was funny when he said that. You almost look younger than Alice, but you really are an adult. That's gotta be tough. Gale said. I thought he was trying to comfort Professor Rimuru. He's nice like that. I think Professor Rimuru is fine the way he is. I said. Why do you like him so much, Chloe? He may be kinda strong, but he's not that special. Alice complained. I don't know. Maybe it was because he seemed familiar, warm and safe in a strange way. Maybe it was because hugging him was like going home, a soft and comforting place where there were no problems. Maybe it was because he reminded me of Miss Shizu, and she's always been there for us. Or because of his smile. It's bright and full of hope, reassuring in a friendly, kind of mischievous way. I just do. I muttered, sinking a bit in my seat. Just thinking about him made my face feel hot for some reason. I hid my expression behind my book. The rest of my friends still looked skeptical. I didn't know what to do. I just trusted Professor Rimuru. I couldn't explain why. You don't need to force yourself to trust me, all right? Trust is something earned, not given. He reassured us, though I didn't need it. There he goes, talking like an old man again. Alice quipped, side-eyeing Professor Rimuru. Well, I don't trust him yet. Kenya exclaimed. I wished I could convince him, but I didn't have any words for someone as stubborn as Kenya. Yeah, how can we trust him when he talked big about helping us? Alice agreed with him, which made me sad. At that, Professor Rimuru stood up from the table. I swore to Shizu that I would save all 5 of you, and I will do exactly that. That's a promise. His loud, forceful declaration grabbed some attention in the cafeteria, both teachers and students looking over at us, which caused me to hide further. Over its rim I stared at Professor Rimuru, awestruck. He can save us. Nobody other than Miss Shizu had ever promised to save us before. Usually they just smiled sadly and looked away. Professor Rimuru sat back down at my now silent table, looking a bit awkward, but I could see he was trying his best not to show it. Maybe he was embarrassed because of all the attention he grabbed. I didn't know why though, he was so cool. Do you really mean it? Ryota quietly asked. Yes, I mean it. Professor Rimuru promised again, firmly. I tried not to be too obvious about it, but I couldn't help but stare at him in excitement. I think we should give him a chance. He did show he's much stronger than any of us. Gale commented. TCH. I dunno. A less convinced Kenya sulked. Alice meanwhile was still a little resistant, but went along with it in her own way. I guess I can try trusting you, even if you are kinda creepy. Part of me wanted to hit Alice with my book for calling him creepy, but I didn't want to get in trouble with Professor Rimuru right after meeting him. I was happy Gale agreed though, he's the oldest so of course he knows better. Well, Professor Rimuru smiled, you don't have to decide right away. Eat your food and we'll go back to class. The others nodded, finishing up their lunches while I kept looking at Professor Rimuru, trying to see if I could glean the truth from his eyes. He really can save us, can't he? I knew that. I didn't know how or why, but I knew it in my heart. What is going through that girl's head? I wondered, trying not to look directly at the silvery black-haired girl named Chloe. She had been staring at me this entire time, barely eating her food, and it was starting to creep me out. Seriously, why is she doing that? I was sure she had a lot on her mind because of her situation. They all would. Today had been a big, life-changing day for them. All right. I cheered, stacking the empty trays and dishware together. Everyone ready to go back? Are we going back to the classroom? Exactly, Gale. Wait, are you actually gonna try to teach us? Like a real teacher? Kenya asked with skepticism. Well, yeah, and I am a real teacher, Kenya. But, we haven't done any school stuff since Miss Shizu left. Ryota muttered. I'm aware you're all behind on your schoolwork, that's why we're going to have a pop quiz. I need to figure out where you are currently so I can effectively teach you. Wait, a test. That's just cruel of you. Alice loudly complained. Yeah. First you beat us up and now we're gonna be tested. Kenya shouted. I don't wanna. Chloe muttered, hugging her book to her chest. It's not fair to test us when we're all exhausted. Can't this wait until tomorrow, proposed Gale, but this can't wait. Not just that, but the scene they were making was really grabbing attention, and not the positive kind. This whole thing was happening right in the middle of one of the main hallways and we were getting stares from both students and staff. I needed to assert myself or nobody would take me seriously. Hey. Calm down everyone. It's not going to be anything hard, just something that I can use to set a baseline. This is not FAI dash. Kenya, stop. But dash. You said if I won, that you'd listen, so listen to me and stop. My stern voice seemed to rein in the group's behavior a bit, thankfully, and they followed me back to the classroom. Still muttering and grumbling about having to take a test, but doing what I told them to anyway. The kids were surprisingly quiet as I walked them back to the classroom, worn out, perhaps. Depressed because they're taking an exam. Well, if they were too tired to fight and make noise, that would make this exam easier. I honestly wasn't expecting much, but having any sort of idea where to start would help me, and getting these kids in the habit of actually attending school needed to happen as soon as possible. So, they sat at the tables that worked as their desks, I handed out some pieces of paper, and we got to work. Everything was peachy for about the first 3 seconds, until... Professor, Gale raised his hand, I can't read. Well. If Gale couldn't, there wasn't any hope for the rest of them. All right, I said cheerfully, masking the depressed sigh in my mind, we can work with that. Putting my hands together, I said, in that case, we'll do some interviews. I'll take you each into the hallway for 10 minutes, I pointed toward the door. The rest of you need to behave in here. If I finish with all 5 of you, I grinned slyly, then you'll all get a special prize. What's the prize? Kenya asked curiously. That's a secret, I wagged a finger and winked playfully. But, I cautioned, if you act out, you lose, and then you'll never know what it is. That got their attention. I could see the light of determination, no, desperation in their eyes. We gotta do this. I saw Kenya whisper harshly to Ryota next to him. Don't screw up, okay, to which his friend nodded vigorously. Is it a puppy? Alice burst out excitedly. What would make her think it's a puppy? You'll see. I answered in a sing-song voice. Another round of excited whispers broke out between the kids. Now then. I said to get their attention. Figuring I may as well start with the oldest, I gestured to Gale and said, Gale, you're up first. The rest of you need to stay seated at your desks and not make too much noise. You can read, draw, whatever you want, but you have to do it at your desk. So, one by one, I managed to assess the whole class. As expected, the results weren't pretty. The tests were pretty simple. I ended up doing the math portion verbally as well, even though it probably wasn't necessary. In short, I discovered that each of these kids were a year or 2 behind to my estimation, and the knowledge they did have had gone stale as nobody had pushed them to improve since their summonings. Even Shizu mainly focused on teaching them adventurous skills instead of academics, and the other professors never required them to pay attention in class. So, bad. But not terrible. Fixable, actually. Since I didn't need sleep, I spent the rest of the day after class and the entire night in the teacher's lounge putting together a curriculum with the help of Great Sage. I was here to save them, but it would be pointless if they couldn't live full lives afterward. A few hours into my work, just as the sun was going down outside the windows, Professor Tis poked her head in the doorway, probably because my light was the only one on in the room. Seeing me bent over the desk, I saw a small smile cross her face. Pretending I hadn't already noticed her with magic sense, I kept working as she walked up behind me. What are you doing, Professor Rimuru? She asked. Making a curriculum for Class S. Peering over my shoulder, Tis frowned curiously. What's that writing? She asked as she examined the Japanese characters I was writing my curriculum in. It's the language from my homeland. Really? She asked in surprise. I never realized there were other written languages still used. Huh. I paused and squinted up at her. What do you mean? I've only ever heard of a single writing system being used for everyday things, she clarified. Every country in the world, all the way to Dworgen, uses the same system. Well, that's weird, I shrugged and returned to work. Where I come from, there's tons of different languages, written and spoken. Really? Tis seems amazed, which in turn amazes me. Where are you from? Japan, I answered, which just ended up confusing Tis even more. Thinking I better clarify, I added, it's a country in another world. Tis was stunned silent for a moment. Oh, she realized, I didn't realize you're in the same situation as those kids. No wonder you're so eager to help them. What? No, I quickly corrected her, I'm not. I'm stable. I wasn't summoned, I died back in my old world, but I kept my memories. I've never heard of that. Tis stared at me in wonder. So you're reincarnated. That explains your, maturity. Yeah. Thanks for pointing it out. She didn't mean anything by it though, and I know what I look like. I decided to let the topic slide. Tis was now completely silent, probably burning with questions she didn't think she could ask. I could see her fidgeting behind me, though she wasn't aware of it. Figuring it couldn't do any harm, I decided to give her some peace of mind. I was stabbed. Took a knife from my coworker, actually. Right here. I lifted the hand I'd been resting on the desk and stuck my thumb towards the spot in my back where I was shanked. What? Tis exclaimed, clearly not expecting that. That's how I died. Weren't you wondering? I asked blankly. Well, yes. But, if you don't mind, could you explain in more detail? Please. Tis asked, a strange mix of flustered and excited. I laughed a bit. I might tell this story more often, just to get the reactions. There's honestly not much more to say. Turning away from the desk so I could talk while facing Tis, I explained, I was meeting my coworker Tensura and his fiancée. We were going to eat at a nice restaurant. Then, this random guy comes running down the street with a knife, and Tensura, like the idiot he is, just stood there. So, I pushed him out of the way, and got stabbed in the process. Honestly, I had less to live for than he did, so in a way it was a good outcome. Tis looked a bit disturbed. Was there not anyone who knew holy magic nearby? She asked, or potions. This was in the middle of a city, right? How did nobody help you? Oh, they tried, I think, I answered nonchalantly. But my old world doesn't have magic. Like, at all. By the time the paramedics probably came, I was already dead. Paramedics? What is that? Tis was completely enthralled now, curiosity burning in her eyes. I tried for a moment to think of a good way to describe it. It's a word we had for doctors who specialized in coming to emergency sites when something happens. They're part of a group of people we call first responders. It's their job to show up when something bad happens. So kind of like the guard? Tis asked. Sort of, I said, but not really. What you call guards we called police, they're also first responders. They're usually the ones who call the paramedics to the scene. Fascinating, Tis mused. You'll have to tell me more about your world sometime. I've distracted you from your lesson planning long enough. Don't worry about it, I reassured her. It was nice of you to stop by. Well, good night, Professor Rimuru. Tis turned back and smiled as she left the room. Good night, Professor Tis. Hey, Yuki, can I take my class outside school grounds later today? I asked him casually. He had begged me to share more manga with him, so I was in his office at the school, rereading some myself while Yuki did the same. Turning a page first and without looking up, he answered me after a few more seconds. As long as it's within the city's limits. That's the rule, he explained, still not really focusing much on our conversation. But, with how new you are, as a gesture of trust I'm gonna have you run an errand for me while you're out. I'm a very busy man, you know. Yuki looks up and cheesily grins at me. Yeah, a very busy man that has the time to read manga with me for a few hours. I sighed, mildly annoyed by Yuki's shamelessness yet again, forcing some errand on me. I could only hope it's nothing too troublesome. Don't you have employees or servants for that, being the grandmaster of the guild? They are also very busy. Another sigh escapes my lips. Fine. What is it? Please don't be another costume, please don't be another costume. I ordered something from a local cafe, I'd like you to pick up said order and bring it back with you. That's it. Yup. It's not that far from here either, so it shouldn't be a problem for a B-ranked adventurer, right, Rimuru? I don't see what my rank has to do with your little fetch quest, Yuki, but I don't have any problem doing that for you, I guess. A cafe though, that might be somewhere I can take the kids as their prize. I was initially planning on scoping out someplace to take them out to lunch, but now I might not have to do that. Is this cafe a nice place? Of course. It's run by an otherworlder called Yoshida. He makes the best cream puffs. Cream puffs? Is that what you're having me pick up? Yuki nods, but then turned his focus back to the manga in front of him. Shush, I'm getting to a good part. I found my 5 kids out in the school courtyard, Kenya, and Ryota facing off right in the middle. Come on, Ryota. Don't go easy on me. But Ken. I don't want to hurt you. I'll be fine. Ryota's ability activated and he charged at Kenya and they started grappling with each other. Be careful, you two. If you get hurt, Professor Rimuru will yell at you. Gale warned the other two boys from the sidelines. Don't try to act like my dad, Gale. Just because you're the oldest doesn't mean you can boss him, ugh. Kenya shouted, just to have Ryota spring on him and knock him flat onto his back. Gale shook his head a little and continued watching them tussle. PSHHT. Stupid boys, all they think about is swords and punches. My method of fighting is much more elegant. Alice said with her chin raised high and her arms folded in disapproval. Swords can be elegant too, Chloe replied to the girl standing next to her. Yeah, but those boys sure aren't elegant. Just look at them. I'd seen enough, things were starting to get out of hand, so I decided to intervene. Okay, break it up, you two. I shouted across the courtyard in a commanding tone. Kenya threw the other boy off of him and retrieved his dropped practice sword, brushing the dirt and grass off of himself. Ryota seemed to snap out of his frenzy and wiped his mouth with his arm. What did I tell you about fighting when I'm not around? Don't fight at school without permission. Kenya recited with a small roll of his eyes, but we're outside the school, so it's fine. We're on school grounds, so it's not. Don't worry, Professor, I was keeping an eye on them. Gale stepped in. We were just practicing. I don't see why that's bad. Kenya grumbled. He just wanted to come up with a secret technique to beat you, Professor, Alice interjected, pointing a finger at Kenya. Hey! Don't go saying that to him. Kenya shouted at the girl, stomping his foot. Calm down, everyone. If you keep this up, you won't get that prize, remember. Immediate silence all around. Are you going to tell us what it is, Professor Rimuru? Chloe quietly asked me. Show more than tell. I have permission to take you kids out into the city and we're gonna go somewhere special. I explained, but, I need all 5 of you to be on your best behavior, we can't have you making a scene out in public. They all seemed to agree to the terms, so I sent them off to get ready to leave. It was already close to lunchtime, so just about perfect for this. Stick close to me, don't talk to any strangers, and no matter what you do, don't start any fights. I warned my students, with varying amounts of success. We were just about to leave the school grounds, so I found it prudent to lay out a few ground rules first. Then, Chloe walked up to me and suddenly grabbed my hand. You said you wanted us to stick close, right, Professor? Chloe asked innocently. This probably feels safer for her. The city streets are usually pretty crowded, after all. Since soon after we'd met, she'd always been sort of clingy with me, which was a bit worrying, but not exactly a problem. If I were to take a wild guess as to why Chloe was like this with me specifically, I'd say I probably reminded her of Shizu. Sure. Yeah, I guess you can hold my hand. I said, actually, why don't we all buddy up so nobody accidentally wanders off? Ryota's with me, Kenya immediately insisted, pulling his friend slightly closer by his sleeve. Ryota nodded. I guess I'm with Alice, then. Gale asked. Don't expect me to hold your hand. Alice said to Gale. Yeah, sure. Gale accepted, not seeming too bothered by Alice's rudeness. So, we walked our way out onto the busy streets of Rura, and it didn't take long to reach a spot I'd agreed to meet up at. There you 3 are. I exclaimed despite already sensing them a bit earlier. It was my 3 friends, waiting right where I'd asked them to. I gave them a friendly wave with my available hand. Hi Aaron, Jido, Kaval. How've things been since we split? Great, actually. Aaron smiled. But we still missed ya, Kaval added. So these are your students? Jido asked. Yup. I quickly introduced the 5 to the 3 and vice versa. Who are they, though? Kenya asked a bit defensively. My friends, I traveled with them for a while before coming here. They'll be joining us today. The trio started talking about how they were adventurers and about the times they spent with me as we started walking toward the cafe. It wasn't a far walk or anything, so not much was really said during that time. The cafe, from the outside, looked very nice. It didn't even take us 10 minutes to get there. I'd probably passed it a few times while here in the city, but it wasn't somewhere I'd actually gone before now. We stepped inside and found a few tables to sit at. Our group of 9 was definitely too big for a single table in a place like this. Kaval and Jido sat with the 3 boys while I sat with the girls, at Aaron's request. Chloe's seeming refusal to release my left hand also contributed to that choice. Realizing that this might be a problem when it comes time to eat, I decided to do something about it. Chloe. I said, pulling to have my hand released, you're safe to let go now that we're inside. She nodded and finally let go, apparently satisfied enough just sitting next to me. The air inside the establishment was filled with sweet, pleasant, appetizing aromas. If I still had a stomach, I'm sure it'd be growling like mad right now. Notice, the individual, Rimuru Tempest, possesses the stomach sub-skill of the unique skill, Predator. So, it can be said that the individual, Rimuru Tempest, does have a stomach. Great Sage chimed in without me asking, and to disprove my thoughts, even. Where did you even get that sassiness? Question incomprehensible, answer unable to be constructed or obtained. Ignoring the potential character development of my unique skill, I turn my attention to the menu laid out on the table. Can we get whatever we want? Gale asked cautiously. Yeah, just try to keep it reasonable, I answered. When we were waited on, all of us ordered what we wanted and I pulled out the small note that Yuki had given me and handed it to the server. There's also this. I won't need it until we're done eating, though, so it's no rush. What was that, Rimuru? Oh, just a little favor I'm doing for someone. A secret mission? Aaron asked with interest. Ah, not really. It's literally just Yuki making me act as his delivery boy. Our food was then brought out and I started digging into the small shortcake in front of me. It's so good. It was so good that I almost melted on the spot. I didn't think I'd ever had a dessert this amazing in my entire slime life. The mix of flavors, the sweetness, the delicate fluffiness of the cake mixed with the creaminess of the frosting and the fresh sharpness of the strawberries topping it, the shortcake was seriously amazing in every way. I continued eating, savoring every bite when Rimuru. Aaron playfully shouted, snapping me out of it. That's when I noticed that she, Chloe, and Alice were all staring at me. Aaron might have been trying to talk to me for a minute or two before, but I was so wrapped up in my snack that I hadn't really noticed until I thought about it. I think Professor Rimuru likes his cake. Chloe giggled alongside Aaron. I'd say so. He's never, ever, made a face like that before. Alice said, looking a bit shocked. Haha, trust me, he has, he just hides it most of the time. Aaron giggled some more and patted the top of my head just like she has countless times. I see. Chloe muttered, nodding to herself and looking like she was taking a mental note of what Aaron said. There goes any dignity I might have built up in the eyes of these kids over the last week. Sorry, I zoned out a bit. Are you girls enjoying your food too? Both Chloe and Alice nodded enthusiastically. Then, with my attention restored, I overheard a story Kavil was telling the boys. So then I tell Rimuru, don't stick your hand in there, that's a monster nest. But what does he do? He takes out his sword and whacks the thing, waking up all these giant bugs that immediately swarmed us. Excuse me. That was you that did that, not me. Hey, Kavil. I shouted at him, maybe not as loud as I could have since we were in a public restaurant. Do you want to keep telling them lies about me, or do you want me to tell them about the noodle incident? Kavil practically jumped out of his seat after I said that, a panicked look on his face. Wait, no, anything but that. Then why don't you start that story over and tell my students the truth? Sure thing, bud. Bah. Kenya snickered, I bet Professor Rimuru's just trying to make himself look cool. It's too late, we already know the truth. Oh. All four other kids, and Aaron, looked at me devilishly. My face was beet red, I could tell with magic sense. Was this from embarrassment or anger? The world may never know. Standing up, I walked over to Kenya's seat and confiscated the few bites that were left of his chocolate cake. Hey! He squealed, that's mine. Considering I'm the one paying, I beg to differ. I turned my nose up at him a bit, taking the treat back to my seat. That's your punishment for disrespecting your teacher. No, Professor. I didn't mean it. He whined, but it was too late. I finished his delicious cake in 2 bites. Jido leaned over to Kavil and whispered, this is the sort of thing I was worried about when Rimuru said he'd become a teacher. Kavil nodded in agreement, and I shot a glare at them. I heard that, you too. Eep. Kavil jolted. Sorry, Jido chuckled, looking at Kavil with amusement. I miss braiding your hair, Rimuru, Aaron sighed plaintively as she picked at a tart made with some fruit native to this world. It was a bizarre magenta color I had never seen, and I could tell it even had slight, very slight, magic properties. I need to find out where that fruit grows so I can try some. I'll let you braid it now if you give me a bite of that tart, I offer, wanting to analyze it so I'll know the fruit when I come across it. Oh. Alice and Chloe, silent so far, stared at Aaron in awe as she passed me the tart and switched to a seat next to me. Pulling flowers out of her magic bag, she started to weave them into my hair. I said you could braid it, not put flowers in it, whatever, I guess. I wanted to eat this tart and had fought Aaron enough times to know when it wasn't worth it. He lets her do that. Alice leaned over and whispered to Chloe. Professor Rimuru's never agreed to anything we ask him, she whispered back. They exchanged a meaningful look and nodded in sync. I don't understand kids. Whatever that was about, though, wasn't my business. I took a bite of the tart and immediately stifled a squeal of delight. It's so good. The strawberry shortcake I'd gotten was good, but this was above and beyond. It was tart and sweet and kind of buzzed on the tongue. I could even feel some of my weariness from handling these kids fade away. Notice. Analysis complete. Confirmation of above-average Magicule content and chemical composition ideal for restoring the energy of magic-based beings and stimulating recovery from illness or injury. That's probably why I like it so much, I realized. Shortcake was one of my favorite desserts, but I found myself actually preferring this tart. Maybe it's an instinctual thing. I wonder how it would taste if I topped a shortcake with this instead of strawberries. Something to experiment with later. So, how'd it go? Looks like you had fun. Yuki cheerfully greeted me when I got back from a long day out on the town with my 5 kids. Yeah, it went well. Why's he looking at me like that? Sheesh, and I thought you were against wearing that sort of thing. I guess I'll just have to try harder. What? Yuki pointed to my head and I realized in horror that I forgot to take the flowers out of it from earlier. Thanks, Aaron. I only allow this sort of thing with people I like. Ouch. Those are some harsh words from such a cute face. Do you want me to slap you? Yuki just laughed and walked away, leaving me in a worse mood than before. As the sun set beyond the city walls, I opened one of the big wooden doors to the academy library. As I walked past the empty front desk, a young woman rushed out of a nearby office to greet me. Oh. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting anyone to come here this late. What do you need? We close in half an hour. That's fine, I reassured her, I'm just looking. Although, glancing at the labyrinth of bookshelves, I smiled sheepishly. Could you point me to the material on the control of magic? Not spells, the magicules directly. She pondered a moment. That's an unusual request, but there have been some studies on it. Right this way. She led me through a complicated path of turns before stopping by a shelf much more sparse than the rest. Here we are. I'm sorry we don't have much, but I hope it helps. She bowed to me, gesturing to the shelf. No worries. Thank you, I waved her off and she quickly returned the way we came. Taking a hard look at the 20 or so books that were on the massive shelf, I sighed. Yuki once bragged that the Free Academy's library had all the knowledge of humanity, except for a restricted library only A-rank adventurers, nobles, and royalty had access to. What a pitiful selection. I hope that restricted library has more than this, because otherwise that's just sad. Maybe it was because I was a monster, but I had assumed that magicule control was just common knowledge in this world. It was tricky, sure, I often had. Great sage, help me, but it could be done with a little effort. Besides, for all they had a couple years or so still, those kids didn't have much time. I needed as much knowledge as possible, soon. I picked up the first book and began flipping through it after checking the table of contents. This is gonna take forever. I looked up at the massive library, Magic Sense, giving me a clear view of the hundreds of thousands of books lining its shelves. Notice. Information contained in writing can be scanned through physical contact. Begin scanning. Yes/no. Ah, yes. By all means. So instead of poring over books as I'd planned, I spent the half hour before the library closed running my hand along all the books on every shelf. For the high ones I took a bit of a risk, using universal shapeshift to mimic wings and fly when I was sure no one was looking. The only other person here was the librarian, so that made it easier. Thanks a bunch. I waved as I left through the door, leaving the librarian confused and a little freaked out as they'd observed me scan the last few shelves. That wasn't my concern though, I had a long night of studying ahead. Back in my dorm, I settled down on the pillow in slime form, though not before pulling the covers over me. Cocooned in a comfy, soft, dark little blanket cave, I went over the volumes I'd scanned in my head while, Great Sage, did its thing. The results, nada. Zilch. Nothing. There's literally nothing useful in here. I griped after finishing the last book with, though acceleration. Affirmative. There is no information about magic control that you had not previously obtained elsewhere. And your analysis didn't turn anything up, either, I pouted. That's so useless. The sage might have had something to say to that, but it was probably my imagination. But the sun was rising, I could tell because of the birds chirping outside. It was time to go see Class S, okay, so when doing multiplication, you take the number on top and add it to itself as many times as the number on the bottom says. With multiple digits it gets a bit trickier, but we'll start with this. I had to stretch way above my head to do it, but I wrote out a simple equation on the chalkboard, then turned around to the class. Over time you'll notice patterns each number has that can help you figure out the answer, for example the number 5. But for now, HEY. I caught the eraser that was just flying at my head in one hand, glaring at the perpetrator. Notice. Speed of projectile measured at 95 miles per hour. What? That kid is insane. Alice, I held the eraser up in example as I prepared to scold her. You could hurt someone doing that. Go to the corner and think about your choices. Ah, but it was just a prank, Rimuru. She whined. I fumed a bit at the lack of respect in addressing me but decided to focus on the bigger issue. No, that was not just a prank, that was dangerous. Go sit in the corner. Another eraser was hurled at me, and I caught it with my other hand, even having time to put the chalk down where it belongs first. Man, I love having thought acceleration. Let's see, I made a show of pondering deeply. You're 7 years old, times 2 erasers, 7 times 2 is 14 minutes in the corner. Now go sit down. Ha, you couldn't even get him, Alice. Kenya laughed tauntingly. That's so lame. A third eraser smacked Kenya's face, glancing off his cheek, then making a physics-defying beeline for me. I slammed the 2 erasers I was holding together, catching the third between them. Where is she getting all these? 3 erasers is 21 minutes, plus hitting a classmate makes 28. I may as well round up to 30 though. Alice, I set the erasers down on the desk with a warning thud. This is your last chance before all of us go outside and run 20 laps around the school. Go sit in the corner. They knew I would follow through on this, too. I had already done it once before. Wowwug. Alice flees to the corner of the room, flopping dramatically on the floor. You're so mean. It wasn't even that bad. Serves you right, Kenya snickered. Kenya, I added sternly, 8 minutes in the other corner for mocking Alice. I'll forgive that second taunt since I didn't warn you sooner. Hey. Kenya jumped up and stomped on the ground in a fit. I didn't even do anything. Fine, 16 minutes in the corner. Kenya's face turned as red as his hair, but he'd already seen what happened when Alice tried to fight back. Shooting me a murderous look, he stomped over to the corner as loudly and slowly as possible. Excellent. Smiling in satisfaction, I turned to the remainder of the class. Now, anyone not in a corner, can you tell me what the first step to solving this problem is? Professor Rimuru is scary when he's mad, Ryota leaned over and whispered quietly to Gale, who nodded in agreement. Chloe's eyes were sparkling for some reason. Ryota. Since you're feeling talkative, why don't you tell me? Eep. He sat ramrod straight in his chair, cringing shyly. You I don't know. Professor. He squeaked pitifully. That's fine. I smiled reassuringly, we're here to learn, after all. Now, remember what I said about the number on the bottom. Pointing with a baton I had recently made to accommodate for my height, I said, which of you can tell me the answer to 7 added 3 times? As I was going to meet with the kids for breakfast, Yuki ambushed me, saying he had something important to discuss in his office. I saw through him immediately but grudgingly obliged, thinking maybe he'd have something actually important. He did not, and I missed breakfast. I'd make him pay for that later. Class S had a class with Professor Tis today, but I still accompany them when they go to classes with other teachers, so I caught up to them at first period. But today, one of my 5 is missing. Hey, where's Kenya? I asked my group already seated. I dunno, he didn't show up for breakfast. Ryota muttered. I bet that idiot overslept, it wouldn't be the first time. Alice chided. But it's not like him to skip classes. Gale interjected. Agreed. I'm going to go find him. He's my responsibility, doing anything less would be shirking my duties as their teacher and advisor. Professor Tis, I'm sorry but I need to go look for one of my students. I said, with the implied request for her to keep an eye on my class for me. They've been great, though, so I have no worries about them acting up. She appeared like she was about to start class, and here I go interrupting that almost immediately. Not only that, but leaving 4 kids who are considered dangerous troublemakers with the mild-mannered Tis wasn't exactly ideal. There's a reason they kept hiring in advisors to stay with them at all times. No worries. Tis smiled, unbothered. I gave my students a glance that screamed, behave yourself or there will be consequences before departing the scene, satisfied that I have nothing to worry about for the few minutes it should take me to find Kenya. You better not be playing hooky, Kenya. I'd rather not yell at you first thing in the morning. Losing one of his students, guess you can't expect much from a weirdo like that. It takes a weirdo to teach weirdos. It didn't even take 2 minutes for the other class's students to start making fun of us after Professor Rimuru left the room. I could handle being picked on, but hearing them calling my friends and Professor Rimuru weirdos was unacceptable. Gale, also fed up, stood from his seat and approached the small group whispering about us. The other kids did the same, and they stared each other down. If you have something to say about us, say it out loud. Gale calmly ordered the boy who was closest to him. He looked a few years older than Gale, but since Gale is so tall he was still eye to eye with him. Fine. You're a bunch of weirdos, and so is that joke of a teacher you got. I bet they didn't even realize the S in S class stands for stupid, you know. Heh, good one. And Professor Pipsqueak is even stupider than his students. If you don't stop, we'll tell our teacher what you said and he'll yell at you. Gale warned. Buffed, so what? He's about as scary as a kitten. The boy shot back. They have no idea. Ryota muttered, probably remembering the few times we've gotten Professor Rimuru angry. He's a lot scarier than a kitten, even with his kind face. Why did you wait until he left to talk about him then? I pointed out, setting down my picture book and joining Gale. Huh. If Professor Rimuru isn't scary, then why are you being mean to us only when he's out of the room? Yeah. You're cowards for talking like that behind his back. Alice joined me, but a lot louder than I was being. Maybe we shouldn't tell our teacher and instead teach you a lesson ourselves. Alice, you know that's a bad idea. Gale advised her. Not if we're sneaky about it. I muttered, Alice agreeing with me, based on her smile after I said that. Gale gave me an exasperated look, but I didn't care. I was getting very upset with these jerks. Professor Tiss finally seemed to notice something was going on near the back of her classroom and marched over. Sit down please. Class is about to start. I didn't think she heard everything that was said based on how she reacted, but she still stopped what was going on anyway. Everyone quieted down and took their seats. Professor Rimuru is taking a while. If Kenya just overslept, both of them would be back by now, I think. Kenya. This is Professor Rimuru. I knock on his dorm's door, but get no response. Kenya Misaki, you're late for class, and if you don't answer you're gonna be in big trouble. I can tell he's inside with magic sense, so I'm not going to let up with my knocking. After a few long seconds, I hear a weak groan, or more of a whimper. It didn't sound right at all, so I made the executive decision to let myself in. I could have had someone with a master key open the door, but the sinking feeling I was getting in the pit of my stomach was telling me that I shouldn't take the time to do that. First looking down the hallway in both directions to make sure nobody was watching, I slimy-fied my right index finger and squeezed it into the locking mechanism, using my amorphous dexterity to pick it. Kenya, I'm coming in, I warned the boy before slowly swinging the door open. I was hit with a familiar feeling. The room was filled with a higher concentration of magicules than the rest of the school building, reminding me of Jura. But, unlike the forest, the sight in front of me was anything but inviting or pleasant. Kenya was lying in his bed, his face bright red with fever and shiny with sweat. His eyes were bleary and unfocused as he looked over at me, weakly and slowly turning his head to do so. I could visibly see the raging magicules that had spread throughout the room and were leaking from his body, almost like the aura of a monster. Professor. He mumbled near incoherently, clearly very ill. I felt horrible for threatening him with punishment after seeing him in this state. Extremely concerned, I immediately rushed over to his bedside. Great Sage, can you tell me what's wrong with him, exactly? Alert, symptoms have been caused by an uncontrolled surge of magicules from the soul of the individual, Kenya Misaki. Magicule poisoning within the physical body has resulted. Treatment of symptoms is advised. Is there a way to remove the magicules directly now that they're inside his body rather than his soul? Answer, yes. Let's do it then. Question, use the unique skill, Predator, to move the individual, Kenya Misaki, into stomach for magicule removal. As it has been previously recorded, the individual Rimuru Tempest is preferential to the nature of processes. This process would require the disassembly and reassembly of the individual, Kenya Misaki's body to be completed. Yes/no. No, never mind. I can't eat and take apart my student. Then a horrifying thought popped into my mind. Wait, is that what I did to Shizu-san? I know I ate her and analyzed her, but... Answer, that is correct. Why would you tell me that? Answer, when prompted, answers will be provided. It has been determined that the individual, Rimuru Tempest, values honesty, thus accurate answers are favorable when responding to questions from said individual. It hurts. I was snapped out of my internal freakout by Kenya's soft cry. Is there anything different I can do to help him? Notice, it would be possible to extract magicules with the help of the user, if they were to assist. However, this would be limited, and would only reduce symptoms. Long-term effects would be minimal. But the kid has no idea how to do that. I decided to at least absorb the magicules in the air of the room since I was fairly certain they were reaching a concentration that might be dangerous to the average person. Doing this was no problem at all for me since it's something my body does naturally all the time. I just put a bit of attention toward it to speed up the process. It seemed to help with Kenya's breathing a little too, which was somewhat labored up until a moment ago. Hey, just rest, I'll take care of you, I said kindly to the boy as I stroked his head. Kenya relaxed back on his bed, sighing with relief. Poor kid, I wonder if anyone's got on his case for missing class because of this before. Kenya seemed too out of it to really notice anything, so I popped a cooking pot and a rag received from the trio out of my stomach. I filled the pot with some stomach water. It was clean, but still, doing the bare minimum to hide the waterfall pouring out of my hand. I was confident that Kenya was out of it enough not to notice what exactly I was doing. I soaked the cloth and wrung it, placing the wet towel on Kenya's forehead. He sighed, some of the tension leaving his face, and I felt my non-existent heart squeeze. "Do you want a snack?" I asked, a little anxiously, knowing that he hadn't had breakfast. "Ngghhhh." He tried to mumble a response, though it came out incomprehensible. That was definitely a no, though. "All right," I said reassuringly. "Get some sleep." Kenya wheezed, "Thanks, Prof." "Sleep," I ordered more sternly. I stroked Kenya's head for a bit, at a loss of what to do. I definitely couldn't leave him like this, he was way too sick to be unsupervised. What was the mortality rate for a world like this, not to mention I had to be present to passively predate the magicules he was filling the room with. I would definitely have to inform my class they were going to school without us today, not to mention find another professor to watch them. That would be a pain. Do I really need to find another professor? I mused, feeling a bit lazy. I didn't want to traipse all over campus just to find someone available, nor leave Kenya that long. As I was contemplating, Kenya suddenly heaved, throwing himself on his side. "Kenya." I jumped up. "What's wrong?" "Blow a wuff." "Oh. Oh, gross." Kenya threw up in the pot full of my stomach water. So that's what was wrong. Well, I was not eating that crap. I was planning on just reabsorbing the excess, but that was out of the question now. Shoo, I comforted him as he tried to sputter apologies, barf spit flying. "It's okay. You're all right. Just relax." I rubbed circles on his back until he calmed down. Taking the cloth off his head, I wiped off his mouth and nose, feeling a bit like I was taking care of an infant. Draping it on the edge of the pot, I drew the covers up as he laid back down. "I'll be right back," I promised, "I just need to take care of some things. I'll be 10 minutes, max." "K." I took Kenya's half-side acknowledgement and picked up the pot of vomit, quietly leaving the room. I was disposing of this pot nastiness the old-fashioned way. After leaving the contaminated items, pot and all, in the campus trash, there was no way I'd use that pot to cook ever again, and sliding behind the giant dumpster-like container to hide, I shadow motioned across campus to where Class S would be. Coming out in a private little nook I had discovered previously, a hollow created by dead branches between two pines, I jogged over to Professor Tiss's classroom. Professor Rimuru. My other 4 students crowded around me as soon as I stepped through the door, completely interrupting class. I was tempted to scold them since it seemed Tiss already started teaching, but more pressing matters were already distracting me. "Hey, guys," I replied amidst the babble of, "Is Kenya okay, and where were you for so long?" "Kenya's fine," I reassured them, "he's just sick. I'll have to spend the day with him, so I need you guys to go to your classes without me, all right?" The grudging silence of these kids was all the confirmation I needed. They didn't like me leaving, I guess. It kind of touched me. "Behave, guys, all right?" I warned, "As soon as Kenya's better I'll bring in some cream puffs from Yoshida's, okay? The carrot and stick." It never failed me. "We will, Professor," Gale promised, and with his acknowledgement I knew the other 3 would listen. Frankly, Kenya was usually the one causing trouble to start with. "All right. Ask your other teachers if you need anything, they can get in touch with me." "Yes, Professor." They chorused. I glanced at Tiss, who didn't even seem upset that class was interrupted. "I'll check in on them whenever I'm free," she smiled warmly, and I gave a grateful nod. I turned to leave, but Ryota caught the edge of my sleeve. "Will Ken be okay?" he asked, turning little puppy eyes up at me. Come to think of it, they probably all knew exactly what kind of state Kenya was in. This had probably happened before. "He'll be fine," I patted his shoulder. "I'll make sure of it." "Yeah, I definitely need to go make sure the kid hasn't died in the last 10 minutes. I shouldn't be joking with myself, but I kind of needed the pick-me-up." Great Sage said he would be fine, but still. "Bye, Professor." Chloe chirped, and I waved as I left the room. "Kenya?" I asked softly as I opened the door to his room, "You awake?" "Guh." I found Kenya face down on the floor, looking like he'd tried to get dressed as a mess of clothes were strewn on the floor around him. He was still in his pajamas. "You idiot." I rushed over, turning him on his back. "I told you to wait for me," I scolded. Fine," he grumbled deliriously. "I just gotta go potty, and then I see in class." "No, stupid," I gently picked him up. "You need to sleep when you're like this." I tried to place him back in the bed, but he struggled. "Need ta pee," Kenya whined. What did I get myself into? I remembered my brother complaining to me about how messy kids were when my nieces were still little. I guess this was my comeuppance for teasing him. All right, I sighed. Then you're going back to bed, got it? Once I got a tired nod, I hoisted him up bridal style and walked to the bathroom down the hall. All the kids were in their classes, thankfully, but I did pass a janitor who gave me a weird stare as we passed. Yeah, I'm like 3 feet tall. I get it. We were definitely an amusing sight, my child-sized self carrying a kid around the same size with ease. I waited for him outside, actively trying not to pay attention while Kenya did his business. I wasn't worried for him. If he face-planted in the toilet I'd probably hear it anyway. After about 5 minutes longer than it should have taken, Kenya stumbled out. Want me to carry you again? I offered. No. He groaned, let me walk. You don't have to be embarrassed. I am, though. If you say so. About 3 steps down the hall he collapsed on me anyway, and I supported him as he stumbled back to his room. So. I had a near-deathly ill 8-year-old alone in a dorm that had already proven he absolutely had to be supervised. There was no way I was leaving today. Kenya had passed out the moment he managed to climb into bed, exhausted by the effort. I arranged the blankets around him as he snored so loudly I was surprised I wasn't feeling my multi-layer barrier fended off as a sonic-based attack. Stepping back to look at my handiwork, I frowned slightly, and pulled the covers off him again. I rolled Kenya up burrito style, so he couldn't throw himself out of bed again without my permission. There we go. Finally satisfied, I sat down at his desk and pulled out the class materials I always kept in my stomach. I didn't need light to see with, magic sense, so I worked in darkness. I am one with the night. I mused as I scribbled notes in Japanese. Correction, you are not. Hey, I argued, I know it's not that dark, but it's still darker than anyone would want to read in. Notice, nightfall will occur in 11 hours. You're no fun, I pouted, going back to my work. I really hope Ken's okay. Ryota mumbled into his sandwich. His mood hadn't improved since this morning, and we all knew why. Professor Rimuru was trying to protect us, but we knew how sick Kenya likely was. No, I shouldn't keep worrying. Professor Rimuru is taking care of him right now. I wasn't sure what he could do to help our classmate, but he sounded pretty confident when he said Kenya would be all right. It didn't seem fake to me. I bet he's just faking it for attention. Or to get out of class. Alice shouted. Alice, don't say that. I scolded her. I knew she didn't actually mean that, but it still bothered me. Gail's right. Ken wouldn't pretend to be sick. He doesn't like others worrying about him. Ryota muttered in response. Yeah. Chloe agreed, being taken care of by Professor Rimuru all day isn't something Kenya would want. I nodded, agreeing with her. Kenya is too stubborn to like being doted on, he always likes to act like he's so tough and independent. We ate in silence, enjoying the shade of the single tree in the courtyard. But just as lunch was finishing, Chloe piped up. Oh, no. Chloe said from behind her hard-covered picture book, it's those ones from earlier. I look up from my food to where Chloe is staring and see the same group of older students that we had an argument with earlier in class. Based on the looks on their faces, they still seem upset about being called cowards by Alice. Alice stood up and straightened out her uniform, facing the group with her chin up and her hands on her hips. What do you want? We're too busy to deal with you. I want an apology from you, you blonde brat. Brat? Alice asked them testily, there are no brats here, unless you count yourself. Someone needs to teach you your place. The older kid snarled, you think you're all so special just 'cause you're otherworlders. If the teachers won't make you learn some manners then I will. You just try. Alice shouted back, Professor Rimuru will tell you off. One of the other kids snickered. You still think you can threaten us with your little kitten? She sneered, what's he gonna do, hiss at us? Chloe stood up, brushing herself off. Stop it, she ordered. Who's gonna make me? The bully goaded. Insulting Professor Rimuru is really mean. She shouted at her, he's a really good teacher. Yeah. Alice added, you guys couldn't beat a squirrel, let alone him. You take that back. The first bully rolled up his sleeves. My dad's a member of the Western Council and I'm already a D rank. I could beat you up any day. Any of you. Hey, the third of the older kids spoke up a bit timidly. He was a little smaller than the other two. These guys are supposed to be dangerous, remember? We shouldn't fight them like that. People just think that 'cause they're little brats that nobody will punish. The leader shot back, I'm not scared of a few little kids. Suddenly, a hardcover book clocked him in the temple. Ow wow. He hissed, rounding on Chloe, whose hand was still outstretched. Go away. She shouted, "Stop talking bad about Professor Rimuru and my friends and just go away. You think you can just get away with whatever, huh?" The bully snarled, "I'm gonna show you what happens when you mess with someone stronger than you." The bully stepped forward and wound up to swing at Chloe, but I was a lot faster than him. I shoved Chloe out of the way, but I was too slow to dodge, and his fist smashed into my cheek. My head whipped to the side and tears started to enter my eyes from the stinging, but I was fine. I was just glad he didn't hit Chloe. I raised my fists, ready to defend my friends, but before anything else could happen, Chloe's voice caught everyone's attention. Her eyes were staring coldly at the trio of older kids, a stony frown on her face. "Flow of water, gather and send my enemies away." Water cannon. A massive torrent of water suddenly shot from her hands, blowing the bullies all the way across the courtyard. We all stared at Chloe in shock. The bullies were already scrambling away with their tails between their legs. "Since when could you fire one that big?" Alice burst out, jumping with glee. "That was awesome. That was really impressive, Chloe." Ryota agreed quietly. "Hee hee," Chloe giggled while shyly looking down at her shoes. "I've been practicing." "That was scary, Chloe," I said, having been the one to stand by it when it shot past an inch from my nose. "You looked and sounded so mean chanting that." "Hee hee." Chloe just giggled, looking pleased with herself. "Do you think Professor Rimuru will like it?" she asked shyly, poking her fingers together. "He'd love it," I said enthusiastically. "As long as you don't aim it at him, I think." "Yeah," Alice agreed, "you've gotten really good at water magic." Chloe just smiled, looking extremely excited. Meanwhile, the vice chairman was enjoying a cup of tea while gazing out his window at the school's courtyard. "It's been so peaceful since we hired Professor Rimuru," he sighed contentedly. "I'm surprised, but I should have known Chairman Yuki would have a good eye for talent." He took another sip of his drink, satisfied that finally those kids were under control, as a massive water cannon shot by his window. He spit out the tea, staring at the now-soaked window in shock. Goodness me. I was still sitting in Kenya's room, now reading a book I had found at the library, when I heard a knock on the door. Yeah. I opened it up to see the school secretary, looking a bit pale. "I'm sorry, Professor Rimuru." She bowed frantically, "but there's been an incident." I looked back at Kenya, fast asleep, and stepped fully out of the room, gently closing the door behind me. "All right," I sighed, "take me to them." In the vice chairman's office, 4 members of Class S were lined up in seats against the wall, while the vice chairman lectured them. As soon as I entered, they started making a fuss. "Professor Rimuru." Ryota wailed, "We didn't try to cause trouble, I promise." "Why yeah," Chloe said quietly. "We didn't do anything bad." Alice met my gaze, then immediately looked away, aloof. Gale was sitting with a resigned expression on his face and my eyes lingered on him for a moment. A large visible bruise on his left cheek that definitely wasn't there earlier this morning. Gale never seemed like the combative type, but by all appearances, he'd been fighting. "Ah, Professor Rimuru." The vice chairman said to me, "I'm so sorry to call you away, Professor Tiss informed me of the situation, but..." "It's fine, I cut him off, they're my responsibility." "So what happened?" Well, you see, for some reason the vice chairman was nervous now. I couldn't imagine why. I witnessed one of them fire a dangerously large water magic spell past my window, and when I went outside to investigate I discovered the target was a group of older students. Apparently, they got into a confrontation with your students, but we're still not sure who started it. "They did." Alice burst out, "That's what we've been telling you. They called you a kitten, Professor Rimuru." "It was so mean." Chloe added. Okay. It was a weird insult, but whatever, I guess. "So Gale," I asked, "why don't you tell me what happened to your face?" I asked, pointing at his swollen cheek. Well, Professor," Gale drooped, "we got in an argument with some older kids in Professor Tiss's class this morning, and they came back at lunch. Chloe threw a book at one of them for insulting you, so he tried to hit her, but I stopped it. So she does use her books as weapons." I was wondering. Detached thoughts aside, it took me a moment to stifle the rage starting to stir within me. Someone socked one of my students in the face. Was this parental protectiveness I was feeling? I wasn't sure. It's not like my students are my actual children, but maybe this was how a parent felt when their kid got hurt. "Chloe," I asked, hiding my emotions from my tone, "why did you throw your book?" "Like I said, they called you a kitten." She burst out, still livid at just the thought. I wasn't getting anywhere with Chloe, she was too hung up on this kitten comment. "Ryota, what happened? In detail, please." Well, he ducked shyly, one of them wanted Alice to apologize for calling them a coward this morning. But she wouldn't, so they started talking really mean about you. I said they couldn't even beat a squirrel, let alone Professor Rimuru. Alice burst out, sounding pretty proud of her own quip. Why yeah, Ryota nodded frantically, and one of them said they could, beat us up any day, and Chloe threw her book and yelled at him to go away, but he said he needed to teach Chloe a lesson. And then Gale took the punch and Chloe blasted him, I finished, putting the pieces together and getting a nod from Ryota. I sighed, rubbing my eyes. You guys, I told you not to get in any trouble. I don't blame them, but this is so complicated. Technically speaking, my kids were at fault, but I couldn't have bullies coming explicitly to taunt them and make a fuss. This group has it hard enough without things like that happening to them. I wouldn't be surprised if Kenya's current state also contributed to this mess. Stress can make people do some pretty impulsive things, especially when it comes to children. Were there any injuries besides Gale? I asked the vice chairman. No, he shook his head. Nothing more than a few scrapes and small bruises. Well then. I thought for a moment, glancing at the nervous-looking men. I'm assuming I'll be allowed to handle the punishment for Class S. Of course. He nodded rapidly, a little flustered. Then can I handle the other party's punishment as well? The vice chairman paused, scrutinizing me thoroughly, possibly sensing something's up. I'm fine with it as long as Professor Tiss agrees, they are her students. All right then. I nodded. You four, I pointed, go to the rest of your classes, and meet me in our classroom after school. If anything else happens today, you're all running laps until sunset. They all glanced at the vice chairman, who nodded wearily. You're dismissed, he said. I'd never seen a group of kids leave a room faster. I'm really sorry about that, I apologized now that the vice chairman and I were alone. They'll have a much tighter leash on, I promise. He nodded. Apology accepted, Professor Rimuru. I know things come up, and there wasn't any collateral damage. Next time just come to me and I'll find a dedicated substitute teacher. I nodded, making to leave until the vice chairman called me back. Oh, and Professor Rimuru? Yeah. I glanced back. Tell Kenya I wish him better soon. Heh. I smiled, feeling a little touched by his concern. I will. Thank you. Kenya had stabilized significantly by the evening, so I felt better about letting him rest on his own. He was still exhausted and definitely needed rest, but the magic energy he was giving off was much less now. Barely noticeable, actually, if he weren't a monster. I didn't like benefiting from Kenya's suffering, but after a whole day of sitting in his room, passively absorbing magicules, I was feeling downright peppy. I might need to work some of it off myself, actually. I hadn't felt this good since I ate that greater demon. Maybe not quite as good as then, but it's definitely been a while since I've eaten any other monsters. So I made my way to the classroom, where my other 4 students were supposed to wait for me. I was a bit surprised to find them all sitting quietly at their desks, pensive expressions trained in front of them. Half of me had expected at least Alice to try and run. Okay, guys, I sat down at the desk. Thanks for being here. I was met by silence. Sensing a good opportunity to use the tension to my advantage, I switched positions, hopping off the stool and sitting cross-legged on the desk. Sitting behind the desk just made me feel small, and I gained some height from it this way. Now, what happened today wasn't very good. Those kids had no right to seek you out just to bully you, I paused, but fighting back physically wasn't the correct choice. What you should have done was walked away. Still silence. On that note, I said dramatically, your punishment is. Silence. Nothing. Eh. They all let out surprised gasps. Finally, I had a reaction from them. Haha. I laughed, there we go. I don't like those stony faces, you know. But Professor, why? Gale asked. Why yeah. Alice added, why don't we have a punishment? You've already been punished, I winked. Your punishment was the anticipation of being punished. All 4 of them groaned. Professor, Ryota whimpered, why'd you do that to us? What do you mean? I just told you, that was your punishment for acting out. I bantered back. The tension in the room had dissolved in an instant, and the kids were starting to act like themselves again. Now then, I held up a finger, since your punishment has already finished, let's go over some things you could have done better. Alice, I looked at the blonde girl, something tells me you were goading them on, even this morning. Her guilty expression was enough for me. I thought so. Don't do that, okay? I know our emotions sometimes get the better of us, but that's not an excuse for acting out. As for the rest of you, I said, when someone is trying to bully you, the best thing you can do is just leave the situation. Come find me or another teacher, they want a reaction out of you, so don't give M1. Yes, Professor. All 4 of them chorused. Good, they understood how things worked. Great. I clapped my hands. You're all dismissed. Except for you, Gale. Your punishment's not over. What? He balked, looking wounded. Why me? I'm gonna teach you how to block a punch. Sheesh, kid, if you're going to protect someone, you need to know how to protect yourself first. Hand-to-hand combat definitely isn't my specialty, but the Elder Ogre taught me enough. Early in the morning, I was filing papers away at my desk and getting assignments ready for my classes when Professor Rimuru appeared in the doorway, knocking softly. "Professor Tis?" he asked, "You have a moment?" "Of course," I answered, picking up on his serious tone. "Is this about yesterday?" "I'm so sorry I wasn't there. I thought it would be okay to let them take lunch outside while I took care of something." "What?" "Oh," Rimuru waved me off. "Nah, you're fine. You can't be expected to spend every second with them at the drop of a hat." "What? When did he drop his hat? I didn't even know he had a hat." "Oh. I think I get it. He means so suddenly since it was a last-minute thing. Still, though, I do feel bad." I said, "I've already talked to the other kids involved, they shouldn't do that again." About that." Professor Rimuru tips his head in a way that tells me he's about to ask a favor. "Can I handle their punishment? I would need to borrow them for lunch, that's all." I wonder what he'd want to do. "Yes, that's fine, so long as it isn't too extreme. They've already had a talking to, though." "Well, the thing is, I don't think talking is enough. Would having them run some laps be okay? I'd like to talk to them a bit myself too." "Sure." I smiled. "I don't see anything wrong with that. It'll help them get that energy out, they're always such a restless group in class." "Thanks, Tis." Rimuru beamed, immediately whisking out of sight. "You're the best." Later, I took lunch in the teacher's lounge, unpacking my small boxed meal by one of the windows. Just as I was wondering how Professor Rimuru was doing, since he'd be picking up the kids about now, a painfully high-pitched noise rang from outside. "Oh my." I winced. "What is that awful noise?" Then I heard Rimuru's voice. "You three better pick up the pace, or I'll take the GNR off that grass I'm lighting on fire." "What?" I stare out the window to see my three troublemakers running laps, as promised. Behind them is Rimuru in the strangest clothing I had ever seen. A pair of sunglasses, Yuki had once shown me his pair, and wearing a baggy shirt and pants with a green, cloudy pattern all over them, tucked into big, lace-up boots. With that and his hair pulled back, Rimuru looked nothing like his normal self, especially with the way he was using magic to set the ground on fire at the heels of the students. Black fire, how strange. You call that running? My 7-year-old can move faster than that. Move those feet. Rimuru snapped his fingers and another plume of black flame scorched the ground where the kids' feet had just been. Chantless magic. How impressive. It's so precise too. Rimuru brought the object that had been on a cord hung around his neck, bouncing on his chest, up to his mouth, and I heard that painful, high-pitched shriek again. As they turned toward the building to do another lap, Rimuru caught sight of my face in the window. "Oh, hi Tis." He beamed, the picture of innocence as he slowed down briefly to wave at me. Then, as soon as he turned away, the shouting started up again. "Did I say you could slow down? It's only been 10 minutes. You better not need a break, 'cause there's 50 more to go." "Chairman! Chairman!" One of the students cried out, passing Chairman Yuki, who was sitting in a lawn chair, another otherworlder invention he'd shown me, with his own pair of sunglasses and a drink. He was even wearing the summer floral shirt and shorts I knew he was so fond of. "Chairman, you're not gonna let him get away with this, right?" The second student to pass him begged. Pausing from sipping on his drink, I could see Yuki smile from here. "Hey Rimuru," he shouted, "you were supposed to tie your hair in a braid, remember? Say that again and I'll shave yours off while you sleep." Rimuru shouted back without missing a beat, still dogging at the heels of the unfortunate runners. Should I do something about this? But I quickly dismissed the thought, remembering that I did leave their punishment in Rimuru's hands. He isn't doing anything egregious enough for me to say anything, and the chairman seems to be in approval of his actions too. Almost an hour later, Rimuru allowed the 3 students to stop running. They immediately collapsed, panting on the ground. "Why are you sleeping?" Rimuru shouted, standing over them, not even out of breath. "You've got 10 minutes to eat. Go, go, go." The 3 immediately scrambled up, probably more panicked about what Rimuru would do if they didn't than about missing lunch. They dashed off to the cafeteria, probably in a bid to escape. Ha ha ha. Rimuru's laugh echoed into the sky. "That's right. Go to class. Woo." He clapped his hands, still talking at full volume. "It's been a while since I've had a chase that exhilarating." "Yeah, all right, Sergeant Major." Yuki came up to him. "Lower your voice, I'm pretty sure the whole city can hear." Rimuru chuckled something that was probably an apology, but I couldn't tell what he was saying. "Well," I thought as I finished my drink, "that explains how he wrangled Class S. He's a bit scary when he tries." I hope my students aren't traumatized. My lunch period was over. It was time to get back to work. The kids were on their best behavior after the spat they got into with the trio of TIS's students and their classmates' return. It took only one more day of rest for Kenya to recover enough to come back to class. The other four were thrilled that he was back, and so was I. Still, his illness was just another reminder of what I need to do. This would keep happening until I found a solution to the underlying problem, that being all that energy coursing through their souls, unchecked and uncontrolled. So, I redoubled my efforts trying to find a cure. A couple of weeks had passed now, and I still hadn't figured out anything further, but I kept trying, using the vast majority of my free time to manually scour relevant books. Great Sage was excellent for speed-reading materials, but I'd gotten the feeling it was combing over it all with too wide-toothed of a comb. Maybe it missed something that wasn't a direct answer to my problem, was what I thought. It wasn't exactly the best with subtlety, nuance, and metaphor, after all. Contracts with spirits are one method to better control your spells, but few are able to successfully form them. Elementalists is what these individuals are called, and they are definitely a talented few champions of humanity that protect us from the evils of this world. Wait, what? I was sitting in on one of my kids' classes, taught by Professor Emeritus. I was spending my time barely paying attention to the lesson, instead trying to think of a solution to my students' problems when something the other professor said grabbed my ear. Some other cultures with a stronger connection with the spirits have a higher rate of success with this, but still, most are only able to ally with lesser spirits, which do not augment their strength as much as the rare and powerful greater spirit that the strongest and most skilled elementalists partner with. Ifrit was a greater spirit, right? Answer, that is correct. Greater spirits of the fire element are designated as Ifrit. With that confirmation, my mind swarms with some of the things Shizu told me about herself before her death. How she was brought here as a child and how she was cursed with Ifrit soon after a summoning by the demon Lord Leon Cromwell. Shizu, only being a kid when she was brought to this world, should have had the same fate that any summoned child would, but that wasn't the case with her. For some reason, she survived and lived a full life. Is that because of Ifrit? Did the spirit that plagued her throughout her life actually save her from dying very young? It was hard to accept that, knowing how much of a plague that thing was on her, but now I couldn't dismiss the idea easily. Notice, fusion with a greater spirit of the proper affinity for the individual it inhabits would lead to significantly higher control of magicules. It can be predicted that this would prevent spontaneous outbursts of energy from the soul. This is likely to have been the situation that the individual, Shizue Izawa, was in, up until the separation and consumption of Ifrit. So, if I can find greater spirits for my 5 kids, I can save them. Answer, affirmative. This outcome can be replicated under the correct conditions. Yes. I shouted out loud and stood up from my seat from excitement. I didn't mean to, but realizing that I had a solution was just too thrilling for me to contain. Everyone whipped their heads around to stare at me, my students, Jeff's students, and even Professor Emeritus himself. Sorry. I sat back down, trying to ignore the glare I was getting from the other professor. I didn't mean to interrupt his class or anything. Now I just need to figure out where to find some greater spirits. Pest. Chloe, what's going on with Professor Rimuru? Ryota nudged me with his elbow and asked in a whisper. Our teacher just randomly yelled in the middle of one of our classes and now he looks like he's thinking super hard about something. I'm not sure. But that look in his eyes, it feels familiar. But I think it's something good. Ryota gave me a confused look, but quickly turned back to Professor Emeritus, who was still teaching. The rest of the class, Professor Rimuru was like that, just sitting there with the same expression. He didn't even flinch after everyone started gathering their things to leave for lunch. Professor Rimuru? I tried to grab his attention, but he didn't seem to notice me at all. I got up and walked over to him. Professor Rimuru. I said louder, shaking him a little by the shoulder. Oh, Chloe, did you need something? He asked with a friendly smile. It's time for lunch. He looked slightly confused and looked around the room, as if just noticing that most of the students had already left. My classmates were still here, waiting for both of us, but Professor Emeritus's students had already rushed out. Yes, it is. Let's go. Kenya, don't do that. What? He's not eating it anyway. After we sat down with our lunches, Professor Rimuru went quiet again, sort of just staring at his food and not eating. Usually he loves eating, so I knew something was going on. Something serious. Kenya decided to take this opportunity to try to steal some of our teacher's food, but Gale batted his hand away before he could. Professor Rimuru didn't react at all to that, somehow. See? He doesn't care. Kenya complained. Professor Rimuru, isn't it wrong for Kenya to take your food without asking? Gale asked, but got no answer. He's completely out of it. Alice pointed her fork at our teacher, can't you tell? I think he's tired. He always works so hard. Ryota added. Maybe. Gale agreed. Kenya reached up and set his Brayadrol on top of Professor Rimuru's head. Haha, let's see what else we can stack on top of him while he's like this. No, Ken, he'll be so mad. It's just a bit of harmless fun. Professor Rimuru will probably just laugh over it. Alice sends the roll flying right into Kenya's open mouth, using her skill with a motion of her hand. MMPH. Didn't Professor Rimuru tell us not to play with our food? You're such a child, Ken. Alice scolded, before reaching toward the top of our teacher's head. You got crumbs in our professor's hair and now I have to clean up your mess. Wait, why is it so soft? Let me feel too. I stroked Professor Rimuru's hair too and Alice was right, it is super soft. Whoa. How is he still not reacting at all? Gale muttered, clearly confused. He, this is our chance, Chloe. Huh. Alice pulls out a pair of hair ribbons from her pocket, remember back in that cafe? His lady friend did his hair all pretty. Don't you think this color would look nice with our teacher's hair? Alice didn't even wait for my answer and started tying the ribbons into Professor Rimuru's hair, gathering it loosely on both sides. There. Okay, now take M out. Kenya suddenly said. Yeah, I agree. Wait, Ken, why are you trying to be the voice of reason? Gale questioned. I just know he'll get all mad at us if you leave his hair like that. And it makes him look too cute. I don't like it. Kenya explained. Oh, does Ken have a crush? Alice teased. For some reason, those words rubbed me the wrong way. Kenya, you can't have our teacher. I coldly insisted. He's mine. Wait, what am I thinking? Whoa, Chloe, I was just kidding. Why do you sound so serious? I was joking T2, Jay just take the ribbons out Alice. I muttered, embarrassed by my own reaction. Alice gave me a strange look. Fine, I'll take them out. They did look pretty on him though, didn't they, Chloe? She asked as she removed the ribbons from his hair. Yeah. I nodded. Hey. Ryota muttered. What is it, Ryota? Kenya asked him. Never mind. No, tell us what you were gonna say. I'm probably wrong, but is Professor Rimuru really a boy? What? Of course he is. Alice insisted. But, I mean, he talked about being a man in his last life, and I know on the inside he's a man, but on the outside. I dunno, maybe. Ryota squeaked out, shyly looking down. Are you saying he's too cute to be a guy on the outside? You think he was reincarnated as a girl, but refuses to accept it? Why yes, but I'm sure I'm wrong, it was just a silly idea. No, I think you might have a point. Gale pondered, has anyone ever seen Professor Rimuru go into a bathroom? If so, then which one? No. Never. So we can't use that to figure it out. He didn't want to go in the boys' bathroom with me when I was sick. He could have just been respecting my privacy, but still. Kenya explained. Everyone fell silent. I need to know. I'm way too curious now. What are you curious about, Alice? Professor Rimuru suddenly asked. Eep, she let out a high-pitched yelp. Up until now, Professor Rimuru had been completely still and silent for most of the lunch period. And nothing. Professor Rimuru squinted his eyes at her for a moment. Dang. I let my food get cold. He grumbled, oh well. Our teacher starts quickly eating the rest of his food. What? He asked, catching me watching him closely. Are you keeping a big secret from us, teacher? I asked, staring into his pretty golden eyes. He stopped mid-bite and stared back at me. Everyone has secrets, in one form or another, he answered with a warm smile. Especially when it comes to adults. He shoveled the last bite into his mouth and stood up abruptly. Now, let's head back to the classroom. I have something I want to give you all. Dang, I should have used thought acceleration when looking over those simulations the sage constructed for me. After coming up with the idea to use greater spirits to resolve my student's issue, I had my trusty skill run some simulated experiments based on data gathered from Ifrit. I may have spent a bit too much time in my own mind and had let my food get cold. Oh well, this was more important than a meal. I'm glad you were able to squeeze some more useful info out of Ifrit. Yes, further cooperation from Greater Fire Spirit, Ifrit, led to further discoveries and more detailed findings. Wait, further cooperation. What do you mean by that? You are acting like that guy's still alive and decided to help us. Answer, the Greater Fire Spirit, Ifrit, has been contained within the stomach of the unique skill, Predator. Indirect contact with Greater Fire Spirit, Ifrit, is possible through unique skill, Great Sage. Contact has been utilized to gain further data on greater spirits. Contact, wait, if you can talk with Ifrit in my stomach, doesn't the same apply to Vel? Professor Rimuru, can you help me with this word? Chloe asked, pointing at the page of her book and standing next to me. This was during a quiet, self-study period for today, so I was just sitting at my desk, keeping an eye on my class. I'd had the brilliant idea of creating some manga copies in the language used in this world to help my students learn how to properly read it. It's been slow going, but they have all been improving by the day, the fun stories motivating them to work hard. Today, I gave them all a new set to dig into, which led to a perfectly quiet classroom up until now. Let me see, that's admittance. I answered, grateful for the sage's translation assistance. I'd never been good with foreign languages, even in my past life when I stubbornly insisted I'd never need them. It's not my fault that I never considered I'd get Iskayed one day. Thank you, teacher. Chloe warmly thanked me before practically skipping back to her seat. You could have just asked me, Chloe. You shouldn't bother Professor Rimuru when he's thinking so hard. Gale whispered to her quietly. Dang, did I zone out again? Notice, the individual, Rimuru Tempest, remained completely motionless for 14 minutes and 49 seconds. I think I'll leave the deep pondering until after school hours. These kids need my attention right now. Later that night, when I turned my attention back to the issue of how to get greater spirits for my 5 students, I came to a revelation, or I should say, Great Sage did. It had deemed this info irrelevant, by its words, until now, but it was able to give me a lead on where I should go. The country called her Gracia. A shamanistic country somewhat cut off from the rest of the world, but not an unwelcoming one to outsiders, just mysterious and disregarded by most nations. Their people apparently all make contracts with spirits, it actually being a requirement of citizenship. Obviously, they have some way to summon them. Yes, the summoning of lesser spirits is well known enough for me to figure out on my own, but greater spirits were another story. Those don't just hang around in broad daylight for anyone to stumble across. I guess that it was the former that every Gracian was required to bond with, otherwise that would be too overpowered, but that didn't mean that the lead was dead. It was worth a trip there to investigate, at least, but I suspected it would take some time. I'd need to ask Yuki to get someone to watch my kids for a week or so. Yes, I remembered what happened last time I did that, but this is different. Not only do I believe that was caused by the stress of knowing their classmate is sick, but this will also be a planned absence. I was sure they could manage without me for a week. Quite demanding, Rimuru? Asking for an entire week off when you haven't even been working here for that long. Yuki's smirk told me that this was just him teasing me yet again. I swear, this guy. Yuki, this is important. I think you should tell me where you're going then. I can't have the slime that miraculously controlled Class S and promised to save them just run off into parts unknown, never to be seen again. That would be a tragedy. I can handle myself just fine, you know that. You've become integral to the stability of this school at this point. I'm serious when I said I don't want to lose you. And you won't. I'll be back in a jiffy, I just need to take a little trip out of Inglesia. Paying a visit to Jura. Getting homesick. Is it mating season for slimes and dash? No. No, stop. What gives you that idea? Haha, I bet I'm right on the mark. You can just tell me the truth, Rimuru. I'm great at keeping secrets. He winked at me just to rankle my nerves further. I'm serious, cut it out. This is serious, Yuki. Good. Because if it was something silly, I'd need to talk you out of it. You can't talk me out of this. I'll leave regardless of you finding a fill-in for me. This is a courtesy for you, the school, and the vice chairman more than anything. This has something to do with your purpose for being here. It wasn't a question, but a statement. I lightly nodded in response. Now I'm more curious about where you're going, but I'll hold off for now. I assume you'll tell me afterward if you find a fix for those poor kids. We'll see about that. Do you need transport? I can arrange that kind of thing for you. No, I'll be traveling my own way. It'll be faster than a carriage. I know you're faster than you look on those stubby little legs, but still. Yuki's stare was intense. Again, he was probing me to find out where I was going exactly, pouncing on the opportunity of an extra reason to squeeze the answer out of me. I needed to give him something to chew on or he'd never leave me alone at this point. Sheesh. I'll be flying, all right. I can sprout a pair of wings and fly. His eyes went wide before filling with clear childish jealousy. You're kidding me, you can fly. I sighed and whipped out my bat wings. We were in private, so this was perfectly fine. Never thought I'd see a slime grow super cool demon wings. They're bat wings, for the record, not demon wings. I could make those too, but bat wings are just what I'm used to. Bat wings, dragon wings, demon wings. I could even make more bird-like wings if I wanted to, with feathers and stuff. The large myriad of monsters I'd eaten by now left me with many options, but I'd chosen to stick with the classic bat wings I'd acquired first. What else can you do? What's that supposed to mean? Can you partially mimic other animals and monsters too? Only ones I've eaten. Hey, don't get any weird ideas. Just like with the ridiculous costumes he'd constantly tried to get me to wear, I was certain Yuki was starting to get some disturbing ideas. Knowing his taste, I wouldn't be at all shocked if he tried to get me to mimic cat ears and a tail or something equally distasteful. The worst part was that I could probably manage that feat if I tried. Ahem. I don't know what you mean, Rimuru. Yuki's surely well-practiced innocent smile completely obscured his intentions from his expression, but he wasn't fooling me at this point. I decided to just let it go. Yuki clears his throat and looks at me more seriously. Is there anything you need for your trip, then? As Grandmaster of the Guild, it's my job to take care of my members. Plus, if this has to do with those kids, I personally want to help if I can, even if he won't tell me the details yet. How reliable of him. Yuki can be professional and worthy of respect when he wants to. I knew that already despite his usual antics. No, I'm good. Thanks for the offer. Come back in one piece, K. Or, I guess being split in two wouldn't kill you, would it, Rimuru? I've never tested that. I did have my arm cut off once and was perfectly fine, but that's different than being split evenly into two pieces. It made me wonder for a moment which half would be me if that happened. Both. Neither. And which side would regenerate in the first place? Would the other half gain sentience? Wasn't splitting mitosis style how slimes reproduce? I didn't want to dwell on those disturbing thoughts. Haha, I was just joking. Come back safe, is what I should have said. Thanks. What? All 5 kids screamed. I said I'm leaving for a week. But what about us? Ryota asked, holding back tears. You'll stay here. Don't worry, I won't be gone for long. I reassured him, patting his head. You jerk. You scumbag. You're abandoning us, aren't you? Alice screamed. Alice, he didn't say that. Remember how he promised to help us? Chloe corrected her. He's just taking a trip. I'm sure Professor Rimuru has a good reason. I don't like it, but he said he would come back. Gale added. He will come back, affirmed Chloe. She looked over at me with sad eyes. Right, Professor. Of course I will. And you're right, Ryota, this is something very important. I wouldn't just leave for no reason. Why won't you tell us why then? Kenya whined. Because I can't. End of story. None of them liked my answer, but I didn't want to get their hopes up for nothing. That would just break their hearts and their trust in me that I worked so hard to build over the time I've been their teacher. My flight to Gracia went perfectly smooth. It's not like there were any other monsters up at the altitude I was flying at. I still remembered that one I sensed last time I flew, but that one wasn't there sneaking around this time. I landed outside of the first settlement I found within the borders of Gracia. There didn't seem to be any sort of barrier around it, unlike the ones in Blumend and Inglesia, which was surprising but not completely unexpected. Based on what I could see of it from there, I could tell these people took a much more natural approach to their way of living. It was refreshing, seeing another new culture in this world, but I didn't have time to dawdle. There was no checkpoint at the gate either, I was allowed to just walk inside. Yeah, there were guards, but they just asked me a few questions, why I was there, where I'd come from, and let me be. After some time asking around about where I could find greater spirits, I was led to the town's elder, who graciously gave me directions without question. Apparently it's their sacred duty to aid aspiring heroes in their journeys, specifically to someplace called the Dwelling of Spirits. Pretty on the nose with that name there, but I couldn't complain. Large, ancient stone doors in the side of a tall rocky hill topped with grass, it sure looked like an entrance to a sacred place. I was glad that it didn't take me terribly long to find once I got the somewhat vague directions from the elder. Just touching the door was enough to send me inside. Yes, I had intent to enter, but I wasn't expecting sudden teleportation. It was a bit disorienting. A long, straight hallway that seemed to stretch on forever ahead was what I was met with after I was pulled inside. Above also seemed to have no end, fading into darkness sprinkled with the occasional drifting glint of light. I could tell there was more to this place than human eyes could see, thank goodness I had magic sense to help with that. It was teeming with energy too, I could almost taste it in the air. So, I started walking, and walking, and walking. For a long time, minutes. Hours. Days? I wasn't sure, but it felt like forever. Answer, it has been 52 minutes and 32 seconds. Oh. Well, I still feel like I'm getting nowhere here. Not only did I feel like I was making no progress, I swore I could hear faint echoing giggles in the distance, mocking me for persisting for as long as I had. I was determined, though, so I kept going. As my face twisted with frustration, the giggles grew louder, to the point that I could no longer just dismiss them as my mind playing tricks on me. Who's there? I called out to the seemingly disembodied giggles, I'm trying to find greater spirits, can you kindly show me the way? Trying manners first is always a good practice, so I put on my charisma and a nice smile to hopefully get a response from someone or something. But, all I got was louder giggles and some small, amused whispers I couldn't quite make out with the echo. They seemed to be coming from every direction at once, I just couldn't pinpoint them, even with magic sense, which put me slightly on edge. They want us to show them the way. How funny. Why would we do something like that? Finding your way by yourself is part of the trial. Silly, silly, child. They don't understand. Now I could clearly make out the voices, just to find out how annoying they were. High-pitched nasally teasing voices taunting me for asking a simple question. Alright, I already asked nicely, so I'll give you one more chance to help me out. But all I got was more obnoxious giggles from them. Time to be a bit more forceful. Coercion, a skill I hadn't bothered trying out despite having it for a while now, might be a good thing to use right now. I triggered it instantly, sending my aura out in an ominous cloud around me, and funnily enough, I swear I hear some screams from those same voices that had been making fun of me not even a moment ago. It's too bad they ended up running off too. Maybe I should have held back a bit more with my skill. Too late for that now. Lady Ramirez. We have a code, L. What? This one's super scary. And super strong. They were gonna kill us. I almost died. When they looked in my direction, I thought I died. TCH, the small, blonde-haired pixie clucked her tongue in annoyance, not wanting to deal with someone like this again. It was bad enough when she had a strong, arrogant invader the first time, let alone a second. She refuses to let this one have their way with her and her precious spirits. Prepare the elemental colossus. Let's watch those bold eyes fill with despair. The pixie cackled evilly, juxtaposed to her cute, small appearance. But you can't judge this book by its cover, because this pixie is one of the 10 great demon lords, Ramirez of the Labyrinth. Knowing that, her laugh and expression seem much more fitting. It's just one kid, she thought to herself, even if they're strong, there's no way they'll stand a chance against my ultimate weapon. Plus, if that fails, I can use my 48 secret killing moves to dispose of this brat. I'm the strongest demon lord, after all. Suddenly, the dim uniform light in the mysterious hallway went out and it became pitch black. I could still see just fine, of course, but was left wondering why someone flipped the metaphorical switch on the ambient glow of this place. Then, directly ahead, some spotlights appeared, lighting up a figure that I sensed appeared just a few seconds before. Done. I am the great Ramirez of the Labyrinth. Who dares show themselves before this beautiful, gorgeous lady of endless grace? The figure shot toward me before coming to a sudden halt right before hitting me in the face. It took a lot of willpower not to just swat her away like an annoying fly. She was a little pixie girl with blonde hair, maybe a foot or so tall, with dragonfly wings and a black dress. Her arrogant smirk and pompous tone and way of introducing herself told me that she definitely had an inflated ego. Maybe she's the boss of this place with all that ironic confidence she's oozing. Are you in charge around here? I'm looking for some greater spirits. One of her eyes twitched as she stared at me from her position floating in front of my face. Yeah, I'm in charge. I'm the Queen of Spirits, Ramirez of the Labyrinth. One of the 10 great demon lords. This little fairy is the queen here. And she's a demon lord too. I wasn't exactly impressed or convinced. Aren't demon lords supposed to be ominous, strong, and scary, none of which this Ramirez could be described as? Maybe this is what passes for a demon lord in this world, but I had no frame of reference. Don't look at me like that. Like what? Like you don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, but you aren't what I'd expect from a queen. Or a demon lord, for that matter. But, if you say you are, I guess you are. And since you are so impressive, why don't you help me out? I really do need your help, oh, great demon lord Ramirez. I wasn't able to get my tone completely genuine with that last part, but still hoped it'd do the trick. Listen here, kid. Flattery will get you nowhere after you showed that attitude in here. You need to pass my trial first. Then, and only then, will my gracious self consider your request. Do you understand? She punctuated those last words with a jabbed finger to my forehead. Trial. What trial? A sinister smile peeled across her lips and she moved her arms above her head, spinning midair as she finally respected my personal space and backed off. Small world. The area around us melted away and reformed into a smaller, completely enclosed octagonal room of stone brick walls. I didn't feel myself being taken somewhere different, rather, the actual architecture surrounding me changing at the will of this pixie. Standing in the center of the room was something very impressive, a large metal robot that stood 4 times my height, painted a vibrant pink. Honestly, it looked pretty awesome, but I had the sinking feeling we weren't going to get along. The robot stood up slowly, becoming closer to 6 times my height. At that point I became a little more concerned. However, I could still clearly see it didn't reach my level in terms of magicools. Although that didn't exactly matter, as the same was true of me when compared to Ifrit when I fought them. I took a more cautious stance than I had before. It was definitely a pretty big bump in the power level of things I'd seen. I would need to be careful. It was also fast, as it closed the distance between us really quickly. I dodged out of the way, and yelled into the surroundings. Hey! Do I just gotta beat this thing up? The voice laughed maniacally. Sure. If you really think you can, little monster. Alright then. Don't say I didn't warn you. I decided not to fight this thing head-on with my sword, or anything melee. I was fairly certain it was physically stronger than me, so there was no point. Instead, I could just melt the thing, slime style. So, as it tried to smash me with its giant fist, I let it, and intentionally splattered all over the metal surface of the thing. It was exactly what I was hoping for, as I tried to use Predator on the metal. I wanted to melt through the thing's shell and eat at its insides. Unfortunately, not all things go to plan. Notice, the Magi steel surface of this construct is capable of resisting the effects of Predator. Would you like to use analysis to identify weaknesses? Darn. Well, sure I guess. Gotta change my plan. Notice, this construct has been identified as a mass of spiritual energy possessing a metal shell. If the individual, Rimuru Tempest, were to use Predator on the spiritual energy, the construct would become inoperable. Ah. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. I let my slime seep into the joints and exhaust vents of the golem, and began using Predator on everything I came into contact with. I even forced more of myself into its core as I went to make the process faster. By the end, I had ended up absorbing quite the collection of lesser and mid-level spirits, as the sage reported. After I was done, the construct simply fell to pieces around me, and I slithered out from under its mass. Hey! 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 What did you do? You destroyed my elemental colossus. It was perfect. It was invincible. You're crazy, crazy I tell you. A crazy slimy abomination that ate up all the cute little spirits piloting my greatest creation. How could you? I didn't get why she was so upset. I even spared the outer shell that I thought was so cool. I could have totally eaten that thing after neutralizing the golem. So, about those greater spirits. No. No way. No way am I helping you now. You're a meanie. A big meanie monster that needs to leave my home now. But, you wanted me to fight it. Yeah, but I didn't want you to eat my adorable little spirits. They had feelings too, you know. They did. I thought lesser spirits were unintelligent. Answer, lesser and mid-level spirits possess weak egos but are incapable of exercising free will. They can be considered on the same level of sentience as some animals. Of course they did, you deranged idiot. Look, I'm sorry. I shouted, a bit flustered. I just wanted to beat your cool robot thing so you would help me save my kids. It was like a record scratch, seeing this pixie's face change. You think my Colossus is cool? Ah, I'm getting somewhere with her now. Time to lay on the compliments. Yes, it was super cool. That's why I didn't wreck its shell. You can just rebuild it now, right? It was like I sent her into her own little world. She flitted around happily with her chin raised high, proudly muttering my compliment to herself over and over. Wait, what's this you said about kids? She suddenly asked, seeming a lot more friendly after her little self-ego trip. That's why I came here. See, I have a group of 5 human children that are failed summons and need to have some compatible greater spirits inhabit them to save their lives. I was hoping to make a deal of some sort before bringing them here to have that happen. What's a monster doing with human children? You didn't steal them, did you? What does she take me for? Some sort of demon. I thought that was rich coming from someone that was supposedly a demon lord herself. No, nothing like that. I was friends with the human that was in charge of them and promised to save them after she died. Pretty noble for an oddball slime thing. That is what you are, right? You sure looked like a slime earlier. Yes, I'm a slime, but that doesn't matter right now. Since you're the head honcho here, can you tell me if it's fine to bring them to this place to have some spirits make contracts with them? Well, I can't promise that the spirits will cooperate, if the affinities of those kids don't mesh with them, but I am willing to let them try. Thank you. But you can't have any. What? No more spirits for you, mister. You're too much of a jerk. Fine, this wasn't for me anyway. Now, out. Out until you bring those poor kids. I don't need you breaking something else. In the blink of an eye, I was back outside. I didn't even get the chance to say goodbye, not that I cared a ton. Again, it was a disorienting feeling, even more so, because now the sudden contrast with my surroundings made me feel like I'd woken up from some strange dream. Great Sage, that happened, right? Affirmative. Nearby, I set up a magic circle based on something I read in a book from the library. It's a sort of teleportation magic that I can use to bring my students here quickly and easily later. It was quite large and elaborate, but worth it to take the time to construct. I then triggered the one I left back just outside of Anglesia to cut down the trip back and soon found myself in the field outside the city. I'll really need to get used to that. Even when I'm the caster, it still feels strange. Not only that, but it takes a decent chunk out of my magicals doing that. However, even after getting splattered earlier I was perfectly fine. A little lower on energy than I would like, but it wasn't enough to trigger any sensible fatigue. On second thought, maybe I could grab a snack before returning to the city proper. And by that I mean, find a monster, kill it, and eat it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a good hunt. The thought of it was making me excited. It was a strange feeling, but pleasant in a way. It was making me hungry, even though I couldn't really feel hunger in the physical sense. I still had a few days before I was due back, so taking a detour for a little track and snack wouldn't do any harm. I flew to a safe distance from the city pronto and started my scan for potential prey. There wasn't much here, which was expected since this wasn't Jura and magicals weren't as abundant, but I did stumble across something. Out of a hole in the ground popped a cute little face. This creature looked just like a prairie dog from Earth, except somehow cuter. Ah, hey there, little guy. It was too adorable to eat. The accompanying guilt would be too much for me to handle if I made this my prey. It looked at me and sniffed the air, twitching its cute little whiskers. You're adorable, I cooed, feeling my non-existent heart melt a little. Walking away, I said over my shoulder, you stay safe, little guy. You don't want to hang around something like me. I was even letting my aura out a bit since I'd been holding it in for so long, but this little guy wasn't even scared. Just curious. I could tell it was some kind of monster thanks to the magicals in its body, but it wasn't a strong one. Walking away at a brisk pace, I set my senses to scan for other potential targets. Preferably something not as cute. As I looked behind me with magic sense, I saw the little guy crawling out of his hole after me. Another set of legs appeared following its long body, and then another, and another. Holy crap. That thing is like 2 meters long. How many legs is that? The end of the creature came out, and another head popped up to look at me. Both heads. It has heads on both ends of its body. Yo. I took it back, this thing was not cute. Never mind, I'd found my meal. No, my extermination target. Nothing that cursed could be permitted to live. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, knowing these things were crawling just a few miles from the city. I was still letting my aura out as I advanced menacingly towards the target, its cute little eyes staring innocently up at me as it let me approach. More heads started popping up, and I counted them with magic sense. 20, 30, and no way to tell if I was seeing both ends of the bodies of these two-headed noodle dogs. This was going to be a big job. As I came within predation range, the noodle dog made a move of its own. With lightning speed, it shot towards me and slithered up, wrapping itself around my body. It was purring. This thing was purring, looking at me all puppy-eyed while I felt it absorbing the magicals emanating from my body. This was clearly its feeding tactic, looking all cute. At first glance southwest it can get close and absorb your magic. I wasn't amused. Time to get to work. After a few hours I walked away from the scene. Behind me was a hellscape of deep holes and upturned earth, where I dug up the entire system of burrows and devoured every noodle dog I could find. I was feeling significantly refreshed now despite all that magic I'd spent dealing with that obnoxious fairy and her labyrinth. Notice, energy spent outweighed energy gained from this activity. Well, I feel mentally refreshed, okay. Whatever. I was heading back to the school anyway. It wasn't like I was at risk of passing out or anything, I was just feeling mildly fatigued. I did end up hunting some other things on my way back, to little or negative energy gain, but it was fun, and buying some of those magic fruit tarts from Yoshida's once I was back in the city. Then it was straight to Yuki's office in the Free Guild headquarters. I wasn't going to waste any more time. Oh, you're back early. Yeah, I know. I need to leave again soon, though. This time with my students. Yuki raised an eyebrow at me, now paying more attention. You were successful, then. I've found a way to possibly save them, yes. Well, what is it? Yuki leaned forward, eyes trained on me. I shrugged. We'll see if it works first. Ah, but you can tell me, can't-cha? He whined. No. Why not? Yuki pouted, don't you trust me? Do I trust him? I wondered. I wasn't sure why I was keeping this detail close, though I had always been that way. I didn't like showing my cards to people, and Yuki and I had only really known each other for so long. Don't you trust me? I smirked, sitting on the arm of the couch Yuki was on so I could poke his shoulder. I came back this time, and I'll come back with the kids. Besides, I prodded him teasingly, this is to get back at you for nagging me about all those dresses. No. It wasn't that bad. Haha, I'd found his weak spot. Yuki was practically begging me now. This is what you get, I grinned wickedly. So, do I have permission? We probably won't go until the weekend. Fine. Yuki huffed, crossing his arms. Yeah, you can take M. But you've got to tell me when you get back. Maybe, I winked, and whisked away before he could change his mind. I went straight to the S-class classroom to fetch my 5 students. Professor Rimuru. All 5 kids rushed me at once in dogpile. I ended up completely buried, the substitute they abandoned snickering at my misfortune as they quietly left the room. Hey, don't bury me alive. You're squishing me. Sorry, Professor. We didn't hurt you, did we? He doesn't look hurt. Professor Rimuru is too tough to get hurt by us hugging him. Calm down already. I need you all to gather your stuff up this weekend, we're going on a field trip. Field trip? Where are we going? Is it that cafe again? Or maybe we're going to go shopping. No, I bet it's some boring thing old men like to do, like a dusty museum or something. We'll talk about it more later, I said. This wasn't the time and place to talk about that. Professor Rimuru had gone home for the evening, so we were hanging out in Kenya's dorm wasting time. How do you think we could find out if Professor Rimuru's a guy? Kenya asked randomly, sitting with his head propped up on the windowsill. This again. Gale sighed. I'm sure he is. Well, Professor Rimuru said he was a guy in his last life, Alice pondered. He might just say that because he used to be one. That's what Ryota thinks. Well, I was just guessing. Ryota sputtered, I'm not sure. I think. Professor Rimuru is Professor Rimuru, I muttered, ducking into the picture book I was reading. Well, that doesn't help, Chloe, Kenya snarked at me. But, it doesn't really matter if Professor Rimuru is a guy or girl. I protested, I'm curious too, but it feels mean to ask. I wasn't sure why, but this felt like a weird argument to be having. Yes, it does. Alice insisted, and if he, or she, doesn't want to tell us, then we'll just have to find out ourselves. But how? Gale asked, sounding a little exasperated by Alice's stubbornness. Well, Kenya suddenly sat up straight, I dunno, one of us could wait in front of the bathroom to see which one he uses. We can't do that on a day we have classes though, Gale reminded us. Well. Kenya bit back, we can think of something. We looked at each other, the gears starting to turn. Teacher. We made something for you. 4 of my students barged into the room while I was getting caught up on work, carrying an oversized pitcher filled to the brim, the contents sloshing all over the floor with their excited running. I was almost going to scold them for making a mess, but the words never made it past my dumbfounded mouth as they slammed the pitcher on the desk, lemonade slopping all over my notes. Whatever. I could fix it with water manipulation later. I seriously should tell them off for the mess, but their eager smiles were just boring deep into my soul. Oh, you did? What is it? I could already smell the sharp citrusy scent of it, but I asked anyway to indulge the kids' excitement. It was clearly lemonade, or something close enough to it, but I could tell that they wanted to tell me. Lemonade, of course. Alice proudly explained with her hands on her hips. How did they even get lemons in this world anyway? And sugar too, isn't that considered a luxury here? Brushing aside those issues, I looked back at my eager students, the only one missing being Ryota. Kenya enthusiastically placed a cup on the desk and reached for the pitcher, just for Gale to grab it before he could. Let me pour it. You'll just spill it more, Ken. Gale sighed and managed to fill the cup without any further spillage, not that it made much of a difference to my already citrus-soaked papers and floor by that point. TCH, fine. Kenya grumpily accepted. Please try it, Professor. Chloe happily chirped, standing next to Alice who was also staring at me intently. I took the cup in hand and sipped it somewhat hesitantly. These kids' excessive enthusiasm about this was setting off some alarm bells in my head. They can be little pranksters, I'd learned, and I didn't want to fall for any more of their tricks for the sake of my pride as an adult. Being bamboozled by a bunch of children wasn't something I needed. The lemonade tasted overly sweet, but didn't trigger my poison resistance or anything, which made me drop my guard a little. Analysis also told me it was just your average lemonade, outside of the extra added sugar. Good. Those smiles aren't coming from the amusement of them slipping something weird or gross into it. I honestly liked that it was sweeter than it should be for some reason I couldn't completely explain. I blamed it on my slime biology. I'd already noticed that my sweet tooth had gotten more severe since reincarnating, so this was much of the same, really. It's very good. Thanks, kids. Their smiles grew at my reaction. There's enough here for all of us, so why don't you go grab some more cups and we can share this together. Grab a rag or two while you're at it so we can get those puddles cleaned up too. No, it's for you, Professor Rimuru. This whole thing is for me. I really didn't need an entire pitcher of lemonade, but it wasn't like I couldn't physically drink it all. All of it. All of it. We made it special to thank you for taking care of us. How sweet, just like the lemonade itself. Now I felt bad for being suspicious about their motivations. If you insist. I downed the rest of the glass and held it out for one of them to fill it again. I'm pouring it this time. Kenya insisted and roughly grabbed the pitcher, nearly dropping it. Struggling a little, Kenya started to pour the drink into my glass. Hey! You're doing it wrong. Alice scolded him loudly and tried to grab the pitcher from Kenya, causing some to spill. No, I'm not. Kenya shouted back. Yes, you are. Hand it over and let someone capable pour it before you spill more. I worked too hard on that lemonade to let an idiot like you waste more of it. No. Let me do it. Don't try to boss me around, Alice. Stop, you too. You're ruining it. Chloe butted in out of nowhere. Yes, stop fighting. I'll pour my own glass. I took the pitcher from them. My hand was sticky, the outside of my glass was sticky, and there was a puddle of lemonade at my feet. Everything was a mess now. I should just get this over with before I have more bickering on my hands. On second thought, I brought the pitcher to my lips and drank the rest of the lemonade in one go. I got gawped at for it, but that didn't bother me. That was very refreshing. Now, carefully take this back to where you got it from and find something to clean up all the spills. Sensei was thirsty. Gale muttered. Maybe he wants more. Kenya pondered. No, wait guys, I tried to stop them, but in a stampede of little feet they were already gone. Okay, great. I sat there for a few minutes, pondering the monster I had just awoken, and sure enough they came back with a second, full-size, pitcher of lemonade. Do it again, teacher. The kids chorused, and I laughed. Heh, okay, I chuckled. Smirking with a wink, I picked up the pitcher and said, watch and learn. Once again, I downed what was probably 2 gallons worth of lemonade. I could have done it instantly, but I was limited to human form, and I wanted the experience to last anyway. Done. I sighed, slamming the pitcher down. How's that? I bragged to the kids. How does he do that? Kenya whispered to Gale. I don't think he even stopped to breathe, Gale whispered back. Whoops. Maybe I went a bit too far. Alright, fun's over. I said, deciding to take the focus off my abilities. Here you are, I handed the pitcher to them, now go with some rags down and take care of this mess, alright? Okay. They chirped, more than happy to oblige. A bit weird for them, but alright. I guess they were happy that they got whatever they were after. It worked. Kenya cheered as we ran down the hall. There's no way he can hold it for long. When I tried to drink that much, I nearly peed my pants. Kenya, you've never drank that much, Gale said. Well, yeah, he argued, but it was still a lot. Adults are crazy. Alice declared. I hummed, not really sure if Alice was right, but the way Professor Rimuru drank all that lemonade was pretty impressive. He was so cool. What are you kids doing? Mr. Yuki suddenly appeared, jogging alongside us. Also, no running in the hall. Sorry. I blurted out, immediately slowing down. We made Professor Rimuru lemonade, and now we're cleaning up. Kenya exclaimed. Yeah, Kenya spilled it all over the floor. Alice snickered. Hey, you spilled more. Kenya argued. Did not. Did too. Well, you're the one who was carrying it. Yeah, but you poured it. Cut it out, guys, Mr. Yuki said. Why didn't you make me any lemonade? He asked, looking a little sad. Well, we kinda ran out of sugar, Gale explained. Yeah, we used all of it that was in the kitchen. Wait, you kids were in the kitchen? Yuki stared. You used all of the sugar. Do you even realize how expensive? You know what, never mind. Can I at least have some? Professor Rimuru drank it all. Alice said, see. She held out the empty pitcher. Yeah. Kenya snickered. Now he'll have to go to the bathroom. Wait, what? Yuki asked, blank-faced. Nothing. It's nothing. Gale quickly tried to cover, but Mr. Yuki wasn't having it. No, what kind of scheme are you cooking up now? Professor Rimuru says he's a guy, but he looks like a girl, Kenya explained, but he can't go in the guy's bathroom if he's a girl. So you guys. Mr. Yuki stopped walking, a hand over his mouth as he started to snicker. Yeah. Alice said, he drank 2 whole pitchers. Now we'll be able to figure it out. Bahahaha. Mr. Yuki doubled over, wheezing. Alright, he snickered, walking away. You kids have fun with that. Let me know the results later, alright. Bye, Mr. Yuki. I called after him, followed up by my friends. We waited for Ryota to come to the dorm, but by the end of the day he still wasn't there. Instead we had to go back to meet up with him in front of the bathrooms. Ryota was sitting against the wall, reading his book. Well? Kenya asked, which one did he go in? Ryota looked a bit startled, just noticing all of us there. Oh, he hesitated, he never showed up. What? Alice shouted. He would have had to. Did you fall asleep and miss it? She accused. And no. Ryota stood up, waving his hands. I've been awake waiting all day. I just was reading my book. Maybe you were too distracted to notice him. Gale suggested. You ruined the plan, Ryota. Alice huffed, crossing her arms. And no, I didn't. Ryota was starting to look upset as well. He never came, I swear. I would have noticed. Maybe he has a secret teacher bathroom somewhere that we don't know about. It's okay, Ryota, Kenya comforted him with a hand on his shoulder. We'll find another way. Yeah, I added, feeling a little bad. It was a silly plan anyway. I'm not giving up though. Kenya declared. Yeah, we can try again. Alice said, implicitly forgiving Ryota. A day later in class Kenya suddenly raised his hand. Yes Kenya, what is it? Professor Rimuru asked, turning around from the chalkboard. He was really good at knowing when we raised our hands without even seeing us. Do you like pink? Kenya shouted. Ah. Professor Rimuru gave him a funny look, and I giggled. I don't have a problem with it. It's not my favorite or anything. Also, indoor voices, Kenya. Kenya mumbled, looking sullen. Professor Rimuru gave him a weird look, but went back to teaching. I sighed, thinking of how silly Kenya was being. That was definitely an attempt to out Professor Rimuru as a possible girl, but I wasn't surprised it failed. Guys can like pink too, so it wouldn't work anyway. Alice seemed to be thinking similar thoughts based on the annoyed look on her face as she glared at Kenya. Sometime after, she tried a plan of her own and came up to Professor Rimuru during free time, twirling her hair coyly. Professor? She asked. Professor Rimuru had been working on whatever notes were so important recently, he'd barely had any time without that. Yes, Alice. Can you help me braid my hair? She asked cheerfully. It keeps getting in my face while I'm reading. Oh. Professor Rimuru grimaced. Sorry, Alice, but I don't know how to braid hair. Then, after seeing her downcast look, he caved in and said, I can try though. Okay. She beamed up at him. They moved to the desk so Professor Rimuru could sit behind her. I came over and watched, curious. Professor Rimuru was trying really hard, biting his tongue while he focused on Alice's hair. After a long time he said, okay, done. How's it look, Chloe? Alice turned to show me. I caught a wicked grin on her face as she turned away from Professor Rimuru. It's fine. I brought my book up to my face. But come here so I can fix it a little, okay? Sure. Alice smiled, but I want to see it first. Professor Rimuru walked over to the cubbies and brought out one of our play mirrors, handing it to Alice. As soon as Alice got the right angle on the mirror, her smile was immediately gone. I said I don't know how to do it. Don't get mad at me, Professor Rimuru pleaded. Chloe. Alice cried out, help. Fix it please, I can't be seen like this. Oh okay. As I started untangling Alice's hair, Professor Rimuru shuffled back to his desk with a guilty look. It's not that bad, Professor. I tried to cheer him up, for a first time anyway. Ah, thanks Chloe, you two have fun, okay. He propped up one of his books to hide his face. Man, that went even worse than with my niece back in the day. He whispered, but loudly enough that I still heard it. Professor Rimuru has a niece. Oh, probably from before he reincarnated. Later, Professor Rimuru gave us all homework to do for study hall, telling us to be quiet while he reads a book. He was sitting up front at the desk, completely hidden by a big textbook propped up in front of him. From my seat I could only see his fingers wrapped around the two covers, but I didn't think he'd turned a page in a while. Professor Rimuru? Kenya raised a hand, frowning at his paper. Professor Rimuru didn't respond, or so much as move. We all looked at each other in confusion. Kenya hopped out of his seat and walked behind the desk to Professor Rimuru, tugging on his sleeve. Hey, guys. He said excitedly after a moment, I think it's happening again. What's happening, Ken? Ryota asked quietly, wandering over to see. Professor Rimuru fell asleep with his eyes open. Racing over to one of the cubbies in the classroom, he started digging through it. Hang on, I'm gonna try something. What are you doing? Kenya ignored Alice's sassy, condescending question. Pulling out a pair of scissors from the supply cubby, he scurried back to Professor Rimuru's side. This is how we'll find out if he's actually a guy. Kenya grinned. If he's a girl, he won't like his hair getting cut. I peeked over the rim of my book. I didn't like Kenya being so disrespectful to Professor Rimuru, but I was still curious. That's dumb. Alice snarked. Nobody wants their hair cut without permission. It's not just a girl thing. Yeah, but girls care more. Kenya insisted. He grabbed his desk seat and dragged it over so he could stand on it, now high enough to reach Professor Rimuru's hair since it only went to his shoulders. Plus, I bet he can just use magic or something to grow it back. I got out of my seat and walked over, following Gale as we all gathered to see Kenya's experiment play out. We all wanted to finally answer the big question, after all. Kenya raised the scissors and grabbed a lock of Professor Rimuru's bangs. It'll be fine. I told myself, Professor Rimuru will still look pretty with short hair. Kenya brought the scissors across Professor Rimuru's bangs and cut, only they didn't cut right away. Ugh. Kenya grumbled, why do we always get the broken school supplies? He started sawing away at Professor Rimuru's hair, making quick cuts close to the base of the blades. This still isn't working. He whined, even Professor Rimuru's hair is strong. How is that possible? I couldn't see well with all my other classmates crowding Kenya's chair, so I climbed up on the desk to look over Professor Rimuru's book. RRRRRRGH. Kenya snarled, I've got this. Ready. Putting all his strength into the scissors, he slammed the blades shut. With a snap, half of the pair of scissors went flying across the room, embedding itself in the corkboard on the wall. The other half was still held by the handle in Kenya's grip. What? Kenya shouted. Turning around, Kenya started ranting. You guys saw that, right? He burst out, how does that even happen? Meanwhile Gale, Alice, and Ryota were silent, looking chagrined. A delicate hand tapped Kenya on the shoulder. He turned around to see Professor Rimuru staring at him, snapped out of his trance by Kenya's antics. Care to explain what you five are doing? He asked irritatedly, taking in the scene. Chloe, get off the desk. You know only I get to sit there. I quickly scrambled down, not wanting Professor Rimuru to be mad at me. I wasn't trying to break the rules, I just wanted to see what was happening. Kenya, why is your chair over here? Professor Rimuru asked, then his eyes drifted to the half of the scissors still in Kenya's hand. His eyes moved to the other half embedded in the wall. Were you guys playing darts with the scissors? He scolded, you shouldn't break school supplies just to play games. Not to mention how dangerous it is to be throwing knives in a classroom. Ah, yeah. Kenya scratched his head bashfully, you got us, teach. Sorry. Go do your work, Professor Rimuru grumbled, and take your chair with you. We obeyed, happy to have gotten away without much interrogation. Kenya still looked pretty peeved about the results. And we still didn't know if Professor Rimuru was actually a boy. I had no idea what had gotten into my kids the past couple of days, but their shenanigans were more extreme than usual. Like the lemonade thing. Did they know what was about to happen, like, sense it or something? Well, no. They're not monsters, I reminded myself. They're probably just excited for the field trip. So over the few days before the trip their energy skyrocketed, the excitement palpable, but I kept my mouth shut about the nature of our upcoming trip. They kept speculating, though, even though I was giving them nothing to work with. But, the night before we planned on leaving, I finally brought it back up myself. I think it's about time I fulfill my promise. It took a few seconds for them to pick up on what I meant. You don't mean Dash, Gale started to say, but his words caught in his throat. Yes, I've found a way to save you. That's what this field trip is for. Professor. Oh man, all five of them are crying, even Kenya and Alice. I wasn't really expecting this reaction from them. They are strong kids, so seeing all five break down like this was a lot to witness. After some very tight group hugging, reassuring words, and head pats, everyone eventually calmed down and cheered up a bit. Now that the waterworks were done, we headed toward the city gates. The morning air was crisp and refreshing, the streets not nearly as busy as usual since it was quite early. With the tense, nervous excitement permeating my students' moods, the lack of a crowd was a very welcome thing. Briefly waving at the guards as I passed through to outside Rura, we walked over to the magic circle I'd hidden nearby, which thankfully appeared undisturbed. What's that? It's so big and fancy. It's a magic circle I made that we'll be using to travel quickly. Step inside, all of you, and I'll trigger it. Professor? Doesn't this sort of thing require an extra magic source? It's so big, and all of us at once. I remember learning that using spatial magic on more than one person at a time is very difficult. Gale seemed doubtful, but there was nothing to worry about. I promise it's safe. Our professor is so cool. Ryota muttered. Flashy show off. Alice grumbled, he did sound cool, though, she said more quietly. I gestured again toward the circle and they all stepped inside with a little bit of room to spare. I joined them right after and sent some magicules into it. Also, using Great Sage S parallel processing, I simultaneously casted a second spell just to reinforce the protection on my students. When teleporting, that's a very important thing to include in a spell, or the one getting teleported could get magicule poisoning mid-trip, and with these kids already struggling with something similar, I thought it best to be safe rather than sorry. This was suggested by the trusty sage, of course. The next thing I knew, we were back at the other circle near Rimurus' place. Everything went smoothly, all the kids were intact, all's good. Whoa. Why didn't you warn us? I felt like I was floating for a few seconds, so weird. I think I'm gonna be sick. Where did we go? That pixie girl called herself Rimurus of the Labyrinth, right? So I guess this place is her labyrinth and not just the dwelling of spirits. That's a lot less of a mouthful, so let's just call it that. A mysterious labyrinth with a pixie lady who wants to help you kids. I made a deal with her to give you each a greater spirit to help control that energy that's the source of your issues. I gave them some further explanation of what the plan was too, using a bit of the sage's assistance to work out the finer details. They all listened intently, hopeful expressions on their faces. Are you ready? I asked the group. I'm ready. Gale nodded. Yeah, me too. Kenya shouted. Aha. I'm ready. Ryota added. Of course I'm ready. Why wouldn't I be? Alice scoffed. Let's go. Chloe stepped toward the door. I'll be right behind you guys, so go right ahead. All you have to do is touch the door. Right before touching the door, I noticed Chloe shudder. I'm ready, she whispered quietly to herself. 3, 2, 1, now. We were all pulled inside and I was met by the same ominous hallway scenery that I did last time I was here. Who dares step foot in my labyrinth? A booming voice that was clearly just Rimurus putting on airs and trying to act scary, filled the space, echoing. Alice and Chloe immediately clung to me in fear, startled by Rimurus' nonsense. Ryota took a step closer to Kenya, but didn't grab him like the two girls had with me. Gale just looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice with his eyes. Who's there? Gale shouted. Why yeah. Come out and show yourself. We're not scared of you. Kenya backed him up, but was unable to stop his voice from shaking a bit. They got the same giggling in response that I did before, which was even more annoying since this was also pointless. Realizing that all 5 of my students were getting pretty freaked out by the act, I decided to put a stop to this game Rimurus was playing. Hey, calm down, both of you. I'll handle this. I reassured the group with a smile. Shrugging off my 2 female students, I stepped forward and cupped my hands around my mouth. Rimurus, we made a deal, so come out here already and stop screwing around and scaring my kids. I shouted at the top of my non-existent lungs, outcompeting the volume of Rimurus' voice earlier. I didn't want to hurt my kids' ears, so I wasn't going full power, but I was definitely louder than any human could manage. How do you even shout like that, Professor? Kenya whined, still covering his ears. There's quite a few useful spells out there, and I used one that made my voice louder, that's all. Puffing myself up a bit to cover my little slip, I grinned, pretty cool, right? Skills are pretty much spells anyway, so it's not a lie. Correction, incorrect. Nobody asked. Man, you have been talking without prompting more and more as time goes on. Is that like a glitch in your programming or something? Answer, no flaws or abnormalities in the unique skill, Great Sage, detected. Hey. You called me over here, and now that I've arrived, you're ignoring me. What's wrong with you? Look at me. I'm right in front of you. Rimurus said, pulling on my bangs like they were a tug-of-war rope. Oh, there you are. Time to make good on the deal we made. Yeah, whatever. You ruined my entrance, so I guess we better get this over with. She groused, sticking her tiny finger in my face. But just so you know, you can't have any. Any what? I tilted my head, smiling a little on the inside. Spirits. The fairy shouts, any spirits. I'll let your kids here try, but none for you. Oh, right, I feigned recalling our conversation. Yeah, fine, okay. I waved her off, so, we goin' or what? Who's this fairy, Professor? Ryota quietly asked me. This is Dash. I am the Great Rimurus of the Labyrinth, member of the 10GR. Yeah. I interrupted, she's a big deal. She's going to help you. Hey. Stop that. You messed it up again. Why? I just batted her away lightly to stop the flurry of ineffective kicks she was landing on me. Fine. Let's get this over with so I can make you leave. She doesn't seem like she wants to help us. Kenya whispered to Ryota, who nodded back at the other boy. What? No. I want to help you kids, I just don't want him breaking anything else in my home. Are you really still hung up on the golem thing? Shouldn't it be repaired by now? I asked, prodding her a bit more for fun. Having worked in construction, I knew full well that there was no way she'd already put the golem back together, at least by normal means. No. That takes time. Ugh, you obviously don't understand how complex and impressive it is if you're thinking that. Ramaris cleared her throat after screaming at me and turned toward the kids again. It is my job to help those that seek the spirits, potential heroes and such. So, I'm glad to guide you five to the true dwelling of spirits deep inside my labyrinth. She sounded surprisingly mature and serious just then, too bad it doesn't really suit her. Anyway, I was glad that we were now going to take care of business. After all the time spent researching and thinking about how to rescue my students, we were finally there. I was finally going to fulfill one of the promises I made to Shizu. So, I matched Ramaris' newfound serious mode, knowing that if I kept fooling around it might actually jeopardize the kids' chances of being saved. Ramaris waved her hand and the room around us melted, sorta. We ended up in a room absolutely brimming with natural energy. I could feel the intensity of it. It somewhat reminded me of how the sealed cave felt when I was close to Veldora before sending him into my stomach, but at the same time, it was different. Hard to pinpoint, really, but it was something I took note of. There was what looked like a semi-transparent winding staircase leading up to a higher platform above with no visible ceiling to the room. It looked like it went on forever. The walls around the room were shimmering and warping, my senses not able to get a grasp on their actual dimensions no matter how much I strained my magic sense. The sight was ethereal and mystifying, like nowhere I had ever been before. I was impressed. My students appeared to be a mix of amazed and terrified out of their wits by the sight, but were remaining fairly calm while sticking close to each other and me. Pretty neat place. I commented. Heh. I guess that's better than nothing. Ramaris quipped, her chin raised high. Professor Rimuru, will we be going up there? Gale asked with a nervous gulp, pointing toward the higher platform suspended in a way that defied the laws of physics. It made no sense how it was staying up there, but I suppose that's to be expected in a world filled with magic. That small remaining, human contractor, part of me sure didn't like it, though, thinking it looked like it violated about 1,000,000 different safety regulations just by existing. I think so, I looked at Ramaris for confirmation. Yes, one at a time, you kids will go there to pray to the spirits. Pray? What do you mean? You can ask them for help, or say you want to play with them, or whatever feels right to you. If one likes you, they will appear no matter what way you pray. Ramaris explained. Well, you kids heard her, who wants to go first? I'll go first. Kenya shot his arm up in the air and yelled. Who says you get to decide, Kenya? Alice snarkily questioned. Maybe I could go first, just this once. No, it should be me. The four start childishly bickering over who will go first, their previous fears thrown away in an instant. Professor Rimuru. I'll be going first. Gale said, approaching me calmly unlike his classmates. He seemed the most resolute, so I decided that he could be the vanguard here. All right, Gale, let's go. You don't mind if I accompany them up there, right? I turned and asked Ramaris seriously. I suppose that's fine. Ramaris grumbled. We stepped onto the winding ramp of light that led to the platform where we could communicate with the spirits. As we walked, Gale grabbed my shoulder. Ignoring the height difference that was still kind of irritating to me, I looked up into Gale's worried eyes. Professor, he said earnestly, voice low in case he could somehow be heard down there. If something happens to me, please, take care of them. He glanced downward at the other kids below us and at a distance, his worry evident on his face. Wow. Poor kid. That must have been why he insisted on going first. Gale has always seemed like the older brother type of the group, the protector and voice of reason for his classmates, but I never imagined that he had held this level of personal responsibility for them in his mind until now. I felt it was too much for a kid his age to be worried about, but it wasn't like I could change his feelings. The best I could do right then was reassure him. Nothing will happen, Gale, I promised, patting his back comfortingly. But if the worst ever does, I will. We reached the top of the spiraling ramp, where we stepped onto a semi-transparent platform made of magicules. Gale knelt down in the center and put his hands together, glancing at me anxiously. Even kneeling, he was eye level with me. It'll be fine, I reassured him. Whatever happens, just keep your eyes closed until I tell you. Gale nodded, closed his eyes, and began to pray. A light, similar to sunlight, appeared from a vague source high up in the dwelling. It grew in size and seemed to descend, bright rays reaching down to brush our heads. Then, one by one, tiny pinpricks of other lights began to manifest from the magicules in the dwelling. Lesser spirits, surrounding us in a starry cloud dancing around in the air. I almost felt like I could hear them as they brushed up against us. But, after a moment of waiting, nothing else happened. I guess I'll have to use that method. I'd had, Great Sage, prepare a contingency for this since summoning greater spirits wasn't a certain thing. I gave Gale enough of a chance, it was time to use it and help him out a bit. Hey, I glanced back at Rimuru, don't be alarmed, okay. She stared, alarmed at what? She narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously and folded her arms, but I didn't pay her any further mind. Turning back to the spirits, my arm, the one not currently resting on Gale's back, dropped its mimicry and shifted into slime, which stretched out and swallowed the lesser spirits like a giant net. Hey. Rimuru shot towards me and a tiny boot wheeled around and kicked me in the eye. Thank you, pain nullification, you're a godsend. I said you couldn't have any spirits. She screeched at me. I told you not to be alarmed, I said sharply, barely holding back from snapping for Gale's sake. Just trust the process, Kay. Gale shifted slightly, and I felt him tensing under my hand. Everything's still fine, I reassured him, just keep praying. Notice, assembling lesser earth spirits into artificial greater earth spirit, successful. Creating artificial ego compatible with the individual Gale Gibson, successful. Would you like to use the unique skill, Degenerate, to merge the artificial greater earth spirit with the individual Gale Gibson? Yes/no. Right. I breathed, not because I needed to, but because it comforted me. Now for the moment of truth. Yes. With the help of Great Sage, I removed the artificial spirit from my stomach and began transferring it into Gale. Placing my reformed hand on his head, then I closed my eyes in concentration. Notice, artificial greater earth spirit successfully integrated into the spiritual body of the individual Gale Gibson. Yes. I was suddenly hit with a wave of lightheadedness, wobbling a bit as I leaned on Gale for support. Great Sage, what's up with me? Answer, feelings of exhaustion are resulting from sudden loss of large quantities of magicules. Well, can you turn it off or something? I grimaced, until all the kids are saved. I need to focus. Acknowledged. Rimuru immediately seemed irritated when my focus broke. What did you just do? She stared at me with a look of suspicion playing on her face. I knew what she was talking about, as there was now a greater spirit inside of Gale, one of Earth. It hadn't quite formed into anything, but it was already beginning to clean up the mess of magicules inside the kid. I've never seen anything like that before. She grumbled softly before she stopped talking and turned away. What is she talking about, teacher? Gale whispered as he finally opened his eyes again. Nothing, don't worry about it. Seems this spirit is new, but it still seems to like you a lot. Take good care of them for that fairy over there, and I'm sure we'll be just fine. I gave him a pat on the shoulder before walking him back down off the platform. Who's next? I addressed the rest of them. The rest of them now looked a little bit apprehensive now, none of them stepped forward on their own. It took quite some time for any of them to do anything, actually. I wasn't that surprised to see Alice be the bold one, though. She was being a little more docile than she usually is, but she did still say something sorta rude. I am scared of falling, carry me. She exclaimed just under her breath not to yell. It was still kinda funny to see her have respect for something, but she did seem to respect the dwelling. I sighed, stepped forward, and picked her up before walking quickly back up to the top of the platform. I then let her fall to the ground slowly to not make a loud noise when she landed. I wasn't quite sure how the spirits would react to loud noises. After a few moments of staring up at the odd glowing ceiling, Alice huffed and said, "What should I even pray about? Well, what would you enjoy?" It seemed the spirits would be best to have personalities similar to the person they were fusing with. I guess, I just want a spirit that would be kinda like Chloe, or maybe more like me. I'm not quite sure. She sighed loudly and audibly before kneeling down and clasping her hands to try and pray herself. Her attempt definitely took a lot longer than Gale, almost 30 seconds before the glow of something similar to moonlight appeared and a lot of tiny spirits appeared around us. I didn't want to have to do it again, but after a few more moments of waiting I got impatient and did the same thing that I had done for the spirits Gale summoned. The process was a lot faster, and this time I ended up creating a greater spatial spirit. However, the sage did say I was starting to get low on magicules with a few warnings. Couldn't stop now though, and didn't particularly care. I could finally fulfill my promise. I feel better. Yes. You're all right now. You did well, Alice. Alice looked up at me, surprisingly teary-eyed, then lunged at me. She hugged me tightly for a moment, crying into my shoulder before turning and planting a quick kiss on the side of my face. Cheeky little brat. I thought as I looked at her little self-satisfied smirk as she backed away. I decided to let it slide just this once. After that, Alice grabbed my hand and started leading the way back down to the others, practically skipping her way down the ramp. Whatever happened to that whole scared of falling thing? Soon afterward, she went over to Chloe and began speaking to her in whisper. I decided not to eavesdrop on their conversation, especially not when Great Sage was irritating me so much with warning after warning. Okay, who's next? I think we can get everyone a spirit. This time, the response was a bit faster as Ryota stepped forward. That move did surprise me. He was being more bold than Kenya for once. It was definitely a good development for the kid, and I hoped he kept it up. Sensei, do you think you can get Kenya to come up next? He seemed sorta scared. Worried that no spirit would like him. That explained it pretty quick, though. He was worried about Kenya and wanted to show his friend how easy it was. Ryota was whispering, which meant none of the other kids could hear him. That was for the best. Sure, I'll see what I can do. I took his hand and led him up the platform to the summit. Ryota was a lot faster to get on his knees and clasp his hands together in prayer. Spirits were quick to respond as well, a mixture of colors with no definite standout. It definitely trended green and blue though. That made it a little harder to work with in my mind, but I could manage. It wasn't long before it was proven I had to again as well. No big spirits arrived. I sighed and glanced over to Ramirez. At this point she looked flustered and angry, but didn't say anything yet. I'm sure she'd berate me when we were done. Okay then, Great Sage. Notice, required magicules, sufficient. That sounded like something I'd need to deal with first, but it was alright. Then let's do this. I executed the process one more time, but this time it ended up taking a lot longer. I guess the sage was trying to take it slow to make sure nothing went wrong. When we were done, we had a spirit with both wind and water attributes to fuse to Ryota. I did so, and began to feel drowsy, in a more natural way than I was used to. I powered through it though, and tapped Ryota on the shoulder to get his attention. I think it worked. Sensei, I've never heard of a spirit like this before. Ryota looked a little concerned. Neither have I. Ramirez whispered from the background. Don't worry about it. Let's help the others. I'll get Kenya to go next. I helped the kid up and walked back down for the last two. Your turn, Kenya. I motioned for the boy to follow me. He seemed surprisingly nervous, but also a bit excited too. I hope I can hold out long enough for these last two, and if not, I hope Ramirez can get these kids home for me. Kenya took his spot in the center of the platform and moved his arms to place his hands together, but before he could even do that, bright beams of warm sunlight like light filled the area around him. Whoa. Then, without me having to do anything, a greater spirit appeared. It had the appearance of a blonde-haired boy. Hiya. The spirit, smaller than me but a bit bigger than Ramirez, waved happily. Nice to meet ya. I'm a spirit of light. Ah. I stared, Kenya also opening his eyes. Are spirits normally this friendly? What's your name? It hovered in front of Kenya excitedly, leaning closer to him. Kenya. He answered, bewildered. Can I call you Ken then? The spirit asked. Sure. Hey. Ramirez suddenly started freaking out, flying up to shove the spirit away from Kenya. What you think you're doing in my home? Well, I felt a potential hero calling out, the spirit winked at Kenya, so I just popped in. I raised my hand, what's wrong, Ramirez? This guy, she turned to me and pointed at the spirit, is a real jerk. He seems nice to me, I tilted my head. You get a lot of those around here, don't you? You're one to talk. I looked at the light spirit for help. Oh, I might know about this. He hit his palm. I'm the same spirit that was summoned by Leon. Yeah, that crybaby demon lord who used to be a hero. Ramirez scoffed. Wait. Demon lord. Leon. Demon lord Leon Cromwell. I asked, a bit surprised at the amount of venom in my voice. It was a good thing I was wearing the anti-magic mask on the side of my head. Ramirez backed away, looking a bit frightened. The light spirit was also uneasy, but it stood up to me. What you got against him? It asked. A few things, he hurt someone I care about, I said, glowering. So I'm gonna punch him. You're in league with that guy. I wouldn't really advise punching a demon lord, not if you don't plan to defeat them, the light spirit said. I thought punching Ramirez would be perfectly safe, though I didn't say it. The spirit kept talking, though, which derailed my angry thoughts. Anyway, I'm the same kind of spirit that Leon summoned. A completely different individual. I won't stick my hand in that kind of work. I sighed, deflating. Fine. Sorry, I get a little worked up when it comes to him. I'll say, Ramirez muttered. You were just as worked up as me. I decided to ignore her, however. Anyway, the light spirit said cheerfully, bringing back the upbeat atmosphere, I came here in answer to Ken's call. He ruffled the boy's hair where he'd settled down to lie in it. Okay. I was hoping you'd lend your strength to save his life, I said, getting back on track. Sure thing. The spirit trilled happily, your teacher may not be hero material, but you've got a spark in you, Kenya. Hey, why are you making fun of my teacher? Kenya asked defensively. I was a bit touched he'd stick up for me. Oh, it's nothing against him, the spirit reassured him, I just have a way of telling who'd make a good fit. I'd say he has more potential in the other direction, actually, not that I'd condone that sort of thing. He glanced in Rimur's direction, which infuriated her. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Kenya asked in confusion. Shut up and get in the kid already. Rimuru shouted, we don't need you causing any more trouble. Oh, it's fine. The spirit waved her off, and don't you worry, he beamed at me, I'll take good care of Ken until he's all grown up. Well, thanks. I scratched my head. The spirit offered me a playful salute, and dropped into Kenya's head. Is that it? Kenya asked, a bit stunned. I think so. I answered, a bit bewildered myself. Nothing went wrong, right? He touched his head where the spirit had been. No, everything went to plan. I reassured him quickly. No need to worry. I'm just a little shocked that went so fast and without me having to do anything. It threw me off a bit, was all. Did he mean I could become a demon lord? No, I shook off the thought. Even if I did have that kind of potential, I don't need that kind of trouble. I may be a slime monster now, but I'd like to keep a few scraps of my humanity, thank you very much. Okay. Kenya didn't exactly look like he believed me fully, but in the end, the results were perfect. I could see the energy inside him stabilizing more and more by the second, the light spirit making good on its promise to keep Kenya safe. I was glad. I led him back down to the lower platform with the others. One left to go. The fatigue was definitely starting to become a problem, but since I got to skip my work around with Kenya's spirit, I was confident I would be fine. All I had left to do was save Chloe, then I could rest. Can you carry me too? Chloe sheepishly asked. Of course. Chloe seemed more nervous overall during this trip, so anything I could do to comfort her, I would. I scooped her up in my arms and started walking her up to the higher platform. Professor. Chloe mumbled as I carried her. Yes. What is it, Chloe? I love you. Aw, how sweet. Kids just say the most precious things, don't they? I love you too, Chloe. As my student, of course. She, just like the other four, had become important to me, almost like family. Chloe smiled back at me and I kept walking with her until we reached the top. She took her place in the center to pray, just like the others had, but after a few seconds, an overwhelming pressure filled the air. It was nothing like what happened with the other kids, and the sense of danger it was filling me with was incredible. Something materialized near Chloe, taking the form of a beautiful adult woman with dark hair, dressed in a white gown and veil. I stared at her for a moment, and she stared back. It was ominous and unreadable, but the danger of this being was evident by my instincts screaming at me to flee. But, I froze, unable to even look away from the semi-transparent woman. Is that a spirit? Negative. It is a spiritual body like greater spirits, but its existential power far surpasses that of one. What is T-? But before I could get the words out, the woman appeared right in front of me, having moved much faster than I could follow with my senses. My words caught in my throat and my thoughts halted in her presence. Then, while I stood there unmoving, she reached out to me, and planted a kiss on my lips. Being non-corporeal, though, I felt nothing from it, but it left me stunned for an entirely different reason. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't believe this was happening. The kiss only lasted a moment, then the non-spirit drew back, still cupping my cheek with her ghostly pale hand. She stared me in the eyes again, this time with tenderness, concern, and longing on her face. She looked at me as if she knew who I was and cared deeply for me, but there was no way that was the case. I would never forget a face like that, so we couldn't have met before. I could feel an internal sense of resentment toward them, a soft one, but a noticeable one. It wasn't from me though. I ignored it to focus on the situation. Oh no you don't. I won't let you have your way. Rimuru screamed, and I saw her with a ball of energy held over her head. Leave this place at once, she yelled with much more venom in her voice than I had heard from her before. Rimuru sounded frantic and scared, affirming that the woman was a huge threat. The fairy tossed her magic at the spirit woman but missed. Then, in another motion, the spirit-like beauty merged into Chloe's body. Chloe! I yelled, reaching out to the girl helplessly, but Chloe seemed completely fine by the time I got to her. Are you all right? No pain. No weird or bad feelings. I fussed over her, checking her over thoroughly. And no. I'm fine. Thank goodness. I sighed with relief. Whatever it was, it seemed to be stabilizing Chloe in the same way the greater spirits had with the other kids. What was that, anyway? I asked out loud. I have no idea. Rimuru answered. It was bad, though. Very bad. Yeah, I could feel that. Yes, the general feeling I had gotten from the woman was absolutely terrifying, but at the same time, I had my doubts. I couldn't shake off the odd interaction we had. I felt a shift in the time axis inside that thing. I think it came from the future, though I can't imagine why it showed up all of a sudden like that. Maybe its goal was to find a place within that girl, but, I can just tell this is going to cause a huge disaster. I can feel it. Oh, yeah. Hey, why are you acting so casual? This is serious business, mister. This could become a catastrophe later, you know. Yeah, but it's hard to take it seriously when you can't even explain it properly to me. Besides, whatever that was, spirit or not, it seems like it's helping Chloe and that's what matters to me. Oh, you're right, her magicules are stabilizing. Rimuru did a quick lap around Chloe's head, looking her over, before flying over to me. Talking about magicules, are you doing okay? I know we've had our problems, but you're not looking so good. Rimuru whispered in my ear. It's weird that she's worrying about me now. I'll recover. I answered curtly. If you say so. But, if you could tell the other 4 to come up here, that would help. I need to sit down. Rimuru sighed and flew off. I plopped down on the floor, feeling utterly drained. I knew that just resting here for a while would be enough to get me back on my feet with the high concentration of magicules in the air. Teacher? Are you all right? Chloe asked me, concerned. Just a little tired. Bringing you all here wore me out earlier, so I just need to sit down for a bit before I take you back. What's with that troubled look? I didn't remember Chloe looking at me so seriously before. See, Chloe, I said it wouldn't hurt. Alice said to Chloe, diverting her attention away from me. Hey, why is Professor Rimuru on the floor? Gale asked. He looks pale. He always looks pale. Nah, paler than usual. Are you getting sick? Stop worrying about me. I should be the one doing the worrying, as your teacher. I realized that sitting on the floor was just making the kids think something was wrong, so I stood back up. I wobbled a little as I did, almost losing my balance, but managed. Whoa. The lightheadedness hit me again. I flashed my worried-looking kids a smile. Notice, internal magicule concentration is dangerously low. Immediate ceasing all activity is highly advised. No, I can't sleep right now. Not around the kids. If I slept right then, they would all see me as a slime. I couldn't have that happen. He did some magic to help us, I think, and now he's tired. Did you overdo it, Professor Rimuru? No, I'm fine. Notice, engaging emergency control features. Wah. My consciousness immediately began to fade. No. I can't, not here, and not. Rimuru, send me out, like before. What? Out, of the labyrinth, see can't, need to. I'm not sending you out when you're in that state. You may be annoying, but you're interesting. I'm not gonna let you die that easily. I couldn't even think straight at that point, my mind slipping away rapidly. It felt shockingly similar to when I was bleeding out when I was human. I felt myself lose shape and started to fall, my magic sense flickering out before I even hit the floor's surface. Wait, die. No, he can't die. I ran and caught Rimuru before he fell to the floor and cradled him against my chest. No, not again, how? I muttered as my tears started to fall. I couldn't believe it. I had just regained my memories and already Rimuru was sacrificing himself for the sake of others. I couldn't accept it. Hey. Don't start crying, he'll be just fine. Nobody can die in my labyrinth. Rimuru had flown over to me and started trying to reassure me. Nobody can die here. So Rimuru is perfectly safe right now. With all the faded memories of him leaving for battle and never coming back that I had just regained, I couldn't help but react like this. Again, he had done something reckless and gotten himself killed, but I had never seen it happen now in any of the loops. This entire situation was abnormal, not matching anything I'd encountered before. I wasn't sure what caused it, but this timeline was off. But, I could look into that later. Right now, I needed to act realistically since my classmates are here. I took a deep breath to calm myself and turned to my 4 classmates. Is that Professor Rimuru? Gale hesitantly asked and pointed to the slime held in my arms. Yes, you saw him transform too, right? It has to be him. I answered. Yeah, but, how? Gale stuttered. What is he? Ryota asked. Rimuru is a slime. Didn't you know? Ramirez asked and we all shook our heads. I knew from my very recently regained memories, but I needed to play along. So he never told ya? Sheesh. Our teacher is a monster. Alice screamed. Well, yeah, obviously. Ramirez replied, shrugging. He's not a bad monster, though. He saved us. Kenya shouted suddenly. He's taken care of the 5 of us for months. Well, yeah, but he still lied to us. He's a liar. Alice shouted back. He didn't lie. Professor Rimuru said he was human before, but never said he was human now. I corrected her. It was very hard for me to hear her talk about Rimuru like this. But he still kept this a secret. Did he not trust us enough to say anything? I bet he was scared. Ryota muttered. You heard about what the church teaches, right? That monsters don't deserve to live. Wouldn't you be scared too if you were a good monster? Maybe, but. I still feel betrayed. You shouldn't. Ramirez interjected, he obviously cares about you or he wouldn't have nearly killed himself trying to help you kids. Rimuru was using some very powerful skills to make sure every one of you got a spirit. How close to death is he though? Alice stared at Rimuru warily while backing away. How close? Well, his magicules are rising pretty fast, but if I were to estimate using my own skills. He got all the way down to 0.5% of his capacity. I'm honestly surprised he isn't dead, that would be fatal for any other monster. Maybe he has a trick or two inside him. The fairy flew around me a few times while looking Rimuru over. Around 3% or so now, but I'm just estimating. Even inside my labyrinth knowing his real limits are kinda hard when I'm in this form. At least he's still here. I sighed deeply and fell to the ground carefully, giving Rimuru a few pets. Do you think he'll wake up? Alice seemed calmer now. Ramirez saying Rimuru was almost dead had made her realize there were more important things to worry about. Not for a while, probably a few hours at least. Seems his recovery is slowing. He's a weird one. The fairy sat on my shoulder, and it seemed we transitioned to another room made of stone. I can keep the magicule concentration here high, but I don't want to risk any more crazy spirits visiting. From my memories of her, Ramirez almost seemed out of place behaving this maturely. Kenya, Gale, and Ryota sat nearby, while Alice kept her distance. I suppose she had some past with monsters, but with all my new memories, I couldn't really sort them out well enough to remember. So if he is a slime then, how did he become an adventurer? Gale tilted his torso around a few times to look at Rimuru from all angles. Maybe he was just so strong that he was able to threaten Grandmaster Mr. Yuki. They seemed to interact a lot. Kenya smiled. Teacher would be really cool if he can do that much. Maybe. Ryota looked around, he seemed to focus on a pile of metal off to the side of the room. What is that? Ah, Rimuru fought it to come in here. That's all. I'm gonna repair it later. That was how I figured out he's a slime. I'll make sure the next iteration is way too strong for him. She puffed her chest out while putting her hands on her hips. It looks kinda big, how did he take it down? Yeah, he's so small like this. I don't want to talk about it. Ramirez indignantly answered. I guess that was a sore spot for her. I wonder why he's as strong as he is, aren't slimes supposed to be weak? He's an otherworlder, just like us and Miss Shizu. Maybe that's why. Is he, though? I've never heard of someone turning into a monster after dying. This world is crazy, so maybe it's possible. Maybe he just got the memories and powers of one. I hear slimes can sometimes absorb attributes of things. Alice said it under her breath, but with how quiet the room was, everyone heard it. PSSHHHH. Nah. Ramirez scratched the back of her head and stood up frantically to cross her arms. I'm sure that isn't it, he doesn't have many bits of human soul floating around in there. Probably just his old self though if he was human before like you said. She went silent for a few moments. How about we play a game? I'm too tired. Ryota yawned. Yeah, me too. I dunno why, but I feel like I want to take a nap right now. Kenya agreed. It probably has something to do with your magicules sorting themselves out. Ramirez nodded. Alright then, here you go. A bunch of tents and sleeping bags materialized in front of us. This is the stuff adventurers normally use to sleep in here, so I'm sure you can figure it out. Rest well, I'll keep watch.